After the Nine-Tails rampage, Konoha suffered severe losses not only in population and property but also in many outstanding ninjas. Among them were the 4th Hokage and his wife, who sacrificed their lives to protect the village. Many other ninjas also tragically perished in the battle. This greatly weakened Konoha, plunging it into difficulties. At this time Cloud Village saw an opportunity, believing Konoha was too crippled to resist external threats. Thus Cloud Village decided to reignite the war, seeking to seize more land and resources. Konoha, despite its utmost efforts, struggled to withstand the assault. During the war, more Konoha ninjas fell and the village's situation grew increasingly dire. After prolonged fighting, Konoha finally found a turning point. Through diplomacy they reached a peace agreement with Cloud Village. According to the pact, both sides would cease hostilities and jointly maintain regional stability. This agreement was a significant victory for Konoha as it prevented further casualties and destruction. However, just as Konoha and Cloud Village were about to sign the peace treaty, Cloud secretly plotted a scheme. They dispatched a covert unit to infiltrate Konoha, aiming to steal the Byakugan of the Hyūga clan. These Cloud ninjas successfully infiltrated the village but were quickly discovered. Hyūga Hizashi clan had personally acted and killed all the intruders. This incident embarrassed Cloud Village. They had intended to intimidate Konoha but instead were caught off guard. Despite this setback, Cloud did not abandon its provocations. They used the incident to present harsh demands requiring compensation and the surrender of the perpetrator. Konoha would not easily yield, leading to a stalemate. At this critical moment Konoha had to make concessions. They agreed to pay compensation and handed over Hyūga Hizashi to Cloud Village. Although Hizashi was not the real killer, he volunteered to take responsibility to protect the clan's honor and interests. Ultimately Hizashi chose suicide under Cloud's pressure, ending his life. When the news of his death reached the Hyūga clan, they were immersed in deep grief. For Hyūga Natsu, it was an unbearable pain. As a genius of the branch family, he should have received high attention but was overlooked due to his status. Nevertheless, Natsuhi relied on his outstanding combat talent and took to the battlefield early. Fate arranged for him to join Hizashi's squad, a decision that changed his life. There he not only received guidance and care from the teacher but also formed a deep friendship with Hizashi. Even after his parents died in the Nine-Tails incident, it was Hizashi who enlightened Natsuhi and helped him out of his slump. But now that bond was cruelly severed, plunging Natsuhi into deep sorrow. He could not accept it, his heart filled with hatred for the enemy and resentment toward the main family, blaming them for Hizashi's death. In an instant, memories from a past life surged like a flood, deeply buried events emerging. Past experiences, emotions and knowledge unfolded before his eyes like a film. As time passed, the memories grew clearer, as if reliving another life. Natsuhi's vision went black, the world spinning and falling apart. His steps were unsteady, each one feeling like walking on soft cotton, his legs weak and powerless. His head buzzed like thousands of tiny insects gnawing at his nerves, bringing unbearable stabs of pain. Yet the almost obsessive desire to go home supported him like an unyielding force. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead like earthworms, his face pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down like rain, soaking his clothes instantly. He squinted to recognize the way home, but the scene before him was sometimes clear, sometimes blurred like an illusory bubble. Every few steps he had to stop, leaning against a wall, breathing heavily, chest heaving, trying to calm his racing heart and breath that nearly burst from his throat. Passers-by cast curious, worried or indifferent glances, but he was oblivious, all perception focused on the single thought of continuing. His body swayed as if it would collapse at any moment, fragile as a candle in the wind. Each step was immensely heavy, as if dragging a 1,000-pound burden. Each breath was a struggle for life, every mouthful of air precious. Yet the direction of home always shone in his heart like an unquenchable lighthouse, forbidding any slack or surrender. The moment he finally reached his doorstep, his body could no longer bear the immense pressure. He staggered into the room, collapsed onto the bed, and his vision was swallowed by darkness, consciousness fading into an endless abyss. Konoha, sunny and green, peaceful and serene. In this beautiful village there was a special place, the Hyūga clan's compound. This was where the Hyūga family lived and passed down their techniques, and also a crucial force for protecting the village. In the branch family area there was a modest courtyard surrounded by white fences, exceptionally quiet. Inside the courtyard was neat and spotless. In one room sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the figure of a young man. He had his eyes closed, chest rising and falling gently, breathing steady and deep as if immersed in a sweet dream. Time passed. Minute by minute the room remained unusually quiet, only the sound of his breathing softly echoing. After an unknown time the young man's eyebrows twitched slightly, then he slowly opened his eyes. At first confused, but as consciousness cleared the doubt faded. He blinked, adjusting to the surroundings, then slowly sat up. Natsuhi looked around, realizing he was back home. The familiar arrangement and atmosphere of the room brought him peace. He rubbed his forehead, trying to recall what had happened. Memories surfaced bit by bit. He had transmigrated, no, rather than transmigration, it was awakening past life memories. In his past life, the one now known as Ri-Xiang Xia was named Xia Ri, a person so ordinary that it could not be more ordinary, so mundane that it could not be more mundane. In academics, Xia Ri performed extremely average, his grades always fluctuating around the middle level as if held back by an invisible hand. No matter how much effort and hard work he put in burning the midnight oil for countless nights doing innumerable practice problems consulting many teachers and classmates, he still could not achieve a qualitative breakthrough and always remained unable to join the ranks of top students. In life, Xiaori was equally unremarkable without any noteworthy experiences. His daily life was routine, like a predetermined program, unchanging, mechanical and monotonous. Every morning he was always woken by the alarm at the same time, groggily washed up, then followed the same fixed route, passing through streets he knew all too well to do the same repetitive things. In the evening at a similar time he dragged his tired body back home along the same path, ending another flat, lifeless day. Day after day, year after year, without any surprise or ripple, life cycled monotonously as if forgotten in a neglected corner of time. Xiaori had sworn countless times deep in his heart to change this frustrating and helpless situation. He made detailed plans, mustered courage to try new things and challenge his limits. However, the results were still unsatisfactory. Those beautiful visions and determination shattered again and again in the face of cruel reality, turning into nothing but bubbles. Unexpectedly, in that factory filled with noisy machinery, Xiaori, working the night shift tightening screws just because he dozed off for a moment, somehow transmigrated, and even more surprisingly, into the world of Huaying. However, it was only now that he slowly awakened the memories of his past life. So handsome, if I had this face in my past life I wouldn't have to work hard for the rest of my life. Awakened with memories, Ri Xiangxia walked to the mirror and couldn't help but let out such a sigh. In the mirror clearly reflected a handsome young man wearing the forehead protector of Muyining village. He had a pair of pure white eyes like crystal clear lake water, free of any impurity yet seeming to contain endless mystery and depth. As his eyes moved there seemed to be a glimmer of light making people fall for him. His facial features were distinct like a carefully crafted artwork, the jawline strong yet graceful. The tall nose bridge perfectly accentuated the three-dimensionality of his face, and the slightly upturned corner of his mouth carried a faint hint of a smile as if ready to exude charming charisma at any moment. His jet black short hair was neat and tidy, slightly covering his forehead, adding a touch of casualness and freedom. His skin showed a healthy wheat color, shining with attractive luster under the sunlight. Under his broad forehead, thick and neat sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, adding a heroic spirit to him. The Ri Xiang clan, huh? Let me see how powerful the Bai Yan really is. Ri Xiangxia slightly curled his lips, a glint of determination and expectation flashing in his eyes, speaking slowly but forcefully, "Bai Yan, open." With a loud shout from Ri Xiangxia, the veins on both sides of his eyes instantly bulged like writhing little snakes, ferociously standing out on his fair jade-like skin. Immediately his eyes were tightly wrapped in a layer of pale golden chocolat, and his eyeballs turned pure white like snow, without pupils yet seemingly able to perceive everything in the world. His gaze seemed to transform into invisible arrows piercing through the layers of space before him, extending toward endless distance. Everything within hundreds of meters around was presented with utmost clarity under his gaze. Even the tiniest particles like dust, even the most subtle fluctuations of unseen energy could not escape the perception of these miraculous eyes. This is a flawless Bai Yan. Ri Xiangxia's face showed shock, his eyes wide, mouth slightly open, voice trembling. He slowly felt the powerful Bai Yan energy and surprisingly did not sense any flaw. This was a 360-degree now blind spot Bai Yan. Generally, branch family members of the Ri Xiang clan would be marked with the long Zhong Niao caged bird. A Bai Yan marked with the caged bird would have an unobservable blind spot. And Ri Xiangxia had been marked with the caged bird when he was very young. According to common sense, this situation should absolutely not occur. Could it be? Ri Xiangxia frowned deeply, his brows like tightly twisted ropes, a surge of indescribable doubt and expectation welling up in his heart like a surging tide. His right hand clenched into a fist, trembling slightly, the tremor an external manifestation of his inner turmoil. Then the fist suddenly raised like an arrow from a bowstring, swiftly reaching toward the forehead protector at his brow. His fingers tightly gripped the edge of the forehead protector with such force that it seemed he would embed it into his palm. So intense was the grip that his knuckles turned an eerie white as if about to break. Then he took a deep breath, his chest heaving dramatically as if drawing all the air around him into his body. With all his strength and a resolute posture, he violently tore off the Muyi forehead protector. The forehead protector cut through the air with a sharp short whoosh, like breaking some kind of restrictive curse. And his pure white forehead was completely exposed to the air. The ugly mark that was once regarded as a shame and restraint had now quietly disappeared, leaving only a smooth mirror-like skin. Ha ha ha. Ri Xiangxia could no longer suppress the ecstasy in his heart. Like a long-suppressed volcano suddenly erupting, he shouted excitedly, "The caged bird mark is gone." His voice, full of joy and excitement, echoed through the room like rolling thunder, filled with incredulous astonishment and extreme delight, as if to fill the whole space with this surging emotion. He. Ri Xiangxia burst into another fit of wild laughter like a runaway horse, almost uncontrollable. He seemed to fall into a state of madness, completely immersed in this sudden surprise, unable to extricate himself. His body trembled with excitement, every cell seemed to be cheering. His face bloomed with a relieved, brilliant smile like flowers blooming in spring, bright and moving. His eyes glistened with tears of excitement like twinkling stars jumping and sparkling in the light of joy. After a long while, Ri Xiangxia finally calmed down a bit. His broad chest gradually steadied with his breathing and his strong, powerful arms stopped trembling. Ri Xiangxia was about 185 centimeters tall with a slender and athletic build, perfect proportions. His legs were straight and powerful like standing poplar trees. These legs when performing taijutsu would be swift as the wind, able to unleash astonishing speed and power in an instant. His body seemed lean but actually contained endless strength. Every muscle was compact and elastic, seemingly born for battle. The powerful chakra flowed like a surging river inside him, faintly exuding a shocking pressure. He slowly raised his head, first with eyes lowered in thought, then again looked at himself in the mirror. He first leaned slightly closer to the mirror, brows lightly furrowed, scrutinizing his own image, then reached out his right hand, gently stroking his cheek, feeling the slightly hot skin. His fingers moved slowly along the contours of his face, from the prominent cheekbone over the straight bridge of his nose to his determined chin. Then he used his left hand to tidy his slightly messy forehead hair, brushing it to one side, his eyes revealing scrutiny and contemplation of his new changes. His resolute face was like meticulously carved marble, lines hard yet soft. Under thick sword-like brows there were bright and deep eyes. Though now calm, traces of excited light could still be seen, as if reflecting the powerful chakra within him. Under the tall nose bridge his lips slightly curled up with a confident arc. His jet-black short hair was neat and tidy, highlighting his fresh and capable image. His tight jawline showed a resilient and decisive temperament. My Bai Yen should not have reached its limit yet. Ri Xiangxia murmured to himself, his voice very low, as if a doubt from the deepest part of his heart involuntarily leaked out. His brows slightly furrowed, his gaze carrying a hint of contemplation, both questioning his own judgment and a firm affirmation. Yes, even with such a powerful Bai Yen, Ri Xiangxia still felt it had not reached its limit. This feeling was extremely clear in his heart, like a beacon in the darkness, guiding him to continue exploring this mysterious and powerful power. He tightly pressed his lips together, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, knuckles turning white from force. The surging chakra inside him, like a flood breaking a dam, crazily poured into his eyes. He had only been an ordinary jonin before, with chakra equivalent to about one kaka's eyes worth. But since awakening, his chakra had soared more than tenfold. Such massive chakra pouring into his eyes made him feel a warmth in his eyes, and the powerful energy impact blurred his vision momentarily. But he endured the discomfort, his gaze growing more determined, vowing to break through this unknown boundary and unearth the deeper power of the Bai. At this moment the air around him seemed to become restless due to this powerful energy fluctuation, with faint sparks of electricity flickering around his body. Ri Xiangxia gritted his teeth, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, but his eyes showed no sign of retreat. Suddenly the light in his eyes became even more dazzling. The pure white pupils seemed to turn into two brilliant stars. Everything around was illuminated in minute detail under this light. He could clearly feel that he was gradually touching the secrets hidden deep within the Bai Yen. Just a bit more, just a bit more. Ri Xiangxia cried out in his heart, increasing his chakra output again. His body began to tremble slightly, but he persisted and refused to give up. Then his eyes began a wondrous transformation. The originally pure white eyeballs slowly transitioned from white to a brilliant golden color. The golden light grew more dazzling, like two blazing suns, emitting a shocking pressure and an aura of profound mystery. This is the reincarnation eye. Ri Xiangxia's eyes lit up. His excitement barely containable. Then he clearly felt his vision sharpen, the world before him losing all trace of blur or haze, allowing even the tiniest details to be captured with precision. Moreover, his field of view expanded as if breaking through some invisible barrier, enabling him to gaze into the boundless distance at a single glance. Though the color differed from Decisiveness Mu Shiren's blue-white eyes, Ri Xiangxia instantly recognized his own golden-hued reincarnation. My reincarnation eye is a golden one, shimmering with mysterious radiance, whereas Decisiveness Mu Shiren's is a sky blue like the vast ocean. With focused gaze and solemn expression, Ri Xiangxia began to seriously compare his own reincarnation eye with that of Decisiveness Mu Shiren. As everyone knows, Decisiveness Mu Shiren forcibly seized Ri Xianghua was Byakugan and perfectly fused it with his own Otsutsuki chakra, ultimately awakening the remarkable reincarnation eye. It must be acknowledged that Decisiveness Mu Shiren's reincarnation eye possesses several abilities of astonishing power. Reincarnation eye chakra mode. When Decisiveness Mu Shiren's blue reincarnation eye activates the reincarnation eye chakra mode, his entire body is enveloped in dense green chakra, forming a mysterious and powerful protective layer. In this mode he can deftly manipulate orbs resembling truth-seeking balls. These orbs are not only extremely durable, providing excellent defense against formidable enemy attacks, but can also at his will shoot toward the enemy like arrows from a bow, launching fierce assaults. Additionally, he can wield the yin-yang release that creates all things, a mystical art seemingly capable of granting life and shaping matter. Control over attraction and repulsion. Decisiveness Mu Shiren's blue reincarnation eye demonstrates an incredible power in manipulating gravitational forces. Its strength is so immense that it can effortlessly control the moon, altering its trajectory as if the celestial bodies themselves obey his command. Moreover, he can influence the orbits of other planets, a world-altering ability that leaves one deeply awestruck. Space manipulation. Decisiveness Mu Shiren's blue reincarnation eye possesses extraordinary spatial control, allowing him to instantly create mysterious passages connecting two celestial bodies. The construction of such spatial passages resembles Sasuke's Rinnegan spacetime ninjutsu, yet it has its own unique strengths. With this ability he can instantaneously teleport and traverse between stars in the cosmos as if crossing vast distances is merely a thought away. Spirit Ball Detong Mu Shirin can rapidly gather a green chakra ball of immense power in the palm of his hand using his blue reincarnation eye. When he skillfully inserts this chakra ball into an enemy's body, it produces a terrifying effect. It can completely dominate the enemy's will and actions, turning them into a puppet that obeys his every command. Furthermore, he can extract the enemy's thoughts and secrets, leaving them with no privacy before him. Chakra Absorption Detong Mu Shiren's blue reincarnation eye possesses a unique and powerful ability to accurately and swiftly absorb an enemy's chakra from a distance. No matter how strong or surging the enemy's chakra may be, he can draw it endlessly into his control like a whale swallowing the sea. This ability keeps him perpetually replenished in battle while the enemy gradually weakens and falls into distress as their chakra is drained. Granting puppets life with his blue reincarnation eye, Detong Mu Shiren can bestow powerful life force upon puppets, making them entities capable of autonomous action and combat. However, once the reincarnation eye's power controlling the puppets vanishes, they instantly lose their vitality and revert to lifeless objects. Summoning the stone statue of Otsutsuki Hamura, Detong Mu Shiren's blue reincarnation eye possesses the mysterious ability to summon the stone statue of Otsutsuki Hamura. Under the control of the reincarnation eye, this statue exhibits astonishing self-repair capabilities. Its immense power rivals that of the tailed beasts, making it a formidable ally in battle. Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion Detong Mu Shiren releases multiple chakra orbs of great power from the palm of his right hand. After spinning rapidly, they form a dazzling green ring of light. From this ring erupts a colossal tornado of terrifying force capable of piercing even the moon's hard surface. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion Detong Mu Shiren transforms the truth-seeking balls in his hand into a massive radiant yellow chakra light sword. This light sword harbors incalculable power. Its sharpness and energy intensity allow him to split the moon with a single strike, displaying earth-shattering, world-destroying might. Orb Light Cannon. Through his blue reincarnation eye, Detong Mu Shiren releases from his right palm numerous orbs covered in green chakra. These orbs rain down upon the enemy like a dense laser storm, sweeping across everything in their path with devastating attack power and destructive force. If Naruto Uzumaki weren't the protagonist without that so-called plot armor, this would be a severely mismatched battle, a king versus a bronze. Detong Mu Shiren would absolutely trounce Naruto, making him powerless to resist. Ri Xiangxia furrowed his brows, his expression contemplative, as if repeatedly simulating this hypothetical battle in his mind. After all, the manifestation of strength and ability is often influenced by numerous factors, including the richness or lack of combat experience, the favorable or adverse battle environment, and the specific needs of the storyline. Though in actual combat the final outcome typically does not hinge solely on the abilities of the eye technique itself. Even if one possesses numerous and exceptionally powerful abilities, a severe lack of combat experience, an extremely disadvantageous environment, or limitations imposed by the storyline may prevent them from fully unleashing their potential, thereby affecting the final result. Hinata Natsu stood before the mirror, his gaze blazing as he stared at his own Tenseigan shimmering with mystical gold, his expression focused as if he could pierce through its secrets at a single glance. He silently contemplated the unique abilities contained within his Tenseigan while making a detailed and profound comparison in his mind with Otsutsuki Tanara's Tenseigan. His own Tenseigan seemed to possess far fewer abilities. The others were likely created by Otsutsuki Tonari himself, or perhaps his own strength had not yet reached that level. Tenseigan Chakra Mode. Hinata Natsu exclaimed softly. The moment the words left his lips, his entire body was enveloped in a brilliant golden radiance. This radiance was like blazing flames and surging tides, ceaselessly billowing and churning. Within, the light strands of chakra wove around his body like nimble threads, forming a mysterious and powerful aura. Every inch of his skin seemed imbued with boundless power. His muscles slightly bulged, their contours more defined, exuding a breathtaking universal pull. Hinata Natsu called out sharply. The sound erupted in the silent room like a thunderclap rending the sky. Immediately the tables and chairs in the room seemed to be pulled by some unfathomable mysterious force. They trembled slightly at first, then completely lost control and flew rapidly toward Hinata Natsu. The movement of the furniture grew fiercer, stirring up a howling gale. Almighty push! Hinata Natsu shouted again, his voice brimming with immense power. In an instant, the tables and chairs that had been hurtling toward him were abruptly thrust backward by an invisible yet overwhelmingly powerful force, flying away in reverse. The speed of the furniture flying back was like lightning, even producing a piercing screech in the air. Universal pull and almighty push, these two powerful skills deeply fascinated Hinata Natsu. When he thought of the names of the skills, Hinata Natsu felt that Uzumaki Nagato had indeed chosen them well. They exuded a unique charm and a mysterious allure. After some contemplation, he decided there was no need to rack his brains for new names, so he simply borrowed them directly. Flying Thunder God was the spatial ability possessed by Hinata Natsu, a divine technique that allowed him to freely travel within the extensive range of his Byakugan's perception unimpeded. Furthermore, he could also teleport to any place he had previously marked, arriving instantly and catching others off guard. Not only that, but he could also deftly manipulate the floating rocks in space, launching them at terrifying speeds toward enemies on the ground, their power fearsome. Star Absorption Art demonstrated the ability to absorb chakra. This power was extremely formidable, capable of drawing in an enemy's chakra from a great distance, and its absorption capability even surpassed that of the Rinnegan, truly terrifying. Summoning was even more astonishing. He could summon the stone statue of Otsutsuki Hamura. Under the exquisite control of the Tenseigan, this statue possessed the miraculous ability to repair itself automatically, and its contained power was immense enough to rival the fearsome-tailed beasts. Silver Will Tenseigan burst released multiple chakra beads from the palm of his right hand. When the beads spun, the truth-seeking balls were covered in green chakra, forming a silver aura, and then emitted a massive tornado capable of shattering one side of the moon. Golden Will Tenseigan burst was another powerful killing move. He instantly transformed several green beads in his hand into a giant golden chakra light sword. This sword possessed immense power, capable of cleaving the moon in a single strike. Realm-breaking teleportation was even more extraordinary. He could open a mysterious gate to an unknown world, and what sights and dangers lay behind that gate no one knew. At this moment, without any warning, Hinata Natsu's originally dazzling Tenseigan chakra cloak, radiating a powerful and mysterious aura, vanished abruptly like brilliant fireworks extinguishing in the night sky, disappearing without a trace. Even the resplendent golden Tenseigan instantly degraded into an ordinary Byakugan, losing its former majesty and power. I. Hinata Natsu suddenly screamed hysterically, his eyes wide open, pupils sharply contracted, gaze vacant and lifeless as if struck by a paralysis curse, like a sculpture frozen in bitter cold. Then his mind involuntarily turned to his Byakugan. In these extremely brief seconds he seemed to be struck by an imperceptible bolt of lightning, instantly stunned and dazed, his limbs becoming stiff and unable to move at all. His originally calm face was instantly overtaken by bewilderment and confusion. Every wrinkle on his face seemed to tell of his inner helplessness. At this moment he was completely dumbfounded, his mind a blank, thought stagnant. In extreme confusion and chaos he couldn't help but want to curse, but the cultivation formed by the 9-year compulsory education from his past life made him swallow the last word at the final moment. Is this all my Tenseigan amounts to? Hinata Natsu was filled with despair, his eyes reddening, wanting to cry but having no tears. He had once harbored fervent fantasies, believing that the moment he awakened the Tenseigan the entire world would be at his feet and he could do whatever he pleased. He even arrogantly believed that with this power he could fly to the sun and stand shoulder to shoulder with it, or leisurely sing the stirring song above the moon on the moon, as if he would become an invincible being in the world. However, the cold and cruel reality was like a bucket of cold water, ruthlessly extinguishing the flames burning in his heart, and the result was contrary to his wishes. The invincibility he had eagerly expected never came. Instead, he suffered repeated setbacks in actual combat. Only then did he painfully realize that his golden Tenseigan was not as powerful and invincible as he had imagined. It was in fact extremely weak. No, to be precise, the root of the problem was not the Tenseigan itself, but rather that his own chakra reserves were too meager to sustain its prolonged and intense use. Additionally, his body was too frail to bear the enormous burden and consumption brought by the Tenseigan, making it impossible to unleash its true power. It should be noted that Hinata Natsu, whose potential had not yet fully awakened, originally possessed about 1 Kakashi's worth of chakra. Do not think that 1 Kakashi's worth is little. He could use it to release several of those immensely powerful and highly consuming ninjutsu in battle. 1 Kakashi's worth of chakra was the average level of a normal jonin or elite jonin. Naturally, it could not compare with the massive chakra tons of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, but even so, 1 Kakashi's worth was not insignificant. Moreover, after awakening the Tenseigan, the chakra within Hinata Natsu's body actually reached as much as over 10 Kakashi's worth. Such a vast chakra reserve was probably enough to rival that of ordinary cage-level powerhouses. You know, at the tender age of just 5, Kakashi had already exhibited extraordinary talent and wisdom, enabling him to graduate successfully from the intensely competitive and demanding ninja academy. Merely a year later, at the age of 6, he relied on his outstanding strength and unyielding will to succeed in being promoted to Chunin. Remarkably, at the age of 12 he was promoted to Jonin with astonishing speed and exceptional performance. During that invaluable time studying at the Ninja Academy, Kakashi unreservedly showcased his remarkable talents and extraordinary brilliance to the fullest extent. Whether it was the ever-changing inscrutable ninjutsu that left opponents bewildered and defenseless, or the fierce imposing taijutsu where each strike was a perfect fusion of power and speed, or the mysterious illusory genjutsu that trapped foes in an endless fog, his performances in all were exceptionally brilliant and awe-inspiring, leaving everyone stunned and full of admiration. Although during a mission fraught with danger and peril, filled with countless unknown risks and arduous challenges, Daitu selflessly gave up his own young and precious life in a desperate attempt to save him from the brink of death. Furthermore, to enhance Kakashi's strength and survival chances, Daitu entrusted his precious Tutomo Sharingan to Kakashi. Afterward, the tragic scene of Kakashi personally killing Yuenya Lin under this double heavy blow, he and Daitu together awakened the powerful yet extremely draining Mangekyo Sharingan. These heart-wrenching events became an indelible deep wound in Kakashi's heart, like a scar branded into the depths of his soul, causing him immense pain every time he recalled them. At the same time, it exerted a profound and irreversible influence on the formation of his character and worldview. He grew more taciturn and his heart became deeper and more complex. You know, even if only one Mangekyo Sharingan is transplanted, its immense power and complex ocular techniques require the user to possess extremely high physical fitness and a vast amount of chakra to control. Even if it later degenerated to a 3-Tomo Sharingan state, it would still be far beyond the tolerance of an ordinary person who was not of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, this 3-Tomo Sharingan was kept constantly activated without any rest, which imposed a continuous and enormous drain on the user's body and chakra. Due to prolonged exposure to high-intensity battles, Kakashi's body had long been battered and exhausted. Every scar was a battle medal as well as a testament to his bodily frailty. His old injuries flared up from time to time like demons lurking within his body, haunting him at critical moments and severely affecting his physical functions. Coupled with his frequent use of the Sharingan, which added yet another heavy burden to his already fragile body, Kakashi had long been trapped in the dire predicament of chakra deficiency. The reason for this was not solely his inherent lack of chakra reserves but more due to the immense consumption caused by his various hardships, physical injuries and overuse of the Sharingan. This kept his chakra constantly in a state of scarcity. Therefore we cannot simply conclude that Kakashi's own chakra quantity was low but rather that the chakra he could actually utilize in practice was relatively limited. Hence a chakra amount of over 10 Kakashis can already be considered enormous. With my current chakra level, which has reached the standard of an ordinary Kage, even though in terms of combat experience and mastered ninjutsu I am indeed inferior to those elite jonin who have been through countless arduous battles and hovered on the brink of life and death, as well as the true pinnacle cage level experts relying on the formidable and awe-inspiring mystical ocular powers of the Tenseigan, I can still match most cage level fighters. I suspect that in terms of pure combat capability in Tenseigan mode I might even be slightly stronger than Xuanhua Changman, who wields the Rinnegan. However, if we were to actually fight I would probably lose. Rixiangxia muttered to himself. The reason his combat power surpassed Xuanhua Changman's was simple. Rixiangxia's Tenseigan was awakened by his own power, and precisely because of this his control over these eyes was extremely strong. He could use all related ocular techniques with extreme flexibility without any hindrance or obstruction. Moreover, Rixiangxia was well aware of all the abilities of the Rinnegan, allowing him to stay well informed in battle and anticipate his opponent's moves in advance. However, Xuanhua Changman was completely ignorant of the capabilities of Rixiangxia's Tenseigan, which undoubtedly created an information asymmetry in battle. Furthermore, Xuanhua Changman's Rinnegan was given by Yuzhibo, and it was not originally his own. This caused him to suffer irreversible and severe damage to his body every time he used the Rinnegan's abilities, with the burden on his body increasing day by day. In stark contrast, each time Rixiangxia used the Tenseigan, not only did it not cause harm to his body but it also allowed him to become more proficient in mastering and applying the Tenseigan's abilities through practice, thereby continuously enhancing his own strength. What methods and means should I adopt to effectively increase my chakra reserves? Rixiangxia muttered thoughtfully as he focused on refining chakras, striving to recover the chakra he had expended previously while using the Tenseigan chakra mode. Becoming a Jinchuriki or using the star-sucking technique to absorb a tailed beast's chakra is undoubtedly a rather good method. Rixiangxia said slowly, his expression extremely grave. You know, in this mysterious and fantastical world of Naruto, when it comes to beings with extremely enormous chakra reserves, people undoubtedly think of those awe-inspiring tailed beasts first. Moreover, these tailed beasts not only possessed astonishing chakra but also each wielded formidable abilities. Whether it was the One-Tail Shukaku, whose form was as nimble as a tanuki yet carried a hint of mystery and cunning, excelling in manipulating sandstorms to create powerful sand attacks, or the Two-Tails Matatabi, resembling a cat wreathed in blue flames able to spew scorching blue fire at will with incredible speed and devastating fire attacks, or the Three-Tails Isabu, covered in sharp spines like an impenetrable armor, capable of free movement in water and manipulating water's power to defend against enemies, or the Four-Tailed Sun Wukong, shaped like an ape with a towering muscular physique full of boundless strength, able to spew lava from its mouth, possessing immense destructive power, or the Five-Tails Kokuo, a horse-like yet unique creature with extraordinary traits boasting incredible strength and boil release abilities, delivering powerful charges, or the Six-Tailed Sai. In addition, there were terrifying existences like the Ten-Tails, which also possessed unimaginably vast chakra. With its unrivaled chakra reserves it occupied the absolute top spot, becoming the undisputed king of chakra. Besides the tailed beasts, some mysterious places hid power sources similar to Dragon Vein chakra, mysterious and potent. Dragon Vein chakra contained ancient and profound energy, its power so immense that it was difficult to fathom. Without exception, they all possessed extremely vast, nearly boundless chakra reserves. However, it must be acknowledged that capturing each tailed beast is far from simple. Take the One-Tailed Shohi for instance. It dwells in the Sha'in village, and its Jinchuriki is Wailuwa, the son of the fourth wind shadow Luosha of the Sha'in village. Wailuwa possesses a unique ability to manipulate sand, allowing it to move at his will in battle, integrating offense and defense seamlessly. The sand seems to possess a life of its own, instantly forming a solid shield to ward off attacks or transforming into sharp spikes to strike the enemy, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Shohi was fiercely guarded within the Sha'in village, whose defense system was intricate and rigorous. With a plethora of formidable ninjas within and the harsh desert environment serving as a natural barrier, without capturing Shohi was undoubtedly an almost impossible endeavor. The swirling yellow sand would obscure the enemy's vision, the complex terrain easily disoriented them, and the elusive attacks of the Sha'in village ninjas were utterly unpredictable. The habitat of the two-tailed Yulu was the Yunin village in the Land of Lightning, with its corresponding Jinchuriki being Yumurin. Yumurin could skillfully wield the power of the two-tailed, her speed and flame attacks catching enemies off guard. Her movements were as swift as lightning, instantly appearing behind her foes to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, the blue flames were fiercely voracious, reducing everything in their path to ashes. The Yunin village was renowned for its lightning release techniques, with formidable ninjas and strict security. Protection for the two-tailed Yulu was taken to the extreme, with various traps and defense mechanisms making every step perilous. Capturing it was nothing short of a fantasy. The traps in the Yunin village were ingeniously designed. Once triggered, immense lightning power would instantly engulf the enemy, leaving no room for escape. The three-tailed Gifu was originally in a wild state but was later sealed within the body of the fourth water shadow shirt song. The Wuing village in the land of water was famed for its mystery and secrecy. Its intricate environment, ever-changing circumstances and hidden experts added countless difficulties and uncertainties to capturing Gifu. As the Jinchuriki, the fourth water shadow shirt song could perfectly coordinate with the three-tail in battle, unleashing formidable power. He could manipulate water currents to form massive water curtains, trapping enemies within, and summon sharp ice spikes to deliver fatal strikes. The internal complexity of the Wuing village coupled with the outside world's scant knowledge of it rendered the plan to capture Gifu virtually impossible to execute. Mysterious mist shrouded the entire village, making it difficult to discern directions, and hidden experts could launch deadly attacks at any moment. The four-tailed Sun Wukong resided in the Yenin village of the Land of Earth. This village boasted impenetrable defensive fortifications and a highly trained formidable ninja force. To breach such formidable defenses and successfully capture Sun Wukong was nothing short of a delusion, an objective far from easily attainable. The four-tailed Jinchuriki Lao Zi was adept in lava release, unleashing terrifying power in battle that chilled enemies' hearts. He could spew scorching magma from his mouth, instantly turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. The Yenin village's treacherous terrain made it easy to defend and hard to attack. Coupled with the heightened protection of Sun Wukong, any outsider's attempt to seize the four-tail was virtually impossible. Steep peaks and precipitous canyons formed natural barriers accessible only to village ninjas familiar with the terrain. The five-tailed Mu Wang also resided in the Land of Earth, its location similarly guarded with ironclad security. Whether hidden traps, elite guards, or complex terrain, all deterred would-be captors, filling them with trepidation. The five-tailed Jinchuriki Han possessed monstrous strength and could wield the five-tail's power with ease. Each of his strikes was devastating, as if it could split mountains and crack rocks. The Land of Earth placed immense importance on tailed beast protection, investing substantial resources, making the capture of Mu Wang exponentially more difficult. The ninjas of the Land of Earth were highly disciplined and their defensive fortifications were unbreakable. Any intruder would be detected immediately and surrounded. The location of the six-tailed Shiquan was also fraught with unknown dangers and formidable obstacles. Its corresponding Jinchuriki was Yu Gao, who excelled in bubble-based techniques, creating bubbles with powerful stickiness and corrosion to trap enemies. Yu Gao's bubble techniques not only restricted the enemy's movements but also inflicted continuous damage. The domain of Shiquan might have unique natural barriers or be shielded by powerful ninja barriers. Combined with Shiquan's own formidable strength and unique abilities, capturing it was fraught with difficulties from the outset, an almost impossible delusion. Mysterious barriers could deflect attacks, and the unique natural environment might conceal unknown perils. The habitat of the seven-tailed Zhongming likely featured intricate terrain and enigmatic traps. Its corresponding Jinchuriki was Fu, a courageous girl who could fully leverage the seven-tail's flight ability and scale powder attacks. Fu could flexibly use the seven-tail's power for ambushes and evasions, making her unpredictable. The abode of Zhongming might be surrounded by dense forests or steep mountain ranges, making its traces hard to find. Moreover, Zhongming's formidable flight capability and versatile combat style rendered capture attempts fraught with extreme uncertainty and risk. Complex terrain could easily lead to disorientation, while the seven-tail's flight ability made the capture even more arduous. The location of the eight-tailed Niu-Gue likely had rigorous surveillance and formidable defensive power. Its corresponding Jinchuriki was Chilabai, who not only had a harmonious relationship with the eight-tail, perfectly controlling its power, but also possessed a unique rap-style combat method. In battle, Chilabai could combine the eight-tail's tentacle attacks with his own ninjutsu, unleashing devastating force. The domain of Niu-Gue might be guarded by numerous experts proficient in sensory techniques, capable of detecting enemies the moment they approached. The eight-tail's massive powerful body and its awe-inspiring tentacle attacks demanded that any challenger be prepared to pay a terrible price. With formidable defensive power and acute sensory abilities, the eight-tail was nearly invulnerable. The case of the nine-tailed Jiolama was even more unique and challenging. It was sealed within the Muyi village, with its Jinchuriki being Xuanhua Mingren. The Muyi village, a powerful village teeming with outstanding ninjas, had a comprehensive defense system. The nine-tailed Jiolama itself possessed nearly boundless chakra and extremely violent power. Any attempt to capture it was akin to smashing an egg against a rock, a mad act tantamount to suicide. The Muyi village's fully equipped ninja defenses combined with the unimaginable power of the nine-tail made capturing it a distant fantasy. More importantly, Mingren was the reincarnation body of Indra, the son of the six-path sage. This identity endowed Mingren with extraordinary potential and talent, the power within him unfathomably deep. To move against Mingren would bring conflict with the power of the six-path sage, the consequences would be unimaginable. Rishangxia pondered for a long time, then temporarily set aside the thought of capturing tailed beasts. He decided to first enhance his own strength, for acting rashly in such a complex and dangerous situation would only lead to a dead end. Then let's start with the sage body. A certain resolve seemed to take hold in Rishangxia's heart. His gaze turned unwaveringly firm and his clenched fist trembled slightly, betraying the intensity of his determination. In the world of Naruto, the sage body is an immensely formidable and enigmatic physique. Those who possess the sage body can resonate with the forces of nature, drawing natural energy into themselves to acquire extraordinary strength, regenerative abilities and sensory perception. Cultivating the sage body is no trivial task. It requires prolonged accumulation and profound insight. Practitioners must attain an exceedingly high state of mind and body, casting aside all distractions to merge with nature itself. They must learn to perceive the subtle flow of chakra in nature, draw it into their bodies and control it. In battle, those with the sage body often display astonishing endurance and stamina. Even when severely wounded, they can rapidly recover through their formidable regenerative power and continue fighting. Moreover, the sage arts they unleash carry immense might, capable of delivering devastating blows to their enemies. Countless ninja have paid enormous sacrifices and endured untold hardships to attain the power of the sage body. Yet only a mere handful have truly mastered this mysterious force. In the world of Naruto, the sage body has become the ultimate source of power, coveted by countless shinobi and a decisive factor in determining a ninja's strength. Acquiring the sage body may seem both difficult and simple. One only needs to successfully transplant Hashirama's just cells. However, behind this seemingly straightforward method lurk immense risks and challenges. Hashirama's cells contain an incredibly potent and violent life force. Without a sufficiently strong body and indomitable will, the recipient risks being consumed by this power, even losing their life. Moreover, Hashirama's cells are highly exclusive, making fusion with the recipient's own cells far from easy. Yet despite this, many still pursue these cells with fervent obsession. For once successfully transplanted and integrated, the resulting power boost is monumental. The recipient not only gains formidable healing abilities and an immense chakra reserve, but may also awaken powerful techniques like wood release. To succeed in transplanting Hashirama's cells, many have conducted various attempts and experiments. Some ninja underwent prolonged physical training and mental discipline before the transplant to enhance their tolerance. Others sought forbidden techniques and secret arts to reduce the risk of rejection. Yet most attempts ended in failure. Only a few exceptionally gifted and extraordinarily fortunate individuals could truly harness this overwhelming power, becoming beings with a physique akin to the sage body. But even so, in gaining such power, they often had to face numerous trials and tribulations along the way. Nevertheless, the Uchiha Sharingan, especially the Mangekyo Sharingan, can to some extent suppress the wood release cells, allowing temporary use of Hashirama's cellular power. This suppression is not absolute control, but rather a delicate balance and constraint. The mysterious power inherent in the Mangekyo Sharingan can partially restrain the violent life force of Hashirama's just cells, enabling the user to temporarily harness that power and exhibit extraordinary strength. Although Hinata Natsu lacks the Mangekyo Sharingan, he possesses eyes no less formidable than the six-path sages, the Tenseigan born from the Rinnegan. These eyes contain boundless mysteries and immense power. Their enigmatic patterns seem to conceal the origin and end of the universe, their deep pupils like an endless starry sky, drawing one in beyond escape. Hinata Natsu believes that under his unfathomable ocular power he can easily suppress Hashirama's cells and completely fuse them with his own cells. His gaze was filled with determination and confidence, as if he had already envisioned the moment of awakening the sage body. I will fuse Hashirama's cells first, then study the forbidden scroll. Hinata Natsu continued to deliberate after speaking. His eyes flickered with contemplative light, his expression serious and focused. He weighed the pros and cons of this decision in his mind. He knew well that the ninjutsu recorded in the Forbidden Scroll were immensely powerful and unfathomable, but also fraught with great risks and challenges. After fusing with Hashirama's cells, he believed his body and chakra would be further strengthened, enabling him to better endure and master those forbidden arts. He paced back and forth in the room, envisioning various scenarios and countermeasures. I must be fully prepared without the slightest oversight. He murmured to himself, his voice brimming with firm resolve and determination. At that moment, Hinata Natsu was completely immersed in contemplating his future plans, making the most thorough preparations for the arduous and challenging path ahead. Then I will devour the 10 tails, exclaimed Hinata Natsu with exhilaration. His eyes blazed with fervent light, as if he had already envisioned the splendid scene of mastering the 10 tails power. At this moment his heart raced and his blood boiled. His mind was constantly constructing awe-inspiring and grand images. The 10 tails, an entity containing boundless chakra and earth-shattering power, if he could devour it he would become truly invincible in the ninja world. Hinata Natsu's thoughts raced as he pondered how to realize this seemingly insane plan. He knew that the power of the 10 tails was not easily tamed, its resistance would be exceptionally fierce. Yet he was undaunted, firmly believing that with the sage body awakened through fusion with Hashirama's cells and the mysterious Tenseigan he could subdue it. He began to devise a detailed strategy in his mind, from locating the 10 tails' whereabouts to designing traps for its capture to handling all possible contingencies. Every step required meticulous planning, leaving no room for error. Once I succeed, the entire ninja world will tremble beneath my feet. Hinata Natsu clenched his fists, his tone brimming with ambition and dominance. Yet he also knew that this path was fraught with unknown dangers and powerful enemies. Other forces coveting the 10 tails' power would not sit idly by, they would inevitably try every means to stop him. But Hinata Natsu was ready to face all challenges. He would use his strength and wisdom to break through countless obstacles and achieve this earth-shattering goal. In his heart there was no retreat, no hesitation, only unwavering resolve and courage. In the room Hinata Natsu's silhouette appeared solitary but resolute. His dream blazed like a raging fire, growing ever brighter, illuminating the path ahead. Even if the road was strewn with thorns, he was determined to reach the end. Just as Hinata Natsu was envisioning the moment he would defeat Madara Uchiha and kick Kaguya Otsutsuki, a series of sharp thunderous knocks suddenly shattered that seemingly eternal stillness. Knock knock knock. The knocking was like dense fierce drumbeats, each strike pounding heavily on the door, jarring and utterly discordant in the previously serene atmosphere. This abrupt knocking was like a merciless blade, instantly severing Hinata Natsu's boundless fantasies. He had been deeply immersed in the illusory world he had constructed, envisioning a scene of dominating all with invincible power. But this sudden noise made him jolt violently, nearly scaring the pants off him. His chakra refinement came to an abrupt halt. Who is it? Hyūga Natsu's roar, barely containing his rage, almost burst from his throat in a torrent of curses. Yet the refinement cultivated through years of compulsory education like a resilient bridle ultimately allowed him with his formidable willpower to forcefully suppress the malicious words that were about to slip from his lips. Even so, the words that emerged from his mouth still carried a harsh tone, with impatience gushing forth like a breached dam unabashedly venting itself. Natsuj, it's me, Kagami. Outside the door stood a slender, elegant youth. He was about 1.7 meters tall, slightly shorter than Hyūga Natsu's 1.75 meters. Yet his posture was as straight as a pine, every muscle imbued with strength, exuding an extraordinary ethereal aura that set him apart. He had short jet black hair that lay smoothly against his forehead, each strand neatly arranged as if meticulously combed countless times. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, his eyes clear and bright, twinkling like brilliant stars in the night sky, radiant and dazzling, impossible to ignore at first glance. At that moment his Byakugan was slightly open, the whites pure white and his pupils as sharp as needles. Those unique eyes seemed to hold the power to see through all things, making it hard to meet his gaze for long. Hyūga Kagami usually carefully concealed the power of these eyes, revealing them only in critical moments. Beneath his straight nose a pair of thin lips were slightly upturned, now pressed together in grievance as if he had suffered a great unspoken wrong. His originally expectant expression dimmed instantly due to Hyūga Natsu's unfriendly tone, like a bright lamp struck by a sudden gust of wind, its brilliance fading, threatening to go out. Oh. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Hyūga Natsu's mind instantly recalled the owner, Hyūga Kagami. Hyūga Kagami was also from the Hyūga branch family, Hyūga Natsu's childhood friend, a brother by bond with different parents but 3 years younger. The parents of Hyūga Natsu and Hyūga Kagami were intimate comrades who fought side by side, hence the two families had close ties, as close as one family. Once Hyūga Natsu would joyfully visit Hyūga Kagami's home to play. In those carefree days they were inseparable, harmonious and filled with laughter. Back then the entire world seemed filled with their happiness, no sorrow or worry could intrude upon their small realm. However, after Hyūga Natsu's parents tragically perished in the horrific Nine-Tails incident, he underwent a drastic personality change. The once lively and carefree boy became silent and withdrawn, the radiant smile on his face vanished as if devoured by darkness, and he rarely visited others, gradually cutting off contact with the outside world. Come in, the door's unlocked. Hyūga Natsu spoke. His voice was deep, as if still immersed in the bottomless sorrow of the past, unable to break free, bound by painful memories. I just returned from a mission and heard you weren't feeling well yesterday, so I rushed over immediately. Hyūga Kagami said anxiously after opening the door. He had been running and fine beads of sweat covered his forehead, glittering like translucent pearls under the sunlight. His eyes were filled with worry, a deep concern so dense it seemed almost tangible, evoking pity in anyone who saw it. Natsuj, how are you feeling? Any better? Hyūga Kagami's voice was thick with earnest care and barely concealed anxiety, as if a blazing fire of urgency burned within him, desperate to break through all barriers and know the truth inside the room. His frantic tone seemed ready to burst in at any moment to personally check Hyūga Natsu's condition and ensure he was unharmed. I'm fine, just overdid it training yesterday. A rest will fix it. Hyūga Natsu replied dismissively. His expression was cold, as if wearing a thick mask concealing his true feelings, seemingly indifferent to others' concern. In truth, his mind was still immersed in the fantasy he had just conjured, imagining himself majestic on the battlefield, trouncing Uchiha Madara and kicking Kaguya Otsutsuki, merely going through the motions while ignoring the care around him. Good to hear. Hyūga Kagami sighed in relief. Hyūga Kagami sensed the deep-seated sorrow hidden within Hyūga Natsu and thought the loss of his uncle and aunt was already a crushing blow to Natsuj. The tragic death of Lord Hizashi dealt another nearly unbearable strike to him. I should visit Natsuj more often. Let me use my warmth to soothe his already shattered, sorrowful heart. Hyūga Natsu of course was unaware of Hyūga Kagami's inner thoughts. If he had known, he might have been so enraged that he would activate his Tenseigan and unleash a fearsome golden will reincarnation explosion to send the boy to meet Hyūga Hizashi. The original Hyūga Natsu had been overwhelmed with grief over his parents' death and Hizashi's demise like a surging river. But after the impact of over 30 years of past life experiences, though the sorrow remained, it had faded considerably. Moreover, he thought it should be a gentle, lovely young lady to soothe my wounded heart. What business does a burly man have barging in? Natsuj, after Lord Takuma became the branch family head, he summoned a branch family meeting at 7 in the evening. All Hyūga branch members in the village who are at least Chunin and not on an outside mission must gather at the branch family shrine. Hyūga Kagami spoke slowly, his tone respectful and serious without any negligence. As he spoke, Hyūga Natsu couldn't help but wonder if the curse mark called the caged bird under the forehead protector had always bound Hyūga Kagami's heart, suppressing him under the clan's rules.
I understand. Hyūga Natsu replied flatly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Then I'll be going.
Take good care of yourself, Natsuge. Hyūga Kagami said, his eyes still full of concern, a gaze that could turn into warm sunlight dispelling all gloom.
Hyūga Natsu responded, his voice brief and cold.
Then Hyūga Kagami slowly walked out, gently closing the door behind him, his movement soft as if afraid to make a sound that would disturb Hyūga Natsu inside.
This kid's not bad. Maybe I can give him a hand sometime.
Hyūga Natsu muttered to himself, an imperceptible smile spreading across his face, a smile as warm as a spring breeze yet tinged with a subtle complex emotion. Where can I find the Hashirama cells?
Hinata Natsuki's once lively gaze had now turned vacant, losing its former brilliance. He stood there dazed, watching Hinata Kaya's figure fade into the distance until it disappeared, his body remaining motionless like a lifeless statue in the room. He continued to frown deeply in the dimly lit oppressive room, his expression twisted in agony as he struggled to think, mumbling incessantly to himself. You see, according to the profound memories etched deep in his mind like a thick fog from his past life, only a few specific places contained Hashirama cells. One such place was where Orochimaru, the traitor of Konoha, could be found. However, the headache-inducing part was that Orochimaru's whereabouts were notoriously unpredictable, like a specter that appeared and vanished amidst the dark night. No one knew where he was at this very moment. He could perhaps be in the mysterious and fearsome Akatsuki organization, or he might be wandering alone in some unknown corner of the ninja world. Another possible location for the Hashirama cells was within the deceased body of Uchiha Obito. However, that would be extremely difficult to locate. Not to mention the uncertainty of where Uchiha Obito's body was. Even if he knew its general location, acquiring it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After all, although Uchiha Obito had already perished, there remained the formidable Uchiha Madara, who was ever watchful and troublesome. Additionally, Uchiha Madara himself possessed Hashirama cells. This tragic figure was of unfathomable strength. He wielded powerful Sharingan abilities capable of turning the tide of battle in an instant. Madara's character was complex, marked by past kindness and innocence, yet having turned mad and resolute after enduring countless pains and betrayals. He excelled in the space-time ninjutsu Kamui, enabling him to traverse between reality and the Kamui space freely, making it difficult for foes to grasp his movements and attacks. In combat, his techniques were sharp and lethal, often delivering fatal strikes to opponents when they least expected it. Madara harbored deep resentment towards the world, attempting to create an illusory peaceful realm through the infinite Tsukuyomi. To achieve this, he resorted to any means necessary, orchestrating a series of conspiracies and wars that brought immense disaster and chaos to the entire ninja world. Yet deep within, he had also faced struggles and contradictions, holding on to feelings for former comrades and loved ones that were hard to let go. However, this sentiment seemed so fragile and powerless in the face of his desire for revenge. Just the thought of facing such a powerful and insane psychopath attempting to obtain the Hashirama cells right under his nose sent shivers down Hinata Natsuki's spine, prompting him to abandon the idea of acquiring them from here. It seems I can only look for the Hashirama cells at the root base, Hinata Natsuki murmured softly as if in a dream. You see, that root base was considered the most enigmatic and perilous place in Konoha. The root was like a ferocious beast lurking in the deep shadows, silent yet exuding a chilling aura of threat. It concealed itself within the dark abyss, quietly executing a series of unknown covert missions, much like the hidden power of Konoha buried underground. The internal structure of the root resembled a vast and intricate labyrinth with narrow winding passageways crisscrossing like a spider's web, making it easy to lose one's way once inside. Everywhere were carefully laid deadly traps. A slight misstep could trigger a barrage of arrows or engulf one in a cloud of poisonous mist or surround one with raging flames. Moreover, a group of powerful ninjas stood guard at key positions like cold-faced reapers, all well-trained and agile, possessing extraordinary ninjutsu skills and razor-sharp insight, ensuring that no subtle movements would escape their vigilance. It is said that anyone who enters the root base even with a moment's carelessness could fall into an abyss of no return, with only a handful managing to emerge unscathed. However, to obtain the Hashirama cells, Hinata Natsuki was well aware that ahead lay a den of dragons and tigers, a perilous place shrouded in death's shadow, but he had no retreat left. The Hashirama cells were far too important to him. Even if there was only a faint glimmer of hope, he could only grit his teeth and brace himself for a desperate fight. At this time, Uchiha Shirsui should not have activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, otherwise things would surely become even more trouble. You see, Uchiha Shizui's talent with the Sharingan is extraordinarily high. Once he activates his Mangekyo Sharingan, its power is nothing short of terrifying. Uchiha Shirsui was already a genius among his clan. Even his ordinary Sharingan abilities were remarkably outstanding, with his genjutsu skills making many powerful figures wary. If he were to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan, his unique ocular technique, Koto Amatsukami, would undoubtedly become a nightmare for his enemies. Koto Amatsukami is hailed as the strongest genjutsu capable of infiltrating the opponent's mind without them realizing it, silently altering their will to act according to the user's intentions. The terrifying aspect of this ability lies in its subtlety and thoroughness. Even the target may remain unaware that their thoughts have been changed. His genjutsu might reach a level of remarkable skill, causing individuals to unknowingly fall into an endless illusion, unable to extricate themselves. Furthermore, after opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, his power in taijutsu and ninjutsu would surely receive a tremendous boost, with his speed and strength reaching an astonishing level. If he were to encounter Uchiha Shirsue, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan and Konoha Matsukami ability while infiltrating the root base, Hinata Natsuki's actions would face unprecedented obstacles. The existence of Konoha Matsukami would leave Hinata Natsuki defenseless. With a moment's carelessness he could fall under Shizui's control, becoming a puppet for the enemy. His own rebirth eye is powerful, but with limited chakra, whether it could withstand Konoha Matsukami remains uncertain. At that point, let alone finding the Hashirama cells, whether he could keep his life would be up in the air. The chances of success would dwindle to almost nothing. It seems I have no choice. Hinata Natsuki clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he made up his mind. Let me think. It seems my past self once passed by the entrance of the root base. However, at that time the entrance was firmly blocked by the root ninjas, making it impossible to enter. Previously Hinata Natsuki had thought they were Umbu members, but now with the memories of his past life he could clearly recognize them as root members. Hinata Natsuki meticulously planned each step, recalling everything he observed while passing by the root base. The area surrounding the base was filled with hidden sentinels, and patrolling ninjas maintained a high level of vigilance at all times. To silently breach these defenses it was crucial to accurately calculate the timing of the patrols and the rotation patterns. Then with a serious expression Hinata Natsuki swiftly and methodically left a flying thunder god coordinate in an inconspicuous corner of his room. His movements were practiced and swift, his eyes radiating resolve and determination. After completing all this he hesitated not a moment, hurriedly leaving the room, his figure quickly vanishing beyond the door. Hyūga Natsu strolled leisurely along the most bustling and lively street of my village, the path beneath his feet meticulously paved with time-worn blue stones. Countless years had mercilessly ground over the flagstones, leaving behind pits both deep and shallow. The radiant sunlight poured down without reservation, and the stone road seemed to come alive, glowing with a warm and gentle luster. On both sides of the street numerous shops stood closely together, arranged in an orderly yet varied manner. The shop signs each bore a unique style and distinctive character. Some were made of wood, intricately carved with exquisite patterns so lifelike they seemed ready to leap off the board. Others were crafted from brightly colored fabric, fluttering gently in the breeze like graceful dancers, showcasing their elegance. At the entrance of a general store an array of goods was displayed, from everyday utensils like pots and pans to curious and whimsical trinkets, everything imaginable overwhelming the eyes. Inside the weapon shop rows of razor-sharp swords and exquisitely crafted hidden weapons gleamed with a cold light under the bright sun, their chilling aura seeming to recount their glorious exploits in battle. In front of a snack stall steam rose thickly, and rich aromas seductively wafted through the air. Skewers of meat sizzled over blazing charcoal, their golden crispy surface invoking intense craving. The ramen chef worked with practiced ease, his hands dancing as he transformed lumps of dough into long thin noodles, his movements as fluid as flowing water. Bowl after bowl of steaming ramen was swiftly placed on customers' tables, their fragrant steam whetting the appetite. At a fruit stall piles of fresh juicy fruits were stacked, their colors vibrant, red like fire, green like grass, purple like sunset clouds. The intertwined hues formed a vivid painting that made one's mouth water. Among the bustling crowd were agile ninjas playing ordinary villagers and carefree children laughing and playing. The ninjas, clad in their iconic attire, moved with purpose and urgency, each step carrying determination and resolve. The villagers, dressed in simple and modest clothing, wore peaceful and content expressions, a testament to their love and appreciation for life. Children darted joyfully through the crowd, their laughter clear and melodious like silver bells, infusing the lively street with boundless vitality. Founded Hyūga Natsu's voice suddenly cut through the surrounding noise. His gaze was instantly captivated by a clothing shop, his eyes lighting up as he murmured to himself. Inside the display case lay a black trenchcoat embroidered on the back with a red auspicious cloud pattern strikingly similar to the Akatsuki uniform. Most exquisitely, it was also equipped with a pair of black sunglasses. Hyūga Natsu casually tossed a flying thunder god coordinate with an imperceptible motion, then walked away nonchalantly as if nothing had happened. This should be the place, Hyūga Natsu murmured while struggling to recall the memories of his predecessor. He had arrived at the base of the first Hokage rock. Indeed, Danzo was so audacious that he had directly set up Roots' headquarters underground beneath the first Hokage rock. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of my village, possessed immense power and a unique devastating wood style that could effortlessly crush tailed beasts. Even the strongest of them, the Nine-Tails, was no more than a child's toy in his hands. Revered as the god of shinobi across the ninja world, he forged a peace agreement with Madara Uchiha and co-founded my village, bringing a relatively peaceful life to all shinobi. The establishment of my village provided shinobi with a stable home and organization, laying a solid foundation for the evolution and development of the future ninja world. He enjoyed supreme prestige and reputation in my village. Yet Danzo had hollowed out the ground beneath the first Hokage rock. If the second Hokage Tobirama found out, he would surely rise from his coffin, blade in hand, to slay him. Halt! This is a forbidden area of my, no entry allowed. Two figures emerged slowly from the shadows, root ninjas wearing masks of Pleasant Goat and Wolfie respectively. Their eyes were icy and merciless like bottomless frozen ponds, devoid of any warmth or compassion. Those eyes revealed absolute obedience and an unyielding determination to complete the mission by any means, as if all emotions had been ruthlessly erased, leaving only chilling murderous intent. The masks on their faces were bizarre and mysterious. The material was exceptionally hard, seemingly capable of withstanding any external attack. On the masks were painted Pleasant Goat and Wolfie from the Green Prairie, giving a comical impression. One couldn't help but wonder if many enemies had died not from their blades but from laughing at the absurd masks. These masks not only concealed their true faces but also disguised them as harmless beings. Yet once the disguise was shed, they would instantly transform into merciless killing machines. Root ninja attire was dominated by deep black, as if meant to blend perfectly with the boundless darkness. The tight-fitting black suits hugged the body, allowing agile movement without the slightest sound. Dark red patterns were embroidered on the clothes, resembling slowly flowing blood or some sinister curse mark exuding an eerie aura. Thick sturdy black armor adorned their shoulders and waists, gleaming with a dark profound light as if forged in the depths of a terrifying hell. Behind them hung a black cape that swayed slightly with their movements, adding an air of mystery and spine-chilling terror. "Oh, sorry, wrong way," Hyūga Natsu said casually, his tone light and unconcerned. In the same breath, without waiting for a response from the two root ninjas in animal masks, he marked a flying thunder god coordinate on the spot and sauntered away. "Halt!" The root ninja with the wolfy mask, though his expression was hidden, made his displeasure clear through his harsh tone. He even leaned forward slightly, his hands already forming seals with rapid practiced motions as if ready to unleash a powerful jutsu at any moment. "Stop, don't cause unnecessary trouble," the root member wearing the Pleasant Goat mask quickly intervened. His voice was urgent and stern, and only then did the wolfy masked ninja reluctantly lower his hands, withdrawing with obvious reluctance. Hyūga Natsu returned from the entrance of the root base beneath the first Hokage rock and walked straight toward the Hyūga clan compound. Along the way he overheard the villagers engaged in heated discussions about the death of Hyūga Hizashi. After Hyūga Hizashi's death, the reactions of Konoha villagers were varied and diverse. Some villagers felt deep regret and sorrow over his demise. They could empathize with the immense sacrifice the Hyūga clan made for the peace and stability of Konoha, expressing deep respect and profound sympathy for the clan's selfless dedication. However, some villagers did not invest much emotion in this matter and continued living their ordinary, uneventful lives. In their eyes, Hyūga Hizashi's death was merely an event occurring within a distant clan, bearing little direct relevance to their daily lives. Yet another portion of villagers might have harbored misunderstandings and biases, subjectively believing it was an inevitable outcome of the intricate issues within the Hyūga clan, and might even engage in gossip and baseless speculation about them. Overall, however, most villagers in Konoha maintained relative calm regarding this matter. The wheels of life continued to roll forward unabated, and the village's normal operations were not greatly affected. Before long, Hyūga Natsu crossed the bustling commercial street of Konoha and returned to the Hyūga clan compound. As soon as he stepped into the compound, he keenly sensed a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Looking up, he saw many clan members gathered in small groups, each with an unusually solemn expression. Quickening his pace, he walked into the midst of the crowd and discovered that they were vehemently discussing Hyūga Hizashi's death. Some members of the main house stubbornly believed that Hyūga Hizashi's death was only natural and justified. In their deeply entrenched view, the branch house had existed from its very inception solely to serve the main house wholeheartedly. However, the branch house's attitude toward the main house's cold and heartless perspective was extremely complex and contradictory. Many in the branch house harbored deep, gnashing hatred toward the Hyūga main house. From their perspective, Hyūga Hizashi's death was extremely unjust, a completely innocent victim of the main house system. They felt that they and Hizashi had been mired in the numerous constraints of the main house their entire lives, devoid of any freedom and stripped of all dignity. Sadly, they even thought that not only they themselves but also their descendants would be branded with the caged bird curse mark symbolizing bondage and control, unable to escape this tragic fate for generations. Admittedly, not all members of the branch house held the same vehement stance. Some members of the branch house, perhaps due to long-term subjugation by the main house and the profound influence of inherent clan values, had silently accepted this predetermined fate in their hearts. They dared not and could not resist. They could only helplessly go along with the current situation, like fallen leaves swept up by a gale, powerless to control their own direction. Hyūga Natsu did not join their discussions but quickened his pace toward home. In his mind, while Hizashi's death certainly involved factors from the main house, it was even more the result of suppression by the Konoha higher-ups. The Hyūga clan and the Uchiha clan were as different as heaven and earth. The internal discord within the Uchiha clan was like thorns, difficult to remove, sharp and intractable. The ideals and goals among its members often diverged widely, causing internal strife to rise one after another like surging undercurrents, constantly battering the clan's foundations, severely draining its strength. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's handling of relations with other major clans and commoners was riddled with flaws. Relying on their immensely powerful Sharingan, they became arrogant and overbearing. This arrogant demeanor easily provoked profound wariness from other major clans and instilled fear in the commoners. Furthermore, in critical aspects such as power distribution and resource acquisition within the village, the Uchiha clan faced intense competition and sharp conflicts with other major clans. These intertwined issues made their situation in Konoha increasingly difficult, as if trapped in a quagmire from which they could hardly extricate themselves. In contrast, the Hyūga clan appeared relatively stable and united. The Hyūga clan also possessed a unique bloodline limit, the Byakugan. Since joining Konoha, the Hyūga clan had always behaved properly and remained law-abiding, never engaging in serious or detrimental conflicts and disputes with other major clans.
All important matters within the Hyūga clan were decided by the main house. This highly centralized decision-making model ensured efficient and unified clan decisions to a certain extent, greatly reducing the likelihood of internal strife. Although the Hyūga clan's abilities were somewhat more supportive in nature, their overall combat strength might not match the formidable prowess of the Uchiha clan. However, the Hyūga clan's development within the village could be considered quite smooth, essentially never facing excessive or undue restrictions and suppression. The Byakugan's outstanding reconnaissance and perception abilities were like a sharp sword, enabling the Hyūga clan to play a pivotal and critical role in battle. As a result, the casualties among Hyūga clan members in fierce and brutal battles were significantly reduced, thereby preserving the clan's overall strength admirably. Moreover, the Hyūga clan was large in number and had an extensive family scale. Notably, Hyūga clan members enjoyed special treatment. They did not need to undergo various mission training as genin interns like other ordinary ninja. Instead, they could receive exclusive education directly at home and only participate in the Chunin exams when the time was right. The Konoha higher-ups' attitude toward the Hyūga clan was relatively complex and delicate, containing both a degree of recognition and utilization as well as obvious wariness and suppression. The Konoha higher-ups were well aware that the Hyūga clan possessed the powerful bloodline limit of the Byakugan, and its members had unique and outstanding combat abilities. They had repeatedly rendered illustrious military service in battles filled with gunpowder and flames, making indelible contributions to Konoha. For instance, on the smoke-filled battlefield, the Hyūga clan's astounding technique, the rotation, often became the key to turning the tide of battle. Some members of the Hyūga clan possessed extraordinary strength, with many reaching the Jonin level. This made the Hyūga clan undeniably one of the important combat forces of Konoha. However, the Konoha higher-ups were not without concerns. They harbored a certain degree of wariness toward the Hyūga clan. The Hyūga clan's internal system of main house and branch house was like a potential bomb, extremely likely to trigger a full-scale escalation of internal conflict. The Konoha higher-ups were deeply concerned that if the main house ever entertained alternative ambitions and sought to cause trouble, all branch houses would have to obey unconditionally, inevitably bringing great trouble and unforeseeable risks. For instance, Hyūga Hizashi's death likely involved the factor of the Konoha higher-ups suppressing the Hyūga clan. Although the Hidden Cloud Village's attempt to seize the Byakugan was the trigger for this incident, Konoha chose to sacrifice a core member of the Hyūga clan to quell the matter in order to avoid a more intense and larger-scale conflict with the Hidden Cloud Village. This might also conceal an intention to suppress the Hyūga clan. After Hyūga Hizashi's death, the branch house's hatred toward the main house instantly reached its peak and the conflict between them escalated sharply. This made it difficult for the Hyūga clan to rise due to internal attrition and strife, forcing them to continue to depend on Konoha for shelter and support. Ho11 After returning home with somewhat heavy steps, Hinata Natsu began to take deep breaths. His chest rose and fell slightly, and a hint of tension appeared on his face, for he was about to embark on an earth-shattering endeavor, directly storming the base of the root. Byakugan, activate. With a low growl, Hinata Natsu's eyes abruptly widened. In that instant, the veins at the corners of his eyes bulged like writhing dragons, as if threads of power surged within. Tenseigan, activate. Another deep command rang out. In a flash, his original pure white eyes vanished, replaced by a pair of dazzling golden eyes. The bulging veins at the corners of his eyes also disappeared, replaced by smooth jade-like skin that radiated a mysterious and powerful aura. Tenseigan chakra mode, activate. With a furious shout, a surge of chakra burst forth from within him like a raging tsunami. This chakra, akin to blazing flames and a raging hurricane, spread outward violently from his center, causing the very air to hum and tremble wherever it passed. The immense energy fluctuation made the surrounding space seem unable to withstand the pressure, resulting in subtle distortions and vibrations. Hinata Natsu's entire body was shrouded in this surging chakra, radiant as a dazzling sun. His body trembled slightly, not from fear but from the nearly uncontrollable roaring power within. Every inch of his skin shimmered with mysterious light, and every muscle line accentuated an unparalleled sense of strength. His eyes blazed with dazzling golden light like two brilliant stars containing endless authority and oppression, as if capable of perceiving all things in the world. The powerful aura kept even the surrounding dust at bay, as if paying homage to this invincible force. Flying Thunder God, with a soft murmur, space rippled with a faint fluctuation. In his hand, a stack of yen notes vanished, instantly replaced by a trench coat. The coat was predominantly dark red, with a high firm collar like an impenetrable fortress edged with a ring of black fur, soft and delicate, exuding a cool and mysterious aura. Embroidered on the fabric were delicate white cloud-like patterns, intricate and refined, silently narrating its extraordinariness. The sleeves were loose yet sharp, swaying slightly with arm movements like flags dancing in the wind. A pair of black sunglasses accompanied it, lenses as dark as ink, so deep they seemed to devour all light mercilessly. Flying Thunder God, with this final whisper, Hinata Natsu, now clad in the trench coat and sunglasses, vanished from the room, leaving only a faintly trembling air, like a gentle ripple, as proof of his presence. Beneath the first Hokage rock at the entrance to the root base, hidden deep in heavy shadows, a violent chaotic spatial fluctuation suddenly occurred. A human figure flickered in and out of existence within the turbulent space. The silhouette shimmered in the spatial gap, now clear, now blurred, as if struggling desperately to break free from some invisible spatial shackles. Hinata Natsu stood within the spatial gap, activating the golden Tenseigan chakra mode to resist the powerful repulsion of space, the brilliant golden chakra illuminating the dark void.
Simultaneously he activated the golden Tenseigan to closely examine the interior of the root base, his gaze sharp and focused, scrutinizing every corner to map the base's layout and personnel distribution. His golden Tenseigan could survey an area spanning thousands of meters. First he spotted 2 root ninjas guarding the entrance, hiding in the shadows, wearing pleasant goat and big wolf masks, grotesque masks hardly noticeable to ordinary eyes. Were it not for Hinata Natsu's golden Tenseigan with its 360-degree unobstructed vision and extraordinary insight, he might easily have overlooked these concealed figures lurking in the dark. These root ninjas skulk around wearing such ridiculous masks, thinking they can hide their tracks. Hinata Natsu sneered, inwardly contemptuous of their pretentious secrecy. As his gaze delved deeper into the root base, he saw intricate tunnels and walls engraved with mysterious runes. Those runes glowed faintly as if whispering hidden secrets. Rows of secret chambers were tightly connected, seamlessly hiding countless unspeakable mysteries. Inside the training ground, some ninjas were performing high-intensity drills, their eyes filled with coldness and ruthlessness, as if they had lost all self-awareness and become mere combat machines. Humph, brainwashed to this point, turned into tools of darkness. A mix of pity and anger surged in Hinata Natsu's heart, loathing the root's twisted methods of dehumanization. Further within, a massive laboratory housed all kinds of bizarre instruments. Some shone with eerie light while others emitted low ominous hums, sending chills down the spine. In the center of the laboratory lay a gigantic bronze ancient coffin. It exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if from a primeval age. The coffin was covered with mottled patina, layer upon layer, like deep imprints of time narrating endless vicissitudes. Beneath the patina, intricate and mysterious patterns were faintly visible, delicate and refined, resembling ancient sealing incantations imbued with powerful enigmatic force. The coffin lid was thick and ponderous, carved with various peculiar sealing formulas. Those formulas had smooth lines and complex designs woven from countless mysterious symbols into an impenetrable net of seals. Yet despite the sealing formulas covering the entire bronze coffin, the formidable life force and chakra within still seeped through, emanating outward. That overwhelming vitality surged like fierce waves, wave after wave, impacting the surrounding space. The powerful chakra blazed like burning flames, hot and violent, its aura as heart-stopping as the Nine Tails during the Nine Tails rampage. The surging power evoked a wild imagination. If its owner had been alive, how formidable and invincible he must have been. Hinata Natsu was filled with awe. Even though he had never witnessed the peerless grace of Qianqiu Zhujian in person, merely sensing the power seeping from this ancient coffin, he could still deduce that this must be the remains of Qianqiu Zhujian. Flying Thunder God, Hyūga Natsu muttered in his mind. Despite being filled with deep shock, he did not hesitate to use his spatial dojutsu, instantly teleporting from the entrance at the base of the first Hokage rock to the side of the bronze ancient coffin deep within the root base. Who's there? The root ninja wearing a grey wolf mask seemed to sense something. Who dares to cause trouble in our root? You must have stayed up late reading novels and are hallucinating, comforted the root ninja wearing a pleasant goat mask beside him. Maybe I was mistaken, said the root ninja with the grey wolf mask after inspecting the vicinity and returning. After Hyūga Natsu teleported beside the ancient coffin, he extended a slightly trembling hand and slowly pushed open the heavy bronze coffin lid. Inside lay a man with a towering mountain-like physique. His face was resolute and dignified, with a broad smooth forehead like a vast plain seemingly containing boundless wisdom. A few faint, barely visible lines on his forehead were like the shallow footprints left by time. His thick eyebrows were straight and dense like swords. When slightly furrowed, they exuded even greater authority, with the tips slightly upturned, revealing an untamed boldness. His closed eyes, even in their shut state, allowed one to imagine the bright and sharp gaze they would reveal when open, like dazzling stars capable of discerning all hidden secrets of the world. His tall nose stood like a steep mountain peak with sharp lines, the tip slightly upturned, displaying a resolute and courageous temperament. The nostrils seemed to faintly retain the heavy breaths from fierce battles. His lips were thick and full of tension, with naturally upturned corners, as if even in slumber he murmured his past lofty ambitions. Though slightly pale, they could not conceal his former heroic spirit. His skin was a healthy bronze, still faintly gleaming even in the dim light. Even in death, the powerful, awe-inspiring life force still surged within him like a sleeping dragon ready to awaken and shake heaven and earth. The chakra emanating from him was vast and boundless, like an endless ocean. Even lying quietly in the coffin, it exuded an irresistible, oppressive force. One must know this was only in his deceased state, yet it already rivaled the full power of the Nine Tails. In the past, even without ninjutsu, the Nine Tails caused immense damage to Konoha with its colossal body and formidable chakra. If Qianqiu Zhujian were still alive, his chakra would far surpass the Nine Tails, and with his renown would release techniques. What a devastating catastrophe it would be. His long black hair casually scattered over his shoulders, the strands as smooth as silk, yet firm as if even in sleep they retained the untamed freedom of battle. Qianqiu Zhujian, the legendary god of shinobi, even in death his appearance exuded an awe-inspiring majesty. I'm sorry. Hyūga Natsu first solemnly apologized to Qianqiu Zhujian's remains. His voice echoed sharply in the deathly silence, filled with deep guilt and endless helplessness. He knew well that what he was about to do was against morality, betraying his inner conscience and principles. But in this cruel and merciless world, to gain enough power to protect those he cherished and to fight against evil, he had no choice but to do so. Hyūga Natsu gazed at Qianqiu Zhujian's face, still dignified despite death, and an endless admiration surged involuntarily within him. This god of shinobi had once defended the village with an invincible stance, his glorious achievements and world-shaking fame widely celebrated. Each of his legendary tales and every thrilling battle deeply impressed Hyūga Natsu. Lord Qianqiu Zhujian, your greatness is unparalleled in past and future, I admire you with all my heart. After his apology, Hyūga Natsu took a deep breath, his gaze instantly becoming as firm and unshakable as a rock. He began to slowly mobilize the chakra within his body, converging all his power like rivers returning to the sea into his mysterious golden Tenseigan. His eyes blazed with light, golden patterns slithered like electric currents around his eyes, and a mysterious, terrifyingly powerful aura instantly spread. This is the only chance I must succeed, Hyūga Natsu silently encouraged himself, although he was fully aware of the unpredictable dangers and uncertainties. Next, Hyūga Natsu rapidly formed hand seals, muttering incantations, and an invisible wave of energy surged outward in all directions from him. As his eyes slightly rotated, the dazzling golden light became even more radiant, and a suffocatingly powerful suction force suddenly erupted from his eyes. Initially, the suction was relatively gentle, like a spring breeze. But in an instant it became violent, like a raging storm. The surrounding air seemed ruthlessly stirred by an invisible giant demonic hand, instantly forming a rapidly spinning, terrifying vortex. The first to be affected was Qianqiu Zhujian's remains. The surging life force and vast chakra rushed violently like a bursting flood into Hyūga Natsu's eyes. I must hold on. Hyūga Natsu felt his body about to be burst by this extreme power. Every inch of skin and every bone bore unimaginable pressure. But he gritted his teeth, doing his utmost to control this nearly uncontrollable, terrifying force, sweat streaming down his forehead like broken pearls. I cannot give up. To protect those I cherish, for the justice in my heart. His inner self cried out hoarsely, persisting with a will as strong as steel. Finally, after a long and painful ordeal, the life force and chakra within Qianqiu Zhujian's remains were completely absorbed by Hyūga Natsu. The originally lifelike body, as if it might awaken at any moment, instantly withered, losing all vitality, turning into a lifeless shell that seemed as if a gentle breeze could reduce it to dust. Hyūga Natsu's body was tightly enveloped by an energy of extreme power. His skin shimmered with a strange light, and his golden Tenseigan became even more dazzling, the patterns in his eyes more complex and mysterious, as if containing the secrets of the universe. Hyūga Natsu audaciously used the golden Tenseigan's dojutsu technique, the star-absorbing grand art, to frenziedly drain the immensely formidable life force and colossal astonishing chakra of Senju Hashirama. In that instant, the golden Tenseigan erupted with an extraordinarily dazzling and resplendent golden radiance. This radiance was so intense that it seemed like a newly born sun had suddenly ascended, its brilliance so blinding that one could not gaze upon it directly. It felt as though the light could utterly illuminate the entire dim, profound, and seemingly shadow-enshrouded space, dispelling all darkness and gloom. Within this radiance seemed to reside an inexhaustible, unfathomable power, like surging tidal waves, one after another crashing against everything around with an overwhelming and majestic force. In that fleeting moment, it was as if all the dojutsu and abilities of the Tenseigan had been ignited by blazing flames, beginning to strengthen at a breathtaking, unimaginable speed, every increment of power eliciting profound shock and awe. After all, as an eye comparable to the Rinnegan, even Uchiha Shursui with his Mangekyo possessed the astonishing ability of Kotoama Tsukumi, and Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo also boasted the fearsome technique of Tsukuyami. Thus, under the violent impact of this surging, raging power, Hyūga Natsu finally awakened his own unique control dojutsu. Let's call it the Rasengan. Hyūga Natsu murmured, gazing at the energy sphere formed by chakra in his hand. In Hyūga Natsu's hand appeared a sphere shaped like the Rasengan spun by Uzumaki Naruto, yet the power and mysterious aura it contained far surpassed anything Naruto's Rasengan could rival. Once this Rasengan struck an enemy, the chakra within it would swiftly merge into the opponent's chakra, instantly seizing control of their movements and consciousness, rendering them like a marionette under absolute domination, and the enemy would remain in this state of absolute control. There was even a heaven-defying ability. Hyūga Natsu could endow the controlled target with the power of the golden Tenseigan and his own ninjutsu, making them far more terrifying than the puppets controlled by Nagato with the Rinnegan. Its might was nothing short of earth-shattering, utterly terrifying enough to instill fear and trembling in any opponent. However, there was an unavoidable flaw. Once the Rasengan's chakra was depleted, the control would cease, and the stronger the controlled enemy, the shorter the duration of control. At that moment, Hyūga Natsu's golden Tenseigan seemed to reach its zenith, hinting at a breakthrough from its current form toward a higher. Yet this seemingly sentient I keenly perceived that even a being as mighty as Senju Hashirama with his immense life force and vast chakra was insufficient to support its further evolution. Thus the golden Tenseigan made a shocking decision. It unhesitatingly injected the absorbed life force and colossal chakra into Hyūga Natsu's body. Under the infusion of this boundless heaven-rushing power, Hyūga Natsu's body underwent astonishing transformations. His chakra, depleted from the use of the golden Tenseigan chakra mode, had never recovered to infiltrate the treacherous root base riddled with traps. He had activated the golden Tenseigan chakra mode, consuming a massive amount of chakra every moment to sustain it. At this moment, not only did his chakra instantly return to its peak, but it also began surging at an astounding pace, advancing toward the legendary chakraton. His skin gradually became as tough as Senju Hashirama's, exuding a radiant luster as if containing boundless vitality, every inch of it proclaiming strength and immortality, the glow seemingly ready to burst forth. Injured areas healed at a visible rate, the speed so incredible it was as if he had never been wounded, all pain vanishing into nothingness in an instant.
The chakra within him surged like an unending fountain, not only recovering at a phenomenal pace but also swelling to an almost chakraton scale, torrenting and churning within as if on the verge of breaking free from his body. Perhaps Hyūga Natsu's chakra now rivaled or even surpassed that of the strongest tailed beast, the Ninetales.
Hyūga Natsu's physique had likely become the legendary sage body.
At this moment he could enter sage mode instantaneously without the lengthy and arduous preparation required by others. When he unleashed ninjutsu, its power multiplied more than tenfold. Even ordinary techniques in his hands became cataclysmic, capable of rending the sky, shattering the void and causing heaven and earth to change color.
Hyūga Natsu's body instantly endured the impact of this overwhelming force.
He felt every cell in his body cheering and exhilarated, embracing this unprecedented power like parched land receiving life-giving rain. Yet at the same time it seemed to groan in agony, for the power was so immense it nearly tore him apart, with every blood vessel and bone bearing immense pressure. The surging life force and chakra threatening to burst from his body rampaged within him, evoking a complex sensation of both excitement and tension.
He knew profoundly that from this moment on his fate would undergo an even greater, more unpredictable transformation.
Perhaps he would embark on a thorny path filled with the unknown and challenges fraught with dangers and obstacles. Yet he might also become the pivotal figure determining the rise or fall of the entire ninja world, standing atop the ever-changing summit, commanding the course of the world.
My current strength is probably greater than Uzumaki Nagato's, Hyūga Natsu mused, possessing a unique and profound insight into his own power. After all, before attaining the sage body constrained by his limited chakra, many of the Golden Tenseigan's formidable dojutsu could not be used unrestrainedly. Even so, Hyūga Natsu was confident he could contend with Uzumaki Nagato.
Now possessing a Golden Tenseigan rivaling the Rinnegan and a sage body even more powerful than Uzumaki Nagato's, he could likely slay Uzumaki Nagato in fewer than 10 exchanges.
Realm-breaking shuttle. Hyūga Natsu's expression was profoundly focused, his resolve shining unmistakably.
In his bright eyes the radiance gleamed like dazzling starlight. Within his body the chakra was as boundless as an endless ocean, vast, majestic and surging with a magnitude rivaling that of the Ninetales. At this moment this immense chakra was pouring into the mysterious Golden Tenseigan with a near-frenzied fervor like a raging torrent. His gaze burned with an almost incandescent anticipation and an overwhelming desire for exploration, yearning to personally test this most enigmatic dojutsu among his Golden Tenseigan techniques, thereby unveiling the mystery hidden behind the unknown world. As the colossal chakra poured in like a violent raging flood without restraint, the elusive and unfathomable dojutsu realm-breaking shuttle slowly began to activate. The space before Hyūga Natsu, previously as calm and unruffled as a mirror, suddenly twisted dramatically as if kneaded and tugged by an invisible monstrous hand. At first the distortion was slight, merely causing faint elusive ripples across the space like a gentle breeze brushing over a placid lake, but soon the distortion intensified rapidly. The space was like a piece of silk violently pulled and twisted, layers of folds stacking and interweaving, with light refracting into grotesque spine-chilling angles that dazzled and bewildered the eyes. Before long a spatial gate barely wide enough for one person to pass through emerged in the space. This gate was extremely unstable, with energy fluctuations raging like tempestuous waves, ceaseless and violent. Even a jonin with supreme taijutsu would be torn to shreds in the blink of an eye by the savage spatial turbulence if attempting to enter. Peering through the Golden Tenseigan into the spatial gate, Hyūga Natsu glimpsed in a trance a mysterious realm utterly different from the world of Naruto. During that brief glimpse he seemed to capture some extraordinary sights, dazzling yet utterly unfamiliar lights flickering and unprecedented peculiar energies surging and darting freely. All this ignited an insatiable longing and yearning within him, compelling him to step into that unknown domain at once and explore its secrets. But Hyūga Natsu deemed the timing not yet ripe. His own strength had not reached its zenith. With no room for further improvement, there was no need to take such a risk. Just as Hyūga Natsu was about to attempt other dojutsu, a series of hurried and chaotic footsteps suddenly echoed from the laboratory entrance.
"Who dares trespass into my route?" As the commotion around Hyūga Natsu grew louder, a group of rude ninjas finally detected the anomaly.
They approached like phantoms, their footsteps reverberating through the silent corridor, carrying an oppressive menace that chilled the heart. Leading them was an old man with his right eye wrapped in bandages. Clad in a black ninja uniform embroidered with the mysterious symbol of root, his face was as gloomy as dense storm clouds, exuding a terror that made one's hair stand on end.
Hyūga Natsu knew well that this must be the fearsome fifth generation pot shadow Tuan Song.
In an instant his mind raced, contemplating how much of his power to use against Tuan Song.
Wind-style vacuum wave.
The root ninjas shouted in unison, forming hand seals with synchronized precision as if rehearsed countless times. In a flash countless razor-sharp wind blades howled forth, cutting through the air with piercing shrieks.
Hyūga Natsu was inwardly startled. The power of the vacuum wave was indeed not to be underestimated, yet he did not panic.
Almighty push.
Hyūga Natsu murmured softly.
A tremendous repulsive force erupted from him instantaneously, like an invisible violent storm sweeping wildly in all directions. All the ninjutsu were repelled, and before the root ninjas could even react they were thrown back violently by the overwhelming power, their bodies staggered, faces filled with shock and disbelief. "Humph, at such a young age you have this much strength. But before me, Tuan Song, you are merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot." The bandaged old man Tuan Song spoke coldly. His voice seemed to emanate from the abyss of hell, icy and piercing, brimming with sinister menace. "You insolent brat, daring to run rampant on my roots turf, today is your death day.
Each of Tuan Song's words was like a cold sharp blade aimed straight at Hyūga Natsu. Hyūga Natsu's gaze sharpened and he spoke with mock solemnity. Tuan Song, you stop at nothing to achieve your goals and have done every evil deed. Today I will stop you in the name of justice. Tuan Song sneered contemptuously. Justice? In this cruel ninja world, power is the only truth. You think you can block my path? Hyūga Natsu improvised. Even if my power is meager, I will fight with all my might for the conviction in my heart. Today you will not leave this place alive. As Tuan Song finished speaking, he prepared to command the root ninjas to attack again. Universal pull. Hyūga Natsu suddenly unleashed a powerful attraction on Tuan Song. What? Tuan Song exclaimed in shock, feeling an irresistible force binding him, instantly pulling him involuntarily toward Hyūga Natsu. His body under the guidance of this mysterious force was like a helpless drifting leaf, completely out of control. His expression turned utterly terrified, eyes wide open as he struggled, futilely forced to watch himself being drawn closer bit by bit. It's the fourth Hokage's signature technique, the Flying Thunder God. A flicker of panic barely contained flashed in Danzo's eyes, but he quickly steadied himself with iron will. His hands moved swiftly and methodically, beginning to form hand seals. His fingers flexed with practiced grace. First the index finger met the thumb, then the middle ring and little fingers interlocked in rapid succession, a fluid and seamless motion executed with consummate skill. As he completed the seals, he bellowed, Earth-style earth flow wall. In that instant the earth trembled violently as if struck by a cataclysmic disaster. The ground seemed to be torn asunder by an invisible, infinitely powerful giant hand, emitting an ominous cracking sound that sent chills down the spine. Countless rocks and soil surged upward like raging waves, coalescing at a breathtaking speed to form a massive towering wall of earth. The earthen wall rose tens of meters high and several spans wide, its blocks tightly packed together like an impregnable fortress. Its surface was rough and uneven, embedded with countless tiny gravel and dust particles. Fine debris continued to fall in a steady patter, raising thick clouds of dust that fouled the surrounding air. Under the moonlight, the wall cast a vast shadow like a demonic specter, exuding a dense and oppressive atmosphere that seemed ready to devour all life. Yet Hyūga Natsu's Rasengan, like an invincible, unstoppable black hole of chakra, tore through Danzo's earth style with irresistible force, passing straight through without any resistance. That overwhelming power caused the earthen wall to crumble, instantly disintegrating into a skyward spray of dust that spread like a sandstorm. The Rasengan smashed straight into Danzo's wrinkled chrysanthemum-like face without any hindrance. Ah! Danzo screamed, his entire body flung backward like a ball struck by an immense force, hurtling helplessly through the air, tracing a long twisted arc. Protect Lord Danzo! The group of root ninjas nearby rushed forward hastily to catch him, their movements frantic and disorderly. The result was that they too were sent flying like bowling pins under the tremendous impact. They tumbled to the ground like scarecrow toppled by a fierce wind, lying in a tangled mess, a chaotic scene of utter disarray and embarrassment. Your Rasengan is far inferior to the fourth Hokage's. Danzo and the root ninjas quickly rose, seemingly unscathed from the attack. Danzo's face darkened like a storm cloud. The Rasengan had caused little damage but immense humiliation. His eyes burned with rage and resentment as he began to taunt without restraint. Hyūga Natsu cursed inwardly, trash, if you weren't still useful, I'd send you straight to the afterlife. A thick mist of smoke enveloped Hyūga Natsu, but he vanished from his spot in an instant. A faint, barely perceptible ripple disturbed the space around him, as if he had crossed an invisible barrier, his form flickering through a crevice of dimension and disappearing. To Danzo, Hyūga Natsu dissolved into smoke like a clone exhausting its chakra. In truth, Natsu had disguised the scene as a clone's dispersal and teleported away using the spacetime technique, Flying Thunder God. Useless trash. His eyes blazed with fury as he roared. You let him get away. Danzo's face flushed crimson with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, his twisted expression even more ferocious and terrifying. Find him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. Danzo gnashed his teeth in fury as the enemy who had matched him in battle moments ago fled in an instant. His enraged voice seemed to set the very air ablaze. Yes, the root ninjas replied in unison, their voices loud, yet their heads bowed to conceal the fear and unease within. The root ninjas vanished from their spots in an instant using the body flicker technique. It was a long while before Danzo recovered from the lingering dread. A faint, almost imperceptible golden gleam flickered in his left eye, so subtle that one would miss it without careful observation. At the same time, in the blink of an eye, Hyūga Natsu appeared in his own courtyard. He let out a soft breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing. The familiar surroundings brought him a sense of peace. The warm, bright sunlight poured down, enveloping the entire courtyard in a golden hue. The light fell like a golden veil, gently covering every inch of the ground. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that scattered like fine gold dust upon the earth. Hyūga Natsu felt the gentle caress of the sunlight, its mild warmth seemed to soothe his weary body, which had just endured devouring the remains of Hashirama. It was a bone-deep exhaustion, as if every cell protested. He took a few slow steps forward, the stone path beneath his feet bore a familiar texture. Each step felt like a relief after liberation. Hyūga Natsu crouched down, reaching out to touch the tender green grass by the roadside. The grass tips brushed against his palm, bringing a faint tickling sensation.
A smile unconsciously tugged at the corner of his mouth and a long-lost tranquility surged in his heart as if the entire world had shrunk to this tiny courtyard. Recalling the recent devouring of Hashirama's remains, his heart still raced. It was a complex emotion mixed with tension and excitement. But now in this serene courtyard those anxieties and unease gradually dissipated. He looked up at the azure sky where white clouds drifted lazily and his thoughts wandered with them. Those clouds seemed like messengers of freedom guiding his thoughts into the distance. Finally back home is where I feel safe. Hyūga Natsu murmured softly, a barely noticeable tremor in his voice. But this clash with Danzo was probably just the beginning. A flicker of worry passed through his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a resolute determination, a glow that could pierce through any fog. No matter how many challenges lie ahead, I will not retreat. Hyūga Natsu stood up, rolling his slightly stiff shoulders as if to shake off all fatigue and burden. He took a deep breath of air rich with the scent of flowers and earth, the freshness invigorating his spirit. Then he strode out of the courtyard with firm, powerful steps. In the village of Mai, within the territory of the Ruthless clan, every inch of land was mercilessly scorched by the blazing sunlight as if the very sky and earth were being baked into a furnace. Just then a few pitch-black clouds drifted slowly across the sky. Their pace was languid, yet they seemed to carry a mysterious force as if heralding an impending tempest of furious winds and torrential rain. The ancient buildings of the Ruthless clan, bearing the marks of time, stood solemn and dignified upon this land filled with countless family members. The mottled traces of weathered walls like a silent old man murmured the clan's long and storied history. Wind chimes under the eaves emitted clear, slightly lonely sounds in the gentle breeze, their notes drifting softly as if telling ancient tale. Hyūga Natsu walked slowly out of the courtyard. His figure was tall and straight like a sturdy and resilient pine, each step imbued with an unyielding spirit, giving a strong impression that he could stand firm against any adversity. His broad shoulders seemed capable of bearing 1,000 tons of burden, yet they showed no strain, instead radiating a calm and reliable strength. His handsome face had sharply defined features like a finely carved sculpture, and his deep eyes were like bottomless pools, seeming to hold endless wisdom and unshakable resolve. His jet-black short hair gleamed brilliantly under the bright sun, swaying slightly with his determined steps, each sway bearing a unique rhythm. He exuded a calm and introverted aura. Though silent, he stood like a towering mountain, making his powerful and unique presence impossible to ignore. At that moment, whether of the branch or main family, all eyes turned to him. "Xia, this child's talent is extraordinary." An elder clan member gazed at his figure and spoke with heartfelt emotion. "Indeed, becoming a jonin at such a young age, he is truly the pride of our Ruthless clan." Another middle-aged clan member echoed his words, full of admiration. "What a pity he was born in our branch family," a younger clan member couldn't help but sigh. His voice brimmed with genuine praise and affirmation for Xia, yet also revealed deep regret and sorrow over Xia's status in the branch family, as if the injustice of fate had tarnished a brilliant gem. What use is the highest talent? Becoming a jonin, so what? He's still branch family. Once branch, always branch. It's fate, unchangeable. A short man from the main family, his forehead showing pale skin, curled his lip and declared loudly with disdain. The cutting words rang especially harsh in the originally silent atmosphere, like a razor-sharp blade stabbing straight into the hearts of the branch family members, carrying an invisible pressure that suffocated everyone present. Lord Kosugi is right. Several branch family members who seemed like eunuchs clinging to their master in a palace chimed in with acerbic tones. Hyūga Natsu remained unmoved by the clamoring gossip. His cold face showed no emotional fluctuation, like an expressionless mask that deeply concealed his true feelings. His deep eyes seemed to see through people's hearts, icy as thousand-year-old frost, making those who slandered and envied him unconsciously feel a chill, as if an invisible hand gripped their throats, making even breathing difficult. He walked through the crowd with his head high and chest out, each step steady and powerful. The ground beneath seemed to tremble slightly under his determined stride. His posture stood tall like a pine tree, like a giant tree that remains upright even in a raging gale, filled with an unshakable conviction. His pace was measured and unhurried, with a steady rhythm, as if telling everyone through his actions that he would never waver for worthless idle chatter. Each step seemed a powerful counter to the injustice of fate, a fearless defiance against worldly prejudice, compelling onlookers to turn their heads and marvel inwardly at his awe-inspiring resilience and fortitude. What a pity! Many branch family members shook their heads and sighed. No matter how strong, he is still nothing but a servant of our main family. Hyūga Kosugi, though intimidated by Hyūga Natsu's overwhelming presence, still blustered stubbornly. Behind him a group of branch family servants were struck dumb, utterly speechless. Hyūga Natsu mused inwardly, all the gossip and malicious slander in this world are nothing but meaningless noise created by mediocre souls lost in their own troubles. I, Hyūga Natsu, harbor great ambitions and am determined to shatter these stale, outdated conventions. How could I possibly be disturbed by such insignificant idle talk? Then a golden flash from Hyūga Natsu's Tenseigan flickered and vanished in an instant. A chakra energy sphere 7 or 8 parts like a Rasengan appeared in his hand, and with that the flying thunder god was activated. The energy sphere shimmered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The chakra sphere tore through space, materializing covertly beside Hyūga Kosugi, then merged into his body in an imperceptible manner. The entire sequence was lightning fast and extremely stealthy, escaping the notice of everyone present. Where to go for a stroll now? Hyūga Natsu paid no mind to what had just happened, his demeanor relaxed and carefree, as if the episode was merely an insignificant interlude.
Hyūga Natsu strolled leisurely away from the astonished crowd. Following the winding path he slowly walked out of the Ruthless clan territory. A bit hungry, where should I eat? Hyūga Natsu murmured to himself. He walked along the bustling commercial street of my village where crowds flowed like a river, lively and bustling with activity. Stalls lined both sides of the street, their wares dazzling. A medley of vendors' cries rose and fell, weaving into a symphony full of the vitality of daily life. Snack stalls exuded tempting aromas that drew children to stop and stare with longing. Weapon shops displayed exquisite ninja tools, each gleaming with cold light, captivating the gazes of passing shinobi. Clothing store windows showcased the latest fashions, colorful and novel, luring fashion-conscious people to linger and dream of wearing them. Hyūga Natsu weaves nimbly through the crowd, immersing himself in the vibrant and energetic atmosphere. The growing hunger in his stomach urged him to quicken his pace. Before long he spotted the familiar yet unfamiliar Ichiraku ramen shop. Rishangxia stood quietly before the Ichiraku ramen shop, just lifting his foot to step inside when suddenly a faint thread-like sobbing sound drifted from behind him. He instinctively turned his head swiftly and saw in a dim corner not far away a small boy with golden hair crouched there, his tiny shoulders trembling incessantly, each shudder evoking a deep pang of sympathy. Upon closer inspection it was none other than the solitary 3-year-old orphan of the 4th Hokage and his wife, the protagonist of the ninja world, Schwanwa Mingren. Little one, why are you weeping here all alone? Rishangxia slowly moved closer, gently crouching down, his voice as soft as if afraid to startle a wounded creature. They don't like me. No one wants to play with me. Mingren slowly lifted his tear-streaked face, small and dirty from crying. He looked at the unfamiliar yet kind-faced elder brother before him, sobbing and speaking in broken sentences. It's not necessarily so. Perhaps they just haven't yet come to know the real you. You must have many shining qualities waiting for them to discover. Rishangxia paused for a moment, an unbidden surge of deep compassion welling up within him, and he hurriedly comforted. I've always wanted everyone to acknowledge me, long to laugh and play with them, but they all call me a monster and avoid me. Mingren sniffled, his voice thick with tears full of grievance. Don't be too sad. As long as you always strive to be a kind and upright child, one day they will surely see your brilliance and goodness and truly accept you. Rishangxia gently patted Mingren's head, his tone as warm as a spring breeze brushing across the face. Really, big brother? Mingren blinked, his tearful wide eyes filled with anticipation, and asked cautiously. Of course it's true. I believe you can do it. You must have faith in yourself. Rishangxia nodded emphatically, a warm sunlit smile spreading across his face, and said firmly. Then big brother, would you be willing to be my friend? Mingren wiped the crisscrossing tears from his face, his eyes full of hope. Sure. Rishangxia replied without hesitation. Then let's pinky swear. Mingren instantly broke into a smile, his face blooming like a radiant flower, extending his tiny hand. My name is Schwanwa Mingren, he said, introducing himself. Rishangxia replied. Then he extended his finger and completed the simple yet hopeful pinky promise with Mingren. Just then Mingren's stomach let out a loud rumbling growl. Hearing this, Rishangxia's expression softened further, his eyes full of concern. Little one, are you hungry? Mingren lowered his head in embarrassment, his small hands tightly gripping the hem of his clothes, looking somewhat uneasy. Rishangxia smiled, stood up and extended his broad warm hand to Mingren, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Come on big brother, we'll take you to get something delicious. Mingren's eyes lit up, shining like brilliant stars in the night sky, and without hesitation he placed his small chubby hand into Rishangxia. The two walked slowly into the Ichiraku ramen shop. Rishangxia's gaze quickly swept around the interior, finally choosing a quiet spot by the window. He gently patted the seat and motioned for Mingren to sit down with a caring gesture. Brother, shouted 2 bowls of ramen. Rishangxia called out loudly. A sturdy, kindly-faced middle-aged man hurried out from the kitchen wearing a snow-white apron, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat glistening, yet his warm smile undiminished. Shadow wiped his hands skillfully while replying in a loud voice, coming right up. Just a moment. His cheerful voice echoed through the shop as if possessing a magical power, instantly filling the entire place with warmth and boundless vitality. Before long 2 steaming bowls of fragrant ramen were placed before them. Mingren eagerly picked up his chopsticks, his small hands trembling slightly with excitement, but just as he was about to start he paused, looked up at Rishangxia and asked timidly, Big brother, may I eat? Rishangxia nodded with a smile, his eyes full of encouragement. Go ahead little one. Enjoy this delicious ramen to your heart's content. Mingren then began to eat ravenously, speaking indistinctly with his mouth full. Big brother, this ramen is really delicious. Rishangxia watched Mingren wolf down his food and said softly, eat slowly, don't choke. No one's going to take it from you. Mingren mumbled through a mouthful of noodles. Big brother, you eat too. Rishangxia picked up his chopsticks, eating slowly, occasionally glancing at Mingren with eyes full of gentle tenderness. Mingren suddenly put down his chopsticks and said seriously, Big brother, can I come play with you often from now on? Rishangxia replied without hesitation, of course you can. Whenever you want you can always come find me. After finishing the ramen, Rishangxia led Mingren slowly out of the shop. Big brother, I'm really happy today, Mingren said, bouncing along beside Rishang-xia, his joyful steps like dancing notes of delight. Rishang-xia smiled and said, as long as you're happy, big brother is happy too. Just then a group of children ran past them playing noisily. Spotting Mingren, one child stopped and pointed, shouting loudly, look, it's that unwanted monster. The bright sun-like smile on Mingren's face instantly vanished as if eclipsed by dark clouds. He lowered his head, his small figure appearing even more lonely and helpless. Rishang-xia's brows knitted tightly, his eyes revealing seriousness and anger. He spoke loudly to the children, don't say that about him. We're all companions of Leaf Village. We should respect, help and get along with one another. The children were intimidated by Rishang-xia's formidable presence, standing rooted to the spot for a moment, then quickly dispersed. Rishang-xia slowly crouched down, his gaze soft yet firm as he looked at Mingren. He gently lifted Mingren's chin and said, don't let those hurtful words bother you. Remember what big brother told you, you are a wonderful and special child. Mingren nodded vigorously, his small hands clutching Rishang-xia's shirt hem as if it were the firmest anchor in the world. Then let big brother take you home, Rishang-xia said gently. Mingren obediently agreed and led Rishang-xia to his somewhat desolate, lonely little house. Big brother, thank you for being with me today, Mingren said, looking up with eyes full of gratitude and reluctance. Rishang-xia stepped forward, gently patted Mingren's head and said with deep care, rest well. See you tomorrow. Mingren obediently walked into the house. Rishang-xia stood there quietly, watching his small silhouette disappear behind the door and silently resolved to take care of this lonely, pitiable child from now on, never letting him suffer any more hurt or grievance, and to fill his childhood with warmth and joy. After parting ways with Uzumaki, Naruto, Hyūga Natsu, with a heart as heavy as if crushed by an inconceivably massive boulder, dragged his legs as though filled with lead, each step exerting every ounce of strength, and made his way back to the Hyūga clan compound with immense difficulty. Like a dispirited, lifeless specter, he staggered slowly into Niji's courtyard. The courtyard was eerily silent, as if time itself had frozen solid, devoid of any trace of flow, and even the wind seemed to have forgotten to blow. As the residence of the head of the Hyūga clan's branch family, this courtyard had always been expansive and spacious, covering a large area. Once when Hyūga Natsu first stepped into this place, he felt that every corner exuded unparalleled luxury and grandeur, the exquisite carvings, the admirable layout, of beauty so overwhelming it captivated the heart. Yet now amidst the boundless emptiness it highlighted a desolation so heart-wrenching and agonizing, a chill that seemed to pierce through all obstacles, seeping deep into the very soul. Niji was only 4 years old, yet in this complex and perilous world of Naruto he had already been forced to shed the innocence befitting his age and had to become mature. His small frame curled helplessly in the corner like a wounded, exhausted little beast, evoking a sense of pity in anyone who saw him. His eyes were filled with confusion and fear, a total bewilderment about the future without any direction or glimmer of hope. His mother had long ago tragically perished in this cruel, heartless world. For Niji, his father had once been his entire world, the sole pillar and steadfast support of his heart. But now his father, Hyūga Hizashi, had also left him forever in the resolute, heart-shattering manner of suicide. Because my father is from the branch family. Niji murmured to himself, his voice filled with deep confusion and endless pain. Each word seemed to be squeezed from the abyss of a heart shattered beyond repair, carrying boundless sorrow. For Niji, the caged bird mark etched onto the foreheads of branch family members had never caused him any confusion or misunderstanding, but now after his father's abrupt departure this cruel reality seemed to grant him a new yet agonizing and unbearable understanding of it all. It is because of the main house and branch house system of the Hyūga clan that my father had to commit suicide to protect the main house clan. Niji sobbed softly, each sob seeming to be summoned from the deepest recesses of his soul, carrying an almost suffocating sorrow and profound despair. Those sobs were like the mournful cries of his broken heart. Hyūga Natsu gently pushed open the door, but Niji remained immersed in his muttering world of pain, as if he neither saw nor heard anything, completely unresponsive, as though the entire world was cut off from him. Seeing him in such a helpless, fragile state, Hyūga Natsu's heart felt as though it were being mercilessly sliced by countless sharp, gleaming knives, each incision bringing an unbearable, soul-crushing pain. Hyūga Natsu tiptoed to his side, crouched down, and with extreme caution tried to embrace him, his movements as gentle as if handling the most precious and fragile treasure in the world, afraid that the slightest mistake would cause damage. Niji, don't be afraid. I'm here. Hyūga Natsu said softly, but his voice trembled uncontrollably, filled with grief and deep compassion for Niji's tragic plight. Every syllable quivered faintly as if narrating the torment and anguish within. Niji did not respond. He simply stared blankly ahead, his eyes hollow and vacant, as if his soul had completely left his small body, leaving only this battered, scarred shell to suffer alone in this cold world, a heart-wrenching sight. Why? Why does everyone leave me? After a long while Niji finally spoke, his voice choked with sobs like the desperate howl of a wounded wolf in the dead of night, utterly pitiful. It is because the rules of the main house bound them. Hyūga Natsu tried to keep his voice calm, but the slight tremble in his tone betrayed his inner turmoil, a surging wave he struggled to suppress but could not fully hide, like a flood about to burst its banks. Niji choked out in reply, "This is the injustice of fate." Niji looked up, tears blurring his eyes, and asked Hyūga Natsu, "Is the branch house supposed to sacrifice itself for the main house at any time?" "Niji, that's not how it is. The rules of the main house can bind you only because you are not strong enough. When you become strong enough to ignore the rules, strong enough to change them, then the words you speak will be the rules." Hyūga Natsu looked firmly into his eyes, his gaze filled with unwavering power and resolute determination. Niji nodded, not quite understanding. Niji, I will seek justice for your father. Hyūga Natsu stroked his head with sympathy, his tone solemn and resolute. Uncle Natsu, can you really do it?
Niji sniffled, his voice carrying a cautious, hopeful anticipation.
Hyūga Natsu's gaze was as firm as iron. He clenched his fist so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand bulged, showing his inner resolve. He said, Niji, I swear to you I will do it.
Niji was silent for a moment, then whispered, but the main house's power is so great.
Can we succeed?
His voice was filled with uncertainty and deep worry, his small brows furrowed tightly as if bearing an immense burden.
Niji, power is never absolute.
As long as we have unwavering faith in our hearts and fearless courage, we will surely find a way to break through the difficulties.
Hyūga Natsu placed his hands on Niji's shoulders and spoke nonsense with a straight face.
A faint but hopeful glimmer flashed in Niji's eyes. He nodded slightly. I am willing to believe you, Uncle Natsu.
Niji, what did you just call me? Hyūga Natsu's veins bulged instantly as he suddenly realized his expression becoming extremely colorful, alternating between red and white. Uncle Natsu, what's wrong?
Niji opened his big watery eyes, an innocent expression on his face, a look that was both amusing and annoying yet too endearing to scold.
Niji, you're a good kid. I'm only 18 years old. You can call me big brother.
Hyūga Natsu wanted to hit Niji, but remembering that Niji was still a child who had suffered so much, his face turned from red to pale. He forcibly suppressed his anger and said,
But my friends all address adults that way.
Niji still wore that innocent expression, his clear eyes so pure that it was hard to scold him further.
Those are bad kids. Niji, don't play with them anymore. Hyūga Natsu put on a fierce expression, trying hard to look serious and imposing.
Niji nodded obediently and replied, I understand, Uncle Natsu.
Would you like to move in with me? Hyūga Natsu consulted Niji, trying to change the subject. I won't go. I want to guard the house my father and mother left behind. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Niji, you must take good care of yourself. Your father would want to see you grow up happily in the Pure Land. Hyūga Natsu comforted him, his voice full of care and pity. Niji responded again. Then I'll go home. I'll come see you again next time. Hyūga Natsu said with reluctance in his farewell tone. See you next time.
Niji said reluctantly, his eyes full of attachment.
Niji escorted Hyūga Natsu outside the courtyard. Take good care of yourself. After Hyūga Natsu took a few steps forward, he waved to Niji. Big brother Natsu, I will. You should find a sister-in-law soon.
Niji said with a precocious air.
Hyūga Natsu wore a speechless expression, shook his head helplessly, turned around and slowly walked away.
After visiting Niji, Hyūga Natsu walked with steady and resolute steps, slowly returning to his somewhat serene room. His tall and slender figure, bathed in the moonlight like water, appeared exceptionally upright, like a pine tree standing proudly on a cliff, strong and unyielding. After entering the room, he gently closed the door with movements as soft as a breeze, as if afraid to disturb the rare tranquility inside. Then he slowly sat cross-legged on the floor, his posture resembling a holy Buddha in meditation, solemn and dignified, and began to concentrate on refining chakra. He closed his eyes tightly, his expression as calm as a lake without ripples, and adjusted his breathing methodically. Each breath seemed carefully calculated, extremely regular and steady, as he devoted himself to achieving a state of ultimate stillness and concentration in body and mind. Although his chakra reserves were already comparable to the vastness of the Nine Tails and his control over chakra had reached the pinnacle of perfection, he never slackened even a bit, persistently striving with unremitting effort. Like an indefatigable climber, he resolutely advanced toward a higher peak. The room was so still that it seemed as if no one had ever set foot there, and time itself had frozen at this moment. Only Hyūga Natsu's even and steady breathing flowed softly in the air like a gentle, soothing lullaby. Fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, each one crystal clear like round dewdrops on lotus leaves in the morning, shimmering with a charming glimmer. But he was not distracted at all, still immersed in refining and controlling chakra, as if the entire world contained only him and this mysterious, powerful force, engaging in deep communication and mutual integration. Time passed silently like an hourglass, minute by minute. Unknowingly, the originally bright and blazing sky outside the window gradually dimmed like a slowly blending inkwash, painting colors shifting from thick to light, from bright to dark. Hyūga Natsu slowly opened his eyes, a golden light seemed to flash in them like dazzling stars in the night sky. He let out a long sigh as if expelling the stagnant impurities accumulated in his body. After this arduous training, he could clearly feel that his chakra control had become more flexible and effortless, like a once fierce beast now tamed, docile and obedient, ready to follow his orders at any time. Night fell quietly in the moonlight, like a sheer veil gently spilled over the Hyūga clan's territory, draping this ancient and solemn land in a dreamlike gossamer, adding a touch of mysterious charm. Hyūga Natsu straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes, his posture as upright as a pine, and walked steadily step by step toward the clan meeting hall. Inside the meeting hall, candle flames flickered unsteadily, and the dim yellow light made the entire room seem gloomy and oppressive, as if shrouded in a heavy haze. The branch family members had already taken their seats, one after another, some old, some young, each wearing a complex expression of reluctance and desolation intertwined.
His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the days when Hyūga Hizashi was still alive. At that time, although the distinction between the main family and branch family was stark, Hyūga Hizashi always tried his best to ease the deep-seated conflict between the two with a gentle yet firm demeanor. Hizashi would personally guide the clan children in training in the spacious courtyard, his focused gaze full of expectation and encouragement. Even children with lesser talent could ignite a passionate enthusiasm for ninjutsu under his patient and meticulous guidance, their eyes radiating confidence. At every clan gathering he always wore a warm smile like a spring breeze, listening attentively to every clansman's words regardless of status or age. He often said, "We are a family, we must support each other and move forward together." That gentle yet firm voice seemed to echo in their ears even now. I remember one time when the clan faced a fierce threat from outside enemies. Hyūga Hizashi stepped forward without hesitation, his figure on the battlefield as unwavering as a mountain, as steady as a rock. To protect his clansmen he fought bravely without any retreat. Every move and strike was filled with immense power and fearless courage. However, the injustice of fate caused such a kind and powerful person to leave this world prematurely. At this thought the hearts of the Hyūga branch family members surged with grief and indignation, a helpless sigh at the capriciousness of fate, a deep sorrow and remembrance for the loss of an outstanding leader. "I heard that the main family has appointed a new branch family head," said a relatively young clansman with a slightly excited expression. If only the new branch family head were Natsu. Another young clansman spoke with longing, his eyes burning with eager anticipation, his voice trembling slightly with excitement as if flames were about to burst from his heart. "With his strength and responsibility he can definitely change the current situation of our branch family. Let us no longer be on the fringes of the clan but truly hold our heads high, enjoying equal status and resources with the main family. We will no longer have to endure those unfair treatments, no longer struggle bitterly for meager resources. We will usher in a brand new tomorrow. The clan will radiate fresh vitality because of him, like the earth in spring, brimming with life and hope." "Stop it!" An elder clansman nearby quickly stopped them from continuing the discussion, nervously looking around and lowering his voice. "Such words must not be spoken carelessly. If the main family hears it, it will bring us great trouble." Although Natsu is indeed excellent, the power struggles within the clan are complex and not something we can easily influence. Everyone should be cautious and act prudently so as not to cause unnecessary trouble for Natsu. We are treading on thin ice in this clan. One misstep and we could fall into irreparable disaster. The undercurrents in the clan are turbulent, any mistake and we will be trapped in an abyss with no chance of recovery. Upon hearing this, the young clansman's heart tightened sharply and a powerful wave of helplessness and bitterness surged within him like a tide. His lips trembled slightly like withered leaves shivering in the cold wind. His throat felt as if blocked by a heavy stone. He wanted to argue for his thoughts but knew at that moment it was futile. The passionate flame that had once burned in his eyes seemed to be mercilessly extinguished by a basin of icy water that could freeze all vitality, leaving only dim embers and endless despair. That dim gaze seemed to have lost all light, leaving only boundless darkness and despair. The young clansman brooded in his heart, why were they denied even the right to voice their true expectations? Why did the family's archaic traditions cruelly stifle their voices? Those invisible shackles tightly bound their dreams and hopes like a dark cage from which there was no escape. The heavy restraint like a tightening headband caused unbearable pain and yet left them powerless to resist. Faced with the harsh reality, he could only bite his lip and struggle to suppress his emotions. Tears of resentment swirled in his eyes, but they stubbornly refused to fall, as if falling would mean yielding to this unjust fate. His hands unconsciously clenched the hem of his clothes, his fingers turning white from excessive force, the knuckles faintly blue like a taut bowstring on the verge of snapping. The very air around him seemed to grow heavy, pressing down on him like mountains, making it hard to breathe. Yet despite this, when he looked in Xia's direction, a glimmer of unquenchable hope still flickered in his gaze. But that light was now shrouded in helplessness and sorrow, so faint yet stubborn, like a dying candle in a gale that still clings to its warmth and a spark of hope. The young clansman, suppressing his inner indignation, lowered his voice and said, "Are we to just swallow our pride and live forever in the shadow of the main family? Can we not fight for our due rights and status? We are also part of the family. Why must we suffer such injustice? Why must we endure this endless oppression and discrimination?" Another young clansman echoed, "Yes, we have always worked silently, done so much for the family, and what have we received in return? Why should we be treated as inferior? Are our efforts and sweat truly worthless? Should our hard work and selfless dedication be so mercilessly ignored and trampled upon?" The one who spoke first with a determined look said, "Xia is our hope. Even if we cannot speak now, we must support him in our hearts. Believe that one day he will change all this. He is the beacon in our darkness, the dawn that leads us forward. He will guide us through this heavy darkness toward a bright future." Just then another young clansman voiced a concern, "But if Xia learns of our expectations, might it bring him even greater pressure? What if the main family suppresses him because of this? We cannot put him in danger for the sake of our own desire. We cannot let our expectations place him in peril." The group fell into a brief silence, the air seeming to solidify, oppressively heavy to breathe. That deathly stillness was unbearably stifling and weighty. Then someone said, "But I believe Xia is capable enough to handle it. He has never been one to retreat. His courage and wisdom will surely overcome any crisis. His tenacity and decisiveness will conquer all difficulties." "That's right," another young clansman clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. "We must also strive to improve ourselves. We cannot rely solely on Xia. If we unite, there will always be a chance. We must become his solid backing and fight together for the family's future. We must support each other, work together and forge ahead for the family's honor and our dignity. Their eyes met, filled with determination and anticipation, like a blazing fire, fierce and unwavering. That burning gaze seemed ready to incinerate all darkness and injustice. At that moment another young clansman worriedly said, "But the caged bird mark on our heads is a jutsu not even the fourth Hokage could It is like an eternal curse binding our souls. That dreadful mark is like a demon's brand, forever trapping us in the shackles of fate." All the clansmen looked hopeless and numb, like soulless walking corpses standing blankly with no vision of the future. Those lifeless faces, as if eroded by merciless time, were etched with the marks of pain and helplessness. Their expressions were frozen as if by frost, stripped of vitality and hope. They stood woodenly as if the flame of life had been extinguished, leaving only empty shells. Unbeknownst to them, Xia had been standing nearby, silently observing everything. A flicker of compassion and resolve passed through his eyes, his determination growing stronger. "I will shatter the system of main and branch families and let all clansmen bask in the sunlight of freedom," Hyūga Xia declared solemnly. His voice, though soft, seemed to contain boundless power, like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake stirring countless ripples. Hyūga Xia strode into the meeting hall with a firm demeanor, his posture straight and unwavering like a poplar tree, every muscle imbued with strength, every movement radiating confidence. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, sweeping sternly over every clansman present, eyes that held both an awe-inspiring dignity and a deep concern and ardent hope for his people. That look seemed to pierce through hearts, compelling one to straighten their spine involuntarily under his scrutiny. Each step he took was steady and powerful, as if carrying an invisible force that stilled the slightly restless atmosphere of the meeting hall. He exuded an indescribable, imposing aura, like a fearless warrior from ancient times bearing the vicissitudes and resilience of ages, or like an exceptional leader about to guide his clan to glory, harboring grand visions and unwavering resolve. That aura was like an unstoppable surging tide or a blazing fire full of boundless heat and passion. Hyūga Xia halted at the side position in the center of the hall, close to where the former branch family head Hyūga Hizashi had once. This was a testament to his talent and strength. He raised his head slightly, the moonlight like water gently spilled through the window onto his resolute face, tracing clear contours and deepening his features. The moonlight seemed to cloak him in a silver veil, lending him an air of mystery and majesty. He took a deep breath, his broad chest rising and falling powerfully as if gathering immense energy ready to burst forth. That heaving chest resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, pregnant with enough power to change everything. At this moment he was like a silent mountain, majestic and unshakable, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. His confident gaze was like a myriad of stars converging into a brilliant galaxy, illuminating the once oppressive and despairing meeting room. It made the despairing and numb clansmen seem to catch a glimpse of dawn in the darkness. Their rigid bodies gradually relaxed and their vacant eyes began to show a flicker of movement. Their hearts seemed to regain vitality and the stagnant pool of their inner selves rippled with hope. The souls that had been dulled by the weight of life were rekindled with sparks in that moment. Their tightly pressed lips trembled slightly, as if yearning to express the desires and excitement within. The long-suppressed dreams now stirred restlessly in their hearts, like butterflies about to break free from cocoons struggling against invisible shackles. Their expressions gradually awakened from numbness, like the earth emerging from the harsh winter into spring, displaying a glimmer of vitality and life. My village Rishiang clan branch family meeting room. As Rishiang Xia walked to his seat, the branch family members, as if finding their pillar, began to murmur praises. Truly young and promising. An elderly clan member spoke with emotion, his voice carrying deep approval and comfort like an echo traversing time, as if his world-weary eyes sparkled with radiant hope for the future. This child will surely lead our clan to prosperity. The talent and perseverance he displays are as dazzling as brilliant stars, the light of hope for our clan's rise. His extraordinary comprehension, his indomitable spirit in the face of adversity, none fail to fill us with boundless expectation for the clan's future. He is like a spring breeze, bringing vitality to the clan and making its future full of infinite possibilities. His keen insight seems to pierce through all mists, his forward-charging momentum is like an unstoppable surging river. His composure in face of danger, remaining calm even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, is admirable. Indeed, Xia is only 18 years old and already a jonin. Another middle-aged clan member chimed in, his eyes filled with admiration, his tone unconsciously revealing envy and self-deprecation. Back then at his age we were still wandering in confusion, directionless about the future, like being lost in thick fog, unable to find the way forward. While we were still groping in ignorance, he was already able to stand on his own and shoulder the heavy responsibilities of the clan. His outstanding performance in various missions, his decisive decisions and fearless courage have turned danger into safety, time and again winning honor and respect for the clan. His posture in battle is like a war god descending, striking fear into enemies who dare not show the slightest offense. His exquisite taijutsu skills are breathtaking, his calmness in crisis inspires reverence. His ever-changing tactics are like a subtle chess game, trapping opponents unable to extricate themselves. What a pity he is from the branch family. Someone sighed deeply, his tone full of helplessness and resentment. We branch family members have been marked with the caged bird seal since birth, suppressed by the main family. No matter how hard we work or how talented we are, it's difficult to break free from these fetters of fate. Clearly we have given everything for the clan, yet we receive only meager resources treated as dispensable existences. Xia is so outstanding, yet because of this status he cannot fully display his talent. Watching the main family's children easily obtain what we yearn for by virtue of birth while we struggle bitterly in this corner, is this just? But what can we do? We can only silently endure at the mercy of fate. That heavy yoke seems impossible to escape, gradually eroding our hopes and dreams. But even so, Xia has never complained in the slightest. Another clan member interjected. He has always worked silently and given for the clan. He is like a lamp in the darkness, though its light is faint it always persists, bringing us a trace of warmth and hope. If he could become a main family member, he would surely gain more resources and opportunities, and his development would be smoother. A young clan member couldn't help saying. But fate plays tricks. An elder clan member shook his head. But I believe that with Xia's ability, even in the branch family, he will surely carve out his own path. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with firm trust in Xia. Oh, is that so? At that moment an untimely remark came from the meeting room, the voice carrying a hint of frivolity and disdain like a sharp gust of cold wind, instantly breaking the somewhat solemn atmosphere. The branch family members all looked towards the sound. The moment they saw the newcomer they fell silent as cicadas in cold weather, as if under a paralysis spell, not daring to breathe. Every body became stiff, expressions froze, eyes filled with terror and fear. Those faces, as if frozen by fear, lost all vitality and liveliness. Lord Dejian, no clan leader Dejian. Someone whispered with a trembling voice, the tone filled with fear and awe, as if the title carried an unbearable weight. Every word seemed squeezed through clenched teeth with a deep tremble, as if telling of endless fear and unease within. Rishon Dejian was extremely powerful in his youth. He was once as renowned as Rishon Richa. Once he had a grudge with Richa and Xia. But later Richa became the branch family head, and Dejian, being sensible, stayed away on missions for years, rarely returning to the village, so Richa did not trouble him. Unexpectedly, as soon as Richa passed away, the main family sent him to succeed Richa as the branch family head. All decisions of the main family are correct. Rishon Dejian sneered, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like an icy blade, sending chills, and finally fixed upon Rishon Xia, his eyes full of scrutiny and hostility, as if trying to see through him. A bunch of arrogant fools daring to babble about the clan's future here. Rishon Dejian's voice was ice cold, as if carrying polar frost. What makes you think you're worthy? You lowly ants, you dare to try to change the clan's destiny. The branch family members bowed their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. The atmosphere in the meeting hall instantly dropped to freezing point, as if the air itself had frozen, suffocating. Rishon Xia, however, met clan leader Dejian's gaze without fear, his expression calm and firm like an unshakable mountain. Rishon Xia slowly spoke, clan leader, we have never harbored ill intentions, we only want to seek a better future for the clan. We branch family members have also devoted ourselves to the clan, making great contributions, yet we have always been treated unfairly. The clan's development should not be bound by the main branch division. Every member's strength should be valued and utilized properly, not discarded like pawns. Our passion and sweat should not be wasted in vain, our toil and effort should not be ignored. Clan leader Dejian frowned, glaring with eyes that seemed to spit fire. Rishon Xia, a brat from the branch family, you want to rebel? The branch family should keep to its place and mind its own business, not indulge in fantasies. The main family's decisions and arrangements have their own reasoning, how dare you casually question them? You arrogant fool, don't you know your place? Rishon Xia straightened his back, his gaze as firm as a torch, without any sign of retreat, like a blazing flame. Clan leader, I am not questioning the main family's decisions, I merely believe that the clan's prosperity requires the joint efforts of all members. We branch family members also possess excellent talents and abilities, yet because of this unjust system we cannot fully utilize them. The current situation is constantly changing. If we still cling to outdated ways, how can the clan keep pace with the times and stand out among many clans? The rise or fall of the clan concerns the fate of every member. We cannot sit idle waiting for death. Clan leader Dejian's face darkened and he said through gritted teeth, you are challenging the authority of the main family. Since ancient times the branch family must obey the main family's arrangements. This is the clan's rule, not to be violated. You insolent fool, do you intend to break millennia-old traditions? Rishon Xia remained neither servile nor arrogant, continuing, clan leader, rules exist for the clan's development. If rules have become an obstacle to progress, should we not consider change? What we pursue is the overall prosperity of the clan, not personal gain. For the clan's future we should have the courage to break through and innovate. Rishon Xia, you dare question the main family's decision? Die. Rishon Dejian's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. For a moment he was speechless, then roared in fury and shame. Before his words faded he fiercely struck, unleashing powerful chakra that surged toward Rishon Xia. That surging torrent of force was like a raging storm carrying boundless pressure. My village Rishon clan branch family meeting room. The atmosphere tightened instantly like frozen frost, piercing the heart with cold, sending chills down one's spine. No matter how talented and powerful Rishon Richa was, he was still just a dog raised by the main family. When the main family ordered him to die, he had no choice but to commit suicide. Rishon Dejian said angrily, his face flushed like a ripe tomato from rage.
The veins on his forehead bulged hideously like earthworms, throbbing, his eyes filled with venom and resentment as if the venom could materialize into a sword piercing straight into the heart.
"You are also a dog raised by the main family," said Rishon Xia in a maddeningly calm tone.
His voice was icy and firm like the biting cold wind in a freezing night, ruthlessly stabbing into Rishon Dijian's heart, instantly fanning the flames of his fury even higher.
"I want you dead."
Rishon Dijian flew into a rage upon hearing this. His teeth gnashed loudly, the sound piercingly clear in the silent meeting room as if he would grind them to pieces. His hands clenched into tight fists, the knuckles turning pale from excessive force, the bones protruding as if he wanted to devour Rishon Xia alive and tear him into pieces. Although he groveled before the main family, he hated being spoken of in such terms. Moreover, Rishon Xia's words immediately reminded him of the unforgettable incident from last night. On the night of Rich's suicide, in order to secure the position of branch family head, he had sacrificed a man's most precious dignity. It was a pitch-black night with howling cold wind. The mere memory filled him with shame. That night he knelt before the main family's grand elder. Like a fawning lapdog, he ingratiatingly told the main family's grand elder that as long as he became the branch family head, he would lead all branch family members to follow the main family like servants, absolutely loyal without second thoughts. His groveling and sycophantic demeanor, even when he recalled it, made him feel extremely nauseated. Only by doing so did the main family's grand elder agree to trust him, even bestowing upon him the main family's secret taijutsu technique. "Byakugan, activate." As Rishon Dijian grew angrier, he shouted. The veins around his eyes bulged like taut strings on a harp. His Byakugan instantly opened the blood vessels around his eye sockets, clearly visible, creeping like vines, shocking to the eye. A frigid light emanated from his white pupils as if it could freeze a person's soul. 8 trigrams 64 palms. With an angry shout, Rishon Dijian abruptly assumed the starting stance of the 8 trigrams palm. Although Rishon Dijian's movements were still somewhat clumsy, his body still radiated a tremendously powerful aura, surging like a tidal wave. That aura was majestic and overwhelming, as if it could mercilessly crush everything in its path into powder. What? The 8 trigrams palm. The branch family members were all greatly alarmed at this sight. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear, as if they had seen a demon from the deepest abyss. Some involuntarily stepped back, their feet scraping noisily on the floor. Others felt their legs go weak, nearly collapsing, their bodies trembling uncontrollably like leaves in the autumn wind. "Isn't this the main family's secret taijutsu?" a young clan member said with a trembling voice. His face twisted in extreme terror, features squeezed together like crumpled paper. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down like broken pearls. How can this be? Even the former clan head Richa never learned this. A middle-aged clan member stared wide-eyed and shouted in disbelief. His body trembled involuntarily, his voice filled with despair, a despair that engulfed him like boundless darkness. "I'm afraid even an ordinary jonin who takes this move Hedon would lose the ability to resist." An elderly clan member's face was grave, his tone full of worry. His gray brows knitted tightly together and his gaze was full of concern as he looked at Rishon Xia, his eyes seemingly expressing helplessness and sorrow. "Then Xia." The clan members exchanged glances, their faces filled with despair as if they had foreseen a tragic outcome, their eyes showing deep helplessness and grief which permeated everyone's hearts like the cold mist of late autumn. "Go to hell." At this moment Rishon Dijian's gaze was sharp, he stared intently at Rishon Xia. Though furious, his mind was cautious. After all, he had suffered losses at the hands of Richet and Rishon Xia before. Rishon Dijian's footsteps were light and steady. In an instant his figure flickered, swiftly closing in on his opponent like a ghost. Then his hands began to move rapidly, chakra gathering in his palms, forming visible blue light. The light flickered uncertainly like eerie lightning in the night sky. His arms swung in a mystical rhythm as if playing an invisible death melody in the air. Each palm strike carried a decisive momentum, his palms raining down on Rishon Xia like a storm. His body flexibly spun and moved, each step precisely landing on the optimal position as if performing a deadly dance. The first palm struck out like a thunderbolt with a howling wind aiming directly at Rishon Xia's acupoint. The palm wind was so sharp it seemed to tear the void. Facing this ferocious strike, Rishon Xia simply waved his hand and slapped Rishon Dijian across the face. Rishon Dijian screamed as if he had rushed forward and offered his right cheek. He was knocked flying by Rishon Xia's slap, his body crashing heavily into the meeting room wall like a leaf caught in a gale. The entire wall seemed to tremble slightly, shedding dust and rubble. However, Rishon Dijian did not give up. He endured the sharp pain, struggled to his feet, the fire in his eyes burning even fiercer as if it would consume his entire body. "What?" He knocked back clan head Dijian with a single slap. A clan member was astounded, their mouth wide open, eyes bulging, completely unable to believe what had just happened, their expression frozen in extreme shock. Perhaps clan head Dijian wasn't ready, another clan member said, his voice tinged with uncertainty as if trying to find an excuse for Dijian's failure, yet the excuse seemed so feeble. "I won't let you off. I'll break every bone in your body one by one." He charged at Rishon Xia again, roaring with rage, his eyes filled with venomous fury as if the venom had turned into tangible flames, sending chills down one's spine.
In the mysterious and ancient Hyūga clan's branch family meeting room which seemed forgotten in a corner of time within the hidden leaf village, the atmosphere was like frozen ice that had crystallized for 10,000 years, so bitterly cold it pierced the marrow as if every wisp of air had been turned into sharp jagged icicles. Even the slightest breath felt like it would cut the skin with unbearable pain. Hyūga Takuma's eyes blazed with raging flames of fire so fierce it seemed to consume the last shred of his sanity. He recklessly charged at Hyūga Natsu again like a wild beast utterly out of control and lost in madness. The moment he was about to reach Hyūga Natsu he unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms once more with all his might. The furious power surged like a tumultuous tide pouring endlessly into every strike and stance making his technique more fluid and sharp than ever before. The palm wind howled carrying a murderous intent to annihilate everything as if it would tear the very world apart. Yet Hyūga Natsu remained as calm as ever, his heart like a deep unfathomable pool that stirred not a single ripple. A hint of barely perceptible disdain lingered in his expression. In his eyes Hyūga Takuma's anger was nothing more than a futile impotent roar. When Takuma approached with threatening momentum Natsu casually waved his hand. The motion was as swift as a gale cutting through the void so fast that the eye could not track it and it landed squarely on Hyūga Takuma's left cheek. The movement was as natural and fluid as flowing water in drifting clouds as if Takuma had intentionally offered his left cheek for Natsu to slap, so seamless and flawless. Slap. The crisp sound suddenly echoed through the sealed prison-like meeting room. It was like a heavy immense hammer smashing into everyone's hearts, chilling their souls and making them tremble violently under the brutal impact. This sound seemed like the merciless knock of fate shaking spirits and stirring deep unease. Hyūga Natsu sneered inwardly, with such meager skill you dare to provoke me. How utterly overconfident. Ah. Hyūga Takuma let out another shrill scream, the most desperate and hopeless cry, like the agonized wail from the deepest pits of hell, saturated with endless pain and profound resentment. His body flew like a fragile kite with its string cut, falling even farther this time like a tiny pebble cruelly hurled into the distance, crashing heavily onto the far ground. The blood gushing from his mouth painted a horrifying arc in the air like a blooming flower of crimson, beautiful yet terrifying. A mist of blood spread, rendering the scene so ghastly that no one dared look directly. Hyūga Natsu watched coldly, feeling no trace of pity. He believed Takuma had brought this entirely upon himself, courting death. Hyūga Takuma crashed heavily to the ground, which seemed to shudder and groan in pain. He struggled desperately to get up, his limbs trembling uncontrollably, but found his body utterly powerless, as if all strength had been drained away by that thunderous strike, leaving only a frail hollow shell. Hyūga Natsu, the main family will not forgive you. His face twisted with humiliation and rage, grotesquely distorted. Before he could finish, another gush of blood erupted from his mouth, staining his robes and the ground beside him. The mottled red patches seemed to silently narrate his tragic plight and helplessness. Takuma, with your paltry skill you thought you could deal with me. How naive. Hyūga Natsu gazed at him coldly and spoke slowly, his voice utterly flat as if stating the most ordinary and trivial fact. But deep inside he sneered with contempt. Ha, you can't even withstand 1% of my power. And you dare challenge my authority. Utterly foolish. Do you dare kill me? If you kill me, the main family will never let you off. I am the branch family head appointed by the main family. Ha ha ha. Hyūga Takuma laughed wildly. And as long as I live, your younger brother Hyūga Kagami, right? And your brother Hizashi's son Hyūga Niji, neither of them will have an easy day. Hyūga Takuma spoke with difficulty while still spitting blood, his voice weak and broken yet filled with menace and malice. Every word seemed forced out through gritted teeth soaked in boundless hatred. Ha ha ha. Hyūga Takuma let out an evil laugh which sounded especially grating in the deathly silent meeting room. Like the mournful cry of a night owl in the darkness, it sent chills down everyone's spine, making their scalps tingle. It felt as though the terrifying laughter had dragged them into an endless abyss of darkness from which there was no escape. The branch family members instantly fell into a deathly stillness, standing dumbfounded at a complete loss for what to do. Their faces were filled with fear and confusion, as if trapped in a horrifying nightmare from which they could never wake, their gazes wandering aimlessly. They dared not even look at Hyūga Natsu or Hyūga Takuma, their hearts burdened with extreme terror and profound anxiety about the unknown fate that awaited them. Hyūga Natsu's gaze swept over the crowd like a bone-chilling winter wind, deep as the stars in the cold night sky, impossible to meet, as if it could pierce through to the darkest secrets hidden in their hearts. Everyone felt as though they had been stripped bare, their every secret thought exposed and unable to hide before him. Hyūga Natsu thought to himself, these cowardly wretches. Let's see if they have the courage to rebel against the main family with me. Although I alone could crush the entire Hyūga clan, I'm not yet invincible. I must keep a low profile. The main family has controlled us for too long with the caged bird. I have found a way to break it. Hyūga Natsu swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes like golden lightning piercing straight into the depths of everyone's souls as he spoke slowly. The moment these words were uttered, the entire room burst into an uproar like a massive meteorite crashing into a still lake, stirring up towering waves. What? Break the caged bird? Impossible. Someone shouted in disbelief, their voice carrying a faint glimmer of hope born from despair, as if desperately clutching at a lifeline in the darkness, yet afraid to fully believe that it could actually save them. Hyūga Natsu stood before them like a towering mountain, his expression solemn and serious, bluffing with perfect composure. What I say is true. I have awakened the supreme eyes of the Hyūga clan, the Tenseigan. The chakra it contains is the natural bane of the caged bird. At that moment Hyūga Natsu's heart was filled with confidence and resolve. He firmly believed that with his great power he could lead the branch family to throw off the main family's long-standing cruel control. The branch family members exchanged glances. Sparks of hope instantly ignited in their eyes, but those sparks were tinged with deep hesitation and doubt, like faint candle flames in the wind threatening to be extinguished at any moment by the merciless storm. Just then Hyūga Natsu's eyes suddenly transformed. His originally white pupils blazed with dazzling golden light, as brilliant and fervent as the rising sun, instantly illuminating the dim oppressive meeting room. A powerful and mysterious aura radiated from him like surging waves filled with overwhelming pressure. Everyone struggled to breathe as if a massive mountain weighed heavily on their chests, crushing them nearly beyond endurance. What kind of eyes are these? A clansman cried out in trembling on, his voice piercing and shrill with shock, like a blade cleaving through the suffocating silence of the chamber. The assembly stared in terror at Hyūga Natsuki's eyes, radiant with an enigmatic luminescence, drawn inescapably as if bound by an invisible magnetic force. Golden light danced and flickered within his irises, dazzling incandescent, like countless stars swirling ceaselessly in a boundless celestial expanse. Each pulse of that golden radiance mirrored with uncanny precision the profound shock and utter disbelief etched upon every onlooker's face. Natsuki stood tall and unyielding, like an indomitable war god carved from fate itself. Bathed in the chamber's light, his golden rinnegan blazed with overwhelming brilliance, its luminous currents seeming to contain the infinite energy of the entire cosmos. Within that radiance surged unfathomable power and arcane mystery. Each shimmer flared like a meteor streaking across the vast firmament, beautiful, majestic, and awe-inspiring beyond measure. Unbelievable, what force is this? A young clansman stammered, his voice quavering, his legs trembling so violently he seemed a withered leaf caught in a gale. His eyes widened in raw terror and ravenous curiosity, as though beholding the most impossible, most stupefying vision ever witnessed in mortal history. Natsuki continued, voice resonant and commanding, with the awakening of this rinnegan I shall shatter the old order and usher in a new dawn of hope for us all. Let us forge together a future founded on equality and freedom. Though his words appeared to seek consensus among the branch house, their tone brooked no dissent, authoritative, absolute, and unassailable. Within his heart he resolved the time for choice had come: either follow him boldly into liberty or be cast aside once the main house fell, deemed unworthy of trust or redemption. At that moment Hyūga Tokima's eyes bulged wide, bloodshot and wild, with terror and bitter resentment twisting his features into a grotesque, unbearable mask. No, it cannot be. You lie. The caged bird seal has held for centuries, no one has ever broken it. And the main house will never let you live. He screamed hysterically, voice choked with disbelief, his reason shattered, teetering on the razor's edge of madness like a wounded beast making its final desperate lunge. Natsuki scoffed coldly, his voice sharp as glacial wind. Tokima, you cling to delusion. The main house's corrupt, tyrannical reign ends today. Within him burned fierce loathing for the main house and an unshakable vision of a radiant tomorrow. He believed with absolute conviction that his golden rinnegan would shatter centuries of injustice and oppression, leading the branch house from darkness into light, carving a new world from the void. Whispers broke out among the branch house members, low, urgent, and restless. Some trembled at the thought of the main house's inevitable merciless retribution, the unknown consequences chilling them to the bone. Others felt their hearts ignite with reckless resolve, as if glimpsing for the first time the gleam of true liberation. Expressions varied wildly, some furrowed their brows in deep contemplation, weighing peril against promise, others fixed their gaze with ironclad determination, already pledged to rebellion, eyes blazing with unflinching resolve, still others wavered at the precipice of choice, torn and tormented, stumbling blindly through inner shadows. Natsuki raised his voice, thunderous and unrelenting. Hesitate no longer. Will you continue groveling beneath the main house's shadow, or rise now fearless for freedom? The hour of decision is upon you. The main house's oppression of the branch house is a litany of crimes. From childhood, branch house children are indoctrinated into absolute obedience, their right to grow freely stripped away with brutal finality. Those few gifted branch house youths are treated as existential threats, systematically suppressed, their talents buried before they can bloom. Resources flow overwhelmingly to the main house while the branch house receives mere scraps, its path to progress choked with thorns. Forbidden scrolls and secret jutsu remain locked away, rendering their cultivation arduous, nearly hopeless. Adult branch house members serve as little more than expendable slaves, dispatched on perilous, near-suicidal missions. Failure brings savage punishment, or death, while the main house reclines safely in glory and comfort. Even in marriage they possess no autonomy, wedded off as political pawns forced into unions with strangers they despise. Worst of all, the caged bird seal binds them utterly, a lethal leash controlled by the main house capable of snuffing out life at a whim. They are puppets, their fates dictated by strings pulled from afar. Natsuki's voice dark and hypnotic as a serpent's whisper fanned the embers in their hearts into roaring, consuming fire. Will you endure such tyranny any longer? He challenged them fiercely, then lowered his voice, heavy with sorrow and steel. Branch house children remain branch house children. Do you wish to watch your own sons and daughters kneel as servants to the main house, generation after generation, forever chained to servitude? Can you bear it? Rage erupted instantly. A voice roared, enough, we revolt. Just as fury reached its fever pitch, the chamber's sealed doors burst open, slammed aside by a contingent of main house elites. At their head stood Hyūga Hizashi, clan head of the main house, and beside him his father, the revered elder of the main house. Behind them marched senior elders and the elite of the younger generation. As Hizashi prepared to speak, the elder swept his gaze, cold calculating, across the assembly, then fixed it upon Natsuki and declared with sovereign authority, daring indeed to conspire here in open rebellion. Natsuki met the elder's stare without flinching, and laughed icy and sharp. The main house's tyranny ends today. Branch house fists clenched. Eyes blazed with hatred toward the main house envoys. Tension coiled like a spring drawn taut to its breaking point. Then, Natsuki's aura erupted anew. His golden rinnegan blazed with intensified radiance. Today we fight for freedom. At that critical juncture, just as battle hung poised on the knife's edge, Tokima, who lay near death upon the floor, summoned a final surge of strength and staggered upright. His body swayed precariously, blood streaked his face like crimson ink spilled across parchment, yet within his eyes burned a defiant, unquenchable flame. Jaw clenched tight, teeth grinding in a low grating rasp, he glared at Natsuki with murderous intensity as if yearning to devour him whole. Within Tokima's mind, calculation churned. Natsuki dares not kill me. Now is the moment to prove my loyalty to the main house. My reward will be greater favor, greater power. Hyūga Tokima would rather die than let you succeed, he bellowed, and channeled the last dregs of his chakra. Natsuki sneered. Tokima, cease this futile struggle. Do you truly believe I fear killing you? If you do, the main house will leave you no grave. Tokima retorted, and his hands flashed in rapid, precise motion. The very air trembled around him, rippling visibly like water disturbed by stone. Though sluggish from grievous wounds, each hand seal he formed was charged with grim finality, as if inscribing his last testament upon the fabric of fate. Tokima unleashed his ultimate technique, a torrent of chakra erupting from his being with cataclysmic force. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With a roar he charged Natsuki, reckless, unstoppable, a burning meteor hurtling toward annihilation. Natsuki frowned faintly, genuinely surprised by Tokima's tenacious defiance. Yet he steadied, instantly bracing to meet the desperate strike, not as a man but as an immovable mountain. Tokima became a streak of lightning, fueled by fury and despair, yet grievously wounded he faltered mid-lunge. As he unleashed the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, Natsuki evaded effortlessly, sidestepping with serene precision. Of course, given the chasm between their strengths, Tokima could not even graze a single hair on Natsuki's head. In that instant of misfire, panic seized him. No. Natsuki thundered. Tokima, you persist in folly. This is your self-wrought doom. Before Tokima could react, a flash of ruthless intent crossed Natsuki's eyes, and he struck without hesitation. Halt! The main house delegation shouted in unison. Tokima's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. With labored breath he gasped, you dare. Before the words were fully spoken, Hinata Natsu suddenly raised his arm, casually swinging a slap that carried a fierce gust of wind as if an invisible force had erupted. Hinata Dekan didn't even have time to react, his entire body flying backward like a broken doll. His body traced a parabolic arc in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. In the brief moment before his death at the hands of Hinata Natsu, Dekan was filled with disbelief and regret. He had been utterly convinced, believing Hinata Natsu would never have the courage to kill him, thinking to himself, he definitely doesn't have that kind of guts. As long as I perform well in front of the clan, I will surely be rewarded later. But when the lethal blow struck like lightning, his mind plunged into chaos. How could this be happening? I misjudged his resolve. Am I really going to die here? However, it was already too late. He felt a sudden darkness before him, his consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind, its weak light gradually extinguishing until it was completely snuffed out. In his last moments, Dekan's heart was filled with endless regret. I was too arrogant, too dismissive of Hinata Natsu's unwavering will to resist. I paid the heavy price of my life for my foolishness and blindness. If given another chance, of time could turn back, I would never act so impulsively. Yet all these thoughts dissipated with the end of his life shattering like fragile bubbles, vanishing without a trace. After Dekan was killed by Hinata Natsu, the meeting room fell into a dead silence. The clan's experts widened their eyes, filled with shock, never expecting that Hinata Natsu would dare to strike mercilessly before them. Their gazes were filled with astonishment and anger, the fury burning like a raging flame, hot and violent, as if they wanted to completely incinerate Hinata Natsu, turning him to ashes. The members of the branch family were so frightened by this sudden turn of events that they dared not even breathe. The flicker of rebellious fire that had just ignited in their hearts wavered and faltered due to Dekan's abrupt death. The air seemed to solidify, the heavy pressure weighing down on everyone's hearts like a towering mountain, making it almost impossible to breathe, as if they were suffocating in this oppressive atmosphere. Yet Hinata Natsu showed no fear, his gaze was resolute and fearless as he stared directly at the clan's experts, loudly declaring, this is the consequence of opposing me. Who else wishes to obstruct the branch family's pursuit of freedom and equality? His voice echoed in the dead silence of the meeting room like a thunderous roar that shook the hearts of everyone present. The clan's elder's face was so grim it seemed it could drip with water as he bellowed, Hinata Natsu, you have committed an unforgivable crime. You can only atone with your death. The voice was laced with endless anger and authority, a roar that seemed to come from the depths of the 9 hells, sending chills down the spine. Hinata Natsu let out a cold laugh showing no fear. Then come at me. Today I am ready to completely sever ties with the clan.
His eyes burned with indomitable fighting spirit, showing not an ounce of retreat, resembling a blazing flame, hot and unquenchable. At this moment the branch family members began to reassess the current situation. Some who had initially hesitated were inspired by Hinata Natsu's resolute attitude, reigniting the rebellious spirit within them. The once faint spark under Hinata Natsu's encouragement gradually transformed into a roaring flame, igniting their chests and stirring their blood.
We will follow you, Hinata Natsu.
Someone shouted, their voice firm and powerful as if it could penetrate the thick clouds and reach the sky. Then more members of the branch family echoed in agreement, their eyes filled with unwavering determination, as if they had resolved to fight alongside Hinata Natsu to the end. No matter if the path ahead was a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, no matter how full of endless hardships and obstacles, they would never retreat. Hinata Natsu looked at the branch family members, responding positively to him, a deep sense of emotion surging within him. He knew this battle was just beginning, yet he showed no signs of retreat, his gaze filled with steadfastness and courage.
Thank you all for your trust. We the branch family no longer wish to be ruthlessly oppressed by the clan.
Hinata Natsu shouted loudly, his voice filled with passionate power like an inspiring war drum, uplifting the morale of everyone, filling each person with the courage and determination to fight.
The clan's experts exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, deciding to take down Hinata Natsu first.
Let's all go together and capture this traitor. With the elder's command, several clan experts lunged at Hinata Natsu simultaneously. Their movements were as swift as lightning, stirring up a fierce wind that seemed ready to ruthlessly tear everything apart. Hinata Natsu flashed like a ghost, nimbly dodging the attacks, then quickly launched a fierce counterattack. His movements were agile and swift, each strike containing immense power, like a tiger emerging from the mountains, intimidating and fearsome. In the smoke-filled, battered conference room, the tension reached a suffocating peak. The wild wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust, obscuring people's vision.
Hinata Natsu was deeply ensnared in the encirclement of the clan's experts, his figure darting between numerous strong enemies.
The clan's experts surged from all directions like a tidal wave, their eyes sharp as blades, their strikes fierce and decisive. Hinata Natsu's movements were as swift as the wind. He suddenly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a powerful straight punch from the expert on his left. Before he could regain his footing, another person on his right swung a long knife fiercely at him. He quickly crouched, the sharp blade grazing perilously close to his head. Just as he avoided this fierce blow, a powerful kick came from an expert ahead. He had no choice but to cross his arms in defense, only to be pushed back several steps by the tremendous force. The light from his golden reincarnation eyes occasionally burst forth, dazzling and brilliant, illuminating the tense yet resolute faces around him. Each violent collision was like a thunderous roar, unleashing a wave of surging energy fluctuations. This powerful force impacted the surroundings, causing the entire conference room to tremble violently as if it would collapse under the strain at any moment. The surrounding ruins crumbled under the shock of this energy, rubble and debris falling, while the distant raging flames flickered wildly in the wind as if they wanted to devour this land. Hinata Natsu seized the opportunity to counterattack, darting through the crowd like a swimming dragon, his fists striking out like a torrential storm, each punch accompanied by a rushing wind. However, the clan's experts coordinated seamlessly. One launched a fierce attack, another maintained strict defense, while one lay in wait for a sneak attack, making it difficult for Hinata Natsu to break through the encirclement. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, but his gaze remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat.
Of course, this was all an act by Hinata Natsu.
After all, even before awakening the reincarnation eye, he was already at the level of a ninja. Once awakened, he surpassed most ordinary shadow-level experts, and after absorbing Hashirama's remains, he had even surpassed shadow-level experts. The reason for the back and forth was to hide his true strength and of course to ignite the fighting spirit of the branch family members. The branch family members watched the fierce battle with intense anxiety, their fists clenched tightly, palms drenched in sweat, hearts racing as they silently cheered for Rishon-Xia. Just then an unknown voice shouted, "We can't just stand by.
Let's all join Rishon-Xia and fight side by side."
This shout, like a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, instantly ignited the long-dormant fervor in everyone's hearts. The branch family members who had been hesitating no longer lingered, they bravely charged forward. They unleashed their ninjutsu and taijutsu, some released powerful chakra waves like surging relentless tides, majestic in momentum, others aided Rishon-Xia with agile nimble movements to attack the main family experts like swift and graceful swallows darting through the air. In an instant the meeting room descended into chaos, the cries of battle and the clashes of ninjutsu intertwining like an impassioned and stirring war anthem. Meanwhile, the main family experts exerted every ounce of their skill attempting to swiftly subdue Rishon-Xia and the rebelling branch members. Though few in number, they struck with extreme ruthlessness, each move aimed at vital points without mercy. Their eyes were filled with determination, as if they intended to utterly annihilate the branch family before them, leaving no room for survival. Their fierce gaze seemed capable of piercing the soul. Though the branch family outnumbered the main family several times over, they could never bring themselves to strike ruthlessly, for they faced their own bloodkin, leaving a shred of reluctance in their hearts. Although they resisted with effort, their attacks were always held back, showing hesitation which made their movements somewhat sluggish. Thus both sides fell into a stalemate of equal strength. Brothers of the branch, do not hesitate.
Think of the oppression we suffer daily from the main family. If we do not rise up now, we will never have a chance to turn things around. Xia shouted loudly, trying to arouse the resolute determination of the branch members. His voice carried urgent hope and powerful encouragement, resonating like a great bell in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, some branch members gritted their teeth, a glint of resolve flashing in their eyes, and their attacks became slightly fiercer. Yet most could not shake off the emotional bonds, still hesitating when striking. A bunch of indecisive weaklings. Today marks your doom, sneered the main family elder, his words dripping with sarcasm and contempt, his disdainful expression further fueling rage. Xia narrowed his eyes, once again unleashing the mighty power of the Zhuanqing Eye. Radiance flared as he repelled several main family experts, buying a precious moment of respite for the branch members. Don't be swayed by his words. As long as we unite, we will surely defeat them. Xia continued to boost morale, his voice firm and powerful like an anchor, steadying everyone's mind and reigniting their fighting spirit. Inspired, the branch members gradually formed a tighter formation, cooperating with one another as they engaged in an even fiercer and more brutal confrontation with the main family experts. With their fierce techniques and seamless coordination, the main family experts still did not allow the branch members to gain much advantage. The battle grew increasingly intense, both sides were utterly exhausted, yet neither would stop, first gritting their teeth and persevering. The great elder of the main family was deeply anxious, knowing that prolonging the fight was extremely disadvantageous for them. The main family's great elder suddenly shouted, "Use Kaiten," his voice laced with urgency and resolve. The powerful absolute defense of the main family caught the branch members off guard. Several were instantly injured by the rebound damage, falling to the ground and groaning in pain. Xia roared, unleashing the full force of the Zhuanqing Eye to create an impenetrable shield, blocking the subsequent series of attacks from the main family. Pull yourselves together. We cannot lose. Xia's voice was somewhat hoarse but still brimming with strength, instilling in everyone the faith and courage to persevere. The branch members rallied their spirits once more, plunging back into the fight without hesitation, their eyes burning with unyielding flames. Several main family members still used the absolute defense technique Kaiten to block the branch's attacks. Then the great elder suddenly withdrew. The great elder quickly formed hand seals, muttering incantations at a rapid pace as an immensely sinister power emanated from his body. That power spread like a dark vortex, expanding continuously with a terrifying aura that seemed to devour everything. The branch members instantly felt splitting headaches, moans of agony rising one after another as if they were trapped in hell enduring endless torture. Seeing this, Xia was burning with anxiety. He shouted, "Everyone hold on." His voice was filled with concern and urgency, veins bulging on his forehead. However, the power of the caged bird curse seal was too overwhelming. Many branch members had collapsed to the ground, losing their ability to fight, writhing in agony with faces twisted in pain, looking utterly horrifying. The main family's great elder laughed triumphantly, "You traitors! This is the consequence of rebelling against the main family." His laughter was full of arrogance and glee, his eyes filled with cruelty. Suddenly noticing that Xia was completely unaffected, his heart jolted. So this was the supreme eye of the Rishang clan, the Zhuanqing Eye. It had actually broken the caged bird curse seal that no one in the Rishang clan had managed to crack in hundreds of years. I must obtain it, the great elder mused inwardly. Xia glared wide-eyed, suppressing a smirk, thinking to himself, to make someone perish first, make them mad. Then he charged at the great elder, shouting, "You old scoundrel! I'll fight you to the death." His figure was like a swift bolt of lightning, determined and unyielding, moving with such speed that it blurred. Just as Xia was about to reach the great elder, the clan head Rishang Rizu suddenly intervened, blocking him. "Xia, you are courting death." His voice was cold and authoritative, carrying an undeniable pressure like the icy wind of winter, sending chills down one's spine. Unfazed, Xia engaged in a fierce battle with Rishang Rizu. However, Xia had not yet revealed his true power. He pretended to trade blows evenly with Rishang Rizu, making it impossible to gauge his actual strength. At that moment, some branch members who could barely stand helped each other up, knowing that if they backed down now they would never have another chance. "Even if we die, we will fight to the end," one of them shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with a determination to face death, his unwavering gaze deeply moving. Once again they launched an attack. Though their strength was weak, their resolve was unshakable, flames of defiance burning in their eyes as if to incinerate all obstacles. The members of the main family were profoundly shaken by this unyielding determination, and in an instant they plunged into extreme panic. Their widened eyes were filled with astonishment, the muscles of their faces twitching uncontrollably. The unwavering certainty that had been as solid as a rock in their hearts was suddenly swept away like a sandcastle before a surging tide. They could hardly have anticipated that the branch family members could display such indomitable will and rise in resistance with such unwavering resolve. The flames of rebellion burned so fiercely as if they would consume every injustice in the world, leaving not a single trace behind. Fear slithered like a cold, slippery serpent through their hearts, silently devouring their courage and faith, causing their souls to tremble incessantly. The expression of the main family's elder turned as dark as if thick ink could drip from it. A gleam of ruthless resolve flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation he intensified the power of the curse mark. In an instant the branch family members felt a splitting headache, as if countless razor-sharp needles were madly churning inside their skulls, stabbing every nerve. They clutched their heads in agony, letting out heart-rending screams. The sound was full of misery and despair, like the wailing of tormented souls from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. In that moment they lost all power to resist. One by one, like wheat stalks ruthlessly flattened by a gale, they collapsed to the ground in agony, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their faces twisted in pain, grotesque and horrifying. Everyone sees Hyūga Natsu together. The main family's elder shouted hoarsely, his voice sharp and piercing like a desperate roar from the abyss of hell, filled with the final madness and reckless determination. Instantly all the elite experts of the main family surged forward like a pack of starving wolves, encircling Hyūga Natsu in a frenzied assault. Their figures crisscrossed their attacks, fierce and ruthless, each strike carrying the resolve to kill, as if determined to leave Hyūga Natsu no chance of survival. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of danger, a barely perceptible glint of satisfaction flashed in Hyūga Natsu's eyes. He thought to himself, it's about time. Then he decided to hold back, no longer feigning a burst of hidden potential. He planned to reveal a mere tenth of his true power. In an instant his chakra erupted like a raging ocean, stirring up towering waves. Radiant light burst forth and an overwhelming aura swept through the area like a tempest, stunning everyone present. He seemed to transform into a radiant, inviolable deity, his brilliance too dazzling to behold, as if looking upon him would be a desecration. Then Hyūga Natsu prepared to unleash the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams, a technique he had mastered after observing it just once from Hyūga Hizashi. He infused it with his own unique understanding and immense chakra, naming it the 20 Divine Strikes of the Void. Within the branch family's meeting room, the power of the 20 Divine Strikes of the Void erupted like a colossal bomb, detonating in an instant, shattering the previous calm. The violent energy surged like a torrent, carrying a terrifying force that sought to annihilate everything. It first struck the meeting room's walls with overwhelming momentum. The once solid walls instantly shattered, bricks and stones flying out like bullets, turning into countless sharp fragments that whistled through the air. The sharp sound of breaking air was piercing like the shrill wail of death, making one's heart tremble. Each whistle felt like the scythe of the Grim Reaper sweeping by. The once beautiful murals were torn apart by this suffocating force, their vibrant colors and exquisite artistry reduced to nothing, leaving only chaos and debris. The wooden decorations on the walls instantly burst into raging flames. The fire danced wildly, greedily devouring everything in its path, as if it were the hellfire meant to consume all worldly things. The massive conference table, fragile as paper under this world-shattering force, split apart without any resistance. The heavy tabletop flipped into the air, accompanied by a roaring gale, and slammed into the ceiling with the force of a thunderbolt, instantly creating a huge hole. Dust rose like thick smoke, quickly filling the air and blurring everyone's vision, as if they were plunged into primordial chaos, a chaos full of the unknown and fear. The chairs around were flung in all directions by the irresistible impact. Some embedded themselves into the walls like lightning, forming deep pits, while others shattered into fine wood shavings that scattered like snowflakes, creating a scene of apocalypse. The roof could no longer withstand the rampant destructive force. With a deafening crash it collapsed. The heavy beams snapped with a thunderous roar, a sound that seemed to shatter eardrums and pierce into the depths of the soul. Tiles cascaded down like a torrential rain, gouging countless deep pits into the ground. Water splashed everywhere, as if the earth itself was sobbing and wailing in agony, a heart-wrenching lament. The lighting fixtures in the meeting room exploded instantly, sparks flying in all directions like colorful fireworks. The entire space was plunged into boundless darkness. Only the flickering energy glare illuminated the scene of utter devastation, like a vision of doomsday, evoking endless despair and terror, as if one had fallen into the abyss of hell. The ground trembled violently, floor tiles buckling and then shattering into pieces. Cracks spread at an alarming speed, as if the earth had opened a monstrous gaping maw, ready to devour everyone present without mercy. The bookcases filled with documents collapsed with a thunderous crash. Precious papers scattered in the gale, instantly turning to ashes, leaving only black remnants, like the mournful song of history telling of past glory and present destruction. The scene of annihilation evoked sighs at the capriciousness of fate. The main family members, terrified before this sudden apocalypse-like force, turned as pale as death, as if drained of all life's color. Some tried to resist with ninjutsu, but under the absolute invincible power of the 20 Divine Strikes of the Void, their techniques dissolved like fragile bubbles, vanishing into nothingness as if they had never existed. Others were struck by flying bricks and stones, blood spurting like a fountain, instantly staining their clothes, a canvas soaked in crimson. They let out agonizing, heart-wrenching screams that echoed through the meeting room, sending chills down the spine like a symphony of death. Still others were thrown back by the unimaginably powerful energy wave, crashing heavily into the hard walls. Their bones shattered instantly and they died on the spot, their deaths so gruesome and horrific that one could not bear to look, a scene like a living hell. Those arrogant and invincible experts from the clan at this moment were utterly powerless in the face of such terrifying power, resembling frail ants, small and helpless. They were either buried deep beneath the ruins, their fates uncertain, only able to emit faint cries for help, filled with endless fear and despair, as if they were making a final struggle against destiny, a struggle that appeared so futile. Or they were desperately writhing in pain, yet still unable to escape the merciless fate of death, their eyes filled with despair and regret. The pride and dignity they once held now completely vanished, leaving only an endless fear and a deep attachment to life. The entire conference room had turned into a graveyard for the clan members, the scent of blood and death permeating the air so thick that it was almost suffocating, as if it were trying to choke one's very soul, making it impossible to break free. The air was thick with the smell of dust, smoke and the acrid scent of charred remains, making it hard for anyone to breathe smoothly, as if it were completely blocking their throats, inducing a sense of suffocation and despair. The originally solemn and orderly branch family conference room had now been reduced to ruins as if it had endured an apocalyptic catastrophe, a sight so horrific it was unbearable to look at, filling one's heart with endless sorrow and shock. That sorrow enveloped everyone's spirit like a deep and dark night. The conference room fell into a deathly silence, the branch family members stunned by the shocking scene that struck deep into their souls, their eyes wide, mouths slightly agape, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Their gazes were filled with disbelief and hope for the future, a complex expression that suddenly glimpsed a ray of light amid infinite despair, carrying painful memories of the suffering endured in the past yet also harboring earnest hopes for a better life ahead. That expression resembled a painting interwoven with darkness and light. Amid the ruins only one person was struggling to survive. It was Hinata, barely managing to stand yet devoid of any strength. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood and dirt, the blood having dried to a dark red hue like the marks left by time. His body was covered in intersecting gruesome wounds resembling a fearsome centipede, instilling dread in those who beheld it. From now on there will be no distinction between the main family and the branch family of the Hinata clan. You shall henceforth be the sole leader of the Hinata clan, perhaps leading it towards glory under your guidance. Hinata said tremblingly, his voice weak and quavering like a candle in the wind about to be extinguished at any moment. With that he slowly took out a kunai and with the last bit of strength he had plunged it into his heart. A hint of resignation and relief crossed his face as his gaze gradually became hollow, thinking to himself, Hinata, I'll come to accompany you. The light of life slowly faded from his eyes like a shooting star passing through the night sky, brief yet hauntingly beautiful. The branch family members showed expressions of sorrow yet did not stop Hinata. They understood that this was Hinata's choice and the end of the main family's dominion. A complex and indescribable emotion intertwined within their hearts, encompassing both the reflections on past oppression and the anticipation of an uncertain future. That emotion was like tangled threads, unbreakable and chaotic. At this moment Hinata Natsu pretended to gasp for breath, his chest rising and falling violently as if he had just undergone a life and death race. However, his eyes were filled with the joy of victory and unwavering determination. That joy shone like brilliant stars sparkling in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. That determination was like a towering mountain, unshakable against the ravages of wind and rain, standing forever steadfast. It was a yearning for the future, a resolve against fate and a relentless pursuit of freedom. We have won. It was unclear who shouted this first, the voice trembling with excitement like the first warm sunlight breaking through the darkness, bringing hope and courage to everyone. Then the branch family members began to cheer, their voices echoing through the ruins filled with joy and hope. That sound surged like roaring waves, one wave after another crashing against this land mercilessly washed by the fires of war, as if to wash away all pain and sorrow, leaving only songs of victory. Leader Natsu, Leader Natsu. With one of the clan members excitedly calling out, everyone began to shout together, their voices synchronized and loud, filled with trust and expectation for their future leader. That call echoed like a passionate war drum, encouraging each person to march forward. Hinata Natsu looked at the excited crowd and slowly said, from now on the branch family will no longer be oppressed, we shall embrace a brand new beginning. His voice was firm and powerful, filled with the dignity and confidence of a leader, stabilizing the restless emotions of the crowd like an anchor. That voice reverberated in the air, solemn and sacred like an oath. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with longing and aspiration for the future. They seemed to see a brand new Hinata clan before them, filled with equality, harmony and hope for the future. That future unfolded like a magnificent vibrant painting before their eyes, filling them with anticipation and yearning. Every stroke in that painting was filled with a longing and pursuit for a beautiful life. After the cheers subsided, Hinata Natsu quickly calmed down, his expression serious, his gaze revealing an undeniable determination and decisiveness. He swiftly began directing the branch family members to clean up the aftermath. Quickly act swiftly and gently gather the injured clan members over here. Hinata Natsu shouted loudly, his voice resonant and filled with authority as if it could penetrate the thick clouds and reach the heavens. The branch family members immediately sprang into action, their faces filled with tension and concern, each expression marked by deep worry for the injured. They carefully lifted the injured, each movement extremely gentle, as if cradling the world's most precious treasure, trying to avoid causing any further pain. The movements were as tender as a gentle breeze brushing against flower petals. Some clan members skilled in medical ninjutsu quickly gathered around, their expressions tense and focused, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads glistening in the sunlight. Opening their medical kits, they quickly and skillfully formed hand seals, preparing to perform medical ninjutsu. Hinata Natsu moved between the injured, his brow furrowed anxiously and worriedly examining each wound. Each wound felt like a stab to his heart, causing his expression to grow more solemn and worried. Seeing a severely injured clan member, he crouched down and softly reassured, hold on, we will definitely heal you. That voice was gentle yet filled with strength, like an unextinguished light in the darkness, bringing endless hope and courage to the wounded. Those words were like a warm spring breeze soothing the souls of the injured. Medical team, treat those with bleeding wounds first. Hyūga Natsu commanded decisively, his voice carrying an unyielding resolve and authority, as if it were an order not to be disobeyed. Pay attention to the wounded's breathing and pulse, stabilize their vital signs at all costs. He shouted loudly, his gaze steadfast and focused like a beacon that never wavered, watching over the progress of the treatment with unrelenting vigilance. His eyes were filled with profound reverence for life and deep burning affection for his clansmen. Some wounded groaned in pain. Hyūga Natsu unhesitatingly grasped their hands tightly, offering strength and encouragement. Fear not, we have already overcome the oppression of the main family. This pain shall not defeat us. You will surely recover. His voice was gentle yet firm, like a potent stimulant injected into the depths of the wounded souls. Those resolute, powerful words gradually calmed the wounded's panicked and terrified gazes, replacing them with newfound determination, rekindling their will to live and hope for the future. His hands conveyed warmth and strength, making the injured feel the hope of life as if grasping an unquenchable light in the darkness. Bring the bandages and medicine. Hyūga Natsu shouted urgently. We need more chakra-assisted treatment here. His voice rang out again, filled with anxiety and concern. The rescue scene was tense yet orderly. Hyūga Natsu worked ceaselessly, his figure darting among the wounded. Sweat soaked his clothes, clinging to his back and outlining his fatigued yet resolute silhouette, but he paid no heed, fully immersed in directing the treatment. Every movement of his was filled with love for his clansmen, every word carried a profound sense of responsibility. His bustling figure resembled an angel guarding life, radiating boundless compassion and kindness. After handling the wounded's treatment arrangements, Hyūga Natsu turned and walked toward the ordinary Hyūga clansmen who had rushed out of their homes due to the commotion from the branch family meeting hall. Hyūga Natsu looked at the frightened, uneasy Hyūga clansmen. He slowed his steps, his expression softening like a gentle spring breeze brushing over a frozen lake, bringing warmth and hope. His steps were light and steady, each one seemingly carrying the breath of spring, full of vitality and energy. My clansmen, do not be afraid, do not panic. Hyūga Natsu's voice was calm and powerful, carrying a reassuring warmth like a melodious requiem, soothing everyone's flustered heart. We have endured an arduous battle, but we have emerged strong. We have overcome the main family. From now on there will be no more unjust oppression from them. He proclaimed loudly, his gaze firm and affectionate as it swept over every clansman. That look was like a bright lighthouse shining with unwavering light in the darkness, illuminating the path forward for the clansmen. He walked up to a woman clutching her child, gently patted her shoulder, his eyes full of care and comfort. Elder sister, rest assured, the children will grow up happily in an equal, peaceful environment. His gentle, kind tone like a babbling brook softly flowed into the woman's heart, gradually easing her tense and uneasy expression, rekindling hope for life in her eyes. Seeing several elders with worried faces, Hyūga Natsu quickly stepped forward, bowed slightly and said with great respect. Elders, the future of the Hyūga clan is full of boundless hope. The hardships of the past are over and will never return. His words, like warm sunlight piercing through thick clouds, dispelled the heavy gloom from the elders' hearts, allowing their faces to bloom with brilliant smiles like spring flowers. He then turned to a group of vibrant young clansmen, his gaze full of trust and expectation. Young brothers and sisters, let us work together to rebuild our beautiful home and make the Hyūga clan even more prosperous. His passionate and inspiring words, like a stirring battle anthem, made the young clansmen's blood boil, their eyes gleaming with the light of hope, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future and determination to strive for the clan. Hyūga Natsu patiently listened to the clansmen's worries and confusion, offering gentle reassurance and detailed explanations one by one. His words were like a warm spring breeze, gently blowing away the shadows and fears from the ordinary clansmen's hearts. Every smile of his was as radiant as sunlight, every gaze brimmed with deep affection and unwavering faith in the future. That smile, like brilliant sunlight, illuminated every clansman's heart, allowing them to feel infinite warmth and care. Under Hyūga Natsu's comfort, the ordinary clansmen gradually calmed down, their eyes no longer filled with panic and unease, but instead gained a measure of hope and resolve for the future. As if seeing the bright tomorrow of the Hyūga clan through Hyūga Natsu, their hearts were filled with hope and strength, ready to embrace a new life and contribute their efforts to the clan's prosperity. That strength, like converging rivers, surged forward endlessly. While Hyūga Natsu was treating the wounded and comforting the ordinary clansmen, the ANBU members lurking outside the Hyūga clan also heard the tremendous commotion. The noise thundered like a clap of thunder in their ears. Even though they were battle-hardened, they were shocked by the sudden sound. Two ANBU members exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts filled with doubt and vigilance. One whispered in a low voice. This is no ordinary disturbance, it seems a major upheaval has occurred within the Hyūga clan. His voice trembled with a hint of unease. The other ANBU furrowed his brow, staring intently in the direction of the Hyūga compound, his expression grave as he nodded. The situation is urgent, we must ascertain what's happening as soon as possible. His eyes betrayed tension and urgency. The moment the words left his mouth, one ANBU made a swift decision, turning and dashing toward the Hokage's office on lightning-fast legs. His figure wove through the woods like a black bolt of lightning, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a gust of wind that rustled the leaves. The remaining ANBU continued to keep a close watch on the Hyūga clan's movements, never relaxing for a moment. His eyes never blinked, his body taut like a statue, completely absorbed in monitoring every slight change within the Hyūga compound. The ANBU heading to report was consumed by anxiety, his mind racing with possible scenarios. His heart pounded like a drum, his breath quick, countless images flashing through his thoughts. Finally he arrived at the Hokage's office. The night like ink silently enveloped my village. Stars dotted the sky like resplendent gems embedded in the deep sapphire firmament, and the gentle moonlight cascaded like gossamer upon the winding streets and scattered houses, painting a scene of serene and exquisite beauty. The night market in the village blazed with brilliant lights and teemed with activity. Shops lined the streets in close succession, one after another. The bright light like a cascading golden waterfall poured forth from windows and doors, illuminating faces etched with joy or contentment. Before the food stalls, tantalizing aromas rose and whisked, the vendors ablaze with enthusiasm hailed passers-by at the top of their lungs. Inside the general store, a dazzling array of goods was arranged in meticulous order as if it were an art exhibition thoughtfully curated, drawing the curious and searching gazes of customers. The streets were thronged with bustling crowds jostling shoulder to shoulder. Some wandered in groups of 2 or 3, chatting and laughing, their faces radiant with light-hearted ease. Others strolled alone in leisurely contentment, pausing now and then to admire the enchanting nightscape. Children like sprightly sprites darted and frolicked merrily through the crowd, their crisp melodic laughter echoing in the air like a string of silver bells. Couples held hands, leaning close to each other, their eyes brimming with deep affection, lost in this tender and romantic moment. Though a great commotion erupted from within the Rishon clan in the distance, the shopowners and passers-by paid it no heed. They remained immersed in the beauty of the night, for they had always believed that Mai was the safest place in all the ninja world and that the third Hokage would continue to protect them as he always had. This trust was like an ancient tree whose roots ran deep into the earth, steadfast through wind and storm. In those war-torn years filled with blazing flames and billowing smoke, the third Hokage displayed extraordinary leadership and fearless. On the brutal battlefield of the Second Great Ninja War, with enemies surging, warfires blazing and the situation intricate, the third Hokage, with his keen intellect, far-sighted strategic vision and precise judgment, commanded with calm authority, leading the shinobi of my village to fight valiantly. Facing the enemy's fierce assault, he did not flinch. He led from the front, striking the enemy with overwhelming power and unyielding resolve. In the end, under the third Hokage's wise leadership, my village emerged victorious in the Second Great Ninja War, defending the village's honor and glory. In the even more brutal and arduous Third Great Ninja War, danger lurked everywhere and the situation was dire to the extreme. Yet the third Hokage remained unwavering, constantly adjusting tactics and responding flexibly to all emergencies. At critical moments in the battle, he always stepped forward, using his powerful ninjutsu and fearless courage to build an unbreakable spiritual pillar for the shinobi. After countless breathtaking battles and arduous struggles, my village, once again guided by the third Hokage, broke through every obstacle and secured victory in the Third Great Ninja War. It was precisely because of the third Hokage's extraordinary leadership and immense contributions to the village in these 2 monumental wars that the villagers held him in boundless reverence and trust. They knew deep down that as long as the third Hokage was there, my village would stand unshaken through any storm and usher in peace and tranquility. Thus the villagers placed unconditional faith in the third Hokage, convinced that he would continue to safeguard my village and lead everyone toward a brighter future. In the Hokage building report to the third Hokage, a great disturbance has erupted from within the Rishon clan, suspected to be a violent conflict. A member of the Umbu knelt on one knee, his tone urgent and grave, with fine beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the light. The third Hokage sat at his desk, his pipe paused mid-motion, and for a fleeting moment a barely concealed worry flickered in his eyes. He pondered inwardly. The Yuzhibo clan has been growing increasingly restless, their dissatisfaction with the village mounting day by day, and their covert actions have already plunged the village into great trouble. I only intended to stir up a moderate rift between the Rishon main and branch families so that internal checks would help the village better control the Rishon clan's power. But I never expected it would trigger such a massive upheaval. Could I have overstepped? I hope this does not lead to an irreparable catastrophe. If the Rishon clan falls into severe internal strife, it will not only greatly weaken the village's overall strength but may also provoke unrest and turmoil among other clans. Coupled with the Yuzhibo clan, a bomb that could detonate at any moment, the village's situation will become tangled and uncontrollable. Once this situation spirals out of control, it will be an unprecedented shock to the village's stability. I must act with caution and exhaust every means to minimize the impact. Meanwhile, the great commotion also reached the Yuzhibo clan's compound. The Yuzhibo members whispered among themselves, buzzing with discussion. What is the Rishon clan up to? A young hot-headed Yuzhibo member frowned deeply, his expression full of confusion and his eyes betraying anxiety and unease. Could there be internal discord? Another clan member rubbed his chin, lost in thought, his gaze flickering with speculation. Regardless, we must stay alert and ensure the village's situation does not turn against us. An older, composed Yuzhibo member spoke with a profound gaze and a grave tone, exuding an unquestionable authority. The Inoshikacho clans also caught the disturbance. The strategists of the Nara clan quickly gathered in a circle, their expressions focused, their eyes sharp, and their minds racing like swiftly turning wheels as they began to analyze possible scenarios. The Yamanaka clan and the Akimichi clan were also on high alert, fully prepared to respond to any emergency. The members of the Akimichi clan were all raring to go, muscles tense as if ready to spring into action like arrows from a bow. The Yamanaka clan members, with solemn expressions and resolute eyes, quietly adjusted their states, exuding an aura of pent-up readiness. The Aburame clan assembled quietly and swiftly beneath their calm exteriors, their minds worked like lightning, pondering the far-reaching implications of this disturbance for the Rishon clan and the entire Mai village. Their eyes were steadfast as iron, their stances straight as pines, revealing a composure and calm that could remain unruffled no matter what storm arose. The other ninja clans of my village were likewise alarmed by the commotion and dispatched their own scouts to investigate. Some clan members appeared tense and anxious, fidgeting with worry etched into the wrinkles on their foreheads. Others were relatively composed, showing no change in expression, yet their grave eyes unanimously reflected heightened vigilance and concern over the sudden turn of events. After a moment, the third Hokage steadied himself and said, "You may withdraw now." Continue surveillance and report any new developments immediately.
His voice was steady and powerful, carrying a reassuring authority. The Anbu member acknowledged the order and retreated, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, the third Hokage rose and said, "Let's go. We will visit the Rishon clan." His expression was grave as frost, his stride firm and resolute. On the way to the Rishon clan, thoughts churned in the third Hokage's mind. I pray this is not a disaster beyond repair. I must stabilize the situation and not allow the peace we have maintained for so long to shatter so easily. The Rishon clan has always been united and harmonious. What could have sparked such a conflict? If mishandled, other clans may become panicked, triggering a chain reaction of unpredictable consequences. I bear the responsibility of protecting the village. I must resolve this crisis by any means. When the third Hokage and his entourage arrived at the Rishon clan, they were greeted by a scene of devastation. Broken walls and collapsed beams lay everywhere, dust swirling in the air, and the scattered rubble seemed to tell the tale of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Rishon Xia lifted her head, her gaze meeting the third Hokage's, her eyes revealing determination and resolve. The third Hokage frowned slightly and spoke in a low, commanding tone. What exactly happened here? His voice was deep and authoritative, carrying an undeniable force. Hinata Natsu took a deep breath and began to narrate the origins of this turmoil. The oppression of the main branch by the Hinata clan has reached a point where it can no longer be tolerated. Just yesterday, Hinata Hayashi committed suicide to take the blame for the clan leader, and this injustice and humiliation have fueled the anger of the branch family. This conflict is the eruption of the long-simmering anger of the branch family. We yearn for equality, we yearn for justice, and we can no longer endure the tyranny of the main branch. Hinata Natsu was filled with resentment and unwillingness. Every word seemed to carry a heavy weight. He knew that the third Hokage was a hypocrite, so he had to stand on the side of righteousness and make the third Hokage understand their grievances. The third Hokage listened, his brows furrowing tighter, thoughts swirling in his mind. It has come to this. The Hinata clan should be united as one, serving the village together, yet this internal conflict has led to such chaos. The death of Hinata Hayashi is a tragedy, and now I must handle this properly, otherwise the balance of the village will be disrupted. His heart felt as if it were tangled in chaos, worry and responsibility intertwining, fearing that this incident would become a significant hidden danger to the village's stability. Hinata Natsu hurriedly said, "Hokage-sama, we do not intend to disrupt the peace of the village. We are truly left with no choice. But now we are willing to follow your arrangements, only seeking a fair resolution." Hinata Natsu seemed to hope for the support of the third Hokage, bringing hope to the branch family, yet feared that his actions would lead to severe punishment, making the situation of his clan even more difficult. At this moment, although Hinata Natsu despised the third Hokage internally, he spoke sweet words and appropriately displayed a nervous demeanor. The third Hokage remained silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Hinata Natsu, do you understand the seriousness of this matter? Though the system of the Hinata main branch has its flaws, it has also been a way to maintain family stability for a long time. Now that the situation is chaotic, I must take measures to rectify it. But this is not an easy task. The village needs stability and unity." The third Hokage was deeply worried, knowing that if this incident was not handled well, it could lead to more problems, creating a chain reaction that would plunge the entire Konoha into chaos and crisis. Hinata Natsu urgently said, "Hokage-sama, I understand. We will fully cooperate with your decisions, only hoping to change the current situation." Hinata Natsu seemed to genuinely believe that the third Hokage could uphold justice, bringing fairness and righteousness to the branch family, while internally he felt like he might vomit the ramen he had for lunch. The third Hokage sighed slightly. "Hinata Natsu, I know your demands, but this matter requires careful planning. For now you must quickly clean up the aftermath and restore order in the Hinata clan." The third Hokage pondered how to balance the interests of all parties and get the Hinata clan back on track, his mind racing as he considered various possible solutions. Hinata Natsu nodded solemnly. "Yes, Hokage-sama. I will not let you down." Hinata Natsu expressed his determination to seize this opportunity to fight for the rightful rights of the branch family, his eyes filled with resolve and tenacity. Yet in his heart he thought, this shameless old man wants to have it both ways. Ah, spit. The third Hokage looked at him with a serious gaze. "Hinata Natsu, the village is going through a tumultuous time. I hope you can lead the Hinata clan and contribute to the peace and prosperity of the village. Such disturbances must not happen again." The third Hokage was acutely aware of the heavy burden on his shoulders, hoping Hinata Natsu would understand the bigger picture. His gaze contained both expectation and warning. Hinata Natsu promptly pledged his loyalty. "Hokage-sama, rest assured, I swear by my life that the Hinata clan will become a solid backing for the village, never again experiencing internal strife." At this moment Hinata Natsu's face was filled with visions of the future and the determination to serve the village, as if he could already see the Hinata clan moving towards a bright future under his leadership. The third Hokage nodded slightly, his expression easing. "Good, then we shall see your actions in the future." Though still somewhat worried, the third Hokage could only hope that Hinata Natsu would keep his promises. He turned and left the Hinata clan with a heavy heart. After dealing with the matters of the Hinata clan, the third Hokage returned to the Hokage building with a heavy heart. His steps seemed somewhat weary, each one carrying an invisible pressure. His brows were tightly knitted and the deep wrinkles on his forehead seemed to carve out the worries within.
He continued to ponder how to fundamentally resolve the issues of the Hinata clan to maintain the peace and stability of the village, his thoughts entangled like a mess, causing him immense distress. As soon as he stepped into the building, Danzo emerged from the shadows speaking in a grim tone. The Hinata clan is an unstable factor just like the Uchiha clan and should be eliminated early to prevent future troubles. Danzo's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness and determination, as if this were the only way to solve the problem. Hearing this, the third Hokage felt a surge of anger and dissatisfaction. He glared at Danzo and said, the Hinata clan and the Uchiha clan are both part of Konoha. They have contributed to the development of the village. We cannot resort to extreme measures because of temporary internal conflicts. The third Hokage thought to himself that Danzo was always so radical and cold-hearted, only thinking of using violence and eradication to solve problems. Such actions would only plunge the village into deeper crises, and he felt a strong rejection and opposition to Danzo's ideas. Danzo snorted coldly and said, Hizashi, you are too indecisive. Your womanly compassion will eventually lead to regret. The third Hokage's gaze was firm as he straightened his back and declared loudly, I am the Hokage. The decisions for the village should be made by me. I will protect Konoha in my own way, leading the village toward prosperity and peace. At this moment, the third Hokage was filled with a sense of responsibility and mission. He understood that as Hokage he could not be swayed by Danzo's radical thoughts. That steadfast belief burned like a flame within his heart. Danzo's expression darkened and he stopped speaking, turning to disappear into the shadows. But after taking a few steps he halted, turned his back to the third Hokage and coldly said, Hizashi, you will pay for your stubbornness. Your so-called protection is merely fostering the growth of hidden dangers. His voice was filled with threats and dissatisfaction. The third Hokage's gaze was resolute as he responded without hesitation, Danzo, everything I do is for the long-term interests of Konoha. I believe that through communication and guidance we can resolve the conflicts between families rather than resorting to slaughter and eradication. His voice was powerful and filled with determination and courage. Danzo turned around, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. You are always so naive. Just wait and see. When the crisis truly erupts you will find that your methods are utterly ineffective. The third Hokage took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. Danzo, I understand your concerns for the village's safety, but we cannot abandon our own clan out of fear. We should give them the opportunity to change and grow. Danzo sneered, opportunity. By giving them opportunities you are providing enemies with chances to exploit. Hizashi, you underestimate the treachery of human hearts. The third Hokage clenched his fists and raised his voice. Danzo, I know the complexities of the human heart, but I prefer to believe in the citizens of Konoha, in their loyalty and love for the village. Danzo remained silent for a moment, then said, all right, then we shall see how long your convictions can hold out. After saying this he turned and left again. The third Hokage watched Danzo's departing figure, silently vowing to protect Konoha in his way, ensuring that Danzo's extreme thoughts would not prevail. However, Danzo's threat also relieved the third Hokage somewhat, as this old partner had never let him down, whether it was during the conflicts within the Senju clan, the Kage's incident, or even now the tricky Uchiha issue. Nothing had caused significant waves. The third Hokage understood that although Danzo's methods were radical, they were still aligned with the broader direction of maintaining Konoha. He only hoped to resolve issues in a more gentle and just manner, allowing Konoha to continuously grow and thrive in peace and unity. In Konohagakure the sun shone warmly and bathed everything in golden light. The great hall of the Hyūga clan was packed with people, clan members and guests from various quarters gathered in a bustling throng. After the Hyūga clan had successfully completed the treatment of the wounded and the pacification of the populace, the clan members assembled in the main hall. The atmosphere inside was solemn and dignified, with the clan's prominent emblem hung high upon the wall. At the center of the hall stood an ancient and exquisitely crafted altar, upon which were enshrined the memorial tablets of successive clan heads and mysterious artifacts symbolizing the clan's glory. Hyūga Natsu, clad in spotless clan attire, stood before everyone with a grave expression. The elders of the clan wore stern looks, their eyes filled with both anticipation and scrutiny. Nearby Hyūga Niji gazed at Hyūga Natsu with admiration. How amazing! I want to become someone recognized by everyone too. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed in admiration, just my luck, I left the village on a crank mission and missed such a huge thing. In the end brother Natsu bore it all. Hyūga Kagami wore a mixture of frustration and reverence. At that moment the third Hokage arrived with representatives from the Uchiha clan and other ninja clans. A venerable elder stepped forward, his voice resonant as a bell. Hyūga Natsu, during this time of upheaval for the clan you have displayed extraordinary leadership and deep care for your kin. You faced the crisis with courage, spared no effort in treating the wounded and carefully soothed the people, guiding the clan step by step from chaos back to order. Now after collective deliberation we decide to appoint you as the new clan head of the Hyūga. The clan members nodded in approval, their eyes full of trust and expectation. Then the traditional ceremony began. The elder lit incense and candles on the altar, wisps of blue smoke rose and permeated the hall, adding a sacred aura to the scene. Guided by the elder, Hyūga Natsu pressed his palms together and bowed deeply before the altar, thus expressing his respect for the past clan heads and his reverence for the clan's heritage. Next the elder handed a bowl of clear spring water to Hyūga Natsu. He took a light sip, symbolizing his acceptance of the clan's nourishment and blessing. Then the elder took out a yellowed clan scroll and solemnly placed it into Hyūga Natsu's hands, saying, this is the clan's accumulated wisdom, the supreme taijutsu techniques of the Hyūga over 1,000 years. May you inherit them and carry them forward. Hyūga Natsu received the scroll with both hands and said with a resolute gaze, I am honored by the trust of the elders and the clan. I will not fail this mission. Today as I become clan head, my first act shall be to release the caged bird curse seal that has burdened the branch family for so many years. Just as he was about to activate the golden reincarnation eye to remove the curse seal, the third Hokage interjected, Hyūga Natsu, this requires careful consideration. The caged bird curse seal involves the clan's secrets and heritage. It should not be lifted rashly. The caged bird is not merely a restraint on the clan members, it is also a means to protect the Hyūga's eyes from being coveted. Hyūga Natsu stepped forward and argued with righteous indignation, Lord Hokage, the Byakugan is the unique bloodline limit of our Hyūga clan. It grants us formidable insight and combat prowess. Yet for so long the caged bird curse seal has turned this precious gift into a shackle and a source of pain for our kin. In my view, the Byakugan is the symbol of our clan's power, a legacy we should treasure and take pride in. We ought to rely on our own strength, wisdom and unity to protect the secret of the Byakugan rather than restricting our people with such a cruel seal. I firmly believe that when our clan members can freely wield the power of the Byakugan, we will become far stronger, strong enough to withstand any covetous eyes. The Uchiha have defended their power with the Sharingan, the Hyūga can do the same with the Byakugan. Moreover, that Byakugan in the village hidden in the mist must be recovered. Even if we fight to the last man, we will never back down. The third Hokage fell into deep thought while the other ninja clans began whispering among themselves. Hyūga Natsu continued, the Hyūga clan has always given its all for Konoha. Now we only wish to eliminate internal discord and strive together for the village's future. I guarantee that removing the seal will bring no negative consequences to the village. Finally the third Hokage nodded slightly and said, very well, Hyūga Natsu. I trust your judgment and resolve. Hyūga Natsu activated the golden reincarnation eye. Its powerful dojutsu radiance enveloped every branch family member. The caged bird curse seal that had once bound them slowly dissolved in that brilliant light. The clan members experienced unprecedented freedom and cheers rose one after another in the hall. Hyūga Natsu then said, from now on our clan will no longer distinguish between main and branch families. All are equal clansmen. We must join forces to elevate the gentle fist to new heights and nurture more outstanding ninja. At the same time we will strengthen cooperation with other clans in the village, contributing to the peace and prosperity of Konoha. I am deeply convinced that with everyone's collective efforts the Hyūga clan will embrace an even brighter future. The clan members shouted in unison under the new clan head's guidance, may the Hyūga flourish. When the third Hokage saw Hyūga Natsu's golden reincarnation eye, he widened his eyes in shock and asked incredulously, Head Natsu, what exactly is this golden reincarnation eye? Hyūga Natsu replied respectfully, Lord Hokage, this golden reincarnation eye can amplify chakra and enhance taijutsu power. Its formidable dojutsu can resonate with the Byakugan, making it easy to break the caged bird. Uchiha Fugaku standing nearby thought to himself, I wonder how it compares to the power of my Mangekyo. At that moment bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Hyūga Natsu's figure as if heralding the hopeful tomorrow of the Hyūga clan. Hyūga Natsu gazed at the clan members, his heart filled with a sense of responsibility and mission. He knew he bore the future of the entire clan on his shoulders and was determined to lead the Hyūga toward new splendor. After the ceremony the crowd dispersed, each going about their busy activities. Hyūga Natsu remained in the hall discussing the clan's future development plans with several elders. Clan head, now that the caged bird curse seal has been removed, we must quickly raise the strength of our members to prevent malicious individuals from taking advantage. An elder spoke with a worried expression. Hyūga Natsu nodded in agreement, his gaze resolute. I already have a plan. Starting tomorrow we will intensify the training of the younger generation. At the same time we must organize our clan's experts to develop new gentle fist techniques to enhance our combat capabilities. The elders expressed their approval. Meanwhile in other corners of Konoha people were buzzing about the Hyūga clan's transformation. The Hyūga have made a major move this time. Who knows what the future holds? Murmured one villager. As long as they keep contributing to the village it's a good thing, replied another. Inside the Uchiha clan's compound the members were also discussing heatedly. Hyūga Natsu has lifted the caged bird, looks like the Hyūga are about to rise. We can't fall behind. We must work even harder to improve ourselves, we must not let the Uchiha name be tarnished. The night descended like an impenetrable pitch-black velvet curtain, tightly enfolding my village in its unyielding embrace. The entire village was immersed in a profound silence, as if gently veiled by a serene, almost sacred shroud. Ri Xiangxia, clad in a black nightsuit embroidered with dark crimson fire clouds, appeared before the moonlit night. The unique enigmatic patterns shimmered faintly like secret flames burning in the shadows, exuding an elusive and captivating aura. He wore dark sunglasses thoroughly shielding his eyes that might betray secrets, making them utterly inscrutable. His figure was like a specter possessing unparalleled agility as he swiftly darted through the shadows. Each step was as light as a gentle breeze, yet resolute, moving with unmistakable purpose toward the Huaying building. Hardly anyone could imagine that the same Ri Xiangxia who had been honored as the clan leader of the Ri Xiang clan with great glory in the daytime under everyone's gaze would be sneaking around at night to borrow the mysterious sealed book from the Huaying building. If the third-generation Huaying were to learn of this, he might be so furious that he would spit blood. In the morning, Xiangxia had sworn loyalty with earnest words. By evening he had changed his mind and set his sights on the Huaying building. Indeed, Xiangxia could no longer bear to wait. In his eyes, this world was like a dark jungle fraught with peril, teeming with unknown dangers and fatal crises that could strike at any moment. He knew deeply that the sooner he enhanced his strength, the sooner he could attain enough security to stand firm in this turbulent world. After all, the legendary Datong Mu Huiji, though currently sealed on the moon, a distant unimaginable place, no one could guarantee that the seemingly impregnable seal would remain inviolable forever. And the six-path sage, Datong Mu Yuan, had been silently monitoring every move in the ninja world like a hidden beast poised to strike. Then there was the mysterious Datong Mu Yui, who, though not appearing in the Naruto anime, existed in this very real world full of unpredictable changes. Who knew what unforeseen astonishing variables his presence might bring? Not to mention, beyond this planet, the unfathomable and immensely powerful Datong Mu clan was planting world trees everywhere, greedily and recklessly plundering precious resources from various worlds. No one could accurately predict when these mysterious, powerful and terrifying enemies would turn their covetous, aggressive gaze upon this place. Upon reaching the Huaying building, he moved with the lightness of a civet cat, carefully avoiding the patrolling ninjas. His breathing was steady and faint, as if afraid to disturb even the air itself. With the unique and extraordinary ability of the Xiang clan's Baiyan, his vision seemed to pierce through the darkness effortlessly, as keen as the most precise detector, perceiving every subtle movement around him. Even the faintest rustle of wind, as gentle as a falling feather, or the tiniest chirp of an insect as faint as a broken thread, could not escape his supremely acute perception. At last the unexpected occurred. Who goes there? Suddenly a low, alert voice came from a dark corner like a growl from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Damn, I've been discovered. Xiangxia's heart tightened and he groaned inwardly. The Huaying building is indeed heavily guarded. I've been so cautious, yet am still found. You'll have to use my ultimate move. Zhuansheng Yen activate. Zhuansheng Yen chakra activate. Flying Thunder God. With Xiangxia's murmured incantation, a violent spatial fluctuation surged around his body and he immediately entered a spatial fold. The immense spatial repulsion tried to expel him, but it seemed so feeble against Xiangxia's golden Zhuansheng Yen chakra mode. Xiangxia forced his way into the spatial fold. Calm and unhurried, he used his golden Zhuansheng Yen to carefully inspect his surroundings. An Ambu ninja emerged from the dark corner to investigate, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, as if able to pierce any veil. He quickly scanned the area, leaving no detail unchecked. His hand tightly gripped a kunai, the blade gleaming with an icy glint, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. His body was tense, muscles drawn like a taut bowstring, maintaining utmost vigilance. Yet after a thorough inspection he found nothing. His brow furrowed deeply like twin ravines, a look of confusion clouding his face. Could I have misheard? He muttered, his voice laced with uncertainty, as if doubting himself. Once more he surveyed the area, his gaze like a torch, missing not a single corner. A gentle breeze brushed past, rustling his clothes, but the surroundings remained eerily quiet, as if time itself had frozen. Could it really have been an illusion? He wondered, yet his duty compelled him not to let his guard down even slightly. He lingered nearby for a moment, motionless as a statue, and only after confirming no anomaly did he retreat into the darkness, once more vanishing like a ghost. Meanwhile, Xiangxia, hidden in the spatial fold, breathed a silent sigh of relief, grateful he had not been discovered. Otherwise, having painstakingly tested his infiltration skills only to alert the entire Huaying building and be exposed would have been an undeserved misfortune. He composed himself, preparing to remain within the spatial fold and use his Zhuansheng Yen to locate the mysterious sealed book. Xiangxia focused his mind. The golden light of his Zhuansheng Yen swirled with dazzling brilliance. Through these miraculous eyes he saw the intricate yet orderly layout of the Huaying building like a carefully designed labyrinth. Rows of rooms stood neatly aligned like soldiers in formation. Occasionally patrolling ninjas walked through the corridors, their footsteps resounding distinctly in the silence. He examined every detail, meticulously searching for the possible location of the sealed book. Near an ordinary-looking room he detected an unusual chakra fluctuation. Could this be the place? He speculated inwardly, his heartbeat quickening. The room's entrance was sealed with multiple layers of barriers, their power like an intangible wall preventing any outsider's prying gaze. But Xiangxia's Zhuansheng Yen could faintly sense a mysterious and potent force emanating from within the room, as if whispering secrets unknown. He continued his search, finding several other heavily guarded areas, making it difficult to determine which one truly housed the sealed book. Just as he was fully engrossed in his search, he suddenly sensed a powerful chakra rapidly approaching his location. Oh no! Have I been discovered? Xiangxia's heart tightened, his breathing quickened. Once again he concealed his presence, as if merging into the space itself. Danzo stormed toward the Hokage building, accompanied by several rude ninjas with an imposing air. The lone eye of Danzo gleamed with extreme malevolence and resolve, as if it burned with boundless ambition and desire, a fierce, perilous flame that threatened to consume every obstacle in its path. The ferocious gaze seemed capable of devouring one's very soul, sending chills down the spine, as if being stared at would plunge one into an abyss of endless terror. The root ninjas beside him wore expressions of utter indifference, like emotionless machines, their faces blank yet poised for action. They stood tall and erect like arrows drawn taut as if ready for battle at any moment, willing to brave any danger for Danzo's orders, having seemingly cast aside all fear of death. They emanated a chilling aura as if they were envoys from the abyss of darkness. Hyūga Natsu glanced at the newcomers, so Danzo had arrived. He wiped imaginary sweat from his brow. Even though I've become incredibly strong, I still can't get used to this world of ninjas. Such jumps and scares startle me, Natsu thought to himself. Oof, don't try to intimidate me with the third Hokage. I am entering this door today whether you like it or not. Danzo bellowed, his voice echoing like thunderclaps, deafening and resounding through the empty corridor, startling even the dust in the air. He thought to himself, how can such an important matter be shelved because of the third Hokage? This is a crucial step for my grand ambition. His chakra stirred faintly like a volcano on the verge of eruption, containing immense and violent power that seemed ready to engulf everything around. The very air grew scorching hot as if it would burn all in its path, and the entire corridor was shrouded in this overwhelming force. The Anbu ninja stood his ground, unyielding, his gaze as firm as iron. He thought, it is my duty to guard this place. I will not allow anyone to act recklessly. Even Danzo cannot break the rules. Lord Danzo, I am bound by my duty. Please do not put us in a difficult position. His voice, though calm, carried an unyielding firmness as steadfast as a rock. He showed no sign of wavering before Danzo's authority, demonstrating his commitment to his duty and his fearless courage, like an indestructible fortress guarding this place. Danzo snorted coldly. Step aside. Or don't blame me for being rude. His tone was filled with menace, the icy words sending chills down one's spine as if they could freeze the very air around. The temperature in the corridor seemed to drop several degrees. He was burning with rage. These ungrateful wretches dare to block me. They have no idea how high the sky is. His heart was filled with fury and contempt for those who stood in his way like a volcano about to erupt. The root ninjas beside Danzo began forming hand seals rapidly, their movements swift and precise, their eyes gleaming with deadly intent as if they were about to unleash lethal jutsu and plunge into a bloody battle. They thought only of obeying Danzo's orders, disregarding everything else, fully driven by his will, as if they had become tools of his ambition, ready to charge into battle for their master's cause. The two sides were deadlocked, the tension reaching its peak as if a single spark could ignite a massive explosion. The corridor was filled with a suffocating oppression. Time seemed to stand still, each second stretching endlessly, making one feel as if trapped in an endless darkness, forever unable to break free from this despairing stalemate. In the end, Danzo forcefully shoved aside the Anbu blocking his way. If there's anything, tell the third Hokage to come see me. His movements were rough and resolute, without any hesitation, like a ferocious beast breaking free from its bonds. The sheer brute force sent the Anbu ninjas staggering backward. He gritted his teeth and thought, today's task must succeed. No one can hinder my progress toward the goal. His determination was unshakable, and he was confident in achieving his objective, as if success was already waving at him. The Anbu ninja said nothing in the end, but silently resolved, I must not let Danzo succeed. I have to inform the Hokage as soon as possible. He then signaled to another Anbu to notify the third Hokage. They were fully aware of the grave consequences Danzo's actions could bring, and their hearts were filled with worry for Konoha's future. Hyūga Natsu, hiding in the spatial void, witnessed it all and silently applauded. His heart brimmed with curiosity and a thirst for unknown gains, as if he had glimpsed a shortcut to power. Just then, from within the room that Danzo had forcibly entered, a more powerful and mysterious chakra fluctuation emanated. This fluctuation surged like mighty ocean waves, carrying an imposing momentum that shook everything around, causing the entire corridor to tremble. Hyūga Natsu's heart jolted. He sensed that the sealed book might be hidden inside. He thought anxiously, such immense power. Could this truly be the location of the sealed book? If I can obtain it, my strength will increase dramatically. His heart raced, filled with anticipation for the power he might gain, as if he could already see himself standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Soon Danzo emerged from the room with a gloomy expression, his eyes betraying a hint of frustration and resentment. Without a word, he hurried away with his root ninjas, their figures quickly vanishing at the end of the corridor. As he walked, Danzo cursed inwardly, damn it. I failed to obtain more for my lord. This trip was a waste, and I don't know how to explain it when I return. His heart was filled with a sense of defeat and anxiety about the future, as if his ambition had just suffered a heavy blow. At that moment, the Anbu who had gone to report to the third Hokage returned and said to the remaining Anbu, the third Hokage said he will handle it. There's no need to stop Elder Danzo. The other Anbu nodded, and together they slowly faded into the darkness. Hyūga Natsu also felt there was no need to linger here. His gaze sharpened, a resolute gleam flashing in his deep eyes. Then, taking a deep breath, his golden Tenseigan erupted with brilliant light as he murmured incantations. Flying Thunder God, in an instant a spatial force of overwhelming power burst forth from him, and he executed the Flying Thunder God technique. The power seemed capable of tearing apart the void, shattering the seemingly indestructible spatial barrier before him. Under the influence of this force, his form flashed like lightning, leaving only a blurred afterimage, and he vanished from his spot in an instant. His speed was so incredible that it was almost impossible to trace his departure. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a vast distance and returned to the residence of the new clan leader. The entire process was like a dream, hard to believe. After returning, Hyūga Natsu quickly changed out of his night clothes, carefully folded them and hid them in an extremely secret compartment. Then he sat at the table, his expression grave, silently waiting to be summoned. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Hyūga Natsu suddenly sensed a familiar and urgent chakra fluctuation. His eyes sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, he used the Flying Thunder God to tear through space and vanish, leaving only a quivering trace of spatial disturbance. Tick, tick, tick. The crisp and ethereal sound of dripping water echoed continuously in this deep, dark and damp passage, filled with a mysterious and eerie aura, as if it was a low, haunting chant coming from the depths of an unknown abyss. Suddenly the space trembled violently, as if a massive boulder had been thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly creating layers of ripples that spread outward in circles. The figure of Hinata Natsu appeared abruptly in the passage without any warning. He walked forward slowly, step by steady step, with a firm and resolute gait. The faint sound of his shoes scraping against the ground resonated sharply in the deathly silent corridor, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, shattering the original tranquility. At last he reached the end of the passage and slowly extended his right hand to gently push open the heavy, tightly shut door. Behind the door was an incredibly spacious laboratory equipped with various devices. Inside, an array of bizarre and unfathomable instruments were scattered about. The jars and bottles emanated strange flickering lights, creating a surreal illumination throughout the room. In the center of the laboratory stood a solitary figure. "Ah, Lord Natsu has arrived." The figure spun around instantly upon hearing the sound, his eyes filled with flattery and obsequiousness, his voice dripping with servility as if it was a plea arising from the dust. The tone was saturated with sycophantic flattery, resembling a tail-wagging dog desperately trying to curry favor with its master, exerting every effort to gain praise. "This is the sealing book just copied from the Hokage Tower." As he spoke eagerly, the figure swiftly produced a large scroll, holding it with utmost reverence, and cautiously presented it to Hinata Natsu. His eyes brimmed with an intense desire for approval, as if this moment was the most pivotal and significant highlight of his life. "I only managed to get this, I haven't brought out the other good stuff." The figure's face instantly clouded with frustration and disappointment, his voice grew lower and more despondent, as if he had committed an unforgivable sin. This person was none other than Shimura Danzo, a powerful elder in Konoha and the leader of the Root organization. Last time Hinata Natsu had boldly stormed into the Root base and decisively struck Danzo with the unique Rasengan during their fierce confrontation. The name Rasengan was derived merely from its resemblance to the spear made by Naruto Uzumaki's hand, but its true function was not to inflict direct harm, rather it allowed deep control over a person's mind. In other words, during that intense clash, Hinata Natsu had already successfully controlled Danzo. However, since it was his first time using such a powerful and mysterious ability, he had not given Danzo any specific or clear instructions at that time. The second person controlled by Hinata Natsu with Rasengan was Hinata Shoku, to whom he had issued a cruel command that would lead to his disgraceful death, resulting in a tragic end for Hinata Shoku. On the day Hinata Natsu secretly struck Hinata Shoku with Rasengan, Shoku's team was assigned a normal crank mission, during which he exhibited extremely erratic behavior. He disregarded the commands and acted recklessly, leading the entire mission into an extremely perilous and critical situation. Moreover, he severely misjudged the enemy's movements, blindly leading his teammates into a carefully laid ambush, resulting in multiple injuries among his comrades. His teammates were utterly shocked and enraged by his sudden change, vehemently reproaching his reckless actions. However, Hinata Shoku seemed to have completely lost his sanity, ignoring these harsh criticisms, continuing to act according to his own whims, showing no regard for his teammates' feelings or the team's safety. In the end, when facing the enemy's onslaught, he was so frightened that he trembled, not daring to fight back, and could only wait in despair for death to arrive. His teammates merely watched coldly, offering no help. After his death, they silently avenged him and brought his body back to the village. Hinata Natsu only learned about this incident after becoming the clan leader from reports by the Hinata clan members. Hinata Natsu replied coldly, only giving a faint acknowledgement. His gaze was fixed intently on the scroll, his eyes deep and complex, making it difficult to discern his thoughts as he silently calculated how much his strength would increase after mastering these forbidden techniques. "Good job," Hinata Natsu casually praised, thinking that praise came at no cost, so it was harmless to say it. "Serving Lord Natsu is my subordinate's duty." Upon hearing Hinata Natsu's words, Danzo's face instantly bloomed with an extremely sycophantic smile, his old face grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum, the wrinkles tightening together, making him appear even more grotesque and detestable. "Lord Natsu, could you help me become Hokage?" Danzo spoke with evident anxiety, his tone filled with anticipation and urgency. "I just think that only by becoming Hokage can I better serve Lord Natsu." Danzo spoke nervously, as if fearing that Hinata Natsu would not believe him. Hinata Natsu thought to himself, what a guy, he has already been controlled by me and yet he is still fixated on becoming Hokage, not even considering leaving that position for me. It seems Danzo must not be allowed to remain. Hinata Natsu pondered how to have Danzo find a way to trouble the third Hokage. Otherwise, who knows what sinister and cunning schemes the third Hokage might devise once he has leisure time, such as launching a terrifying plan to eliminate the Hinata clan before targeting the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the mental control over Danzo was not absolutely secure and free of flaws. If the chakra within the energy sphere were to be depleted, he would break free from the control. Although it could be replenished, it was ultimately an extremely troublesome matter. It would be better to let them fight each other, inflicting mutual injuries, so he could reap the benefits. Hinata Natsu slightly narrowed his eyes, his plans becoming increasingly clear and detailed. He gazed at Danzo and said slowly, Danzo, you must think of a way to take care of the third Hokage for me. Then I will support you to become the next Hokage. Danzo hurriedly nodded in response. Lord Natsu, don't worry, I will definitely take care of that old monkey Saratobi, it's just that he's very strong and I'm afraid I won't be his match. I will help you, Hinata Natsu replied. Thank you Lord Natsu, I will definitely take care of that old monkey, Danzo said with a face full of joy. At this moment Danzo had already begun to fantasize in his mind about the glorious scene after he had killed the third Hokage and ascended to the position of Hokage, his mouth practically drooling. Hinata Natsu sneered, Humph, you'd better do so. Remember, don't let him realize that I'm the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Danzo replied obsequiously, Lord Natsu, rest assured I am always cautious and careful in my actions, I will never disappoint you. Alright, you may go now, report to me at any time if there are developments. Danzo respectfully withdrew his figure, quickly disappearing into the boundless darkness. Rishang Xia executed the Flying Thunder God technique and in the blink of an eye returned to the Rishang clan leader's residence. Then he sat firmly in the chair, took out the forbidden scroll copied by Tuanzang, slowly opened it and began to read with complete concentration and meticulous attention. Even though Rishang Xia possessed memories of his past life and had mentally prepared himself thoroughly at this moment, he still couldn't help but gasp in shock. That chill seemed to transform into a stream of ice piercing straight into the depths of his heart. There are far too many forbidden techniques in the forbidden scroll. He muttered to himself, his gaze fixed tightly on the scroll before him which recorded all kinds of forbidden techniques in dense writing. At this moment his eyes were wide open, his pupils filled with shock and disbelief as if he had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. This was a technique created by the second Hokage, an enhanced version of the Shadow Clone Technique that could produce over 1,000 Shadow Clones. However, this technique consumed an enormous amount of chakra, even the slightest carelessness could directly endanger the caster's life. For this reason it had been classified as a forbidden technique. Rishang Xia gazed at the description of this technique and couldn't help but recall scenes from the original Naruto where Naruto repeatedly defeated enemies by relying on it, pondering the advantages and disadvantages of this technique in his heart. Every thought flashed rapidly through his mind like twinkling stars. Summoning impure world reincarnation. This forbidden technique was created by Senju Tobarama, classified as its rank forbidden art. By obtaining a part of a deceased ninja's body and performing the technique on a living person, one could summon a soul from the pure land, revive the dead back into this world and control them. This technique posed a huge threat to the allied shinobi forces during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Because it required a living sacrifice and desecrated the souls of the dead, it was listed as a forbidden art. Rishang Xia thought of the darkness and cruelty behind this technique and couldn't help but frown deeply, his furrowed brows seeming to carry endless worry and contemplation. The Eight Gates, also known as the Eight Gates Formation, is an ranked taijutsu. By unlocking the channels that bind chakra within the body, one can temporarily obtain tremendous power. The more gates opened, the greater the power gained, but the greater the damage inflicted on oneself. When all 8 gates are open, the power obtained can even surpass that of cage-level elites by dozens of times. However, the consequence is extremely severe damage to the body, even at the cost of one's life. Mai Takai once opened the 8th gate, the Gate of Death, in the final battle, demonstrating the terrifying power of this technique. Although this technique is not rank, its power is enough to change the outcome of a battle. Rishang Xia recalled those thrilling battle scenes, feeling both reverence and caution towards this forbidden art, his inner turmoil unable to calm for a long time. Summoning Mutual Multiplication Explosive Tags. This is a ninjutsu created by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. This technique first summons a large number of explosive tags and hides them in the surrounding environment. Once one tag is triggered, it causes a chain explosion like dominoes, making it difficult for enemies to evade. Its power is not only great but also has a wide attack range with a surprising effect. In battle, it can inflict large area damage and effective suppression on enemies. This made Rishang Xia think of Conan's 1,000 billion explosive tags explosion, and a surge of shock rose in his heart. Sealing Art. Dead Demon Consuming Seal. This forbidden technique originated from the Uzumaki clan and is in strength sealing forbidden art. The caster only needs to form hand seals and then press their hands together to summon the death god. Subsequently, the death god will use its sword to sever the target's soul and devour it into its stomach, thereby sealing the target's soul. At the same time, the caster's soul will also be devoured by the death god and they will die together. Both the 4th Hokage and the 3rd Hokage once used this technique at critical moments. Rishang Xia looked at the description of this technique, feeling the tragedy and determination it contained, as if he could see those great Hokage's firmness and fearlessness in the face of life and death decisions. There was also the powerful would-release ninjutsu of the 1st Hokage. Would-release would clone technique, which can create a would-release clone identical to oneself, and compared to ordinary shadow clones it is more difficult to distinguish. It is mainly used for reconnaissance. However, its combat ability is inferior to the original body. When the clone is dispelled, it can instantly turn into wooden branches to entangle or attack enemies. Rishang Xia pondered the clever use of this clone technique in actual combat, continuously simulating various battle scenarios in his mind. Would release all earth bags technique sends chakra into the ground, thereby producing countless wooden hands that can be manipulated at compared to the wood human technique that drives a giant wooden golem. This technique has higher versatility and mobility. Would release wood locking wall. This is a defensive ninjutsu where a row of wooden pillars bends and grows from the ground, forming an arch wall to protect oneself. Would release tree wall can rapidly grow a shield formed of multiple wooden vines from the ground in an instant to protect a target. Would release silent binding technique. The branches extend to bind the enemy's body. The bound person will be completely unable to move and can only remain silent. Would release great forest technique extends multiple wooden vine branches from the arm to capture the enemy, quite convenient in actual combat. Would release explosive spear tree. This is a powerful would release technique that integrates offense and defense. Not only can it be used for defense, but its offensive capability is also astonishing. Multiple wooden vine branches extend from the body and instantly grow into a large tree to engulf the enemy. Would release tree root burial uses the right arm to create a giant tree, instantly engulfing oneself and the enemy. Would release thorn kill creates vine-like wood to bind the enemy and generates multiple wooden pillars around the enemy to prevent escape. Would release 4-pillar prison. Huge logs burst out from the ground, forming a massive wooden prison. Would release 4-pillar house can instantly create a complex wooden residence, quite convenient to use. Would release connected pillars house. This is an upgraded version of 4-pillar house. It can instantly create multiple complex wooden residences but requires a large amount of chakra. Would release giant wood pillar technique can create multiple giant wooden pillars for support. Would release wood transformation uses would release to wrap branches around oneself and transform, changing into the appearance of an enemy. The disguise is extremely realistic and difficult for ordinary people to see through. Mainly used for espionage and reconnaissance. Would release wood substitution replaces oneself with a wooden substitute at the moment of being attacked. Would release adamantine attracting wood summons hard trees from underground to attack surrounding enemies. Would release branching insertion technique. From the arms, wooden spikes can grow directly, piercing enemies in a stabbing attack. Once impaled within the enemy's body, the spikes can continue to branch out through hand seals, piercing the enemy from within. A remarkably cruel technique. The number of spikes generated depends on the user's chakra reserves. This jutsu seems to be Obito's favorite. Combined with his kamui, it catches opponents off guard. One stab, one kid. Ah no, one stab, one umbu. Hinata Natsu remarked with emotion. Would release flowering tree world descent, undoubtedly the pinnacle and supreme existence among would release techniques, an enhanced version of would release tree world descent. Only those possessing power as awe-inspiring, earth-shaking and transcendent as Hashirama Senjus are worthy of performing this divine extraordinary technique. It is unquestionably the most formidable and soul-stirring technique of would release, containing breathtakingly inconceivable power and mysteriously unfathomable strength. Hinata Natsu examined these would release jutsus one by one with unwavering focus, his inner reverence deepening for the first Hokage's vast, boundless and unfathomable power. This reverence surged like roiling endless torrents within the sea of his heart, violently churning and stirring wave after wave of tumultuous emotion, leaving his mind unable to settle for a long time. Moreover, there were a variety of other jutsus, such as 5-element seal, 5 elements unseal, twin snake mutual slaughter, the second Hokage's water release techniques, the first Hokage's sage mode, and so on, that were clearly and distinctly not mentioned in the captivating manga as being included in the scroll of seals. Ha! Hinata Natsu continued reading with full concentration and undivided attention, instantly looking bewildered and at a loss. There written clearly were the introductions and hand seal sequences for the 3 basic techniques and the body flicker technique. Clone technique is a wondrous jutsu. By performing this technique, one can create clones identical to oneself. Although these clones possess no substantive attack power, they can confuse enemies and divert attention at critical moments. They are lifelike enough to be mistaken for the real one, making it difficult for enemies to discern truth from falsehood, thereby buying precious time and opportunities. Substitution technique is an exquisite life-saving art. At the moment of a fatal attack, it can replace oneself with a nearby object to absorb the damage, thus cleverly escaping catastrophe. This technique demands extremely high reaction speed and acute perception of the surrounding environment. The slightest error could cause one to miss the chance. Transformation technique is both playful and practical. It allows the user to transform into the appearance of another person or object, at will imitating both appearance and voice with remarkable fidelity. This can be used not only for disguise and infiltration but also to catch enemies off guard during battle, creating misperceptions. Body flicker technique enables the user to move rapidly in an extremely short time, achieving the effect of instantly appearing at another location. It helps ninjas swiftly evade enemy attacks, approach enemies unexpectedly, or perform quick tactical repositioning in combat. Why are the 3 basic techniques in the scroll of seals? Hinata Natsu's face was full of question marks, his brows tightly knit as if forming an unclimbable majestic mountain, bearing his overwhelming confusion and deep bewilderment, like a thick fog shrouding his heart, leaving him racking his brains in utter puzzlement. No matter how I look at it, they're just ordinary 3 basic techniques. Hinata Natsu said in puzzlement. As he continued reading, Hinata Natsu was suddenly stunned into wide-eyed astonishment. It seemed that all the jutsus of Konoha were included, even some obscure and highly secretive techniques from other villages were recorded in exhaustive detail. The scroll of seals shouldn't have these contents. It must be that Danzo copied all the jutsus he collected and gave me a duplicate. Hinata Natsu exclaimed with sudden realization. A flash of insight crossed his eyes and he also gained more speculation about Danzo's unfathomable inscrutable motives. Hinata Natsu knew well that Danzo, a man of immense ambition and lofty aspirations, must have collected so many jutsus for some ulterior sinister purpose. Now by chance these jutsus had fallen into his hands. He gently closed the scroll and instantly sank into deep contemplation. His contemplative posture resembled a solidified statue, motionless while only his scattered thoughts galloped like unbridled wild horses within his mind, various ideas surging and tumbling ceaselessly. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata Natsu resolutely decided to start learning from the relatively simpler multiple shadow clone technique. He concentrated all his spirit, strictly following the detailed records on the scroll, holding his breath and focusing his mind to begin forming hand seals. His hands changed seals at a dizzying, bewildering speed, murmuring incantations. A puff of smoke rose abruptly and in an instant 10 shadow clones appeared. These 10 shadow clones looked exactly like Hinata Natsu, their eyes filled with unwavering determination and an intense curiosity and boundless desire for exploration toward the new techniques. That steadfast gaze, like blazing flames, fierce and tenacious, seemed capable of burning away all obstacles, displaying an indomitable resolve and courage. One of the shadow clones said eagerly, "Let's start learning other forbidden techniques." Thus the 10 shadow clones each took a portion of the scroll and began to study with intense concentration and rapt attention. Some clones focused on the obscure and complex seals of impure world reincarnation and its mysterious principles of soul manipulation. Others concentrated wholeheartedly on the flow pattern of chakra during the 8 gates release and the Bodhis limit. Still others pondered the unique hand seal methods of wood release jutsus and the attribute conversion of chakra. Each was immersed in the exploration of ninjutsu, utterly absorbed and forgetting sleep and food. The original Hinata Natsu did not slack off either. He began diligently refining chakra, concentrating fully on sensing the flow of that power within his body. Each attempt was like groping forward in the dark, searching for the correct path, full of hardship and challenge, yet he never showed the slightest sign of retreat. Sweat streamed down his forehead in an unending flow, each crystalline droplet a shining testament to his tireless effort. But his eyes were always filled with persistence and determination, as if nothing in the world could stop his steadfast advance. His unshakable faith shone like a brilliant star, illuminating the path ahead. In the midst of this tense and orderly training, suddenly the figure of an Umbu member appeared like a phantom, instantly arriving outside the clan head's residence. "The third Hokage has issued an order. Please inform the Hyūga clan leader." The Umbu member's voice, like a low rumble of thunder, suddenly resounded through the silent atmosphere, stern and absolute, carrying an air of undeniable authority. The overwhelming momentum surged forth as if a decree from the heavens that brooked no doubt or defiance. "Understood. I will go inform him immediately." Hinata Natsu replied hurriedly, and no sooner had the words left his lips than he dashed like a gust of wind toward Hinata-kyo's chamber, his expression urgent. His footsteps were swift and forceful, stirring faint rustles of air that betrayed his inner anxiety and haste. Since Hinata-kyo had assumed the position of clan leader, he had promoted Hinata Natsu to be his personal guard. "Clan leader, an Umbu wishes to see you." Hinata Natsu called out urgently from outside the door, his voice brimming with a fire-like urgency, as if any delay would lead to calamity. Inside the room, Hinata-kyo heard the call, slowly ceased his meditation and opened his eyes. A flicker of confusion passed through his gaze like a meteor streaking across the night sky, fleeting yet conspicuous. He pondered inwardly what the Umbu might want from him at this moment, countless thoughts racing through his mind like myriad stars twinkling uncertainly in the vast cosmos. "All right, you'll be out in a moment," said Hinata-kyo. "When no one else is around, just call me Natsuge." He said this to Hinata Natsu. "Clan leader, proper etiquette must not be abandoned," said Hinata Natsu, his face full of admiration, revealing profound respect and reverence for the clan leader. "Ah, what can I even say to you?" Hinata-kyo shook his head helplessly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Then he rose and tidied his garments with elegant, unhurried movements, every subtle gesture deliberate and composed. With steady footsteps he followed Hinata Natsu to the courtyard. His posture stood as upright as a pine, exuding an unshakable resolve. "The third Hokage has ordered that the Hinata clan leader report to the Hokage Tower for an important discussion." The Umbu member stated firmly, his voice seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, carrying an immovable determination. "Very well, please lead the way," replied Hinata-kyo. The Umbu member led him briskly, their feet moving as if riding the wind, their figures weaving through streets and alleys like phantoms. Soon they stood before the third Hokage. Seated at his desk, the Hokage's gaze was deep as the ocean, solemn as a mountain, as if harboring boundless wisdom and profound concern. That gaze seemed capable of piercing through all the mist of the world, discerning the essence of all things, compelling awe and deference from any who... Hinata-kyo paid his respects respectfully, yet his mind churned like tangled threads, trying to guess the reason for this summoning. Countless conjectures intertwined in his heart like a complex net, leaving him deeply perplexed. The third Hokage spoke slowly. "Clan leader Hinata, I have just received confirmed intelligence. The Mist Village has recently adopted a policy of isolation, but there are many unusual movements within. I am deeply worried that these actions conceal hidden motives which may pose a great threat to Konoha." His voice was low and measured, each word weighing heavily on the heart. Hinata-kyo frowned slightly, his face solemn.
An intense wave of anxiety surged within him like thick clouds pressing down, making it almost hard to breathe. Lord Hokage, the Mist Village has always been shrouded in mystery, its ways unpredictable and inscrutable. This mission will undoubtedly be extremely arduous, fraught with unknown dangers and formidable challenges. Hinata Kyo's words were laced with concern and caution. The third Hokage rose, walked steadily and forcefully to Hinata Kyo and gently patted his shoulder. I know this journey is fraught with difficulties and perils like walking a path strewn with thorns. But I have unwavering faith in your abilities and wisdom. This is a critical strength mission. Only by entrusting it to you can I truly be at ease. His voice brimmed with trust and expectation. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Hinata Kyo took a deep breath as if inhaling all his resolve and courage into his chest. Lord Hokage, this matter concerns the safety and survival of Konoha. I will certainly fulfill my mission and give my all. May I ask if you have any further detailed intelligence or clear instructions? His eyes shone with a resolute light like burning flames. The third Hokage shook his head, his expression somewhat resigned, his brows slightly knitted. At present the information we have is quite limited. You will have to adapt on the spot once you reach the Mist Village. However, I have made some preliminary preparations for you, hoping they may prove helpful. His gaze revealed a trace of concern. Natsu's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I will do my utmost to thoroughly investigate the true situation in the Mist Village, and I will not let your trust and expectations down. The third Hokage nodded, his eyes full of trust and anticipation like brilliant starlight. Go now. Be cautious and ensure your own safety. Hinata Kyo bowed again, turned and went home to pack before setting off immediately. His silhouette was resolute and decisive like an unstoppable beam of light illuminating the unknown path ahead. However, he muttered to himself, that old fox is up to no good, he's already trying to send me to my death. As a time traveler, how could Hinata Kyo not know the true situation of the Mist Village? Under Uchiha Obito's control, the 4th Mizukage Yagura enforced the brutal blood mist policy. Just how perilous and terrifying was that? Under Uchiha Obito's covert manipulation, the Mist Village had completely plunged into boundless darkness and deep crisis. Obito controlled the 4th Mizukage Yagura, forcibly implementing the horrifying blood mist policy which inflicted merciless persecution on ninjas with Kekkai Genkai. Countless ninjas with unique abilities faced catastrophic ruin, their fates tragically extreme, as if plummeting into an abyssal chasm. The endless darkness seemed to devour their very souls, leaving them to struggle in pain and despair. Once renowned and powerful noble clans gradually declined and fell amid this terrifying storm. In the original story, the Hozuki clan's past glory and brilliance had long since vanished. Many clan members were persecuted, their families destroyed, leaving only a handful of survivors barely clinging to life. Their figures appeared so small and helpless among the ruins, as if about to be swallowed by the darkness at any moment. The Mist Village's Ninja Academy had become a veritable hell on earth. The educational system was severely distorted. Students no longer received normal instruction but were forced into a cruel vortex of mutual competition and bloodshed. Their goal was no longer to become ninjas who protected peace and defended justice. Instead, to survive this extreme environment, they would stoop to any means to become so-called strong. In this utterly twisted and brutal environment, the ninjas who graduated from the academy had long lost normal emotions and moral values. They became cold, ruthless, bloodthirsty killers, soulless machines of slaughter. The trust system within the Mist Village had completely collapsed and disintegrated. Among ninjas there was no longer a shred of trust, no cooperation or support, only endless suspicion and wariness. Partners who once fought shoulder to shoulder and faced life and death together now doubted and opposed each other, fearing a sudden stab in the back. The once united team spirit and collective sense of honor had vanished, replaced by selfishness, infighting, and chaotic strife. In foreign relations, the Mist Village had become extremely tense. Due to its internal chaos and brutal policies, it became a target of universal condemnation and vigilance from other nations and villages. They faced immense external threats, isolated and without allies, as if trapped in a dire predicament. The prolonged turmoil dealt a devastating blow to the Mist Village's economy, leaving it desolate. Commercial activities stagnated, the market languished, villagers lived in destitution, resources were extremely scarce, and development came to a halt. People struggled in misery, seeing no hope or future. In such an extreme and perilous situation, even an average cage-level powerhouse who rashly entered the Mist Village would face immense life-threatening danger. Of course, by now Hinata Kyo was no longer an ordinary cage-level powerhouse. In terms of pure strength, even Nagato with his Rinnegan might not be his match. So aside from having to be especially wary of the mysterious and formidable Uchiha Obito, the Mist Village, a place fraught with unknowns and dangers for ordinary ninjas, was likely a place he could charge through 7 times over with ease. Hyūga Natsu returned to the spacious yet somewhat solemn chamber of the Hyūga clan leader's estate with steps that were both heavy and tinged with urgency. His gait carried a weight of pressing haste, as if time itself were a relentless wolf snapping at his heels, allowing not a moment of respite. Gazing upon the numerous clones still engrossed in studying the ceiling scroll, a subtle flicker of relief and anticipation passed through Hyūga Natsu's deep ocean-like eyes. His gaze, as if capable of piercing all things, seemed to penetrate the mundane scene before him, reaching straight into a future brimming with infinite possibilities, as if he could see a brilliant star of hope shimmering on a distant horizon. He strode swiftly to the wardrobe, decisively opened the doors and pulled out several sets of lightweight ninja attire. The fabric of the ninja uniforms gleamed with a unique and mysterious luster under the dim amber light like shimmering stars in the night sky, exuding an indescribable allure. With intense focus he meticulously folded each piece, his movements gentle yet swift as if handling the rarest treasures in the world before carefully placing them into his backpack. His eyes swept across the desk and his sharp eagle-like vision instantly locked onto the kunai and shuriken he usually used. He reached out his slender hand to pick them up. The blades of each weapon glinted coldly in the dim room, the light seeming to whisper tales of countless fierce battles they had endured, every tiny scratch a gripping legend. He took a clean soft cloth and polished the weapons with extreme care, his concentrated expression akin to a silent yet heartfelt conversation with these weathered tools before carefully stowing them in his bag. He then reached into the depths of the drawer and pulled out a yellowed scroll. The edges of the scroll bore many signs of wear, silently narrating the passage of time and the vicissitudes of ages. This was the legendary Hyūga Taijutsu's secret technique that had been solemnly passed to Hyūga Natsu upon his succession as clan leader. It was densely inscribed with the essence of all taijutsu and ninjutsu accumulated by the Hyūga clan over a millennium. Each line of mysterious ancient script resembled a talisman from a bygone era, seeming to harbor immeasurable and unfathomable power. It was undoubtedly the clan's priceless heirloom, something that could never be left behind. By the bedside he slowly crouched down and with effort pulled out a wooden chest from under the bed. The chest was covered with crisscrossing marks of age, each scratch bearing a secretive history known to few. He gently opened the chest. Inside lay neatly arranged precious healing pills and soldier pills. He carefully selected a portion, his focused expression as if choosing the most rare and invaluable treasures in the world. Each pill could potentially save his or his comrades' lives in critical moments. He wrapped them meticulously in an elegant cloth pouch and gently placed it into the inner pocket of his backpack, ensuring they would suffer no damage, however slight, during the arduous journey ahead. Having packed these essentials, he slowly and affectionately looked around the room, his gaze finally settling on a Hyūga clan emblem hanging on the wall. The pattern on the emblem was solemn and dignified, like a silent guardian quietly bearing the clan's supreme honor and weighty mission. He paused for a moment, then slowly walked over, gently reaching out to caress the emblem. The tactile sensation triggered a surge of responsibility so powerful it almost burst forth from his heart. The lines on the emblem seemed to spring to life, dancing joyfully beneath his fingertips, awakening the fiery passion that had long lain dormant deep within his soul. He made a silent vow he must become stronger, even if it meant paying a price. Hyūga Natsu took a deep breath as if drawing all his determination and courage into his chest, then resolutely hoisted the heavy pack and strode toward the door. The brilliant sunlight generously bathed him, elongating his unwavering silhouette. That shadow stood like an unshakable mountain, piercing the clouds, immune to wind and rain, forever immovable. As Hyūga Natsu was about to step out with his pack, Hyūga arrived in a hurry. His forehead was beaded with sweat, large droplets rolling down his cheeks, his eyes betraying a tangled mix of anxiety and exhaustion. Clan leader, the matter you instructed earlier has been completed, Hyūga said, his breath still uneven. His voice carried a note of heartfelt reverence and respect, his tone humble and sincere. Hyūga Natsu nodded slightly, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Good. What are the specifics? His voice was steady and forceful, exuding the commanding authority of a leader enough to calm hearts. Hyūga paused for breath, then reported earnestly and in detail, following your precise instructions we successfully contacted those merchants who do business abroad year-round. They have accurately placed the stones you gave in extremely secluded spots outside Xiaoyin Village, Yunin Village, Wuyin Village, Yanin Village and Yuyin Village. As for the placement of stones in Xiaoyin Village, Longyin Village, the capital of the land of fire, the capital of the land of wind, the capital of the land of water, the capital of the land of earth, and so on, the related operations are already underway with full vigor and they will be successfully placed soon. His speech was rapid but well organized, detailing every key progress with accuracy. Hyūga Natsu smiled with satisfaction, a smile that affirmed everyone's efforts. I appreciate everyone's hard work. These stones were special rocks imbued with Hyūga Natsu's spatial coordinates. With them he could instantly travel to any corner of the ninja world. The reason he didn't use kunai was the fear that other ninjas might pick them up and use them. Kunai as common ninja tools were too conspicuous and likely to attract unwanted attention. Ordinary stones, on the other hand, were unremarkable and easy to overlook. Hyūga continued, clan leader, this act of placing stones all over the world seems a bit. He hesitated, his face showing a hint of barely concealed confusion. Hyūga Natsu cut him off, his gaze instantly sharp and fierce, his tone utterly grave. This is top secret, do not ask or reveal it. Hyūga's face turned solemn, his expression as firm as a rock, and he replied without hesitation, I understand. I will never disclose it. His vow was as unbreakable as steel. Hyūga Natsu patted Hyūga on the shoulder, his eyes filled with trust and deep entrustment. I'm heading to Wuyin Village this time, take good care of clan affairs while I'm gone. Hyūga bowed solemnly, his back straight as if swearing a life or death oath. Clan leader, rest assured. I will not fail your trust. Wuyin Village is so dangerous, can you not go? Hyūga suddenly urged with worry. I must go, Hyūga Natsu replied. What if you never return? Hyūga said. Then I never return. With that, Hyūga Natsu did not linger but strode away with firm, powerful steps. His figure, bathed in the warm sunlight, grew smaller and smaller until it vanished at the edge of their sight.
Hyūga stood motionless, gazing for a long time at the direction he had gone, silently praying for his safe return. After Hinata Natsu stepped out, he slowly walked along the winding path of the Hinata clan territory, resembling a snake's movement. Along the way, numerous Hinata clansmen greeted him warmly. The clansmen stood neatly arranged on both sides of the road, their postures as straight and strong as ancient pines, their gazes firm and filled with loyalty, as if their fidelity could penetrate the river of time, never to fade. Among them, the older seniors wore serious expressions, yet their faces were filled with deep concern, their demeanor akin to the warm sun breaking through layers of thick clouds on a winter day. Though not as fervent as the scorching summer sun, their warmth flowed like a gentle stream, touching every corner of the heart, while the younger generation radiated with youthful vigor and exuberance, reminiscent of the rising sun bursting forth, shining brilliantly, filled with endless hope and dreams, as if the vast world awaited their conquest and everything in the future was within their grasp. The young generation was fervently engaged in training, some paired up for close combat sparring. Each bout of offense and defense was executed with utmost concentration, without a hint of slackness or negligence, fully immersed in this contest of strength and skill. Their movements were agile and precise, each strike executed with confidence and determination, as if their opponents were deadly foes that required their utmost effort to defeat. Some were intently practicing their Byakugan's insight, their eyes focused and sharp, as if they aimed to capture every minute detail around them, leaving no slight movement unnoticed, their keen gazes penetrating through the veils of illusion, discerning the essence of all things. The older clansmen stood by, offering careful guidance, their eyes were like torches filled with wisdom and experience accumulated over the years. Occasionally they spoke each piece of advice imbued with deep emotion, as if passing down the family's mission and hopes. The rich experience and profound mastery were evident in every piece of guidance, with each word containing the wisdom distilled through time like an ancient codex, pointing the way forward for the younger generation. Hinata Natsu responded with a warm smile, his gentle demeanor akin to a spring breeze, making every clansman feel the warmth and care, as if a current of warmth flowed silently in their hearts, nurturing every eager heart for affection. Filled with warmth, he deeply understood the concerns and expectations of his clansmen, which only strengthened his resolve to become strong. It felt as if an invisible powerful force surged within him like roaring waves of the sea, one after another, supporting him to forge ahead, unafraid of any hardship or danger. Even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, he would not retreat a single step. Exiting the Hinata clan territory, he arrived at the main street of Konoha village, where a lively and vibrant scene instantly caught his. Children frolicked in the streets, their laughter ringing like silver bells akin to a cheerful nursery rhyme, joyfully dancing in the air, adding a touch of vitality to this already vibrant village, as if the flowers of spring burst forth more brilliantly at this moment, resplendent and colorful. The shops lining the street were filled with an array of goods, the colorful signs shimmering under the radiant sunlight like dazzling gems embedded along both sides of the street, sparkling brightly. The small ramen shop was steaming with fragrant aromas wafting through the air, the rich scent seemed almost tangible, drifting gently like invisible tendrils, teasing the senses, making one drool eager to rush in and indulge in the ultimate satisfaction brought by this earthly delicacy. The Hokage building stood majestically in the center of the village, this grand structure meticulously built from incredibly sturdy stones, each stone seemingly bearing the weight of history. Its exterior was solemn and dignified, exuding a reverent and powerful aura reminiscent of an ancient castle standing firm against the test of time and the ravages of nature. The walls of the building were engraved with the illustrious achievements of past Hokage, adorned with prominent symbols representing the supreme glory of Konoha village. Each mark told a tale of grand history, evoking profound emotions and stirring the soul. The sunlight generously bathed the rooftop, the golden spire shining brilliantly, proudly showcasing the glorious past and radiant present of Konoha village. That light served as a beacon of hope, illuminating the path forward and guiding people in their pursuit of brightness and justice. On both sides of the wide and tidy steps in front of the building stood guards, their figures as straight as javelins, their expressions serious and solemn, their unwavering gazes like iron, motionlessly watching ahead, transforming into an indomitable fortress safeguarding this core area, symbolizing the power and dignity of Konoha village. Their silhouettes resembled an iron wall protecting the village's peace and tranquility, standing firm against any storm, never wavering. High above the village, Hokage Rock towered majestically. This enormous rock stood as an immortal monument bearing the rich history and supreme glory of Konoha village, enduring the test of time while still standing tall. Carved on Hokage Rock are the likenesses of past Hokage, each portrait lifelike as if they were eternally gazing down upon this land for which they fought valiantly and protected with all their might. The visage of the first Hokage was solemn and dignified, his broad forehead seeming to contain endless wisdom, and his deep-set eyes revealed the resolve and courage of a pioneer. His gaze seemed to narrate the arduous journey and firm determination behind the establishment of Konoha village, evoking deep respect for this great pioneer. The second Hokage's expression was stern and focused, his tightly pressed lips revealed his steadfastness and his sharp gaze showcased the decisiveness and foresight of a decision-maker. It seemed to serve as a constant reminder to future generations to remain vigilant, to be proactive in a constantly changing world, and to never be complacent. The third Hokage's image was kind and benevolent, with a slight smile that radiated warmth, and his gentle gaze revealed the compassion and understanding of an elder. It was as if he silently guarded the peace and harmony of the village, embracing everything with his wide-heartedness. The fourth Hokage's likeness was filled with vitality and energy, his confident smile radiant like the sun, and his determined gaze displayed the fearless courage and strong sense of responsibility of a young leader. He seemed to inspire a new generation to forge ahead, fearlessly willing to go to any lengths for the future of the village. These portraits were not only intricately carved, but also every wrinkle and strand of hair was clearly visible, as if the carver had poured all their heart and respect into them. The texture of the rock in the portraits blended perfectly, making the entire Hokage rock appear natural, showcasing both the rugged quality of the stone and the human brilliance of the Hokage. Regardless of day or night, spring, summer, autumn or winter, Hokage rock always stood steadfastly. Under the sunlight, the portraits shone with golden light, solemn and sacred, as if the divine had descended, evoking reverence. Under the moonlight they appeared tranquil and mysterious, offering endless imagination and strength, as if silently narrating ancient legends. Leaving Konoha village, he set out on the path out of the village. Hinata Natsu bid farewell to Kamizuki Izumi and Steel Iron, his eyes filled with determination and hope. That gaze was like a burning torch illuminating the unknown road ahead. Hinata Natsu saw the trees lining the road, lush and verdant, their thick branches intertwining, resembling a green corridor winding into the distance as if it were a mysterious passage to an unknown world. A gentle breeze brushed by the leaves, rustled softly as if whispering the mysterious secrets of nature. That sound was like an ancient incantation containing endless mysteries. In the distance the mountains rose and fell like a giant dragon, stretching out majestic and spectacular. The peaks contrasted beautifully with the sapphire blue sky and the snow-white clouds, forming a stunningly beautiful and poetic picture, making one feel intoxicated as if being in a fairyland. Hyangxia rushed along the road, and from a distance he suddenly heard a series of terrified shouts and harsh curses coming from a nearby village. His brow furrowed, a bad premonition surged within him, and he quickened his pace towards the source of the sound. When he arrived at the village, the scene before him ignited a blaze of anger within him. These lawless scoundrels, he cursed inwardly as a group of fierce-looking mountain bandits rampaged through the village without restraint. They wielded sharp blades, driving the villagers away and seizing bags of grain and valuables. Several bandits were dragging the village women, who struggled in despair and cried out, their faces filled with fear and helplessness. Seeing this scene, Hyangxia involuntarily clenched his fists. How can I allow these innocent people to suffer such torment? His anger surged even stronger within him. The children hid trembling in corners while the elderly sat helplessly on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Haha, take these women away and grab the grain too. The bandit leader laughed arrogantly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. You scoundrels dare to act so recklessly in broad daylight. Hyangxia shouted angrily, his voice booming throughout the village. At this moment he had only one thought in his mind: he must eliminate all these bandits. The bandits were startled by this sudden roar and turned to look at Hyangxia. The bandit leader sized up Hyangxia's outfit and said in panic, "It's a ninja. Gather everyone and deal with him together." Hyangxia's eyes turned cold as he utilized the instant body technique to quickly approach the bandits, thinking not a single bandit shall escape. With that he flashed forward and appeared before a bandit who was still caught off guard while dragging a woman. With a swift gust of palm wind the bandit flew away like a rag doll, instantly lifeless. Upon seeing this the other bandits brandished their weapons and charged at Hyangxia. Hyangxia disdainfully said, looking for death. His agile figure moved effortlessly among the bandits. Each strike he made carried a fierce momentum, and the bandits would let out a cry before losing their lives. The bandit leader, seeing this, was startled and attempted to escape. Hyangxia would not let him succeed. Want to escape? Not so easy. He used the instant body technique to catch up and pin him to the ground. Spare me, oh great ninja, spare me. The bandit leader knelt in terror, pleading for mercy. Hyangxia glared at him. After committing so many evil deeds, you still wish to live? Oh great ninja, please spare me. I have an 18-year-old mother to care for and a 36-year-old son to raise, and I have 72 concubines waiting to be fed. If I die they will have no way to survive. The bandit leader panicked, speaking nonsensical words in a disordered manner. An 18-year-old mother, a 36-year-old son, and 72 concubines. Hyangxia pondered the bandit leader's words, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Seeing Hyangxia in a daze, the bandit leader felt a flicker of hope, his eyes flashing with malice as he pulled out the rainstorm pear blossom needles from his bag and unleashed a volley at Hyangxia. This hidden weapon known as the rainstorm pear blossom needle was something the bandit leader had obtained by chance. When fired, numerous silver needles shot out with great force and speed, making them difficult to dodge. Moreover, it dealt severe damage as the silver needles were coated with deadly poison. Once struck, one would either die or be severely injured. Even if one did not die immediately, the poison would ensure a fatal outcome, making it a weapon feared by ordinary people. Even a strong ninja might fall prey to it if caught off guard. This was what the bandit leader thought. Little did he know that Hyangxia would find this amusing. After all, he considered even a low-ranked ninja to be a strong fighter. However, the bandit leader had indeed killed several low-ranked ninjas with it before. Hyangxia watched as dozens of silver needles whizzed towards him, and with a wave of his hand he knocked them all away. With another wave, a colossal hand made of chakra condensed and pressed down on the bandit leader. Spare me! That was just out. Before the bandit leader could finish his sentence, he was pressed into the ground by the chakra hand and lost all signs of life. The villagers surrounded Hyangxia, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Thank you, benefactor, for coming to our rescue. Without you we truly wouldn't know what to do. An elderly man said with tears in his eyes, his voice trembling. Hyangxia waved his hand and said, no need for thanks, it is only right to help when witnessing injustice. Let's see if anyone is injured and get them treated quickly. His mood had calmed down a little and he thought only about quickly helping the villagers resolve the aftermath. The villagers began to get busy with some tending to the injured and others cleaning up the mess made by the bandits. Hyangxia was not idle either. He helped to lift the toppled grass huts and arrange the scattered grain. At that moment a little girl ran over crying, "Uncle, my mother is injured and has lost a lot of blood." Hyangxia hurriedly followed the little girl to a house where he saw a woman lying on the ground with a deep wound on her arm. He quickly formed hand seals and a wave of powerful life-giving chakra surged into the wound, healing it at a visible speed. "Don't be afraid, little girl, your mother is going to be fine now." Hyangxia gently comforted the little girl. After treating the woman's wound he went on to check the conditions of other injured villagers. Under his assistance the injuries of the villagers were properly treated. "Benefactor, these bandits often harass us and steal our food. Thanks to you this time there are still many bandits in the bandit hideout. What should we do if they come again?" a young villager asked with concern. Hyangxia pondered for a moment and replied, "Don't worry, I will inform the nearby ninja village and have them strengthen patrols in this area to ensure everyone's safety." He thought to himself that he must completely eliminate this hidden danger for the villagers. The villagers felt slightly reassured upon hearing this. "We have also submitted tasks to the ninja village before, but it still takes time for the ninjas to respond. Besides, the bandits are rampant and they seem impossible to eliminate. Sigh, in this world even the ordinary civilians living near Konoha in the Land of Fire have a hard time, let alone the civilians in other villages of the Fire Country or even those from other nations. Aren't they suffering even more?" Hyangxia thought to himself. "Perhaps this is the norm in the world of Naruto," he sighed. "To thank you for saving our lives, we have prepared some food and water for you. Please accept it." A villager approached with a basket of food. Hyangxia smiled and declined, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, but please keep this food for yourselves to help rebuild your homes." He only hoped that the villagers could live peaceful lives, but alas, as long as the world does not change, this is merely a wish. The villagers expressed profound and sincere gratitude for Hyangxia's help. An elderly man with tears in his eyes and trembling voice said, "Thank you, benefactor, for coming to our rescue. Without you we truly wouldn't know what to do." His words were filled with the relief of survival and deep gratitude towards their benefactor. On that day when Hinata refused the food prepared by the villagers, they were even more eager for him to accept this gesture, expressing their gratitude. Some villagers, deeply worried, inquired about what to do if the mountain bandits returned. This was both a fear of past hardships and a reliance on Hinata, believing he could bring them lasting peace. As Hinata left, the villagers' gazes were filled with reluctance and respect. Their pure eyes and expressions conveyed a gratitude that words could not fully express. Hinata looked at the villagers' eyes brimming with reluctance and respect. Those gazes were like blazing flames searing into his heart and solidifying his resolve. In those pairs of eyes lay a yearning for a peaceful life and earnest expectations of him. The heavy burden of their trust felt like a 1,000-pound weight on his shoulders. He resolutely turned around, his steps steady and powerful as he headed towards the bandits' hideout. Along the way, Hinata's mind replayed the anxious faces of the villagers and their trusting eyes. The faces filled with worry bore the marks of life's hardships and helplessness, while the deep wrinkles seemed like scars etched by suffering. The eyes filled with anticipation resembled twinkling stars in the night sky, carrying endless hope. All of this etched a deep imprint in his mind, making it impossible for him to forget nor dare to forget. He understood that if he did not eradicate the root cause of the bandits' threat, the kind-hearted villagers would never know peace, forever living in fear and pain. The hideout loomed high on the mountaintop, resembling a ferocious beast exuding an aura of evil. The steep peaks and perilous terrain appeared to be a natural barrier for this malevolent force. Hinata's gaze was resolute as he quickly approached. The surroundings were eerily quiet, as if time had frozen at that moment, with only the occasional breeze passing by sounding like a low lament foretelling the impending storm. In this silence lay countless dangers and unknowns, yet Hinata felt no fear. His belief was like a bright lantern illuminating the path. He crept close to the wall, slipping in silently like a ghost. Inside the hideout, several bandits were gathered together, audaciously discussing their previous plundering. "Hey! Last time we really struck gold." Those villagers were scared out of their wits, obediently handing over all their valuables. One bandit with a face full of flesh and a sinister expression said triumphantly, raising a wine jug to take a deep swig, the alcohol flowing down the corners of his mouth looking particularly crude. The alcohol dripped onto his filthy clothes, but he paid no mind, his eyes solely reflecting greed and satisfaction. "Haha, exactly. Especially that old man from the village, trembling as he brought out the treasures had hidden for so long." Another bandit chimed in, his eyes filled with greed as though he wanted to devour everything. His hands rubbed together incessantly as if still savoring the feeling of wealth, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up into a sinister smile. "And those little brats crying and wailing, they just annoy me. If it weren't for the big brother holding me back, I would have shown them some colors." A burly strong bandit said viciously, waving his large knife as if reliving the moment. The knife whistled through the air in his hand, showcasing his power and cruelty. "In our hideout we can't spare even the elderly or children. We have to be ruthless, otherwise how can we keep them in line? Let them know our strength so they won't dare to resist in the future." The leader of the bandits spoke with a sinister gaze and a fierce tone revealing a cruel and merciless nature. His knuckles turned white from gripping tightly and the muscles in his face twitched slightly from anger as if he intended to crush all resistance in the cradle. Hinata, overhearing this, felt an uncontrollable fury flash in his eyes, silently cursing, "This group of heartless fiends must be eradicated to ensure the villagers can enjoy peace forever." He abruptly leaped out, a kunai appearing in his hand. With chakra enveloping the kunai, he swung his arm and the weapon was instantly thrown out. A flash of cold light appeared, and before one bandit could react he fell, blood gushing from his neck. The remaining bandits were horrified, quickly grabbing their weapons and charging at Hinata with vicious expressions. Hinata directly conjured a giant hand of chakra and slammed it down. The tremendous force erupted instantaneously, shaking the ground violently. All the bandits were pressed into the earth by the overwhelming pressure, instantly losing their breath. Dust swirled and the stench of blood permeated the air. After Hinata had killed all the young bandits, his outfit remained pristine as if he had just come from a leisurely outing. However, just as he took a moment to rest, he saw the remaining elders and children charging towards him recklessly, their eyes filled with hatred and madness. They wielded crude sticks and farming tools, shouting angrily, their voices filled with despair and indignation. Their faces were twisted and their eyes revealed determination, as if they intended to use their last strength to avenge their deceased kin. A twinge of compassion welled up in Hinata's heart, yet he understood deeply that if he showed mercy now it would be irresponsible towards the innocent villagers. Hinata gritted his teeth and shouted, "It is not you who are wrong, but this world. In your next life, be a good person." With chakra surging wildly within him, he conjured another giant hand of chakra. However, the elders and children seemed oblivious and continued to charge forward madly. Hinata, left with no choice, pressed down with force, and with a loud rumble the surroundings turned to ruins and not a single soul survived. The stench of blood and desolation permeated the air, suffocating. He silently gathered the loot taken from the bandits, preparing to leave this bloody and sorrowful hideout with heavy steps. The sunset's afterglow bathed him, casting a long shadow that appeared incredibly lonely and heavy. His steps felt slightly burdened, as if each one carried deep contemplation and sorrow. He gazed at the distant village, silently vowing to prevent such tragedies from occurring again and to use his strength to protect the peace and tranquility of this land. Upon his return to the village, the villagers cheered joyously to welcome him back. However, there was no hint of joy on Hinata's face. He understood that behind this victory lay the loss of countless lives. He returned the valuables to the villagers, silently turned and left, leaving behind a solitary and resolute figure. Rihang Xiao bid farewell to the village, embarking on the long journey to Wuing village with unwavering determination. His eyes burned with a fiery passion fueled by a thirst for the unknown challenges and a relentless pursuit of strength. He first traversed a dense and deep forest. Here the towering trees resembled ancient giants reaching into the clouds. Their lush branches intertwined and densely wove together, forming an expansive impenetrable green canopy that obscured the sky as if cut off from the world. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the narrow and sparse gaps in the leaves, casting down strands of golden light that danced on the ground, creating mottled patches of light and shadow. In the forest, a rich damp atmosphere spread like mist. The moisture felt as if it could drip with water, enveloping every inch of land like a soft, delicate veil. Unknown birds chirped joyfully among the branches, their clear and melodious voices imbued with an indescribable mystery, as if whispering to him the hidden fantastical stories of the deep forest. Emerging from the forest, Rihang Xia arrived at a seemingly bustling town. The streets were crowded with people, bustling and lively as the sounds of clamor filled every corner. Merchants on both sides of the street shouted loudly, their voices rising and falling in a lively symphony, passionately hawking various unique and novel items. A dazzling array of goods filled the stalls, colorful and varied, overwhelming the senses. However, beneath the seemingly prosperous surface he discovered a group of beggars huddled in the dark corners. They were clad in tattered rags, their worn clothing barely covering their bodies, patched up in layers, struggling to shield themselves. Their bodies trembled in the cold wind as if they could be blown over at any moment. Their eyes were filled with helplessness and despair, the dim light in their gazes seeming to reflect the world's cruel abandonment, devoid of hope, like a stagnant pool bereft of life. He continued onward, stepping into a secluded deep valley. Within the valley, a clear stream babbled gently, crystal clear, splashing water that produced a melodious sound akin to a beautiful song of nature. Wildflowers swayed gently in the breeze, vibrant and colorful like a magnificent painting bursting forth with brilliant hues. However, the mountain dwellers living in the valley faced extreme isolation due to inconvenient transportation with scant contact with the outside world. They suffered from severe shortages of living supplies, struggling to meet their daily needs. Children also found it difficult to receive a good education, as the light of knowledge could hardly penetrate this forgotten corner, as if trapped in a dark abyss. Worse still, mountain bandits frequently roamed the area, brazenly plundering the crops that the villagers had painstakingly cultivated. The mountain folk lived in constant fear and poverty, anxiously on edge, unable to find peace, with every moment filled with concern over unknown dangers. Next, Rihang Xia entered an ancient and solemn temple. Within the temple, fragrant smoke curled upward, rising like ethereal mist, creating a mysterious and solemn atmosphere. The devotees appeared solemn, their hands clasped together, eyes devoutly praying, murmuring incantations as if confessing their innermost desires and supplications to the divine. At this moment, an aged elder began to recount stories of the past.
Those memories of the brutality of war, the torment of famine and the suffering weighed heavily on Rihang Xia's heart, plunging him into deep contemplation, his emotions tumultuous as if battered by surging waves.
Rihang Xia's steps never faltered as he ventured into a tranquil border town.
Outside the town, the undulating great wall resembled a giant dragon coiling, majestically ancient and weathered. The old walls bore witness to the passage of time and history as if narrating tales of past glory and grandeur.
Yet within the town, due to its remote location, trade struggled to thrive.
Most young people had to leave their homes in search of a livelihood, leaving behind the elderly and children to watch over their homes.
The desolate streets and closed shops made the town appear exceptionally forlorn and neglected, as if forgotten by time. Moreover, rogue ninjas wreaked havoc in the area.
With their superior ninjutsu, they burned, killed and plundered, committing heinous acts that horrified the populace. Although the common people were filled with anger, they could only dare to harbor their resentment, silently living in fear and anxiety like startled birds. After leaving the town, Rihang Xia passed by a tranquil fishing village. In the hazy dawn, the faint light just pierced through the darkness, and the fishermen had already begun their diligent work. Their figures appeared thin yet resilient in the sea breeze, as if merging with the ocean, becoming a part of nature. Despite their daily toil of casting nets and fishing, investing countless sweat and effort, the meager catch hardly sufficed to sustain their livelihoods. On their weathered faces each wrinkle etched the hardships and struggles of life, yet their gazes still reflected reverence and hope for the sea. The ocean was their source of sustenance as well as an eternal refuge in their hearts, supporting them through difficult times like a lighthouse in the dark. Subsequently, Rihang Xia arrived at a bustling ferry terminal where boats traversed the river like weaving shuttles. The boatmen shouted in unison, their voices filled with strength, piercing through the howling river winds. Their busy figures appeared exceptionally robust in the sunlight, muscles taut and brimming with power. Yet he also noticed that some boatmen, due to years of arduous labor, had bent spines as if crushed by the burdens of life, unable to stand tall. Their faces, wrinkled by the river winds, bore the marks of time, with grooves resembling ravines deep and weathered. Their rough hands were callous testament to a lifetime of hard work, leaving indelible marks of life. What was even more heart-wrenching was that local landlords and wealthy individuals were greedy and unscrupulous, arbitrarily raising rents and taxes, mercilessly squeezing the sweat of the boatmen. The boatmen's lives were filled with unbearable suffering, their meager income insufficient to cover their expenses, plunging them into endless poverty and hardship. Rihang Xia witnessed the various injustices and sufferings in the world, and his sense of mission grew stronger like a surging torrent. He deeply understood that the path he walked was long and fraught with countless difficulties and obstacles. The mission to change this world was heavy and far-reaching, requiring tremendous effort and sacrifice. But he was unafraid, for the belief in his heart burned like a blazing flame, fierce and never extinguished, illuminating the path ahead. He firmly believed that as long as he remained steadfast in becoming stronger, one day he would be able to bring justice and peace to this world through his own formidable strength, allowing everyone to live a happy and peaceful life free from suffering and torment. Rihang Xia then lingered no longer, his gaze sharpening as he instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, powerful forces tore through space, distorting the surrounding air, emitting a sharp howling sound. Only intense spatial fluctuations remained in his wake, rippling like water, spreading outward in circles. His figure had vanished from this realm, leaving behind silence and anticipation. Not far from a small town, bustling yet remote and far from the noise of the mundane world, there exists a highly secretive and little-known corner. Without any warning, the space erupted with a violent fluctuation akin to surging waves, as if a torrent of tumultuous waters had suddenly exploded, unleashing a breathtakingly powerful force. Soon after, a tall and athletic figure slowly emerged from the turbulent and mysterious space, revealing none other than the strikingly handsome Hyūga Natsu. This place was actually a spatial mark left intentionally by Hyūga Natsu during his previous visit. Then Hyūga Natsu took steady and resolute steps into the town. He weaved through the crowded streets, his gaze focused and determined. Each step he took carried a clear and defined purpose, as if a guiding lighthouse shone within his heart. He entered a seemingly old yet intricately mysterious weapons shop. The walls inside were adorned with an array of weapons and armor, each radiating a cold brilliance or exuding an ancient charm. The air was infused with a unique scent, a blend of metal and leather echoing the essence of time and battle. The shopkeeper was an elderly man, his face weathered by the trials of time, yet his gaze was sharp and profound, as if he could see through the secrets of the world. As Hyūga Natsu stepped through the door, the old man looked up, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze that seemed to penetrate his very soul. Hyūga Natsu showed no hesitation, making his way directly to the armor section, his eyes swiftly scanning the displayed items. When his gaze fell upon a strikingly vivid red battle armor resembling fierce flames, his eyes sparkled like stars, as if he had found a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He gently extended his hand, carefully brushing the surface of the armor, feeling its texture and patterns as if communicating with a slumbering artifact. "Boss, how much is this armor?" Hyūga Natsu eagerly inquired, his voice brimming with desire. The old man ambled over, slowly examining Hyūga Natsu from head to toe, and finally said, "Young man, you truly have an eye for quality. This is the treasure of our shop, crafted from the finest rare materials by skilled artisans. As for the price, it certainly won't be cheap." Hyūga Natsu hesitated not a moment, his gaze resolute as iron, indicating his genuine desire. Seeing this, the old man began to elaborate on the origin and uniqueness of the armor. "The design of this armor is meticulously planned. The layout of the sleeves, torso and side shields has been carefully considered to protect key areas precisely.
Moreover, the material used is the finest metal forged through countless trials. It is a painstaking imitation of the equipment worn by the first Hokage imbued with mysterious power and legacy. Hinata Natsu nodded attentively, his expression focused as if he were listening to an ancient epic. After a series of negotiations filled with back-and-forth exchanges, he ultimately purchased the armor at a considerable price. Yet his procurement journey did not end there. "Boss, do you have the equipment from the second, third and fourth Hokage?" Hinata Natsu asked eagerly, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. The old man hesitated slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze, then slowly nodded, turning to a huge cabinet deep within the shop. He struggled to open the cabinet door, which seemed to bear the weight of a heavy history. Carefully he retrieved several sets of equipment, each exuding a unique aura. The first was the equipment of the second Hokage. It was a set of light armor primarily in deep blue, with armor plates as thin as a cicada's wings yet incredibly resilient, as if one could feel its powerful toughness with merely a touch, akin to the mysterious forces of the deep sea. The helmet was intricately carved with lifelike water patterns, the flowing lines reminiscent of living water embodying the boundless power of water, evoking memories of the second Hokage commanding water jutsu with grand might. The shoulder guards resembled flying wings with graceful and smooth lines that allowed for agile movement in battle, effectively protecting the shoulders without hindering the wearer's actions, as if merging seamlessly with the body. The chest armor was embedded with sparkling blue gemstones rumored to possess magical powers that enhanced the strength and effectiveness of water jutsu, unleashing unimaginable force. Next, the old man reverently presented the equipment of the third Hokage. This set radiated an ancient and solemn brown tone, exuding a heavy and stable aura as if carrying the weight of time and history. The flame symbol on the helmet was striking and dignified, the roaring flames symbolizing the third Hokage's superb mastery and formidable ability over fire techniques, as if the burning flames could consume all enemies. The joints of the armor had been specially treated soft and elastic, allowing the wearer to execute complex jutsu movements freely in battle without obstruction, as graceful and lethal as a dance. The forearm and leg guards were etched with dense and mysterious runes said to contain ancient and powerful forces that could enhance the flow speed and control precision of chakra, enabling more precise jutsu releases in combat. Finally, the old man gravely produced the equipment of the fourth Hokage. This was a dazzling golden streamlined armor shining with a blinding brilliance that illuminated the entire room like a radiant sun. The helmet's design was futuristic, with special crystal lenses embedded around the eyes. These lenses, polished and enhanced, could provide unparalleled clarity of vision in intense battles, allowing the wearer to discern even the minutest weaknesses of their foes, seizing the advantage in combat. Additionally, it came with a cape made from lightweight yet sturdy materials, seemingly providing powerful and stable additional support when executing the Flying Thunder God technique, making instantaneous movements swifter and more precise, like lightning darting across the battlefield. The spiral pattern on the chest armor seemed to encapsulate the profound mysteries of time and space, while the device on the gauntlet concealed secrets capable of instantly releasing powerful wind chakra to unleash a fierce attack, obliterating all obstacles like a storm. Hinata Natsu was filled with joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement as if he had discovered a long-sought treasure. Without hesitation, he purchased all these precious items. He meticulously examined each piece, his gaze sharp and focused, not overlooking any detail, ensuring there were no blemishes or defects. After paying, Hinata Natsu left the shop with these invaluable pieces of equipment. He understood fully that these items were not merely external protective tools but essential aids for his future battles. The overcast sky loomed like a massive lead plate weighing heavily above the village of Yuin. The thick dark clouds appeared as if they were mountains of ink so dense that they seemed ready to spill forth and shroud the entire world in darkness. The continuous strands of rain fell like fine pearls, cascading endlessly to weave a misty curtain between heaven and earth. The clouds were dense, thick enough to seem as if they could burst forth with water at any moment. The icy wind howled as it swept through the streets like a wild beast out of control, bringing with it a biting chill. This cold wind cut like a blade, stinging the cheeks and causing everything around to tremble. The trees by the roadside swayed violently in the wind and rain, their branches and leaves battered into disarray, while fallen leaves drifted with the rainwater, resembling lonely and destitute spirits. In a remote and extremely secret corner not far from the village of Yuin, the space suddenly erupted with an intense wave of fluctuations. That wave surged violently and was unstoppable, like a raging torrent that exploded in an instant, stirring up layers of invisible ripples. This immense power instantaneously shattered the tranquility of the surrounding space, causing the air around to tremble and distort. The grass nearby was flattened by the shock of this force, splattering mud and water everywhere. Immediately after, a tall and agile figure quietly emerged from that turbulent space filled with unknown power. A man standing tall like a pine tree exuded an aura of pride and strength, appearing as if he could stand against the heavens. His form stood out remarkably amidst the chaotic backdrop, like the only light in the darkness. He wore a cat-faced mask of the wood leaf umbu, mysterious and imposing, making it difficult to discern his true visage. The sharp and cold lines on the mask added to his enigmatic presence. Hinata Natsu's eyes had transformed into golden rinnegan, a sign of his meticulousness for the success of this mission. However, he wore black contact lenses that obscured his golden rinnegan, further fueling curiosity and speculation about his identity and purpose. He donned a strikingly vivid red Warring States armor that resembled fiercely burning flames. Even in the dim environment, the armor shimmered brilliantly as if it were imbued with an eternal flame. The design of this armor was unique and ingeniously crafted, consisting merely of large sleeves at torso and rib shields, yet it perfectly protected the critical areas of his arms, legs and torso. Every protective element was meticulously placed, showcasing the creator's thoughtful design. Beneath the armor he wore ordinary clothing, yet this seemingly mundane combination presented an extraordinary harmony of beauty on him, as if the ordinary and the splendid were inherently meant to merge. The armor's appearance was simple yet contained endless intricacies, with every subtle texture and line exhibiting exquisite craftsmanship and a distinctive design. The textures resembled ancient runes imbued with mysterious power. The lines flowed beautifully like a masterpiece crafted by a master artist. Coupled with his long hair that fell like a cascading waterfall gently swaying in the wind, it added an extraordinary quality to him, reminiscent of Mount Tai's steadfastness, instilling awe in onlookers, making one wonder if the first Hokage had returned. This man was indeed Hinata Natsu, adorned in the gear of the first Hokage. At this moment he was fully focused, his entire being seeming to transform into a wisp of smoke, cautiously concealing his figure. He resembled a phantom in the dark night, closing in on the village of Yuin with lightning speed. His footsteps were as light as falling snowflakes, landing silently, agile as a spirit deer weaving through the forest, each step almost as quiet as a feather falling, seemingly blending perfectly with the surrounding environment. His gaze was firm and sharp like a sword drawn from its sheath, piercing through the rain curtain and locking onto the direction of Yuin village, his gold crystal clear and his heart shining with unwavering light like a brilliant star in the night sky, radiating determination not to rest until he achieved his objective. Yuin village was perpetually drenched in rain, and as he stepped into the village the scene before him tightened his heart as if struck by a heavy. On the streets there were few pedestrians, occasionally a few hurried by holding umbrellas, heads bowed, afraid to make eye contact with others as if fearing being swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere. Their eyes were filled with deep fear and endless unease, as if every moment they were anxious about impending disaster, this fear hovering over their hearts like a dark cloud that would not dissipate. The once bustling marketplace was now desolate. Most shops had their doors tightly shut, rusty locks adorned the doors, and the wooden panels appeared dilapidated, as if narrating tales of past prosperity and present desolation. Among the few shops still open the goods were scarce, and the shopkeepers sat behind the counters with a lackluster demeanor, their eyes hollow, showing no interest in enticing the occasional passerby, as if they had lost all hope for life. In a corner, barely able to shelter from the rain, he spotted a frail child curled up, shivering, the small body swaying in the wind and rain. The child's face was streaked with tears, murmuring a yearning for food, the weak voice filled with endless sorrow. The child's mother tightly embraced him, her eyes revealing despair and helplessness, a gaze that pierced the heart. Hinata Natsu felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if thousands of needles were piercing him, to think this was a carefree child who was still studying in his past life, while in the world of Naruto he could only beg for survival, and if lucky be chosen by a ninja village as a cannon fodder, but if unlucky he could only starve to death in the streets. He understood well that this was the dire consequence of the Akatsuki organization's plundering of wealth, leaving many families without food or clothing, children emaciated, stripped of the innocence and vitality they should have had, like withered flowers struggling to survive in the darkness. As he continued forward he heard a cacophony of shouting. It turned out two villagers had quarreled over a trivial matter, their voices echoing sharply in the silent streets. Yet the people around did not dare to intervene, they only watched from a distance, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Under the oppressive rule of the Akatsuki organization, normal order had collapsed and people feared that meddling would bring disaster upon themselves, opting instead for silence and avoidance. Criminal acts occurred frequently, with theft and robbery becoming commonplace as those lawbreakers acted recklessly, yet no one dared to stop them. Justice could not be served, the dignity of the law trampled mercilessly, akin to a treasure discarded in the mud. Passing by a ninja school, Hinata Natsu saw the campus overgrown with weeds, those weeds growing wildly as if they intended to engulf the entire school. The classroom windows were shattered, glass shards strewn everywhere, reflecting dim light in the rain. The desks and chairs were dilapidated, haphazardly arranged as if they had endured a brutal catastrophe. The place that once echoed with the sounds of children reading was now terrifyingly silent, only the howling of the wind and rain resonated in the desolate campus. The children had lost the opportunity for a proper education, the transmission of knowledge was interrupted, and the hope for a future became bleak, like a ship lost in the dark, unable to find its way forward. The buildings in Yuin village had also fallen into disrepair under the influence of the Akatsuki organization. Many houses were in dilapidated condition, the walls riddled with cracks resembling scars of time that told tales of the village's suffering. The roofs leaked, the sound of dripping rain echoed within like a mournful melody. The roads were uneven, filled with water, and walking on them could easily lead to a fall, as if life had set numerous traps. The once beautiful and peaceful village of Yuin had now become a place filled with despair and suffering, like a corner forgotten by the world. The sky was heavy with dark clouds, and the incessant fine rain fell like threads, enveloping the entire rain-hidden village in a hazy mist, making it difficult to discern, as if the village were shrouded by a layer of mysterious veil. Raindrops splashed onto the pond, creating countless water droplets that rippled outward, disturbing the reflection of the gloomy sky. Hinata Natsu stepped into this mysterious and oppressive village with steady and determined strides. The rain fell mercilessly upon him, soaking his clothes and hair, yet there was no trace of retreat or hesitation in his eyes, only resolve and determination. The streets were filled with dampness, desolate and empty, with only the crisp sound of raindrops hitting the ground which stood out remarkably in the silence. Occasionally a few hurried passers-by went by, heads bowed, their eyes filled with fear and unease, as if bound by invisible shackles. Hinata Natsu looked around. The ancient buildings appeared even older under the relentless wash of rain, the moss on the walls spreading wildly as if it aimed to consume the remaining structures. The narrow pathway had pooled with water, and with each step he took splashes erupted, the droplets briefly blooming in the air before quickly falling. Just as Hinata Natsu stepped into rain-hidden village in the highest building of the village, 6 figures with eyes that rippled like waves suddenly seemed to sense something. These 6 individuals were the 6 paths of pain. Among them was the Deva path of pain, a tall and erect figure radiating an unapproachable majesty in the dimness. His broad shoulders seemed capable of bearing the weight of the entire world, standing there like a towering mountain. His face was stern with sharp angles like a sculpture, each line seemed meticulously chiseled, displaying a cold perfection. Those deep and ruthless eyes seemed to see through everything, harboring no compassion or warmth, only endless indifference and resolve. His hair was neatly combed back, revealing a broad forehead that added to his imposing presence. That forehead was smooth and wide, symbolizing wisdom and power. The black robe he wore billowed with the wind, merging with the darkness, the corners of the robe rustling like a banner in the night. The human path of pain had a gaze filled with a mysterious depth, as if he could see through the souls of others in this hazy rain. His eyes were like an abyss, pulling one in without escape, as if hiding countless secrets and unknowns. His face was slightly gaunt, yet exuded an indescribable cunning. The slightly prominent cheekbones on his thin face further highlighted his shrewdness and scheming. His hair fell loosely over his shoulders, adding a hint of unruliness. His hair was soft like silk, yet carried a sense of untamed disorder, as if expressing his inner freedom and rebellion. His attire was simple and practical, allowing for ease of movement. The clothing clung to his body, devoid of any superfluous decorations, yet perfectly showcased his agility and decisiveness. The Azura path of pain had a body as hard as machinery, covered in metallic patterns and devices. In the pattering rain his body emitted a faint cold light as if forged from steel. His head bore sharp angles, seemingly existing to break through all barriers. His eyes burned with the fervor of battle, that fervor, like a flame once ignited, could not be extinguished. His arms and legs were equipped with various weapons, radiating a chilling aura. Those weapons were sharp and deadly, each one a symbol of death, instilling fear. The beast's path of pain was relatively short in stature, yet exuded a bizarre agility. In the humid air her figure floated like a ghost, elusive and hard to grasp. A trace of a sinister smile played on her lips, sending chills down one's spine. That smile carried a kind of cruelty and ruthlessness, as if mocking all of existence. She wore an unusual outfit adorned with strange runes and patterns. Those runes and patterns flickered with an eerie light, as if telling ancient and malevolent secrets. The hungry ghost path of pain had a bulky and corpulent figure, imposing a heavy sense of oppression in this gloomy environment. His body resembled a moving hill, each step causing the earth to tremble. His face bore a sorrowful expression, as if eternally enduring hunger. That sorrowful look was like a mark carved on his face, evoking both pity and fear. His clothing was loose and tattered, seemingly on the verge of being torn apart by his massive body. The fabric appeared so small and fragile against him, unable to withstand his weight. The hell path of pain had a face as pale as paper, resembling a messenger from the underworld. In the unceasing rain his visage seemed covered in a layer of frost, devoid of any vitality. His eyes were hollow and lifeless, yet seemed to connect to the abyss of hell. In those vacant eyes lay endless pain and torment, making it hard to look directly. His attire was solemn and austere, filled with the essence of death. The black robe was embroidered with mysterious symbols, as if praising and venerating death. In their cold gazes a hint of vigilance flashed, like a lone wolf in the cold night sensing an unfamiliar presence. He slightly squinted his eyes, using the unique extraordinary perception ability of the Rinnegan to capture a trace of unusual aura. That aura felt like a subtle ripple in his perception, yet it drew his utmost attention. A foreign chakra has infiltrated the village, Pain said in a deep voice, the sound echoing in the empty room with undeniable authority. That voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with coldness and ruthlessness. Beside him Conan frowned slightly, a hint of worry appearing on her beautiful face as she said, "Could it be an enemy?" Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty and tension. That worried expression, like dark clouds obscuring the bright moon, dulled her originally beautiful features. Pain remained silent for a moment, then slowly stood up, his tall figure emanating a powerful aura as he said firmly, "No matter who it is, they cannot disrupt our plans. Prepare for battle." His words were like a command, decisive and resolute. That firm tone was filled with confidence and determination, as if no force could hinder his will. Meanwhile Hinata Natsu continued to advance cautiously in rain-hidden village. He was well aware that Nagato possessed a ninjutsu called Rain Tiger Free Technique, which could merge his chakra with the rain to monitor the entire rain-hidden village. He had already drawn the others' attention, but he showed no intention of retreating, instead becoming even more vigilant. The rain continued to pour incessantly, the crisp sound rhythmically pounding against Hinata Natsu's armor like a spirited war drum, causing his heartbeat to quicken slightly. Raindrops fell, splashing tiny droplets as if narrating the impending storm. At this moment the atmosphere around grew increasingly tense, akin to an invisible net tightening around him, making it hard for him to breathe. Each drop of rain felt like a tiny source of pressure, constantly reminding him of the approaching danger. Pain stood by the window of a tall building, his expression grim, the mysterious and powerful Rinnegan slowly rotating, emanating a chilling glow as if it could truly see through everything in the world. He gazed at the village through the curtain of rain, secretly calculating his strategy to deal with this unwelcome guest. Who is this intruder daring to act wild in my territory? A subordinate beside him respectfully replied, Leader, the identity of this person is still unclear, but based on their actions they are certainly not of good character. Pain nodded slightly, his sculpted face revealing no hint of emotion yet imparting a heavy sense of oppression. Search the entire village and locate this unwelcome guest. Pain's voice was decisive and authoritative, instantly prompting the hidden sentries and patrolling ninjas of the rain-hidden village to spring into action like arrows released from a bow as a tense search and counter-search battle was about to unfold. Hinata Natsu hid under a dilapidated eaves, hardly daring to breathe, nervously observing the movements around him. He was well aware that true danger was approaching, yet a determined light flickered in his eyes and he was fully prepared to face the challenge. That resolute gaze seemed to convey his tenacity and bravery. The rain continued to fall incessantly as if it had no end. However, Hinata Natsu's figure hiding under the dilapidated eaves ultimately could not escape the sharp eyes of Pain's subordinates. Found him. Over there. A sharp shout shattered the tranquility of the rain. Hinata Natsu's heart skipped a beat, anxiety washing over him, but he quickly forced himself to calm down, his determination unwavering. Quickly inform Lady Conan and the leader. A ninja from the rain-hidden village dressed as a commander urgently said to the nearby whirlwind. I'll go right away. The whirlwind jumped and instantly disappeared from the spot. Hinata Natsu slowly stood up, his armor glistening with a cold light under the rain. Facing the approaching enemy, he took a deep breath and the chakra within him began to surge slowly. He knew this would be a difficult battle, yet he felt no fear, instead a strong fighting spirit surged within him. His upright posture resembled a fortress forged from steel, exuding an indomitable aura. Pain's subordinates quickly surrounded Hinata Natsu, each face etched with vigilance and hostility. Hinata Natsu surveyed the enemies around him, a slight smile of fearlessness curling at the corners of his mouth. That smile carried a sense of confidence and composure, as if the predicament before him was merely a trivial challenge. Come on, let me see your strength. Hinata Natsu's voice echoed in the rain and the battle was about to begin. Under the rain's veil, Hinata Natsu faced Pain's numerous subordinates, his expression as cold as ice. In the tallest building of the rain-hidden village, the whirlwind hurriedly ran in to report, Leader, the intruder has been found. Deva Pain nodded slightly and in a deep voice said, I am already aware. That icy voice was like a cold wind in the night, sending chills down one's spine. Conan, we move. After Deva Pain spoke, he and Conan quickly approached the battlefield. Conan, dressed in a blue paper attire, had a cold gaze like a spirit in the rain. Her movements were light and graceful, walking alongside Deva Pain, exuding a mysterious aura. Moments later, Deva Pain arrived at the battlefield, looking at Hinata Natsu before him, asking in an imposing tone, Who are you? What business do you have in my rain-hidden village? Hinata Natsu was momentarily speechless. What kind of ridiculous line is this? It's truly reminiscent of a classic line from A Little Brat. Yet he maintained his composure and replied loudly, I am Senju Hashirama, here to borrow something. Deva Pain frowned coldly, stating, Humph, don't play tricks. The first Hokage has been dead for decades. Who are you really? Why are you impersonating the first Hokage? Hinata Natsu laughed heartily, responding, My identity is not something you can easily discern. I have come today solely to borrow that which can change fate. Deva Pain's gaze grew even colder, saying, The rain-hidden village has nothing. You seek, leave swiftly, or do not blame me for being rude. Hinata Natsu showed no fear, standing tall and declaring, If you do not lend it to me, then I shall take it myself. Deva Pain shouted angrily, You arrogant fool. Attack. Deva Pain decisively commanded his subordinates. Hi. Immediately the ninjas of the rain-hidden village surged towards Hinata Natsu. Some ninjas unleashed fire, released the blazing flames burning in the rain as if to consume everything. Others employed lightning, released blue arcs of electricity flashing in the rain like an enraged dragon. Various ninjutsu intertwined, overwhelming Hinata Natsu. Yet he showed no fear and shouted, Would release Birth of the World. With a clap of his hands, a wave of strange chakra surged forth. Suddenly thick wooden pillars erupted from the ground, lunging towards the enemies like giant pythons. Pain's subordinates were thrown into chaos, frantically dodging. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's incredibly powerful. One ninja shouted in terror. Then Hinata Natsu's eyes widened as if two blazing flames were burning within them. With his hands clasped together, he recited a low and mysterious incantation, the deep and enigmatic spell echoing through the air like an ancient melody. Immediately the ground shook violently as if a giant beast that had slept for millennia was about to roar up from beneath the earth. He bellowed, Would style tree realm descend. In an instant, countless thick tree roots burst forth from the ground like giant pythons, rising with a devastating might that sent dust swirling into the air. The tree roots twisted and coiled as if they were living serpents, wantonly flaunting their immense power to the world. Then enormous trees shot up from the ground, their trunks soaring into the clouds with rough bark resembling ancient armor, emanating a profound and heavy aura. The lush branches and leaves rapidly spread outwards, resembling giant umbrellas shielding the sky. The emerald leaves shimmered with a strange light, each one seemingly harboring boundless vitality and strength. The leaves quivered slightly, producing a rustling sound as if whispering ancient secrets. When Hinata Natsu launched his attack, the leaves transformed into countless sharp blades whistling out at an astonishing speed. They traced elegant arcs through the air, leaving behind green streaks of light dazzling like shooting stars across the night sky. The branches appeared to come alive, dancing flexibly. At times they struck at the enemy like long whips, stirring up fierce winds. At other times they reached out like giant hands, unleashing immense power. The entire tree radiated a mysterious green light, enveloping Hinata Natsu within as if it were his most solid fortress, instilling fear in his enemies. The beautiful yet deadly flowers on the branches were about to bloom, instantly bursting into color, exuding an enchanting fragrance while concealing lethal danger. The petals of the flowers trembled slightly as if they could transform into weapons at any moment. At this moment a ninja cried out in terror, "This power is simply terrifying." Another ninja gritted his teeth and said, "Don't panic. Everyone attack together. I refuse to believe we can't defeat him." Tendo Pain, witnessing this, had a chilling gaze as cold as a millennium of ice. He slowly raised his hand and shouted, "Universal pull." A powerful gravitational force surged forth, warping the air around them. Hinata Natsu felt his body lighten as if he could be drawn away at any moment. He gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging as he struggled against this force. His feet clung tightly to the ground, leaving deep marks on the earth. Konan also made her move. With a gentle wave of her hands, countless paper pieces fluttered down like snowflakes, dancing gracefully in the air. These paper pieces seemed frail yet were incredibly sharp, their edges gleaming coldly as if they could easily cut through steel. Konan coldly stated, "Senju Hashirama, today is your demise." Hinata Natsu bravely responded, "Then let's see about that. I, Senju Hashirama, will not be easily defeated." Suddenly Konan's expression hardened as she quickly formed hand seals. The previously serene paper pieces became agitated as if infused with powerful energy. The pieces began to emit mysterious light, growing brighter like stars about to explode. Then, with a soft command from Konan, the paper pieces exploded like ignited explosives. A deafening blast echoed and a fierce shockwave spread outwards, kicking up dust and debris. The flames from the explosion shot up into the sky, illuminating everything around as bright as day. The fragments of the exploded paper scattered like meteors, flying at high speed with tremendous lethality. They raced towards Hinata Natsu with searing heat and powerful impact, as if they were determined to engulf him in this frenzied assault. Hinata Natsu hurriedly activated wood style, and thick branches intertwined, instantly forming a sturdy barrier to withstand Konan's attack. The battle raged on, and with the wood style of the first Hokage, Hinata Natsu stood firm against the enemy's onslaught without losing ground. His figure, shielded by wood style, resembled a war god, instilling fear in his foes. Raindrops flowed down his cheeks but could not extinguish the fighting spirit within him. He knew the battle was far from over, yet he was ready to face any challenge, his eyes filled with determination and fearlessness. Hinata Natsu suggested, "First, let's fight outside the village. There are too many civilians here to go all out." Tendo Pain nodded slightly and replied, "As you wish." Then Hinata Natsu took to the air with a light yet resolute demeanor, soaring towards the outskirts of the village. Konan looked at Tendo Pain with concern and said, "Be careful." Tendo Pain nodded lightly and swiftly took to the air, closely following Hinata Natsu. The two arrived in a vast, once serene and shaded forest. A breathtaking battle was about to erupt, and the tense atmosphere seemed to solidify the air around them. The tranquility of the forest was on the verge of being shattered. The imposing figure of Hinata Natsu, embodying Senju Hashirama, stood like an unshakable mountain, his gaze steadfast and composed as if no enemy in the world could stir even a ripple before him. Pain's 6 paths appeared on the battlefield's opposite end, exuding a fearsome and sinister aura. Tendo Pain raised his hand suddenly, his eyes revealing boundless coldness and dominance, and shouted, "Senju Hashirama, today is your end. We, the 6 paths of pain, shall end your legend." With his movement, Shinra Tensei erupted violently, the powerful repulsive force crashing towards Hinata Natsu like a surging tide. Wherever the power struck, towering trees were uprooted like fragile straw, and wood chips rained down like a torrential downpour. The ground was violently upheaved, and the once even forest floor turned into a patchy mess in the blink of an eye. Birds and beasts fled in terror, emitting desperate cries. At this moment one could almost hear the sounds of trees being uprooted, the roots snapping, and feel the unease brought by the intense ground shaking. Hinata Natsu shouted, "An attack of this level cannot harm me." Then he clapped his hands together forcefully and yelled, "Wood style tree realm descend." At this moment a ninja from Pain's team said, "This guy is too powerful, can our leader really defeat him?" Another ninja replied, "Don't give others encouragement while diminishing our own spirit. Our god will not fail." Tendo Pain continued his assault without the slightest sign of slackening. As Nagato unleashed the Shinra Tensei and Hinata attempted the wood-release tree realm arrival, the earth trembled violently. Countless colossal trees surged from the ground, instantaneously forming an expansive forest. The newly sprouted trees intermingled with those devastated by the Shinra Tensei, some snapped while others were crushed and deformed, as if narrating the brutal nature of this battle. The earth seemed ruthlessly torn apart by this overwhelming force, revealing numerous massive fissures akin to the gaping maw of a demon. You felt as though you were amidst this chaotic battlefield, sensing the tremors of the ground, witnessing the shock brought forth by the frenzied growth of the trees. The power of Shinra Tensei relentlessly battered the tree realm, mercilessly destroying tree after tree. However, the force of the tree realm's arrival was equally tenacious, continuously giving rise to new trees. Both forces clashed against each other, distorting the surrounding air as if it were reshaped by their immense power. The ground of the forest was repeatedly struck, creating massive deep pits with mud and stones flying in all directions, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Hinata focused intently on controlling the power of wood release, silently thinking, I cannot let him succeed. Meanwhile, Devapath Nagato gritted his teeth and raised his hands again, amplifying the force of Shinra Tensei. This fierce battle plunged the entire forest into chaos as if the end of the world had truly arrived. At this moment, the hungry ghost path Nagato attempted to absorb Hinata's chakra, shouting, let me drain your power. Hinata scoffed coldly, filled with disdain, naive. He then shouted, would release wood dragon technique. A gigantic and majestic wood dragon roared as it charged at the hungry ghost path Nagato, instantly wrapping and binding him. Wherever the wood dragon passed, trees were knocked askew, some even snapped in half, leaves fluttering down like snowflakes. One could almost see the fierce countenance of the wood dragon and feel the immense pressure it exerted. The hungry ghost path Nagato struggled and shouted, help me. However, no one responded. The other four paths of Nagato were fully absorbed in dealing with the chaotic battlefield. The human path Nagato attempted to close in on Hinata, roaring, die Hashirama. Hinata waved his hand casually, would release wood clone technique. Several wood clones appeared, instantly encircling the human path Nagato and leaving him no room to fight back. The wood clones collided with the surrounding trees, producing muffled sounds as many branches snapped and scattered across the ground. The human path Nagato, while defending, shouted, damn, this guy is too difficult to handle. The evil spirits summoned by the hell path Nagato were also pierced by Hinata's would release thorn kill technique, instantly turning to ash. Wood thorns suddenly pierced from the ground, impaling surrounding trees, sap flowing, leaving destruction in their wake. The hell path Nagato exclaimed, how is this possible? The various weapons and missiles launched by the Azura path Nagato were all blocked by Hinata's would release wood pillar wall. The weapons and missiles collided with the wooden pillar wall, producing a tremendous noise as the shockwaves from the explosions shattered the surrounding trees, sending wooden splinters flying. The Azura path Nagato shouted angrily, this guy's would release is too powerful. The giant summoned beast from the animal path Nagato was tightly grasped by a colossal wooden hand under Hinata's would release all-encompassing bag technique, unable to move. The beast's struggles knocked down the surrounding trees, leaving deep footprints in the ground. The animal path Nagato anxiously yelled, break free. The attacks from the six paths of Nagato appeared utterly powerless against Hinata's formidable wood release. With each of Hinata's strikes, immense power and momentum accompanied him. His potent wood release technique seemed to intend to transform the entire battlefield into his domain. Seeing the situation unfavorable, Devapath Nagato raised his hands high once more, his eyes wide open, chakras surging wildly around him, and shouted, planetary devastation. Suddenly the sky darkened and a gigantic black sphere appeared in the air, emanating a terrifying gravitational force. Everything around it, including trees, stones, and even the air, was drawn towards the sphere. Trees were uprooted, twisting and contorting in the air, then tightly adhered to the black sphere. The ground was also continually torn apart by this powerful gravity, creating enormous cracks. Hinata felt that overwhelming gravitational force, as if he could be pulled up at any moment. His gaze sharpened, fully aware of the tremendous power this technique possessed. He formed hand seals once more, exerting all his power into would release tree realm arrival. Countless gigantic trees grew wildly, attempting to resist the gravity of planetary devastation. The trees pulled against the gravitational force, emitting sharp sounds. Some trees were forcibly uprooted, yet new trees continuously sprouted, valiantly countering the weight of planetary devastation. Devapath Nagato shouted, you cannot stop this technique. Hinata resolutely replied, how would we know without trying? However, Devapath Nagato did not relent. He raised his hands high again and shouted, Super Shinra Tensei. A cataclysmic repulsive force exploded forth like a violent hurricane. Wherever that power reached, everything was ruthlessly destroyed. Towering trees were instantly reduced to powder, the ground deeply caved in, and massive stones were hurled into the air, crashing down like meteors. The entire forest seemed as though it would be completely erased under this terrifying power. One could almost witness the dreadful force rampaging, feeling the despair of an impending apocalypse. The collision between Shinra Tensei and would release generated intense shockwaves that wildly spread outward. The surrounding peaks trembled, boulders fell, and mountains collapsed. The trees in the forest were either uprooted or snapped in half as the leaves flying in the air resembled desperate butterflies. The cracks on the ground continued to spread, resembling a massive spider web encompassing the entire land. Rivers were cut off, splashing water everywhere as the turbulent river flow was reversed by the overwhelming force. In the distance, the village was also affected by this force, with houses collapsing, flames soaring as people fled in terror, the sounds of crying and shouting intertwining in chaos. Hinata gritted his teeth, his hands moving swiftly to form seals, unleashing the full potential of wood release. Would release true thousand hands. A colossal Buddha statue rose from the ground with countless enormous arms waving, directly confronting the power of Super Shinra Tensei. When the two powers collided, a deafening roar echoed and the shockwave spread outward, causing everything around to tremble under this tremendous force. This battle seemed like a clash between two deities determining the fate of the world. The terrifying force made the whole world tremble, and this once spacious and tranquil forest now lay in ruins, bearing witness to this breathtaking battle. The battle between Hinata Natsu and the Six Paths of Pain had reached its zenith, leaving the entire forest riddled with scars under the impact of their immense powers, as if it were the end of days. The Deva Path of Pain glared furiously, raising his hands once more to launch a new assault. Yet Hinata Natsu would never grant him that opportunity. He swiftly formed hand signs, his eyes filled with determination and dominance. Would release Flower Tree World. Hinata Natsu roared. In an instant, countless trees adorned with resplendent blossoms burst forth from the earth, releasing a thick cloud of pollen. These flowers were as dreamlike as they were beautiful, yet brimming with immense power. The flower trees grew wildly, rapidly encroaching upon the Six Paths of Pain. The Deva Path attempted to unleash Shinra Tensei once more, but before these magnificent and mighty trees his power seemed utterly insignificant. The other 5 Paths of Pain each employed their abilities to resist, yet to no avail. The power of the flowers gradually enveloped the 6 paths, and they were tightly bound by massive branches, unable to move. The pollen threw them into confusion, making it impossible to concentrate on the battle. The Deva Path of Pain cried out in reluctance, "Senju Hashirama you." Hinata Natsu's gaze was authoritative, his voice steady and firm. "It's over. Your ambitions end here." Before Hinata Natsu's formidable would release Flower Tree World, the 6 Paths of Pain were utterly crushed, devoid of any means to fight back. This awe-inspiring battle had finally come to a close, and the once peaceful forest now stood as a testament to the conflict, narrating the invincible strength of Hinata Natsu and the terrifying power of wood release. Hinata Natsu stood quietly gazing at the 6 Paths of Pain he had vanquished, his heart devoid of any joy. He stood silently on the ravaged battlefield, a gentle breeze rustling his clothes. The surrounding forest was utterly devastated by the battle, with broken branches and scattered leaves strewn across the ground, while massive craters and fissures bore witness to the ferocity of the earlier clash. The Deva Path of Pain lay nearby, having lost all combat capability. Hinata Natsu looked at him, his eyes reflecting not the pride of a victor but a profound contemplation. He knew that although this battle had been won, its implications reached far beyond. In the sky a few birds cautiously flew over, as if bringing a trace of vitality to the land that had just weathered the storm. Hinata Natsu let out a slow breath and began to organize his thoughts. He understood that this victory marked only a new beginning, with still greater challenges awaiting him. "I found you," Hinata Natsu said, and then his figure vanished instantly from the spot. On a barren mountain, fierce winds howled as they swept across, emitting sharp shrieks, while sand and dust filled the sky, blotting out the sun. The world was shrouded in chaos, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Hinata Natsu, embodying the first Hokage, stood amidst it all. His gaze was steady and resolute, his tall and majestic form like an unshakable mountain, exuding an incomparable aura of power. His brows slightly furrowed, his eyes revealing determination and an unwavering will to win. "Nagato, I have found you. Though you wield immense power, I, Senju Hashirama, bear the mission of protection and cannot retreat. No matter what formidable enemy I face, I will use my wood release to safeguard the village and the peace of the ninja world. This is not only for the present but also for future generations to live in tranquility." Opposite him, Nagato's Rinnegan shimmered with a mysterious and powerful light, brimming with boundless authority. His expression was stern, his tightly pressed lips revealing inner resolve. At that moment his mind turned fiercely. Senju Hashirama truly lives up to his reputation as the legendary ninja god, possessing such overwhelming strength. Nagato spoke maniacally, "But the pain I have endured convinces me that only by making this world feel ultimate pain can true peace be achieved. Everything I do is to bring an end to this world filled with war and hatred." Nagato struck first, swinging his arms abruptly as the Rinnegan blazed like the scorching sun. In an instant, furious winds howled, flames erupted into colossal pillars of fire, lightning raced like silver serpents across the sky, and boulders fell like meteors with an aura of destruction. A multitude of powerful jutsu intertwined, forming a devastating storm that surged overwhelmingly toward Hinata Natsu. The ferocious onslaught seemed intent on annihilating the entire world. The earth trembled beneath the terrifying force, and even the mountain appeared on the verge of collapse. Nagato resolved inwardly, "This strike will surely show Senju Hashirama my determination and power." Yet faced with this overwhelming assault, Hinata Natsu showed no sign of panic. He swiftly performed hand signs and shouted, "Would release Tree World." Instantly the earth quaked violently as countless enormous trees burst forth from the ground at an astonishing speed, their branches interlacing and leaves flourishing. In a flash they formed an endless dense forest, firmly withstanding the fierce attacks of the 6 Paths of Pain. Hinata Natsu thought, "Such attacks are nothing, they cannot breach my defense." But Nagato, being the original body, possessed even greater power. He amplified his chakra output, and the glow of the Rinnegan grew ever more dazzling. The wind, fire, lightning and earth jutsu surged with several times their original strength. The flames grew fiercer, the lightning more violent, and the impact of the boulders became terrifically destructive. The trees splintered and shattered under the relentless assault, with wooden shards flying everywhere. The ground was torn up into massive chunks and deep fissures appeared on the mountain. Witnessing this, Nagato spun his Rinnegan, rapidly channeling immense chakra to unleash Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted, instantly breaking and demolishing trees wherever it passed, turning them into clouds of wood chips. The ground was upheaved into massive boulders and the mountain itself seemed to tremble. Nagato gritted his teeth. "Senju Hashirama, I won't let you stop me so easily. Hinata Natsu undaunted fixed his piercing gaze and formed hand seals again, shouting would release wood dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon roared forth, its body coiling and writhing, charging at Nagato with fangs bared. The dragon radiated immense life force, its overwhelming presence as if to devour everything. Hinata Natsu firmly believed my would release shall overcome your Rinnegan. Nagato controlled Bansho Tenin, attempting to alter the dragon's course. Under his powerful chakra manipulation, the wooden dragon's advance was hindered, but soon Hinata Natsu also increased his chakra output and the dragon charged forward once more. Yet Nagato's power was overwhelming. He unleashed the almighty push, once more repelling the wooden dragon. Cracks spread across the dragon's body and Hyūga Natsu felt a tremendous recoil. Nagato's heart churned with anxiety. Hashirama's unjust strength is so formidable it is difficult to control. But he did not retreat, instead intensifying his assault. Nagato's black robe fluttered feebly in the wind, accentuating his gauntness and fragility. He breathed heavily, each inhale a laborious effort. He knew his body had reached its limit, yet his eyes still gleamed with a stubborn reluctance to yield. He understood that he had paid an immense price for the ideals in his heart, and this broken, ravaged form was the heavy cost. He stood there silently, memories flooding back like a raging tide. The past glory and honor had now turned to fleeting smoke. He gazed at his hands that once commanded fearsome power yet now could barely grasp anything with effort. His heart was filled with helplessness and remorse, yet he knew clearly that nothing could be undone. Nagato's body trembled slightly in the wind, his face was pale as paper, his lips chapped as if parched for ages. His disheveled hair draped over his shoulders like a dim night devoid of its former luster and vitality. Beneath his high nose bridge, his tightly pressed lips betrayed his stubbornness and unyielding spirit. His gaunt cheeks seemed chiseled by the knife of time, each line narrating the vicissitudes he had endured. He wore a black robe that fluttered weakly in the wind, a solitary banner. His slender pale hands trembled faintly as if about to lose all strength at any moment. His steps were heavy and sluggish, each footfall seemingly draining the last of his energy. And his legs, the legs that had been almost completely shattered in brutal combat, were now nothing but mutilated stumps. Only through special apparatus and a fragile support of chakra could he barely remain standing. Every movement brought piercing pain, as if countless steel needles stabbed into his nerves. Those once agile and powerful legs were now like cursed ruins, unable to carry him on the path of his dreams. He could only drag his heavy body forward through this cruel world, trudging on with difficulty. Nagato exuded a chilling aura that made one shiver. He was like a solitary wanderer forsaken by fate, trudging arduously through this merciless world. Yet beneath his seemingly despairing exterior burned an undying flame of conviction. For the sake of justice and peace he pressed on steadfastly despite his broken body. Just then the battle resumed. Nagato's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed a series of fearsome ninjutsu. Flames like enraged dragons with bared fangs and claws lunged at Hyūga Natsu. The searing heat could ignite the very air, distorting everything around in the terrifying inferno. Lightning like wild silver serpents darted through the sky with deafening roars, its blinding glare impossible to behold. Massive boulders like falling stars crashed down upon Hyūga Natsu with immense force, each stone seemingly harboring boundless destructive power. Hyūga Natsu pressed his palms together, his expression focused and resolute as if the entire world lay under his command. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a determined light shining within them while fine beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. He shouted, "Would style advent of a world of flowering trees." In an instant countless trees blooming with flowers emerged like a dream. Vivid petals drifted down like snowflakes, each petal shimmering with a mysterious radiance as if infused with endless power. Thick pollen spread through the air like a dazzling haze, quickly enveloping Nagato. His movements were greatly hindered, becoming sluggish and arduous as if bound by invisible chains. He roared, "Damn it! What kind of jutsu is this?" Hyūga Natsu cried out, "This battle must be won for peace. To protect those innocent lives and to free this world from war and suffering." Nagato gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his fury as if ready to devour the entire world. His Rinnegan blazed with dazzling light like two scorching suns, exuding a terrifying aura. He bellowed ultimate planetary devastation. A colossal gravitational sphere materialized, its terrifying pull as if from the abyss. The immense attraction tried to draw Hyūga Natsu and his wood style into it, compressing everything into oblivion. The earth cracked and groaned with heart-stopping sounds. Rocks from the mountains flew up like meteors across the sky. The entire space seemed to twist like a canvas contorted by madness. Nagato's inner voice roared, "Even you Hashirama Senju cannot stop my will. I will make this world feel true pain, only then can we achieve real peace." A flash of determination crossed Hyūga Natsu's eyes, he knew there was no turning back. He clenched his jaw, balled his fists, and his chakra blazed like a raging flame, its scorching heat threatening to melt everything around. He poured all his power into the wood style and shouted, "Wood style through several thousand hands." A colossal thousand-armed Buddha rose from the ground, a sight of awe-inspiring grandeur. Countless enormous palms struck toward the planetary devastation with earth-shattering force, each hand like a towering mountain bearing boundless. Hyūga Natsu cried out with utmost resolve, "No matter what, I must protect everyone's hope. I cannot let your mad plan succeed. This world needs peace, needs love and hope." With a deafening roar, the entire space seemed to tremble as if the world were ending. The planetary devastation shattered under the impact, dissolving into countless fragments in the sky. Those fragments glittered like brilliant stars flashing with their final light. Yet Nagato did not give up, his eyes burned with madness and obsession. He continued unleashing powerful ninjutsu, flames, lightning, gales, boulders, all woven together in a terrifying onslaught to suppress Hyūga Natsu. Nagato shouted, "You cannot stop me, Hashirama Senju." Hyūga Natsu replied, "Your madness will only bring destruction, Nagato." Despite his dogged resistance, Hyūga Natsu found himself hard-pressed under Nagato's relentless assault. His body was weary, but his gaze remained unyielding. He knew he could not give up. The aura emanating from Nagato was chilling, as if it could freeze the very air around him, sending shivers down one's spine. He stood there quietly like a solitary wanderer, ruthlessly abandoned by fate, trudging through this cruel world with great difficulty. His figure appeared somewhat slender, yet it radiated a sense of stubbornness and resilience. His gaze was hollow and confused, as if he had endured countless hardships and tribulations. However, beneath his seemingly despairing exterior there burned an unwavering flame of belief that would never extinguish. Though that flame was faint, it flickered defiantly for the justice and peace in his heart. He resolutely pressed on, even while dragging his broken body. At that moment the battle erupted once more. Nagato's eyes widened in fury, seemingly ablaze with raging fire. He shouted with all his might, "It's over, Super Shinra Tensei!" The sound was like a thunderclap echoing through the silent forest, reverberating endlessly as if it would shake the very heavens and earth. A repulsive force several times stronger than pain's Super Shinra Tensei surged forth like a furious tide, instantly filling the entire forest. That power was overwhelmingly tyrannical, like a violent hurricane rampaging uncontrollably. Everything in its path was ruthlessly destroyed. The stout and towering trees stood no chance against this terrifying force. They were uprooted as if they were fragile blades of grass. The uprooted trees spun wildly in the air and then, under the powerful repulsive force, instantly shattered into countless tiny fragments, drifting down like a rain of despair. The ground under the impact of this horrific force was deeply indented, as if a colossal invisible hand had pressed down hard, causing soil and rocks at the edges to continuously collapse and tumble, a sight too horrifying to behold. Massive stones were hurled into the sky like meteors, shimmering with a cold light under the sun. These stones traced arcs through the air before crashing down violently, producing deafening sounds. Each impact seemed to shake the earth anew, causing the entire forest to tremble in fear under the threat of this power. The whole forest beneath this chilling force appeared as if it might be completely erased at any moment, transforming into a desolate wasteland. Those once vibrant flowers and trees were either uprooted or crushed to dust, with no trace left of their former vitality and vigor. At this moment Nagato's heart was filled with resolution and madness. He thought that he had come this far and could not turn back. This world was filled with pain and injustice, and he would use his strength to change it all. No matter the cost, he was willing to pay it. He looked at the forest destroyed by his own power, feeling a mix of gratification and sorrow in his heart. He knew that his actions would bring countless suffering, but he firmly believed that only through enduring pain would people awaken and strive for true peace. "It is time to end this." Hinata Natsu responded loudly, his voice filled with determination. His gaze was unwavering, as if challenging fate. "Sage mode activate." With his mighty shout, a mysterious and powerful aura instantly radiated from his body. Hinata Natsu's terrifying chakra rapidly transformed into Sage Chakra. This Sage Chakra emanated a mysterious and powerful aura, as if it came from ancient deities. This aura carried an awe-inspiring majesty, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly as if paying homage to this sacred power. Sage Art would release Flower Tree World Descend. Hinata Natsu shouted once again. In an instant countless trees adorned with blooming flowers surged forth like a roaring tide, but this time the trees were far larger and more dazzling than before. Those towering trees seemed to stride out from a mythical world, reaching for the clouds, their branches and leaves flourishing like a green canopy. The flowers sparkled like precious gems, radiating enchanting light, with each bloom seemingly containing boundless mysterious power. The rich pollen spread rapidly like a storm of sage arts, engulfing the entire battlefield. Hinata Natsu's Sage Art would release Flower Tree World had grown tenfold stronger than before. That tremendous power was chilling, as if it could reshape the heavens and earth, causing the entire world to change color. When Hinata Natsu's would release clashed violently with Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei, the entire battlefield was engulfed in intense turmoil. The earth trembled continuously under their fierce battle, as if a violent earthquake were occurring. The ground cracked open with enormous fissures resembling terrifying abysses, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers as if they could swallow everything. The mountains also seemed on the verge of collapse during this battle, with rocks tumbling down, creating a thunderous roar akin to the roar of thunder. The fight between Hinata Natsu and Nagato was like the violent clash of the strongest forces between heaven and earth, a scene that would be forever unforgettable. Each attack seemed capable of tearing the sky apart, the immense power causing the sky to change color, scattering the clouds into disarray, with sunlight being thoroughly blocked. Each defense felt as if it could uphold the entire world, the solid protection emanating an invincible strength. Nagato exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? Your power is so immense." His eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at Hinata Natsu as if gazing at an incredible monster. Hinata Natsu replied, "This is the power to protect peace." His voice was firm and powerful, filled with conviction. His gaze revealed a determination, a steadfast pursuit of peace. Nagato shouted unwillingly, "Everything I've done is for this world, why can't you understand?" His voice was filled with anger and helplessness. A painful expression crossed his face as if he was sorrowful for not having his ideals understood. Hinata Natsu responded, "Your approach is wrong, Nagato. True peace cannot be achieved through pain and destruction." His eyes were filled with sympathy and understanding. He knew Nagato's heart was full of pain and struggle, but he also understood that Nagato's methods were unacceptable. Nagato shouted angrily, "Then tell me, what is true peace?" His voice was filled with questioning and longing. He yearned for an answer that could bring him solace. Hinata Natsu declared with unwavering resolve, "True peace is a future forged by mutual understanding, mutual tolerance and collective effort. It is not founded on fear and violence," he added. Yet inwardly he mused that once he unified the shinobi world, peace could be achieved. He knew his thoughts were somewhat selfish, but he also believed in his ability to realize genuine peace. Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei gradually lost its edge against Hinata Natsu's Sage Art would release Flower Tree World. The power of Sage Art would release surged like an unstoppable torrent, slowly suppressing the force of Super Shinra Tensei. Nagato, his eyes brimming with despair and fury, watched his attack crumble with reluctance. His heart churned with resentment. He could not fathom why his strength was so easily overpowered. "Summon demonic statue of the outer path," Nagato roared. A brilliant flash of light erupted and the demonic statue of the outer path rose upon the battlefield like a towering mountain. The colossal statue exuded an aura of pure evil like a demon from the abyss, sending chills down the spine. It bellowed and charged fiercely toward Hinata Natsu. Its strength was immense, each step causing the ground to tremble violently. At that moment a fierce fixation surged within Nagato's heart. He thought that he could not fail, the world needed his power to change. Gazing at the demonic statue he believed that if the statue could defeat Hinata Natsu, his ideals would be realized. Hinata Natsu looked at the statue without a trace of fear. He intensified the power of Sage Art would release, causing the blossoming trees to grow even more wildly, entangling the demonic the tree branches like colossal ropes coiled tightly around the statue. The demonic statue struggled desperately, but under the force of Sage Art would release, its movements grew increasingly sluggish. Hinata Natsu's power seemed inexhaustible, leaving the statue unable to break free. He shouted, "It's over, Nagato." His voice resonated with determination and strength. He knew this battle had to end, for peace for this world. Nagato cried out in despair, "No, I cannot fail." His voice was laden with hopelessness and defiance. He refused to accept defeat, his ideals remained unfulfilled. In the end, Hinata Natsu's Sage Art would release Flower Tree World, completely overwhelmed Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei and the demonic statue. Nagato collapsed weakly to the ground, his eyes filled with exhaustion and despair. His heart was heavy with helplessness, he knew he had failed. Hinata Natsu stood on the battlefield looking at his defeated foe without any victor's pride. Suddenly a phrase from his past life escaped his lips, "At the pinnacle of shinobi, proud amid the world, with Hashirama by my side, the heavens are mine." His eyes revealed a bold confidence. Nagato fell silent for a moment, then said slowly, "Perhaps you are right, but I can no longer turn back." His voice carried a tone of helplessness and regret. He knew his path had reached its end. Hinata Natsu replied, "If you are willing, it is not too late. Let go of your hatred, together we can strive for the peace of this world." His voice brimmed with hope and anticipation. He wished Nagato could let go of the past and work for the future. Nagato shook his head and said, "My convictions have crumbled, I do not know where to go." His voice was filled with confusion and bewilderment. He no longer knew what to do, his life had lost its direction. Hinata Natsu walked over to Nagato and said, "Trust me, together we can create a beautiful future." His eyes radiated sincerity and trust. He hoped Nagato would believe in him and work together for peace. Nagato looked at Hinata Natsu, hesitated and finally nodded. But he knew that although this battle was over, the road ahead was still long. Their conflict was not merely a clash of power but a collision of beliefs, a relentless pursuit of peace and justice. Hinata Natsu gazed at Nagato, his eyes devoid of a victor's pride, instead reflecting profound contemplation. He understood that despite the victory, its significance extended far beyond. Above, a few birds cautiously flew past, as if bringing a breath of life to this land that had just weathered a storm. Hinata Natsu exhaled slowly and began to organize his thoughts. He realized that this victory was merely a new beginning, more challenges awaited him in the future. In the distance, Konan watched silently, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. She had witnessed this breathtaking battle and seen Hinata Natsu's strength. Now she did not know how to face the outcome, her heart was torn between sorrow over Nagato's defeat and awe at Hinata Natsu's power. Hinata Natsu turned and looked at Konan. His gaze was calm and resolute, as if telling her that this brutal fight was also for the sake of protecting peace. Konan shuddered slightly, she seemed to read something in Hinata Natsu's eyes. Just then the previously suppressed demonic statue of the outer path suddenly erupted with an even more fearsome aura of evil. The aura swept across the battlefield like a black storm. The demonic statue thrashed violently and the vines that had tightly bound it began to crack. Hinata Natsu's eyes sharpened and he muttered to himself, it seems this demonic statue won't be subdued so easily. In an instant his hands formed seals rapidly and he roared, Sage Art True several thousand hands. A colossal Buddha statue rose from the ground, solemn and majestic, radiating immense sage art energy. The Buddha's countless arms waved as if to support the entire sky. The demonic statue charged at True several thousand hands with a roar and the two collided. The entire battlefield quaked violently under the tremendous impact. The earth split and stones flew. Hinata Natsu clenched his teeth, channeling all his power into the Buddha to counter the demonic statue. After a fierce struggle, the demonic statue's power was once again suppressed. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata Natsu summoned the force of sage art would release once more, causing the blossoming trees to sprout even thicker vines that coiled around the demonic statue like pythons. This time the demonic statue could no longer break free, firmly bound in place. Hinata Natsu let out a long breath, gazing at the subdued statue with a myriad of emotions. He knew the battle was arduous, but he had to persevere. To achieve true peace he could not afford to retreat. After the battle, the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence, as if time had completely frozen at that moment. The once lush and vibrant forest now appeared utterly transformed, resembling a tragic painting defaced by demons. On the ground massive cracks stretched like the claws of a ferocious dragon, recklessly extending their sinister bodies as if to tear the entire earth apart. Deep within the cracks lay a dark abyss, seemingly harboring countless unknown fears and despair. The stones dislodged amidst the fierce clash of the super divine Luotian and the celestial technique of wood escape lay haphazardly piled in various corners. Some rose high like small mountains, casting enormous shadows. Others were scattered about, resembling lonely relics cruelly abandoned by time. The once towering and magnificent peaks now appeared on the verge of collapse. Trees were uprooted, lying askew on the ground, while rocks cascaded down like shooting stars. The mountainside was riddled with crisscrossing fissures, as if it were an ancient elder ready to crumble under the weight of time. The silhouette of the mountain appeared blurred in the aftermath of the battle, shrouded in a layer of hazy mist, dreamlike yet tinged with endless sorrow. On the battlefield the destroyed trees lay scattered, their broken branches and leaves creating a sea of despair. Some had been burned into pitch-black charcoal, emitting a pungent burnt smell. Others had been torn to shreds like fragile pieces of paper ravaged by a fierce wind. Those trees that once bloomed with enchanting flowers were now left with only withered branches, the petals long fallen, scattered by the wind like a sorrowful rain of flowers lamenting the cruelty and ruthlessness of battle. The soil affected by the battle turned charred black, as if it had been scorched by hellfire, exuding a nauseating and acrid odor. The air was thick with the sense of dust and gunpowder, heavy and oppressive, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Sunlight filtered through the dust, appearing dim and feeble as if mourning for the ravaged land. The silence of the battlefield was occasionally broken by the sound of falling stones and the wind, as if whispering the cruel and tragic nature of this harrowing battle. In the center of the battlefield, Nagato lay helplessly on the ground. Beside him was the outer path golem, forcefully suppressed by the celestial technique of wood escape. The golem's massive body now appeared dull and lifeless, as if its evil aura had been purified, leaving only endless fatigue and silence. It lay quietly there like a silent monument, witnessing this breathtaking battle and warning people of the terrifying consequences of war. Hinata stood not far away, gazing at the battlefield filled with mixed emotions. He furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes revealing deep sorrow. He walked slowly, each step feeling as though he was treading upon heavy history. He knew that although this battle had been victorious, the cost was immense. He looked at Nagato, his gaze reflecting both sympathy and determination. Silently he thought to himself, this war has brought too much destruction, the road ahead is long, and I must join Nagato to bring true peace to this world. A gentle breeze swept across the battlefield, stirring up dust. This once vibrant forest had now turned into ruins, evoking a sigh for the cruelty and ruthlessness of war. Yet amidst this wasteland, hope was also being nurtured. The handshake between Hinata and Nagato seemed like a seed planting the hope of peace in this desolate land. They understood that the road ahead was filled with challenges, but they also believed that as long as they worked together, this world would surely become a better place. At this moment, although the outer path golem was entangled by the celestial technique of wood escape and unable to break free, its massive body still emitted an unsettling aura. Hinata was acutely aware that he could not allow the outer path golem to continue existing, for it could bring disaster at any moment. He stared intently at the golem, a presence that instilled fear. Its enormous humanoid silhouette seemed like a terrifying giant emerging from ancient myths, conveying a strong sense of oppression. Its colossal body exuded an oppressive and mysterious aura that evoked involuntary awe. The golem's face bore 9 eyes, some open and some closed, radiating an eerie glow. Each eye seemed to hold boundless mysterious power, the deep and dark colors resembling an endless abyss, as if capable of piercing through a person's soul, making it impossible to look directly at. Its body resembled withered wood, rough and hard. The dark hue seemed to be the marks left by time, telling tales of ancient and weathered history. The texture of its body was like dry bark crisscrossing and filled with the essence of time. Behind it 10 column-like protrusions rose up like gigantic spines, piercing the sky. These protrusions exuded a powerful sense of oppression, making one feel an irresistible force. Each one seemed like a sharp sword poised to pierce through enemy defenses. Hinata knew well that this outer path golem had originally been sealed within the moon by the Sage of Six Paths. In that distant past, the sage sealed this terrifying existence within himself, becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. However, as time flowed, the Sage of Six Paths aged. To prevent anyone from becoming a match for it, he ultimately divided the chakra of the 10 tails into 9 parts. This ultimately resulted in the creation of 9-tailed beasts. The shell of the 10 tails formed after all its chakra was extracted is what is now the Outer Path Golem. This shell was originally sealed within the moon by the Sage of Six Paths but was later summoned by Uchiha Obito. The Outer Path Golem itself does not possess formidable power, but if provided with sufficient chakra it can become extremely powerful. For instance, Obito survived for many years using the chakra within the Outer Path Golem. If the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts were to be re-injected, the Outer Path Golem could revert to the 10 tails, ultimately evolving into the complete divine tree. This complete divine tree would possess the power to annihilate the world. Hinata couldn't help but feel a strong sense of crisis rising within him. He understood that if the Outer Path Golem was not properly dealt with, this world would face immense disaster. Hinata was even more aware that if he could seal the shell of the 10 tails within himself and inject it with the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, he might truly become invincible. Even if the Sage of Six Paths and Kaguya Otsutsuki were to emerge together, he could still dominate them with one hand. At that time he would be able to boldly shout, "Who else?" This thought flashed through his mind, but he also recognized that it was an extremely dangerous idea. However, in the face of the immense power that comes with becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, Hinata could no longer hold back, contemplating various possibilities. He swiftly pondered countermeasures as the image of researching the sealing techniques within the Scroll of Seals in the Hyūga clan leader's room emerged in his mind. Hyūga Natsu immediately used Golden Tenseigan to notify the clone studying the sealing techniques in the Hyūga clan leader's room to dispel itself. With a series of smoke puffs, the clone dissipated instantaneously, and the knowledge of sealing techniques it had mastered surged into Hyūga Natsu's mind like a tidal wave. Hyūga Natsu took a deep breath, slowly channeled the chakra within his body, and prepared to unleash a more powerful sealing technique. His gaze turned unwaveringly resolute, as if bearing the hopes of the entire world. He clenched his fists tightly and encouraged himself silently, "I must successfully seal the 10-tail shell. To become stronger and better, I cannot fail." First, Hyūga Natsu decided to cast Myojinman, the powerful sealing technique that Hashirama Senju used to suppress the 10 tails during the 4th Great Ninja War in the original story. He shouted, "Myojinman, descend." In an instant a colossal red gate appeared in the sky, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura. Myojinman slowly descended like a divine hammer of judgment, pressing heavily upon the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Under the immense pressure of Myojinman, the demonic statue of the Outer Path emitted a muffled roar, its body writhing and struggling, yet unable to break free from the powerful restraint. Myojinman radiated an ancient and mysterious power, its runes flickering with light as if telling a story of centuries past. Hyūga Natsu formed hand seals, continuously infusing chakra to maintain the suppression of Myojinman. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, yet his eyes grew only more determined. The demonic statue of the Outer Path's struggles gradually weakened, as if intimidated by this overwhelming force. Next, Hyūga Natsu resolved to seal the demonic statue of the Outer Path within his own body using the 8 trigram seal. It was an exceedingly perilous move, but he had no other choice. He knew that only by sealing the demonic statue of the Outer Path inside himself could he ensure a substantial increase in his own power and room for growth. Hyūga Natsu closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began to guide the flow of chakra within his body. His form seemed to transform into a vast sealing vessel ready to accept the malevolent energy of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. The runes of the 8 trigram seal materialized around his body, slowly rotating and radiating a mysterious glow. Hyūga Natsu stepped toward the demonic statue of the Outer Path, murmuring incantations under his breath. As he approached, the demonic statue of the Outer Path seemed to sense its impending fate and thrashed violently once more. Yet under the suppression of Myojinman, its struggles were feeble and desperate. Hyūga Natsu extended his hands and touched the demonic statue of the Outer Path. A powerful surge of sinister energy washed over him, but he did not flinch. He roared inwardly, "I will not fail. To become strong. Step by step, one step at a time, I will chase the pinnacle. I will be the strongest. I can endure anything." Hyūga Natsu screamed within his heart. He channeled chakra into the demonic statue of the Outer Path, guiding its power into his own body. The radiance of the 8 trigram seal grew ever brighter, gradually enveloping the demonic statue of the Outer Path. It let out one final roar, its evil energy dispersing in all directions, yet under the might of the 8 trigram seal its power was progressively sealed away. Hyūga Natsu's body trembled slightly, bearing immense pressure. But he gritted his teeth and persevered until the seal was complete. Finally, with a dazzling flash of light, the demonic statue of the Outer Path was successfully sealed within Hyūga Natsu. The battlefield fell silent once more. Hyūga Natsu slowly stood up, his face somewhat pale, yet his eyes brimming with determination. He knew he had taken the most crucial step toward becoming the strongest, and he believed in his ability to become the supreme shinobi of the ninja world, bringing true peace to this realm. The battlefield regained its stillness. However, matters were not so simple. The demonic statue of the Outer Path sealed within Hyūga Natsu remained restless, instinctively struggling relentlessly in an attempt to break the seal. Hyūga Natsu could feel the powerful and sinister energy surging inside him, as if it might burst forth at any moment. He frowned, a flicker of unease rising in his heart. He knew that if he could not subdue the demonic statue of the outer path quickly, the consequences would be dire. He took a deep breath, concentrated his mind and attempted to mobilize his chakra to suppress it. But the power of the demonic statue of the outer path was too immense. Hyūga Natsu's efforts seemed to have little effect. It rampaged within his body, causing him excruciating pain. Hyūga Natsu clenched his teeth and endured the agony, knowing he could not give up. At that moment he recalled his golden Tenseigan. He decided to use the ocular power of the golden Tenseigan to suppress the demonic statue of the outer path. He closed his eyes, focused his mind and gathered chakra to his eyes. The golden Tenseigan slowly opened, radiating a powerful golden light. Hyūga Natsu felt a surge of immense energy flow from his eyes toward the demonic statue of the outer path within him. Under the suppression of the golden Tenseigan's ocular power, the struggles of the demonic statue of the outer path gradually diminished. But this was not enough. Hyūga Natsu knew that merely suppressing it would not solve the problem completely. He needed to find a way to transform the power of the demonic statue of the outer path into energy he could control. Suddenly a bold idea flashed through Hyūga Natsu's mind like a streak of lightning. He narrowed his eyes, pondered with a grave expression for a moment, and then decisively resolved to employ the unique ocular technique of the golden Tenseigan, the star absorption technique. He was well aware that this was an exceedingly dangerous move where a single misstep could lead to irretrievable doom. Yet at this critical juncture he truly had no other choice. Hyūga Natsu took a deep breath, concentrated his mind to the utmost and unleashed the ocular power of the golden Tenseigan without reservation. His eyes shimmered with a mysterious and brilliant radiance, a light that seemed capable of penetrating all things and discerning the very essence of the world. With unwavering focus he began to guide the chakra within his body, causing it to flow, slowly converge and gradually form a special energy field. This energy field exuded a formidable aura, as if harboring boundless potential. With a flick of Hyūga Natsu's will, the star absorption technique was activated. In an instant an immensely powerful suction force radiated from deep within his body like a surging tide, locking onto the demonic statue of the outer path. The demonic statue of the outer path seemed to sense the great threat at once and began to struggle violently once more. Its massive form writhed, emitting deep earth-shaking roars that seemed to pierce the skies and cause the entire space to tremble. Hyūga Natsuki keenly sensed a formidable resistance surging toward him, like a tempestuous ocean crashing violently against unyielding cliffs. Yet he did not flinch. Instead his gaze burned with unwavering resolve. He continuously refined the flow's direction and velocity of his chakra, intensifying the suction of the star siphoning art. That pull grew ever stronger, like a colossal vortex devouring all that surrounded it. At last, after an arduous and interminable struggle, a sliver of the outer path demonic statue's rare vital essence was successfully drawn into Hyūga Natsuki's body. At that moment Hyūga Natsuki was utterly spent, his entire being bore the weight of a protracted, merciless battle. His once handsome features were etched deep with exhaustion, yet his eyes shimmered with the radiant glow of triumph. That joy blazed like a brilliant star, twinkling fiercely within his irises, illuminating his weary face and infusing it with renewed vitality. He had successfully subdued the mighty outer path demonic statue and ingeniously transmuted a fragment of its immense life force into power wholly under his command. Ultimately the outer path demonic statue lay fully suppressed within Hyūga Natsuki, like a slumbering beast of savage might awaiting only its master's call. Hyūga Natsuki exhaled, slowly releasing a heavy turbid breath. The immense boulder that had long hung suspended in his heart finally settled, solid, still and serene. An unprecedented lightness washed over him, as though an unbearable burden had been lifted. That lightness flowed like a gentle spring breeze across his skin, soothing his body and soul alike, allowing every cell to unfurl freely in tranquil elation. He stood motionless, wholly immersed in sensing the wondrous transformations unfolding within his body, and to his astonishment discovered his constitution had undergone a profound revolutionary enhancement. A soft ethereal luminescence gradually suffused his skin, like the first golden rays of dawn spilling tenderly across a still lake, shimmering with delicate, mesmerizing ripples. This radiance was no mere visual spectacle, it carried a mysterious, overwhelming power, forming an invisible barrier capable of repelling any external assault. Each beam of light functioned as an unbreakable bulwark, rendering intrusion by adversaries nearly impossible, as if an impregnable fortress now encased him. Unbeknownst to him, his muscles had grown denser and more resilient, forged like tempered steel, rigid and brimming with awe-inspiring strength. Every fiber pulsed with boundless explosive potential, coiled and ready to unleash devastating power at a moment's notice. When he clenched his fists, sinews surged beneath his forearm, rising like majestic hillocks, radiating raw, breathtaking might. This strength was not merely superficial, it signified a profound internal evolution. His muscle fibers had thickened dramatically and their tensile resilience had vastly increased, enabling them to withstand crushing pressure and violent impact. Whether engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat or unleashing formidable ninjutsu, his body responded with effortless mastery, as though all things bent instinctively to his will. Within him chakra roared like an unceasing torrential river, vast, thunderous and awe-inspiring. Its surging current resonated like a heroic anthem, pulsing with untamed energy and fervent passion. Chakra coursed swiftly through his meridians, replenishing him with inexhaustible vitality. He could feel its sheer magnitude, the sovereign power to command all things. This surging chakra not only magnified the potency of his ninjutsu but also elevated his sensory perception to extraordinary heights. He could now discern ambient chakra signatures and subtle movements with uncanny acuity, anticipating threats before they manifested and evading danger with flawless precision.
Moreover, Hyūga Natsuki's regenerative capacity had improved markedly. In the past, battlefield wounds required time to heal.
Now his body possessed near-miraculous self-repair, lacerations sealed rapidly and damaged tissues regenerated fully within
This extraordinary recuperative ability emboldened him in combat. Even grievous injury could not halt him. He would rise again restored and resolute, ready to rejoin the fray. At that moment a bold audacious idea surged through Hyūga Natsuki's mind. He resolved to channel Sage Chakra into the Outer Path demonic statue, and thereby ignite the Golden Rinnegan technique, the star siphoning art, to draw deeper into its vital essence. Slowly he gathered Sage Chakra within himself, fluid and luminous as a sacred stream, and guided it gently into the statue. That Sage Chakra seemed alive, glowing with an enigmatic luminescence as it flowed. As the Sage Chakra infused the statue, the star siphoning art flared anew, drawing the statue's vitality with intensified relentless force. It was a sublime cycle. Hyūga Natsuki poured Sage Chakra into the statue while the star siphoning art extracted vitality in return, each exchange subtly elevating his very genetic architecture. Each cycle felt like a transcendence, a quiet sacred ascension carrying his body ever closer to a higher realm of existence. Previously having absorbed Hashirama Senju's remains, Hyūga Natsuki's physical foundation had already reached cage-level transcendence, his chakra transformed into Katanra, a reservoir of staggering abundance. Now as he steadily absorbed the Outer Path demonic statue's vitality, his genetic essence began ascending toward the Six Paths tier, a legendary echelon embodying ultimate power and sovereign control. His Katanra continued evolving, advancing toward Chihara Chakra, as vast and inexhaustible as the boundless ocean teeming with cataclysmic world-shattering might. With every breath he felt that immense chakra surge within him, coiled potent, ready to erupt with earth-shattering force. Sensing these profound changes, Hyūga Natsuki's heart swelled with anticipation for what lay ahead. He knew this newfound power granted him both the means and the courage to enact his grand design. He would wield this power to safeguard all he held dear, fighting not for others but for himself. In this world of peril and promise he would become an unassailable bastion, guarding the entire shinobi world. His silhouette would stand as a towering immutable mountain, unshaken, eternal, bringing hope and peace to the shinobi world. Hinata Natsu stood quietly, his eyes fixed intently on the frail Nagato not far away. At this moment the sense of responsibility in his heart surged like a raging fire. He understood deeply that Nagato's injuries were urgent and required decisive action at the fastest speed, where the consequences would be unimaginable. Hinata Natsu narrowed his eyes slightly as the mysterious and powerful Golden Rinnegan opened in an instant. The dazzling brilliance in his eyes shone like the brightest star in the night sky, emanating a mysterious and formidable power. He focused all his consciousness on the Golden Rinnegan, attempting to establish a close and firm connection with the Outer Path golem sealed within him. At this moment Hinata Natsu's expression was grave and concentrated. His resolute face appeared as if meticulously sculpted, each line revealing his unwavering determination. That serious expression seemed to tell the world that he would not allow any accidents to occur. "Nagato, you must hang on," Hinata Natsu whispered. "I will definitely save you." Then he began to mobilize the vast amount of Senjutsu chakra within him. This pure and powerful force under his careful guidance surged like a torrential river, continuously pouring into the Golden Rinnegan. The Senjutsu chakra seemed to possess a life of its own, rushing and flowing with endless vitality. Through the mysterious passage of the Golden Rinnegan, this Senjutsu chakra rushed like an unceasing river toward the Outer Path golem. That powerful force seemed capable of destroying all obstacles. Hinata Natsu's hands were slightly raised, his fingers danced gracefully as if playing a passionate symphony. Each subtle movement precisely controlled the power of the Golden Rinnegan, ensuring that the Senjutsu chakra could be smoothly infused into the Outer Path golem. The corners of his mouth were slightly tense and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, glistening in the sunlight, showcasing the immense effort he put forth in concentrating. Each drop of sweat seemed to speak of his focus and persistence. "This power must succeed," Hinata Natsu gritted his teeth and said. As the Senjutsu chakra continued to pour in, the Outer Path golem seemed to feel an immense pressure and trembled slightly. Though the tremors were minor, one could clearly feel the tremendous pressure the Outer Path golem was enduring. However, under the strong control of the Golden Rinnegan, it could not mount any effective resistance. Hinata Natsu's gaze became increasingly resolute. He bit his lower lip, slightly leaning forward as if engaging in a fierce contest with an overwhelmingly powerful force. Every movement and every expression of his was filled with fighting spirit and determination. At this moment Nagato weakly spoke. "Hinata Natsu, you don't have to strain yourself so much if it's impossible." Hinata Natsu immediately interrupted him. "No, Nagato, you must live. I will not give up." Hinata Natsu focused his spirit, using the immense power of the Golden Rinnegan to delve deeply into the interior of the Outer Path golem. There he felt a shockingly powerful vitality, like a surging tide that seemed boundless, containing endless energy and a mysterious aura that was difficult to grasp. That vitality seemed to be the most powerful source of strength in the universe, evoking a sense of indescribable awe. "Found it." Hinata Natsu's heart surged with joy. Under the precise control of the Golden Rinnegan, he cautiously extracted the vitality from the Outer Path golem. This vitality was like a fiery flame that could burn everything, slowly condensing in his palm.
Hinata Natsu's eyes sparkled with caution and anticipation, his hands moving gently and steadily as if cradling an incredibly precious treasure. His careful demeanor conveyed his deep appreciation for this vitality. He turned and walked with steady steps as solid as a mountain to Nagato's side. Nagato lay quietly on the ground, his complexion pale as paper, his breath so weak it seemed he could vanish at any moment. Hinata Natsu crouched down gently, bringing the radiant vitality close to Nagato's body. His movements were gentle and cautious, as if cherishing something as precious as the only treasure in the world. Every minute action was filled with love and care. "Nagato, you will be okay," Hinata Natsu said softly. As the vitality touched Nagato's skin, a gentle radiance as warm as the spring sun instantly burst forth. That light was warm and bright, illuminating everything around. Nagato's body trembled slightly as if sensing this powerful life-giving force. Hinata Natsu's eyes were filled with concern as he quietly watched Nagato awaiting his recovery. His gaze was filled with hope and blessings, as if it could bestow infinite strength upon Nagato. The vitality nourished Nagato's body like the spring rain. First, Nagato's face, pale as ice and snow, began to gradually regain its rosy hue like a wilted flower that had regained moisture. That rosy complexion seemed to symbolize the rebirth of life. Next, the horrific wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The muscle tissue at the wound sites regrew, the severed blood vessels reconnected, and blood began to flow smoothly. The scene was like a miracle of life unfolding before one's eyes, leaving one in awe. The fractured bones within Nagato also reconnected under the influence of the vitality. The crisp sound of cracking was like a symphony of life playing a melody of hope. Each crack seemed to echo the heartbeat of life, filled with vigor and vitality. The damaged internal organs, nourished by the life force, regained vitality and began to function normally. Hinata Natsu let out a slight sigh of relief, a hint of joy and relaxation showing in his eyes. That joy bloomed like a flower filled with vigor and vitality. "That's great, Nagato," Hinata Natsu said with a reassuring smile. Throughout the healing process, he focused entirely on controlling the golden rinnegan and the output of vitality, ensuring that every ounce of power was used in the most critical places. His forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, but his gaze never left Nagato's body. His hands gripped tightly as if transmitting strength and hope to Nagato. Every action was filled with determination and persistence. As time gradually passed, Nagato's injuries began to heal. He slightly opened his eyes, feeling the warm and powerful force within his body filled with shock and gratitude. He looked at Hinata Natsu, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions, surprise, gratitude, and a hint of hope for the future. Those eyes seemed to tell a touching story. "Thank you, Senju Hashirama. Without you, I fear I might have." Nagato's voice remained somewhat weak, his words drifting like a whispering breeze filled with endless fatigue and gratitude. He lay there, his complexion as pale as paper, his breath so faint it seemed it could be carried away by the wind. Hinata Natsu smiled slightly, secretly thinking that such good fortune shouldn't be allowed to belong solely to the first Hokage. He immediately removed his mask and said, "Nagato, this is our shared hope. Let us strive together for the peace of this world. Moreover, I am not Senju Hashirama, you may call me Hinata Natsu." His smile was warm and sincere, as if it could melt the most frigid ice and snow. His words were like a gentle spring breeze softly caressing Nagato's spirit, granting him boundless strength and courage. Each word seemed to carry a mysterious magic, stirring a warm current within Nagato's heart. At that moment, Konan's face was filled with shock as she spoke. "Hinata Natsu, are you the new clan leader of the Hyūga clan?" Konan had previously heard the news of the Hyūga clan's new leader, but at the time she had not paid much attention. Who would have thought that the new leader of the Hyūga clan possessed such formidable power? That mysterious and shocking strength was like the most brilliant star in the night sky, impossible to ignore. Her bright eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity, fixating intently on Hinata Natsu as if trying to unearth every secret. Konan's gaze flickered with complex emotions, a mix of confusion, respect, and a tinge of concern for the future. Hinata Natsu nodded slightly, his expression calm as water, and slowly said, "Indeed, I am Hinata Natsu, the new clan leader of the Hyūga clan." His voice was steady and powerful, as if proclaiming the beginning of a mission. His gaze was resolute and confident, compelling others to trust in his abilities and determination. Konan fell silent for a moment, her thoughts swirling like a tide. She understood that the presence of this man before her might bring about a storm, ushering in unprecedented changes to this turbulent world. Her gaze shifted back and forth between Nagato and Hinata Natsu as if contemplating the uncertain path that lay ahead. Konan's heart was filled with contradiction. She was both hopeful for the future and concerned that these changes might bring more calamities. Meanwhile, Hinata Natsu watched Nagato's gradually recovering body, already formulating his next plan. He solemnly said to Nagato, "Nagato, your injuries are no longer serious. However, to help you recover your strength faster, I have decided to inject you with Hashirama's cells." With that, Hinata Natsu summoned his internal power, carefully extracting Hashirama's cells and slowly injecting them into Nagato's body. His movements were gentle and steady, as if performing a sacred ritual. Every action was filled with care and responsibility, allowing one to feel his regard for Nagato. As Nagato's rinnegan power intertwined with Hinata Natsu's golden Byakugan power, the Hashirama cells began a wondrous and rapid fusion, like a lost child finding a warm home.
During the process of merging with Nagato's body, an elusive mysterious power seemed to stir quietly. A burst of light suddenly appeared like dazzling fireworks blooming in the darkness, breathtaking to the point of being unable to look away. The light resembled a shooting star streaking across the night sky, leaving a brilliant tail that illuminated the entire space in an instant. It seemed to place this realm in a fantastical ambience. Each ray of light exuded a mysterious and powerful aura akin to the oppressive might of ancient deities, evoking an indescribable sense of pressure. At times the light was so intense that it was blinding, while at other times it was as gentle as the warm sun of spring. This stark contrast added to the mysterious and unpredictable atmosphere. Nagato quietly felt the changes in his body filled with shock and anticipation. Yet he knew that this mysterious power would bring him unprecedented transformations. Hinata Natsu on the other hand watched everything gravely, fully aware that the process of fusion was fraught with unknowns and challenges. Yet he believed that Nagato possessed enough strength to harness this newly born power. The surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly due to the powerful light, as if paying homage to this mysterious force. Nagato quietly sensed the changes in his body, the shock akin to a giant stone thrown into a still lake, creating ripples that stirred deep emotions within. He slowly lowered his head, examining his own form. The frail appearance he once said was now a thing of the past, replaced by a physique as strong as iron. Every muscle was taut and powerful, its lines distinct as if it were a meticulously crafted work of art. With but a slight movement he could feel the overwhelming explosive power contained within his muscles, as if a gentle punch could easily shatter the hardest stone. That power was like a slumbering beast awakened, ready to roar and display its majesty. His recovery ability had reached an astonishing level. In the past even minor scrapes would take considerable time to heal, but now no matter how severe the injury it could begin to recover rapidly in the blink of an eye. It felt as though a mysterious force was surging at the wound site, visibly repairing the damaged tissues. He felt as if he possessed an immortal body where no harm could truly defeat him for long. Even when severely injured in fierce battles he could quickly recover and rejoin the fight, becoming a fearsome presence on the battlefield. The chakra within him surged like an endless ocean, ceaselessly flowing. This powerful force coursed through every corner of his body like a relentless river that never ceased. With each breath he could feel the chakra's ebb and flow, a sensation filled with life and vitality. This abundant chakra filled him with confidence, for he knew that he could now unleash even more powerful and awe-inspiring jutsu. He felt as if he had become the master of power, able to control this formidable strength at will to strive for their shared goal, world peace, and that Rinnegan now controlled with ease. In the past he had to expend immense effort focusing intently to wield this mysterious eye, as even the slightest mistake could lead to a backlash from its great power. But now the Rinnegan seemed to have become a part of him, perfectly merging with his consciousness. He could effortlessly unleash various abilities of the Rinnegan without the slightest hindrance. With every turn of his gaze he could feel the resonance of that mysterious power. It was as if he had established a unique connection with the Rinnegan, enabling him to intuitively wield its strength. What surprised him the most was that the eye technique of the reincarnation eye, the reincarnation grave, had also manifested and could be utilized. He gazed ahead, his eyes shimmering with a mysterious and profound light. Within that glow seemed to lie endless mysteries capable of controlling life and death, altering destinies. He could sense the immense power akin to the mysterious force of the universe, surpassing mortal comprehension. As he concentrated performing this eye technique, the surrounding space appeared to distort, as if he had become the master of fate, able to dictate the cycles of life and death. Nagato understood deeply that with this power he was one step closer to realizing his goal of world peace. His heart was filled with gratitude and respect, and he silently vowed to strive for this goal, to free the world from the shadow of war, allowing people to live in happiness and tranquility. He believed that with Hinata Natsu's help he could undoubtedly fulfill this great mission and become the guardian of world peace. Then Hinata Natsu slightly closed his eyes, a powerful aura began to coalesce around him. Subsequently Hinata Natsu activated the Golden Rebirth Eye Chakra mode, and an even more potent and mysterious force instantly spread out. He waved his hands and a protective energy shield that blocked all perception and prying eyes slowly rose, enveloping the three of them. The energy shield resembled a massive transparent sphere radiating a gentle glow. Each beam of light appeared as a solid defense line, impenetrable to outsiders. Within this tranquil energy shield Hinata Natsu wore a solemn expression, his gaze deep and distant, as if traversing the long river of time back to that ancient and mysterious era. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts drifting like a leaf in the long history, slowly sailing towards the legendary past. Nagato, do you know of Kaguya Otsutsuki? She was the ruler of this world. Kaguya possessed unparalleled strength, her figure like a deity descending, instilling fear in all. Her snow-white hair danced freely in the wind, each strand seemingly imbued with mysterious power, radiating a sacred light. Her beauty coexisted with majesty, her exquisitely sculpted features were like a meticulously crafted work of art, each smile and frown enough to steal the breath of heaven and earth. She descended upon this land, bringing with her the power of chakra, filling the world with vitality and vigor. Yet Kaguya's heart was filled with fear. She feared the continuous growth of human power, worried that her dominion might be threatened. Thus, driven by fear, she unleashed the infinite Tsukuyomi, casting humanity into an endless slumber. A gigantic full moon hung high in the sky, casting a mysterious glow, enveloping all who were touched by its light into a deep dream from which they could not awaken.
The entire world seemed to fall into a deathly silence with only Kaguya ruling over the slumbering land in solitude. Kaguya had two sons. The elder was Hagoromo Otsutsuki, known later as the Sage of Six Paths, and the younger was Hamura Otsutsuki. They were born inheritors of Kaguya's immense powers. The Sage of Six Paths brothers harbored a sense of justice, and when they witnessed the immense calamity their mother's actions brought upon the world, they resolutely decided to engage in a thrilling battle against Kaguya to save the world. The elder brother Hagoromo Otsutsuki, with a determined and courageous gaze, wielded a sacred artifact that radiated divine light. That light was like the dawn, bringing hope and courage. His stature stood tall like a pine, every movement filled with power and majesty. The younger brother Hamura Otsutsuki was agile and swift like a cheetah darting across the battlefield. His movements were light and graceful yet contained immense explosive power. Together they fought fiercely against Kaguya. The aftermath of their battle shook the entire world, changing the colors of mountains and rivers, causing the earth to tremble. It was a battle that determined the fate of the world. The Sage of Six Paths brothers, with their courage and wisdom, ultimately overcame Kaguya, sealing her within the moon. And Black Zetsu is an evil existence created by Kaguya Otsutsuki, lurking in the dark, always plotting to resurrect her. He was like a venomous snake hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Black Zetsu's thoughts were intricate and his methods insidious. He manipulated Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, turning them into pawns to achieve his goals. Uchiha Madara, a man who once possessed immense power and lofty ambitions, was deceived by Black Zetsu's lies. He believed he could create an ideal world through the infinite Tsukuyomi, unaware that he was merely a pawn in Black Zetsu's game. Uchiha Obito, a once kind and pure-hearted youth, also fell into Black Zetsu's scheme, manipulated by fate. He was blinded by pain and hatred, becoming a cold-hearted individual. Under Black Zetsu's manipulation, they gradually walked towards the brink of destruction, ensnared in endless suffering and struggle. Black Zetsu's ultimate goal was to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. For thousands of years he had been laying plans in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. He exploited Madara and Obito's thirst for power and dissatisfaction with the world, guiding them down the wrong path. When everything was ready, Black Zetsu would successfully resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki, thus reclaiming dominion over the world. Hinata Natsu's voice was low and powerful, as if recounting an ancient and mysterious legend. Each word was imbued with a sense of historical weight, allowing one to feel the grandeur of that era. Nagato listened quietly, a complex expression in his eyes. He had never imagined that behind this world lay such a complicated and profound story. His heart was filled with shock and emotion, and he began to re-evaluate his mission and responsibilities. Amidst the ruins filled with hope, Hinata Natsu discussed plans and directions for the future with Nagato and Konan for a long time. Hinata Natsu's steadfast gaze and calm words acted as a stabilizing anchor, strengthening Nagato and Konan's faith. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, bringing a hint of warmth to the ruins. A gentle breeze brushed past, lifting their garments as if whispering the hopes of the future. Hinata Natsu slightly raised his chin, his gaze firmly directed towards the distance, his voice steady and powerful, resonated in the air like the tolling of a great bell. Our path may be fraught with difficulties and obstacles, but as long as we hold faith in our hearts, we will surely overcome all hardships. For the sake of world peace, we must give our all, undaunted by hardships, unafraid of challenges. Nagato and Konan listened quietly to Hinata Natsu's words, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. They knew that on this challenging path they were not alone, they had each other's support and a common goal. Yet all feasts must come to an end. Upon the vast boundless wilderness a gentle breeze brushed past, whispering the melancholy of departure. Sunlight cascaded down like golden threads, illuminating every inch of the land. The verdant grass swayed softly in the breeze like dancing green sprites, bowing slightly as if sighing for the three who were about to part. In the distance a few white clouds drifted leisurely across the azure sky, evoking a sense of tranquility and remoteness. Hinata Natsu knew that he still had heavy responsibilities and could not linger here forever. He slowly rose to his feet, his expression solemn as he gazed at Nagato and Konan. At that moment his silhouette appeared exceptionally towering under the radiant sunlight, like a majestic mountain standing between heaven and earth, exuding a sense of steadfastness and reliability. His upright posture and resolute gaze emanated a comforting strength. The surrounding scenery seemed even more magnificent under his commanding presence. Nagato, Konan, I must leave. We each have our own missions to fulfill. For the peace of this world we must give our all. Hinata Natsu's voice was steady and forceful, like a war drum resounding in their hearts. Each word carried immense weight, striking the souls of Nagato and Konan. The voice echoed in the air, lingering long, as if narrating their shared convictions and resolve. At that moment a bird streaked across the sky, leaving a graceful arc as if moved by their grand ambitions. Under the sunlight the distant mountain ranges stood in sharp outline like silent guardians watching over this land. Nagato nodded slightly, his eyes full of reverence. His gaze shimmered with unwavering light, as if telling Hinata Natsu that he would hold fast to his beliefs and strive for the peace of the world. That light, like the brightest star in the night sky, lit the path ahead. Nagato's face was solemn and grave. He fully understood the weight of his mission and that Hinata Natsu's departure would entail more challenges and responsibilities. The surrounding air grew heavy with their solemnity. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the fragrance of wildflowers from afar. Hinata Natsu, go without worry. I will proceed with our plan, continue recruiting members for the Akatsuki and investigate the whereabouts of the tailed beasts. Konan also spoke softly. Her voice was gentle yet firm like a spring breeze, bringing warmth and hope. The tender tone held immense power, revealing the strength and perseverance within her heart. Konan's eyes brimmed with anticipation. She believed that Hinata Natsu would surely fulfill his mission and bring peace to the world. At that moment a delicate wildflower trembled in the wind as if cheering for their courage. Not far away a clear creek gurgled, its waters shimmering with silver specks under the sunlight as if narrating the ceaseless flow of life. Hinata Natsu nodded slightly, an idea striking him. Why not found an organization? He then said, Nagato Konan, I recently established an organization called Shadow's Radiance. This organization takes the name Shadow, symbolizing the immense power and authority of the leaders of each ninja village. Radiance represents brilliance and shine. Our members will blaze with strength and noble character in the ninja world, bringing hope to the world. I believe you two are well suited for this organization. Would you be willing to join? Nagato and Konan exchanged glances, their expressions contemplative. Nagato spoke, this organization sounds ambitious, but we are already working toward peace. Would joining a new organization affect our plans? Hinata Natsu explained, no, Shadow's Radiance shares the same goal as ours, world peace. By joining we can gain more resources and support to better fulfill our mission. Konan asked, how many members does this organization have? What kind of people are they? Hinata Natsu replied, currently there are not many, but all are shinobi with unwavering convictions and formidable strength. We believe that as time goes on more people will join us, striving together for world peace. Nagato nodded slightly and said, let us consider it. After all, this is a major decision. Hinata Natsu said understandingly, all right, I look forward to your joining. But regardless of your decision, we are all working toward the same goal. Safe journey, and we look forward to the day we meet again. Konan's voice drifted on the breeze like a melodious tune lingering in Hinata Natsu's ears. Hinata Natsu smiled gently, his warmth like sunshine. His eyes radiated confidence and hope, as if telling them that no matter how many difficulties lay ahead he would not retreat. That confident glow blazed like a roaring flame, illuminating his path forward. Under that warm smile the surrounding scenery seemed to brighten as well. A few butterflies danced among the flowers, their colorful wings shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. He turned to leave, but at that moment Nagato suddenly spoke, Hinata Natsu, we have recently obtained some intelligence regarding the tailed beasts. According to reliable information, the two tails and the five tails seem to appear in the distant northern mountains. Nagato's voice was low and forceful, as if revealing a grave secret. His serious expression and focused eyes conveyed the importance he placed on this information. At that moment distant peaks loomed faintly through the mist, hinting at unknown challenges. Mist swirled around the mountains like a mysterious veil, creating an ethereal and enigmatic atmosphere. Konan added, also the seven tails may be in the southern mysterious forest. This information, though unconfirmed, may provide clues for your actions. Konan's voice was soft and clear like a mountain spring flowing by. Her eyes were full of concern, hoping this intelligence would help Hinata Natsu. At that moment leaves rustled in the breeze as if applauding their wisdom. In the forest ancient trees soared into the clouds, their dense branches interwoven to form a green canopy. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating golden beams that resembled mystical passages guiding people into an unknown world. A flicker of surprise gleamed in Hinata Natsu's eyes. He solemnly thanked Nagato and Konan. This information is extremely valuable to me. Thank you. I will verify these leads as soon as possible and work toward our goal. His voice was filled with gratitude. He understood the worth of this intelligence and the thoughtful intentions of Nagato and Konan. At that moment a butterfly fluttered among the flowers as if celebrating their unity. The surrounding flowers vied in beauty, some red as fire, some pink as clouds, some white as snow, adding a splash of brilliant color to the light. With that Hinata Natsu turned once more and walked away with firm strides. His silhouette, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, appeared unusually grand, like a fearless warrior marching toward unknown challenges. His steady steps and upright back conveyed his inner courage and resolve. The sunset's radiance spread like a golden tapestry, making his figure seem even more majestic. The land around seemed imbued with hope under the golden light. In the distant sky the sunset clouds resembled splendid brocade woven with reds, oranges and purples, creating a breathtaking tableau. Nagato and Konan stood silently watching the direction of his departure, their hearts filled with anticipation and blessings. They knew that on the path toward world peace they would together with Hinata Natsu write a stirring legend. A gentle breeze brushed past, lifting their hair as if cheering them on for the future. The sunset's afterglow draped over them, cloaking them in a golden aura as if heralding a future full of hope and light. At that moment the twilight clouds were resplendent as if blessing their future. Everything around was immersed in this tranquil and beautiful atmosphere, as if witnessing their steadfast conviction and great mission. In the Cheyenne village the vast expanse of the desert is enveloped in the night, with cold moonlight casting a silvery sheen upon the sand dunes. Amidst this tranquil sea of sand, Cheyenne village stands like a mysterious fortress abruptly rising against the ravaging winds and sands. Surrounding the village are undulating massive sand dunes that resemble surging waves. The golden sands flow gently in the caress of the breeze as if a slumbering giant is breathing.
The village's structures are predominantly built from sturdy sandstone and rough timber, exhibiting a rugged yet practical style. The houses are distributed in a staggered manner with narrow paths winding like a labyrinth. However, upon closer inspection one can see that most of these buildings appear dilapidated and crude. Many walls bear the marks of repairs, testifying to the erosion of time and scarcity of resources. In a corner of the village, two ninjas from Hyūga village are engaged in conversation. Ninja A: when will these days come to an end? When will Hyūga village become more prosperous? Ninja B: sigh, it's tough. The desert environment provides too few resources. Just look at those houses, they're all falling apart. Ninja A: moreover, it's not easy for our village to train ninjas, resources are scarce and there are few ninjutsu manuals. Ninja B: exactly, many talented children have been held back. The number of powerful ninjas in our village is also small, and compared to other ninja villages we often feel lacking in confidence. Hyūga village is situated in the desert where natural resources are extremely scarce. The land here is so barren that it is despairing. Desertification is severe, making it difficult to cultivate enough crops to sustain the villagers. Water sources are even more precious, with the few oases and underground water supplies far from meeting people's needs. The harsh desert environment makes transportation exceedingly inconvenient, and trade is severely limited by the geographical challenges, resulting in slow economic development and impoverished living conditions for the villagers. The village market is desolate with a limited variety of goods, and people struggle hard to make a living. In such a harsh environment, the path to training strong ninjas in Hyūga village is fraught with difficulties. Compared to other ninja villages, the number of powerful ninjas in Hyūga village is scarce. Firstly, due to the lack of resources, ninjas often cannot obtain sufficient material support during their training. The scarcity of ninjutsu manuals makes it difficult for them to access advanced ninjutsu techniques, and the lack of advanced training equipment also limits the effectiveness of their training. Many talented children find it hard to fully realize their potential due to the lack of favorable training conditions. A young ninja is conversing with an older ninja. Young ninja: master, I feel that our training is so difficult, we lack everything. Older ninja: there's nothing we can do, this is the current situation in Hyūga village. But we cannot give up, we must strive harder. Young ninja: but without good ninjutsu manuals how can we become stronger? Older ninja: rely on your own understanding and practice. Sometimes a harsh environment can actually inspire one's potential. The desert environment where Hyūga village is located has cultivated the villagers' resilient character, but it has also made it difficult for them to obtain external information and communicate. The growth of ninjas requires constant learning and communication, yet the relatively closed environment of Hyūga village hinders this process. Children can only rely on the limited guidance of the village's few senior ninjas, and the training methods and philosophies are relatively outdated. Moreover, due to the harsh conditions for survival, many talented children give up on their ninja training early to pursue other jobs that can sustain their livelihoods. Furthermore, Hyūga village has implemented an elite policy concentrating limited resources to train a few strong individuals. While this strategy can nurture top ninjas to some extent, it also leads to an imbalance in the overall strength of ninjas. Most ordinary ninjas struggle to obtain sufficient resources and attention, and their development is restricted, further exacerbating the situation of the scarcity of powerful ninjas in Hyūga village. Despite facing the plight of poverty and a lack of powerful ninjas, the people here remain steadfast and resilient. With their loyalty to the village and dedication to the path of the ninja, they strive to protect this difficult to serve homeland amidst the In a hidden place near Hyūga village, the space suddenly trembles violently as if a giant stone has been thrown into a calm lake. Soon after, a figure emerges from the distorted space. The person wears a snow-white traditional robe of the Hyūga clan embroidered with the golden Hyūga family crest, exuding a solemn and majestic aura. This person's eyes are bright and piercing, pure and white like clear lake water, glimmering with a calm and wise light. Standing there quietly, he resembles a towering mountain, instilling a strong sense of safety and trust. This person is Hyūga Natsu, who feels he now possesses formidable strength and no longer needs to hide. After parting ways with Nagato and Konan, Hyūga Natsu first arrives at Hyūga village, preparing to start capturing the tailed beast from the One-Tail. Since his last infiltration into the root base and subsequent stealth operation in the Hokage building, Hyūga Natsu has become increasingly adept, with his equipment becoming ever more refined. Hyūga Natsu cautiously avoids the patrols around Hyūga village, relying on his excellent stealth skills to move like a specter through the shadows of the sand dunes. Every step he takes is as light as a feather, fearing to make even the slightest sound. As he approaches the tall walls of the village, he stands still like a statue, keenly observing the surrounding movements. The wind whispers past, stirring up fine dust. As he awaits the brief moment when the guard's chain shifts, his heartbeat merges with the stillness of the desert. When the opportunity arises, he leaps over the wall like a swift cheetah, landing as silently as a feather within the village. However, the defenses of Hyūga village are not so simple. The village is equipped with various traps and alarm devices with sharp spikes hidden beneath the sand that can pierce through one's foot with the slightest misstep. Trigger-based hidden weapons hang from the walls, glinting coldly in the moonlight. The torches flicker in the wind along the sandy walls, casting an eerie yellow light that deepens the narrow alley's sinister atmosphere. Two patrolling ninjas pass by. Ninja C, be careful, it's been uneasy lately, there might be enemies infiltrating.
Ninja D, our village's defenses should be quite tight, it's not that easy to be infiltrated. Ninja C, we can't be careless, enemies from other villages might come at any moment. He cautiously navigates through the perilous alley, avoiding the occasional villagers and patrolling ninjas. Every breath is controlled to be as light as possible and every movement is precise and cautious as if time itself is slowed for his actions. After a careful infiltration, Hyūga Natsu finally sneaks outside the room of the fourth Kazekage. At this moment he presses against the wall, his heartbeat accelerating and his breathing becoming even more subtle. The corridor outside the room is frighteningly quiet, broken only by the distant sound of wind that disrupts the deathly silence. His gaze is fixed on the door. Silently reciting Byakugan activate, Hyūga Natsu's eyes begin to emit a golden glow. However, Hyūga Natsu intentionally controls the golden glow to prevent it from leaking. Coupled with the spiral pattern mask on his face and the contact lenses, he produces no light or sound at all. Hyūga Natsu uses his Byakugan to sense movements within the room and he sees the fourth Kazekage sitting at the table, furrowing his brow, seemingly contemplating something important. Beside him lies a pile of documents, the candlelight swaying in the breeze illuminating his serious expression. Hyūga Natsu thinks to himself, this might be an excellent opportunity. He slowly moves his feet closer to the door, carefully listening to every sound within the room. Just as he prepares to gently push open the door, a sudden sound of footsteps comes from afar. Hyūga Natsu's heart tightens and he quickly hides in the nearby shadows. It turns out to be a patrolling ninja passing by, whose footsteps sound particularly clear in the quiet corridor. Once the patrolling ninja walks away, Hyūga Natsu approaches the door again, takes a deep breath and gently opens a crack. Like a specter in the dead of night, Rishon-Xia slipped into the room without a sound. His footsteps were as light as a cat's, leaving no trace of noise behind. Each step he took seemed to merge with the surrounding air, making him nearly imperceptible. Yet the moment he crossed the threshold, the fourth Kazekage Luosha sensed a flicker of anomaly. Luosha's keen intuition was like a taut bowstring, any subtle disturbance would instantly trigger his reaction. He jerked his head up, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping across the room. That look brimmed with vigilance and suspicion, as if it could pierce through all darkness to uncover hidden threats. Feeling Luosha's alertness, Rishon-Xia froze in his tracks. He stood motionless like a statue, his breathing reduced to the faintest whisper, fearful of drawing Luosha's attention again. At that moment his body was taut, his nerves strung to the highest pitch, ready to react to any sudden turn of events. Fortunately, the fourth Kazekage did not detect his presence. Luosha merely frowned in bemusement, pondering the source of that fleeting sense of wrongness. But having found no concrete threat, he lowered his head again, lost in thought. His mind was entirely absorbed in the matter of measuring the Jinchuriki Gaara, utterly oblivious to the danger creeping ever closer. Seizing the moment, Rishon-Xia executed the body flicker technique. His form like a wraith materialized abruptly before the fourth Kazekage. The sudden apparition left Luosha no time to react. Without hesitation, Rishon-Xia gathered his chakra and unleashed the Rasengan. A sphere of pure energy struck the fourth Kazekage Luosha squarely in the face with lightning speed. A sharp cry of pain escaped Luosha's lips. His vision blurred, and before he could comprehend what had happened, the overwhelming force slammed into his face. In that instant his mind went blank as agony surged through him like a tidal wave. His body stumbled backward, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Luosha could never have imagined that while he was deeply engrossed in planning how to measure the Jinchuriki Gaara, he would be struck so viciously. Shock and fury churned within him like a raging sea. He, the fourth Kazekage, a man of esteemed authority, had been ambushed when utterly defenseless. It was a humiliation beyond compare, a reality too bitter to accept. A profound sense of failure washed over him. He had always prided himself on his Kazekage's dignity and cunning, yet now he felt as helpless as an ordinary man. He began to doubt his own vigilance, questioning whether he truly possessed the ability to protect Tsunegakure. His heart brimmed with self-doubt and unease, as if everything he had ever believed in was being overturned in that single moment. Who was this sudden assailant? How could he possess such immense power and audacity to strike at him? Luosha's mind swarmed with countless questions and anxieties. He realized he had stumbled into an unknown danger, one that might bring catastrophe upon Tsunegakure. Scenarios flashed through his mind as he struggled to piece together the identity and motive of this mysterious attacker. He forced himself to calm down, trying to analyze the situation. But the pain on his face and the turmoil in his heart made concentration impossible. He did not know what would happen next, nor whether he could withstand this enigmatic foe. At that moment a dark shadow of psychological trauma loomed over his heart like a heavy storm cloud, suffocating him with oppression and he understood that he must extricate himself from this predicament and find a countermeasure, or Tsunegakure would face a dire crisis. Chief. Yet when Luosha laid eyes on Rishon-Xia, he immediately addressed him with deep reverence and submission, his voice saturated with awe. Rishon-Xia nodded faintly, his expression calm as if everything was within his control. His gaze swept slowly over Luosha, and in a tone brooking no dissent he said, "Luosha, tomorrow you must bring Gaara to the remote training ground of Tsunegakure. This matter is of utmost importance, there must be no mistakes." Luosha lowered his head slightly, his voice firm. "Yes, Chief. I will spare no effort and bring Gaara to the designated location as you command." Rishangxia narrowed his eyes and continued. Remember, this operation must be conducted in absolute secrecy. No one is to suspect our purpose. Gaara, as the Jinchuriki holds vital power, we must handle him properly. Luo Sha again answered with respect. Rest assured, Chief. I will act with caution and ensure everything proceeds smoothly.
Rishangxia nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand dismissing him.
Luo Sha turned and walked away, his steps steady and resolute. The next day Luo Sha led Gaara to the secluded training ground on the outskirts of Sunagakure. Gaara looked around the unfamiliar surroundings with a puzzled expression, his heart filled with vigilance. Why did you bring me here? Gaara asked, frowning.
Luo Sha replied impassively, follow orders. Gaara grew even more bewildered. He could not understand why his so-called father had become so strange.
But he knew now was not the time to press for answers, so he could only wait and see. At that moment Rishangxia slowly emerged from the shadows. Gaara's eyes sharpened, locking onto the stranger. Who are you? Gaara demanded. Rishangxia smiled faintly. Gaara, don't be so tense. I am someone who can change your fate. Gaara snorted. I don't need anyone to change my fate. Rishangxia replied calmly. Oh. Is that really what you believe?
You have been surrounded by loneliness and pain, don't you want to break free from it all?
Gaara was silent for a moment before saying, loneliness and pain are my destiny.
I have long grown accustomed.
Abruptly Luo Sha spoke, his voice cold. Gaara, obey this chief. He can grant you power so that you will no longer be despised. Gaara stared at Luo Sha in shock, unable to believe that his own father would utter such words. What's wrong with you? Why are you saying this? Gaara asked, bewildered.
Luo Sha remained expressionless.
This is an order. You must obey.
Rishangxia burst into laughter. Haha, quite some backbone.
But can you truly protect what you cherish?
In this cruel world only absolute power can safeguard everything you hold dear.
Gaara clenched his teeth. I will protect them with my own strength. Hyūga Natsu walked up to Ai Luo, a mysterious glimmer in his eyes.
Join me and I will make your power far greater, turning you into an invincible being. By then you will be able to protect everything you cherish, free from fear and unease.
Ai Luo sank into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons in his mind.
Luo Sha stood silently nearby like a puppet devoid of thoughts.
After a while Ai Luo raised his head and looked at Hyūga Natsu.
Why should I trust you?
A faint smile curved at the corner of Hyūga Natsu's mouth. Because you have no other choice.
Either follow me and gain immense power or continue struggling in loneliness and pain, feared and rejected by others.
Think it over for yourself.
Ai Luo clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with conflict and turmoil. He didn't know whether to trust this stranger, yet he longed to break free from loneliness and pain to obtain greater strength to protect what he cared. Ai Luo remained silent for a long time, then finally slowly unclenched his tightly balled fists. A hint of determination flickered in his eyes.
I will join. Though Ai Luo's voice was soft, his resolve was firm. Hyūga Natsu beamed with delight. Excellent. You've made a fantastic choice. Hyūga Natsu squinted his eyes, looking at Ai Luo. Do you know what joining us means? Ai Luo lifted his head, confusion in his eyes. What does it mean? Hyūga Natsu spoke seriously. It means you must shoulder great responsibility.
To fight for the goal of our organization for world peace.
This is no easy path. You may encounter countless challenges and dangers. It's like walking on a path full of traps. A giant monster might leap out at any moment. Ai Luo bit his lip and said firmly, I'm not afraid.
I've long been tired of loneliness and pain.
I just want to rely on my own strength to protect what I cherish and bring peace to the world. Then Hyūga Natsu decided to extract half of the one-tailed beast's origin from Ai Luo's body.
His eyes suddenly blazed with brilliant golden light. The moment the golden Tenseigan activated, it was as if a mysterious force began to dance in the air. The golden light flickered like dancing flames, mysterious and powerful, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly.
Hyūga Natsu, 'Natsu' 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 '
That force like an invisible vortex slowly pulled at the power of the one-tailed beast within Wa-ai Luo. Wa-ai Luo clenched his teeth, a pained expression on his face. He could clearly feel the power of the one-tailed beast being gradually drawn out from his body. It felt as if a part of his body was being torn away. Every trace of power extracted brought excruciating pain. Fine beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, but he gritted his teeth and did not utter a sound. While extracting the power, Hyūga Natsu said, "Bear with it, this is a necessary process. Extracting the one-tailed beast's origin is to make you stronger and also for our goal. It's like upgrading your equipment, soon you'll become super powerful." Wa-ai Luo said with difficulty, "I understand. I can endure." As time passed, half of the one-tailed beast's origin was successfully extracted and immediately fed to the Geto statue. The moment the Geto statue swallowed the chakra origin of the one-tail, one of its 9 tightly shut eyes opened. Hyūga Natsu observed the change and the Geto statue nodded slightly, then turned to Wa-ai Luo.
This is a crucial step. The power of the ghetto statue will greatly aid our actions. Look at it now, so imposing, like a super giant beast. But don't worry, we can control it. What AI Luo frowned, staring at the ghetto statue, muttering inwardly, can this thing really be controlled? Won't it suddenly go berserk? Hyūga Natsu replied with supreme confidence, rest assured, I have enough power to control it. As long as we use it wisely, the ghetto statue will certainly become a key treasure for achieving our goal. Like an obedient little pet serving us faithfully. Then Hyūga Natsu took out the prepared Hashirama cell. He activated the golden Tenseigan, once again entering the golden Tenseigan chakra mode. The immense power instantly enveloped the surrounding space, causing a sense of unease. The golden light was as dazzling as the sun, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Where the light fell, the air seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. Holding the Hashirama cells, Hyūga Natsu said to AI Luo, next these Hashirama cells will fuse with you. The process may be very painful, but you must hold on. It's like eating a super energy pill, though it tastes bad, the effect is tremendous. What AI Luo took a deep breath and said, I'm ready. Hyūga Natsu began to inject the Hashirama cells into AI Luo's body. What AI Luo felt a surge of powerful life force flooding into him, accompanied by a sharp pain and burning sensation. The force rampaged through his body as if trying to tear him apart. His body trembled involuntarily and his features twisted in agony. Watching the suffering What AI Luo, Hyūga Natsu said, steady your mind, try to guide this force and let it merge with your body. Like taming a wild horse, you need patience. What AI Luo clenched his teeth, striving to control the power within him. I will try. However, the power of Hashirama cells was extremely strong and difficult to control. At that moment, Hyūga Natsu mobilized the power that controlled the ghetto statue. The power of the ghetto statue was mysterious and immense. The moment it appeared, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. That dark, mysterious force enveloped the entire space, sending chills down one's spine. The darkness spread as if it could swallow all light. Hyūga Natsu used this force to suppress the berserk nature of the Hashirama cells, creating conditions for the fusion. Under the suppression of this powerful force, the Hashirama cells gradually calmed down and began to fuse with What AI Luo's body. Under Hyūga Natsu's meticulous control, the Hashirama cells fused with What AI Luo's body bit by bit. What AI Luo's presence grew increasingly stronger and his body began to undergo marvelous changes. His skin became tougher, as if possessing the vitality of wood release. The resilient skin shimmered faintly in the sunlight as if containing boundless power. Light traces like fine threads wandered over his skin, mysterious and beautiful. His chakra also became more profound, brimming with infinite potential. The powerful chakra fluctuations radiated outward, causing the surrounding air to tremble as if a fierce wind was blowing. At this moment, Luo Sha stood by, silently observing all of this. When he witnessed the immense surge in Gaara's power after fusing with Hashirama's cells, an irrepressible glint of envy flickered in his eye. Raza couldn't help but remark, this brat's transformation is truly astonishing. He will undoubtedly become an overwhelming force in the future. If only I could attain such strength. Ri Xianxia glanced at Raza and said, don't envy him too much. You'll have your chance to grow stronger later. But for now, Gaara is our top priority. Raza nodded slightly, inwardly lamenting that the formidable power he had tirelessly pursued was so effortlessly achieved by his own offspring. His gaze was filled with complex emotions, envy, jealousy, and a faint trace of relief. Raza's eyes brimmed with a tangled mix of emotions, envy, jealousy, and a sliver of consolation. He knew this boy would become a vital asset to the Shadow Organization and might even bring new hope to Sunagakure. Raza fixed his eyes on Gaara as if witnessing the birth of a miracle. Once the fusion was complete, Gaara opened his eyes, which shimmered with a golden radiance. That light was dazzling, like the most brilliant stars in the night sky. He could clearly sense an unprecedented torrent of power surging through his body like raging tides, filling him with both exhilaration and tension. That overwhelming strength instilled in him a boundless confidence, as if he could face any challenge without fear. At the same time, he felt a tremendous responsibility. This power was not merely for himself. It was also meant to protect those he cherished and to achieve the great goal of world peace. The golden light, like tiny twinkling stars, illuminated his face, lending it an extraordinary steadfastness in that moment. Ri Xianxia looked at the transformed Gaara, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Now you possess even greater power. Let us strive together for the Shadow Organization's goal and fight for world peace. Gaara nodded gently, aware that his destiny was about to undergo a monumental shift. He would follow Ri Xianxia in this world full of challenges, using his strength to protect what he held dear and to strive for world peace. His eyes blazed with unwavering determination, like an eternal flame. Ri Xianxia looked at Gaara as if perceiving the yearnings within his heart. He smiled softly and said, Gaara, since you've merged with Hashirama's cells, I shall also impart to you the wood release techniques in Sage Mode. Wood release possesses immense vitality and offensive power. I believe you will be able to unleash its full potential. Sage Mode can amplify the power of your techniques by dozens of times. A flicker of surprise flashed in Gaara's eyes, for he understood the might of wood release. But he was unfamiliar with Sage Mode. Curiously, he asked, what is Sage Mode, and awaited Ri Xianxia's explanation. Xiangxia cleared his throat and said Sage Mode is like opening a door to even greater power. When you enter Sage Mode you can feel the energy of nature flowing through your body. This power not only greatly enhances your techniques but also sharpens your perception, allowing you to detect your enemy's movements with heightened acuity in battle. The energy of nature surges through your body like agile spirits, granting you unparalleled insight and reaction speed. Gaara nodded thoughtfully and asked, then how does one enter Sage Mode? Xiangxia replied patiently, it's not easy. You need to calm your mind, feel the breath of nature and become one with it. It's like merging into a tranquil forest, feeling the caress of the breeze, listening to the bird songs and syncing your spirit with the rhythm of nature. Then slowly guide natural energy into your body, but be careful to control the amount. Too much natural energy can put you in danger. Natural energy is like a surging river. If left unchecked it may overwhelm your Buddhist defenses and turn you to stone. In the following days Xiangxia began teaching Gaara the fundamentals and techniques of wood release. Gaara, the key to wood release lies in commanding vitality. You must learn to harness the power granted by Hashirama's cells, merging the life force of wood release perfectly with your chakra. The life force of wood release is like a sprout and spring full of vigor and vitality, while your chakra is the driving force that propels it. Xiangxia demonstrated wood release while explaining. His hands moved and instantly a massive tree rose from the ground, its leaves shimmering green under the sunlight. Gaara listened intently, striving to memorize every detail. His gaze was focused and earnest, as if he were engraving each of Xiangxia's movements and words into his heart. Watch, concentrate your chakra in your hands like this, then envision the flow of life force to draw out the power of wood release. Xiangxia's hands danced and a tiny sapling sprouted from the earth instantly. The sapling was a vibrant green brimming with life. Gaara tried to mimic the action, but at first only a faint green light appeared. That glimmer was as weak and unstable as a firefly's glow. Xiangxia encouraged him, don't rush. Take it slow. This requires continuous practice and comprehension. Every attempt is a step forward, like climbing a peak, one step at a time, and you will eventually reach the summit. Under Xiangxia's guidance Gaara tried again and again. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, but his eyes remained resolute. Feel your inner self and commune with the power of natural energy. Let the forces of nature become your allies and fight alongside you. Xiangxia constantly reminded him, his voice steady and powerful like an anchor, giving Gaara confidence and courage. As time passed, Gaara gained a deeper understanding of wood release. He began to channel the power within him and execute the wood release techniques. At first he was somewhat clumsy, but under Xiangxia's instruction he gradually mastered the essence of wood release. His hands moved and the power of wood release flowed through his fingertips as if it were alive. That force, like nimble ribbons, shifted into various shapes under his command. His eyes burned with focus and passion, as if exploring a wondrous new world. In that world he sensed unprecedented power and hope. Xiangxia, observing Gaara's progress and wood release, nodded slightly and decided to begin teaching Gaara how to enter Sage Mode. Hinata Natsu's gaze exuded an unwavering calmness. That look seemed like a deep lake, serene yet brimming with boundless power. He slightly parted his lips and said softly, Gaara, we are about to ascend to a whole new height, which is the Sage Mode. You must know that the initiation of Sage Mode requires a precise fusion of natural energy, spiritual energy and chakra energy in a ratio of 1:1. This process is anything but easy and is fraught with immense risk. You must remember that if the fusion fails you will face the relentless erosion of natural energy, and in severe cases it could even lead to gradual petrification of your body. They arrived at a tranquil clearing in the woods that felt as if it were isolated from the world. Hinata Natsu's tone remained calm like a gently flowing stream. First you must find an absolutely quiet place to completely relax your body and mind. Close your eyes and use your spirit to carefully sense the surrounding natural environment. Experience the gentle flow of the breeze, feel the rustling sound of the leaves as they brush against each other and the unique scent emanating from the earth. He silently stood nearby, his posture upright as if he had merged with nature, becoming a part of the realm. Gaara slowly sat cross-legged, gently closed his eyes and strove to calm his racing thoughts. At first various chaotic thoughts surged into his mind like a torrential tide. However, he did not retreat, diligently dismissing these distractions and concentrating on feeling the essence of nature. Hinata Natsu silently observed, his eyes filled with concern, occasionally offering soft words of encouragement. Keep going, take your time and feel the rhythm and cadence of nature with your heart. Gradually Gaara began to perceive the natural aura around him. The gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing a refreshing coolness. The cheerful songs of birds reached his ears, as if cheering him on, motivating him to keep moving forward. He could clearly feel the firmness of the earth beneath him, a steady and reliable strength. He could also sense the vibrant vitality of the trees, as if they were narrating the wonders and grandeur of nature. Hinata Natsu nodded slightly and said softly, very good, continue to maintain this state and feel. Nature is opening its warm embrace to you. Now we have reached the most critical moment. You must begin to balance natural energy, spiritual energy and chakra energy. Hinata Natsu's voice remained steady, each word striking Gaara's heart like a heavy hammer. Let these three energies fuse in an accurate ratio of 1:1. This requires extreme focus and unparalleled control. Gaara cautiously attempted to guide the three kinds of energy. Initially the progress was very slow with only a feeble flow of energy stirring, yet he did not despair, persevering in his efforts. However, this process was not always smooth sailing. At times the energies would fluctuate violently, causing Gaara to feel extreme discomfort in his body. Suddenly, during a crucial attempt at fusion, a significant deviation occurred. Natural energy surged like a wild horse, beginning to frantically erode Gaara's body. His skin began to show signs of petrification, the hardening patterns spreading gradually, sending shivers down one's spine. Seeing this, Hinata Natsu wasted no time and immediately took action. He swiftly unleashed the Golden Rebirth Eye technique, Starlight Absorption. With a flourish of his hands, mysterious lights flickered as he gradually extracted the natural energy from Gaara's body. At the same time, he unhesitatingly infused his own life force into Gaara, that warm and powerful energy flowing like a gentle stream into Gaara's body, helping him regain vitality. Sweat beads formed on Hinata Natsu's forehead, sparkling under the sunlight, yet his gaze remained steadfast, unwavering. In his heart he thought, how can you understand my hardships without putting in this much effort? Don't be afraid, I am here. Hold on, you can do it. Hinata Natsu's gentle encouragement felt like warm sunlight, dispelling the fear within Gaara. After many arduous attempts and painful failures, Gaara finally succeeded in perfectly fusing natural energy, spiritual energy and chakra energy in a ratio of 1:1, initiating Sage Mode. A mysterious and resplendent aura emanated from his body, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky. His gaze became sharper, as if able to pierce through all mists, and his perceptive abilities were greatly enhanced. He could clearly perceive everything around him, even detecting the faintest movements from afar, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Hinata Natsu looked at Gaara, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Very well, you have successfully initiated Sage Mode. But this is merely the beginning. In the days to come you will need to constantly practice and refine it to better harness the immense power of Sage. After teaching Gaara how to initiate Sage Mode, Hinata Natsu continued to provide careful guidance for another 7 days. During these 7 days he quietly assisted Gaara in solidifying the use of Sage Mode, imparting various techniques and strategies for battle. He was like a wise mentor, leading Gaara forward with his own experience and knowledge. In the clearing of the woods, watching Gaara skillfully manipulate the 3 kinds of energy, Hinata Natsu felt a sense of satisfaction, yet he only softly remarked, Gaara, you are progressing remarkably fast. But always remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Although Sage Mode is powerful, it must not be misused. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Hinata Natsu knew it was time for him to embark on a new journey. He found Gaara and Shino and calmly said, Gaara, you have now grasped the basics of wood-release ninjutsu and Sage Mode. The path ahead relies on your continued training and refinement. I firmly believe you will become a pillar of the Akatsuki organization. His face held a hopeful outlook for the future, yet it was not ostentatious, it reflected an understated hope. Hinata Natsu then turned to Shino and slightly inclined his body. Shino, thank you for your cooperation. I must go to Lulan, there may be something we need there. Could you provide me with a map to Lulan? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes, but it was not dazzling, it was a gentle request. Although Shino felt a bit reluctant, he understood the weight of Hinata Natsu's mission. He quickly retrieved a meticulously drawn map and solemnly handed it to Hinata Natsu. May you have a smooth journey and return soon. Hinata Natsu accepted the map and bid farewell to the two once again. Until we meet again, let us strive together for the goals of the Akatsuki organization and world peace. After saying this, he turned and left, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Gaara and Shino watched in the direction he departed, filled with anticipation and blessings. They knew that Hinata Natsu's journey would be filled with challenges, yet they believed he would silently strive for their shared goal, for he is Hinata Natsu. During the long journey to Lulan, Rishang encountered many wondrous animals. One time as he walked through a dense forest, he suddenly heard a faint rustling of footsteps. He stopped and waited quietly. Before long, a nimble little deer appeared in his sight. The deer's eyes were bright and clear, as if they held the secrets of the entire forest. It watched Rishang warily, as though judging whether this stranger posed any danger. Rishang smiled slowly, crouched down and tried his best to appear harmless. The deer hesitated for a moment, then gently approached him, softly touching his hand with its moist nose. At that moment Rishang felt a wondrous connection with nature, and warmth filled his heart. He whispered to the deer, little one, you are truly brave. I hope you will live peacefully and happily in this forest. I shall dub you the strongest among deer. Having said that, he rose to his feet and continued his journey. Another time Rishang passed a crystal clear stream. By the stream he saw a colorful bird playing in the water. The bird's feathers were resplendent, as beautiful as a rainbow. It joyfully flapped its wings, splashing crystal and droplets of water. Rishang was captivated by the beautiful sight and stood quietly watching. The bird seemed to sense his presence, yet it did not fly away, instead continuing to enjoy its time in the water. Rishang sighed in admiration. How splendid and vibrant were the lives in nature. After a long and arduous trek, he finally arrived at the mysterious ancient city of Lulan. This ancient city resembled a sleeping sage, exuding a profound and enigmatic aura. The mottled city walls, etched by the passage of time, seemed like a silent historical scroll, slowly recounting tales of yore. Standing before the city gate, Rishon Xia's eyes were filled with amazement and curiosity. He said calmly, "Lulan is truly captivating, it feels like stepping into a mystical historical painting. I wonder what surprises await me here." With a mix of excitement and anticipation, Rishon Xia slowly stepped into the city of Lulan. The buildings within the city were ancient and solemn, their ages imparting a sense of weight. A mysterious atmosphere pervaded the streets as if countless stories drifted through the air. He strolled leisurely, carefully observing his surroundings, afraid to miss any corner that might hide a clue. He pondered inwardly, where could the dragon vein be hidden in this Lulan city? I must find it. To become the supreme being, this power is crucial. After a difficult search, Rishon Xia discovered with astonishment that the source of the dragon vein lay within the majestic and imposing royal palace. The palace resembled a colossal treasure trove of mysteries, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. With steady steps, Rishon Xia approached the palace. With each step he felt a powerful force surging toward him, as if warning him of the great challenge ahead. He wondered to himself what secrets lay hidden in this palace. The power of the dragon vein must be immense. Can I succeed in mastering it? But no matter what, I must try. For our mission I cannot retreat. The moment he stepped into the palace, an ancient and overwhelming energy instantly enveloped him. He could sense that every inch of air here was filled with mystical power, as if it were the purest gift from nature. The dragon vein was a colossal and unimaginable natural energy, like the most radiant star in the cosmos. It seemed to be nature's masterpiece, brimming with endless vitality and vigor. This power surged like a turbulent tide, each pulse seemingly recounting the origin and destiny of the world. It held infinite mysteries, as if it were the very source of life and the foundation of all growth. Standing beside the dragon vein, Rishon Xia felt the immense power and was filled with awe. He knew how much stronger he would become once he devoured this power. Such formidable energy, if I can command it, will undoubtedly propel me a giant step toward becoming the supreme being. But I must also be cautious. I cannot let this power spiral out of control. At this moment, Rishon Xia had already succeeded in having the outer path demonic statue absorb half of the One-Tail's chakra essence. When he learned that the dragon vein contained vast natural chakra, his heart surged with even greater excitement. He activated his golden Tenseigan, his eyes blazing like resplendent gold, radiating a mysterious and powerful light. He prepared to unleash the dojutsu stellar absorption to draw on the dragon vein's chakra. Excitement and tension mingled within him. This is a critical moment. Success or failure hinges on this one move. If I succeed, my strength will soar, but if I fail, the consequences will be dire. I must concentrate all my mind and give my utmost. Golden light blazed from Rishon Xia's eyes, and a powerful suction force emanated from them. The vast natural chakra of the dragon vein, like a surging tide, was slowly drawn out and flowed toward him. He felt the immense power surging within his body, his heart both thrilled and tense, yet he remained composed and murmured softly, "Damn, the natural energy of this dragon vein is terrifying. Without a hitch. If I devour this power, my strength will undergo a qualitative leap." However, as the saying goes, when nothing unexpected happens, the unexpected occurs. Just at this crucial moment, the power of the dragon vein seemed to resist slightly, as if unwilling to be controlled so easily. Rishon Xia frowned but did not give up. He concentrated his mind, intensified the power of his dojutsu, and the golden glow grew even more dazzling. After a strenuous effort, the dragon vein's power finally began to flow steadily into his body. He breathed a silent sigh of relief. Good thing I didn't give up. This dragon vein's power is indeed formidable, but I can devour it. When the dragon vein chakra was channeled into the outer path demonic statue, a colossal burst of energy erupted. Like a raging tsunami, the energy spread violently outward from the statue and Rishon Xia at the center. The entire space seemed to tremble. The air was compressed by the immense force, producing a series of explosions. After absorbing the dragon vein's power, the outer path demonic statue began to tremor violently, as if awakened from slumber, like an ancient beast. The originally dim patterns on its body lit up one by one, radiating a mysterious and terrifying light. Those lights moved across the statue's surface like living things, as if proclaiming its awakening. As the light grew more intense, the statue's form also began to change. Its size seemed to expand continuously, and every line became more rigid and ferocious. The surrounding earth and rocks were lifted by the powerful aura, dancing in the air and forming a chaotic storm. At this moment, Hyūga Natsu felt an unprecedented surge of mighty power spreading throughout his being. This force seemed to be tearing his body apart while simultaneously reshaping every single one of his cells. His golden Tenseigan began to evolve, radiating an increasingly dazzling light. In the center of his forehead, the Rinnegan with 6 tomo emerged in a gradual process akin to a mystical ceremony. First a faint glimmer flickered, then the light intensified and the 6 tomo pattern slowly became distinct. That Rinnegan seemed to hold boundless mysteries, each tomo exuding an aura of profound enigma. When the Rinnegan fully materialized, an overwhelming pressure radiated from Hyūga Natsu. Having become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, his power was truly terrifying. His body directly ascended to the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, as if he had merged with the entire universe. Standing there, he seemed to be the sovereign of the world. His aura was so formidable that it distorted the surrounding space, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. A mere wave of his hand could stir up violent winds and towering waves, making the earth tremble. The gale howled past as if nature itself was submitting to him. His perception reached an unprecedented height, allowing him to clearly detect the slightest movements within thousands of miles. Every beat of life, every whisper of the breeze was within the scope of his senses. His chakra surged like an endless ocean, flowing ceaselessly. Whether in offense or defense, his power carried a chilling might. He could instantly unleash formidable ninjutsu with enough force to obliterate an entire city. The flames blazed fiercely as if to reduce all evil to ashes. The torrents surged violently as if to cleanse the world of all filth. Moreover, his mastery over various ninjutsu reached the pinnacle, allowing him to wield immense powers at will. His body underwent a tremendous transformation as well. His skin became tougher, capable of repelling any attack. It was as hard as steel, yet retained flexibility so that no sharp weapon could leave a mark upon it. His speed was like lightning, covering vast distances in an instant. His figure flashed by like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. His strength was astonishing. A mere stomp of his foot could split the earth with a colossal chasm. The abyss was bottomless, as if the land itself displayed its fragility before him. Just then the Queen of Lulan appeared. She was noble and beautiful, like a radiant blossom in full bloom, exuding enchanting charm. Her matronly grace was irresistible. Yet her eyes were filled with anger and vigilance, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, adding to her allure. She wore resplendent garments, the colorful silk shimmering in the sunlight like a vivid painting. Her figure was graceful, every movement exuding elegance. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently as if telling her story. "Who are you? How dare you touch the dragon vein of my Lulan?" The Queen of Lulan demanded sternly, her voice carrying an unquestionable authority. It sounded like a celestial melody, yet bore an unassailable aura. Her gaze locked onto Hyūga Natsu as if trying to see through him. Hyūga Natsu secretly sneered, "If it weren't for your beauty I'd slap you and you'd know who I am." He quickly put on an apologetic smile and fabricated an explanation. "Beautiful queen, please do not be angry. I am Hyūga Natsu from afar. I borrow the power of this dragon vein for a greater purpose, and I will never harm Lulan. I fully understand its importance to your kingdom, so I will use it with utmost care." The queen frowned, her eyes filled with doubt, and pressed on. "What do you need this power for?" Hyūga Natsu replied with a perfectly serious face, spinning a tale. "My organization is dedicated to maintaining world peace. The power of this dragon vein combined with that of the Ten-Tails may aid our cause. Moreover, I am willing to give back to Lulan to help your majesty solve problems and protect your people. I believe that only through collective effort can we make this world a better place." Hyūga Natsu looked at her eagerly and said, "I hope your majesty can understand my predicament and support my actions." The Queen of Lulan fell silent for a moment, pondering his words. Her eyes scanned him back and forth as if judging the truth of his claims. Hyūga Natsu seized the opportunity to continue his earnest fabrication. "Your majesty, trust me, I mean no harm. I know well the significance of this dragon vein to Lulan. I will wield this power with caution, ensuring no disaster befalls your kingdom. I can use my strength to bring prosperity and tranquility to Lulan. You see, though I have faced many hardships along the way, I have faced them with composure and never retreated. I am not the sort of person who breaks promises. I hope we can become friends and strive together for a bright future. Please believe in me." Hyūga Natsu thought triumphantly, "My power has soared lately and my talk no jutsu has grown accordingly. The queen will surely believe me." The Queen of Lulan narrowed her eyes and said, "You speak well. But why should I trust you?" Hyūga Natsu scratched his head, showing a simple smile, and said humorously, "Your majesty, look at this honest face of mine. Do I seem like someone who would deceive you? Besides, if I tricked you, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? I truly wish to coexist peacefully with Lulan and work together for world peace. Maybe someday we can even throw a big party together." But inwardly he tensed. "I hope my talk no jutsu can put the queen at ease and make her trust me, otherwise, don't blame me for resorting to force." "Oof." The Queen of Lulan was silent for a moment, then said, "Very well, I will trust you for now. But you must keep your promise and not misuse the power of the dragon vein. If you break your oath, Lulan will become your enemy." Hyūga Natsu nodded repeatedly, filled with joy. His talk no jutsu remained his strongest asset. He spoke with a deadpan expression, making absurd claims. "Your majesty, rest assured. I, Hyūga Natsu, stake my honor that I will never betray your trust. I will use this power to bring peace to the world and contribute to Lulan's prosperity. Should any trouble ever befall Lulan, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will not shirk my duty. I will protect Lulan as if it were my own family." The Queen of Lulan looked at him, a trace of doubt still lingering in her eyes. "I hope you remember your promise. If you break it, Lulan will oppose you at any cost." Hyūga Natsu nodded with a solemn expression. "Your majesty, rest assured, I will stand by my words. I will prove my sincerity and resolve through my actions." Then he left his contact information and bid farewell to the queen with a smile. His figure gradually faded into the distance, but his steady yet humorous character lingered in the queen's heart, filling her with a glimmer of expectation for this stranger from afar. After bidding farewell to the Queen of Lulan, Rishang Xia resolutely embarked on the winding path. The sunlight pierced through the gaps in the leaves like a myriad of golden divine arrows fiercely striking his shoulders as if draping him in an invincible battle armor radiating boundless brilliance. His footsteps were overwhelmingly powerful, each step seemingly declaring sovereignty over heaven and earth, an unyielding aura sweeping like a storm in all directions. His thoughts surged like an unstoppable torrent of steel, advancing fearlessly and unstoppably. Suddenly a notion exploded in his mind like a thunderclap, intensely tremulous. He abruptly halted, his face instantly revealing an exceedingly fierce expression as if all things in the world ought to be under his dominion. Recalling the phone number from his past life he had hastily left behind, a raging fury welled up within him. How could the Queen of Lulan contact him? This question struck his heart like a colossal meteor, igniting a towering inferno of rage. With unparalleled confidence and a domineering aura that reigned over all, Hyūga pressed onward. His steps were as firm as rock, yet within him churned a turbulent sea of stubborn defiance and steely determination. The Queen of Lulan's expectant gaze constantly surfaced in his mind, a trust and hope placed upon him. But how could he be shackled by such emotions? He had his own grand mission to fulfill. Then the thought of the wrong phone number stoked a blazing irritation in his heart. He snorted coldly, blaming himself for the oversight but instantly crushing the emotion. It's her incompetence if she can't find me. How could such a trifle affect me? He lifted his chin high, affirming himself with absolute dominance, then strode forward with vigorous steps. As he walked, Hyūga arrived at a town bustling with extraordinary liveliness. The cacophony here was deafening, crashing against his eardrums like violent waves. The hawking of vendors, the chatter of passers-by, the clatter of carts and horses wove together a grand tapestry of vibrant life. The streets surged with a tide of pedestrians, each face adorned with a different expression. Joyful ones cheered wildly over a prized purchase, hurried ones sprinted madly due to urgent matters, curious ones lingered in fascination, captivated by the town's novelties. The scene of bustling traffic filled the town with vigorous vitality, a stark contrast to Lulan's tranquility. Hyūga was immediately drawn to this lively atmosphere, but his eyes bore a cold scrutiny and absolute control. The dazzling colors, clamorous sounds and peculiar scents enveloped him like a colossal magic net, yet how could he be swayed by them? He paced through the town's streets like an invincible sovereign, glancing here and there. Every stall seemed a precious treasure awaiting his rigorous inspection, and he examined the wares with an extremely discerning eye. Exquisite handcrafted items, some petite with delicate carvings, earned only a slight nod as if they met only the most basic standard. Others, grand in scale and showcasing masterful craftsmanship, drew merely a faint, barely noticeable approval. Quaint trinkets stood out with their unique shapes. Cute and playful ones he ignored outright, mysterious and unfathomable ones earned only a brief pause before he moved on. He tasted the local cuisine, its distinctive flavors dancing on his tongue. Sweet like silken honey, he savored it; indifferently spicy as blazing fire, he merely frowned; slightly rich as aged wine, he only paused briefly for the aftertaste. Yet as the clamor gradually subsided, the resolve to seek the tailed beasts and strengthen himself resurfaced in Hyūga's heart. It was his duty and responsibility, an invincible mission he must fulfill. With full-blooded dominance and steel determination he unhesitatingly set off on the journey to the northern mountains to find the Two Tails and Five Tails. His solitary figure dashed swiftly across the vast land, as insignificant as a grain of sand in the ocean, yet radiating an invincible aura like an unshakable towering peak. His eyes blazed with a fiery passion that seemed capable of consuming everything, holding an unyielding conviction to attain his goal. His steps were firm and powerful, each footfall on the earth declaring his indomitable resolve to the entire world. As he advanced, Hyūga gradually neared the mysterious northern mountains. The rolling mountain range lay like a slumbering primeval dragon sprawling across the land. An aura of majesty and mystery emanated, inspiring awe and trembling. But Hyūga felt no fear, his eyes held only conquest. The peaks soared into the clouds, piercing the sky, their magnificent stature daunting and showcasing nature's great power. Mist and clouds veiled them, adding a layer of mystery. Gazing at this grand spectacle, Hyūga felt an intense surge of challenge, to overcome this formidable natural force, find the tailed beasts and fulfill his mission. At last Hyūga stepped into the bounds of the northern mountains. The air here was heavier, as if imbued with a mysterious and powerful energy. With every breath he could feel that power surging through his body, deep and strong enough to pierce the soul and deliver a heart-shaking impact. Dense forests cloaked the mountains, ancient trees towering with luxuriant foliage forming a green ocean. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting golden beams like sacred rays bestowed by nature. These beams fell upon the ground like a golden carpet, beautiful and mysterious. Hyūga felt as if he were in a fairy tale, but he was no child enchanted by scenery, he was the invincible sovereign ruling this world. He moved through the forest with absolute dominance, his steps light and agile as a cheetah. How could he fear the tailed beasts possibly lurking in the shadows? Every step brimmed with confidence. He meticulously observed the surroundings, not letting a single clue escape. Every rock, every tree must serve his quest for the tailed beasts. Sometimes he crouched to study the patterns on stones as if they could reveal the beast's traces. The intricate lines on the rocks, some like ancient runes, others like mystical patterns, yielded clues at a glance for him. Other times he looked up at the towering trees, hoping to find traces among the branches. The trees were tall and dense, their leaves interwoven into a green labyrinth. But how could he lose his way? He would use his wisdom and strength to find the path. Yet as time passed his efforts bore no fruit. He searched every corner of the mountain forest but still found no trace of the two tails or five tails. Rage and unwillingness filled his heart, but how could he give up? He told himself that as long as he persisted he would surely find the tailed beasts. Finally, standing amidst the silent forest, Rishang felt a powerful urge to challenge. He did not know how much further he must go to find the beasts nor whether his efforts would yield results. But he knew he could not give up. World peace and tranquility depended on his endeavor. So he took a deep breath and executed the flying thunder god technique, vanishing in an instant. His figure streaked across the sky like lightning, leaving a trail of radiant light. His heart was filled with unwavering faith, believing that as long as he didn't give up he would surely find the tailed beasts and grow stronger. At that moment time seemed to freeze, or perhaps in the tunnel of spacetime had lost all meaning. Rishang did not know how long his instantaneous movement lasted. He only knew that when he again sensed the air of the real world he had reached his destination. Indeed, it was near the village hidden in the mist. Rishang reasoned that since the northern mountains yielded no tailed beasts and the mysterious southern forest would likely prove fruitless as well, he might as well head straight for the village hidden in the mist. After all, though the locations of other tailed beasts were uncertain, the three tails resided within the body of the fourth Mizukage. How could he hesitate? He would seize the three tails with invincible dominance and fulfill his resolve to become stronger. In the summer sun, golden light swirled in his eyes like a brilliant galaxy, revealing the formidable golden reincarnation eye that instilled fear across the world. Now he had become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, his power soaring as he broke through to the realm of the six-path sage. Aside from the enigmatic six-tomo Rinnegan which remained hidden as his trump card, he had no need to conceal any of his other powers. His figure resembled an unparalleled deity, exuding an overwhelming aura. With his goals firmly set in mind, he resolutely decided to visit the Kagaya clan, known for their ties with the Hyūga clan, to uncover the truth. He sought to discover whether the Kagaya clan had met its demise in this era. After all, the original Naruto series never mentioned when the Kagaya clan was wiped out. Hyūga Natsu walked with determined and powerful strides, each step causing the earth to tremble as if bowing in submission to this strong warrior. Sunlight poured over him, cloaking him in a dazzling radiance that heightened his unparalleled majesty and dominance. When he arrived at the entrance to the Kagaya clan's territory, an immensely powerful aura surged forth like a raging tide, making the surrounding air seem to freeze in a profound silence. The guards of the Kagaya clan were the first to sense the suffocating pressure, feeling their breath hitch as if their hearts were about to leap from their throat. One of the guards, mustering his courage, stepped forward and asked with a slight tremor in his voice, Who are you? Why have you come here? Hyūga Natsu's gaze was as cold as frost. He glanced at the guard, and the authority in his eyes felt as heavy as a mountain, nearly causing the guard to collapse. With a commanding voice he declared, Inform your clan leader that Hyūga Natsu of the Hyūga clan has come to visit. The guard dared not delay, hurriedly turning to rush into the clan. Soon the Kagaya clan leader was alerted and emerged. He looked at Hyūga Natsu, who radiated an unbeatable aura, his heart filled with shock and vigilance. The overwhelming pressure from this powerful presence made even the clan leader feel immense strain. Hyūga Natsu's gaze was icy as he stared directly at the Kagaya clan leader, using his authoritative voice to state, Kagaya clan leader, I have come here to ask for your cooperation in killing the Mizukage. The Kagaya clan leader's heart trembled. He had long harbored deep resentment against the fourth Mizukage's blood mist policy and the oppression of the Kagaya clan. Over the years the Kagaya clan had suffered immensely under the blood mist policy, living in dire straits. Now this powerful individual was proposing to kill the Mizukage, stirring complex emotions within him. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such bold ideas? The Kagaya clan leader pressed, suppressing his shock. Hyūga Natsu lifted his chin slightly, coldly stating, I am Hyūga Natsu, the clan leader of the Hyūga clan, a person with the power to change all of this. The rule of the fourth Mizukage must end. His blood mist policy has caused too much suffering. The Kagaya clan leader fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. He understood the strength of the fourth Mizukage, but the aura exhibited by this person before him was equally shocking. However, he still had doubts about Hyūga Natsu's capabilities. You say you have the strength to defeat the Mizukage, how can I believe you? The Kagaya clan leader questioned. Hyūga Natsu's lips curled into a slight domineering smile as he replied, If you don't believe me, feel free to try. The Kagaya clan leader stood resolutely, emanating a powerful aura. The air around him seemed to tremble slightly from his strength, and dust on the ground began to rise under the invisible pressure. With wide eyes he shouted, Dance of the Willow. Instantly his form swayed like willow branches, attacking Hyūga Natsu with incredible speed and decisive strikes. The fierce attack seemed capable of slicing through the air, infused with tremendous force as the wind howled in support of this ferocious strike. Where the dance of the willow passed, the ground was carved into deep ravines by the powerful airflow, and nearby trees were battered, their leaves swirling in the wake of this force. However, Hyūga Natsu remained unfazed. His golden reincarnation eye glimmered as he coldly observed the Kagaya clan leader's attack. As the dance of the willow was about to strike him, he slightly raised his hand and a golden wheel of reincarnation formed from the Tao orb appeared in an instant. With a gentle sweep, a golden light shot forth like lightning, effortlessly neutralizing the dance of the willow's attack.
The golden light illuminated everything around, creating a stark contrast against the smoke and dust stirred up by the Kagaya clan leader's assault, causing the haze to dissipate wherever the light touched. The aftershock of the golden wheel of reincarnation sent debris soaring around, forming a small mound of earth. The Kagaya clan leader's heart tightened at the sight and he yelled, "Hyūga Natsu, do not underestimate the Kagaya clan." Immediately he shifted his tactics, shouting, "Dance of the Camellia." His attack speed surpassed ordinary physical strikes by several folds, crashing toward Hyūga Natsu like a torrential storm. His figure flickered through the air like a wraith, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Hyūga Natsu remained expressionless, calmly stating, "Kagaya clan leader, your struggles are in vain." Once more the golden wheel of reincarnation was unleashed and the immense power instantly shattered the dance of the Camellia's attack. The powerful shockwave caused cracks to form and the ground debris flying in every direction, while the surrounding trees were knocked askew, their leaves fluttering like snowflakes. At this moment the members of the Kagaya clan anxiously watched the battle. As they saw their leader's attacks being effortlessly neutralized by Hyūga Natsu, their hearts filled with shock and concern. How can Hyūga Natsu be so powerful? The clan leader's attacks seem utterly ineffective against him, a young clan member exclaimed in disbelief. "It seems our Kagaya clan has run into serious trouble this time," another clan member replied worriedly. "But we can't just stand by and watch our leader fight alone, we need to find a way to help. Don't act recklessly, even if we join in it would just be a futile sacrifice." Hyūga Natsu's strength far exceeds our expectations, a senior clan member quickly intervened. The Kagaya clan leader, unwilling to concede, began to spin his body, shouting, "Dance of the Pine." His exposed bones spinning at high speed attacked Hyūga Natsu like a whirlwind, causing the surrounding air currents to swirl and form a small storm. The sand and stones on the ground were caught in the storm, flying in all directions. Hyūga Natsu's gaze sharpened, the light of the golden wheel of reincarnation shining even brighter as he swung his sword, directly shattering the attack of the Dance of the Pine. The storm dissipated instantly, bone fragments flying everywhere, some embedding into the surrounding tree trunks while others crashed to the ground with a dull thud. The clan members gasped in shock, they had never witnessed such an overwhelming force. Some of the younger members began to waver, unsure if their leader could continue fighting. The atmosphere around them grew tense to the extreme, as if the very air had become heavy. In the mist-shrouded village within the territory of the Kagaya clan, the clan leader clenched his jaw tightly, his eyes blazing with an unyielding light like a cornered beast that refused to submit. He once again unleashed the fearsome dance of the clematis vine, roaring, "Dance of the clematis vine." In an instant countless bones like nimble ropes shot toward Hyūga Natsu at astonishing speed. Those bones writhed in the air, coiling like serpents, carrying a sharp piercing whistle that seemed to proclaim the Kagaya leader's stubborn resistance. Hyūga Natsu merely snorted coldly. The majestic light of the golden will reincarnation explosion flashed like a blade, instantly severing the bone ropes. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed in the air like a mournful elegy for the defeated. The severed bones crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud, leaving small craters as marks of the battle. "This won't work. The chieftain will lose." A member of the Kagaya clan spoke with anxiety, his voice trembling with worry and fear. His gaze was fixed on the clan leader in the battlefield, his heart filled with unease. "What can we do? Hyūga Natsu is far too powerful." Another clansman responded helplessly, despair etched across his face. Watching Hyūga Natsu's invincible figure, he felt utterly powerless. Then, undaunted, the Kagaya leader once again employed the Dance of the Clematis Blossom, shouting, "Dance of the Clematis Blossom." He marshaled all his strength, using the hardest bones in an attempt to pierce Hyūga Natsu's body. Those bones gleamed with an icy light, racing toward Hyūga Natsu like deadly weapons. Hyūga Natsu's lips curled into a faint sneer, a disdainful smile mocking the Kagaya leader's futile struggle. He swung the golden will reincarnation explosion once more, its overwhelming power like surging waves shattering the bones directly. The instant the bones broke, they burst like brilliant fireworks, a kaleidoscope of colors flashing in the sky. The surrounding ground was ravaged by this immense force, pockmarked as if after a great catastrophe. Finally the Kagaya leader unleashed his ultimate move, the Dance of the Early Fern, crying out, "Dance of the Early Fern." Countless bones thrust up from the ground like swords, attacking Hyūga Natsu. The earth trembled violently as if hit by a massive earthquake, sending dirt and rocks flying into small mounds. The range of destruction was vast and terrifying. Hyūga Natsu's eyes turned icy and the golden will reincarnation explosion in his hand blazed like a blinding sun. He struck down with his blade, its immense force obliterating all the attacks of the Dance of the Early Fern. Bones were shattered into dust, smoke filling the air and obscuring the battlefield. The entire battleground seemed plunged into chaos. The Kagaya leader stared in shock at Hyūga Natsu, all his ninjutsu and bloodline abilities proved utterly futile against him. Despair and helplessness consumed his heart. He finally understood how vast the gap in strength was between them. The Kagaya leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Never had he imagined that his prized bloodline limit would be so fragile. Before Hyūga Natsu was flimsy as paper. Yet as the head of his clan, the pride ingrained in his bones refused to let him yield easily. He gritted his teeth, his heart seething with resentment. He let out a roar and once again gathered all his chakra. The shattered bones instantly reassembled. With a sweep of his hands, countless bones rained down upon Hyūga Natsu like a storm, each one imbued with immense force as if to pierce him through. The bones howled through the air like shooting stars streaking across the sky carrying boundless menace. The Kagaya leader shouted bone rain attack. Where the bones struck rock and earth flew leaving behind large craters like wounds carved into the ground by the battle.
Hyūga Natsu frowned slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. He swung the golden will reincarnation explosion again.
A golden light sliced through and the incoming bones shattered upon contact, disintegrating into powder that drifted away. The collision of golden light and bones produced a dazzling radiance brilliant as the sun. The surroundings were ravaged by that power as if a devastating storm had passed through. The members of the Kagaya clan watched in terror, their hearts filled with fear and hopelessness. They realized their chieftain was trapped in a desperate plight like a beast unable to break the chains of fate. Some began whispering, debating whether to plead with Hyūga Natsu, others prayed silently hoping for the clan leader's safety. The surroundings fell into silence, only the aftermath of the battle echoing in the air narrating the brutality of the fierce clash.
The Kagaya leader's heart sank like a heavy stone.
He knew he could no longer be passive, he had to find Hyūga Natsu's weakness. His eyes flickered and in a flash he vanished. The next moment he appeared behind Hyūga Natsu, a bone transformed into a sharp sword stabbing viciously at his back. His movement was swift as lightning, elusive.
Yet as if anticipating the attack, Hyūga Natsu didn't turn around but swung the golden will reincarnation explosion backward.
A surge of power sent the Kagaya leader flying, blood spraying from his mouth like blooming crimson petals. He crashed heavily to the ground, the impact creating a large crater. Dust rose like a sandstorm sweeping across the land. He struggled to stand but his body refused to obey, as if pinned under an invisible mountain. He stared at Hyūga Natsu, his eyes filled with despair.
He knew now that no matter what he was no match for Hyūga Natsu, like an insignificant ant challenging a mighty lion.
The Kagaya clansmen gathered around, their hearts aching and helpless as they looked at their wounded leader. Some began to weep, tears flowing like a breached dam, others glared at Hyūga Natsu in fury, yet none dared to step forward.
The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow and oppression, as if a dark cloud hung over everyone. Hyūga Natsu slowly approached the Kagaya leader, looking down at him.
Now you should understand how foolish it is to oppose me.
Hyūga Natsu's voice was cold and commanding like a judge from the underworld.
The clan leader of the Kagaya struggled to push himself up from the ground, his eyes filled with unyielding defiance as he glared at Hyūga Natsu and roared, "Hyūga Natsu! Why do you persecute the Kagaya clan so relentlessly? Can you not grant us a path to survival?" His voice was steeped in fury and helplessness, as if questioning the injustice of fate. Hyūga Natsu stood expressionless, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on the Kagaya clan leader and spoke slowly, "Clan leader of the Kagaya, I do not bear enmity toward your clan. I intend to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the fourth Mizukage and I require your cooperation." His voice was firm and resolute, as though proclaiming his determination. The Kagaya clan leader gritted his teeth and retorted, "Humph. Do you truly believe you can succeed alone? The power of the fourth Mizukage far exceeds your imagination." Doubt and concern filled his heart, uneasy about Hyūga Natsu's plan.
Hyūga Natsu lifted his chin slightly and responded with dominance, "In the face of absolute power everything is but an illusion. I, Hyūga Natsu, possess sufficient strength to change all of this."
His eyes brimmed with confidence and authority, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. The Kagaya clan leader clenched his fists and spoke again, "Even if you are powerful, how can you guarantee that you will not harm my clan after the deed is done?" His heart was filled with vigilance, uncertain of the future. Hyūga Natsu paused for a moment, then said, "If your clan sincerely cooperates with me, I will ensure your clan's safety once the matter is settled. Should I break my word, may heaven strike me down." His voice was solemn and grave, as if swearing a sacred oath.
The Kagaya clan leader wavered, knowing he had no other choice.
He lowered his head, helplessly sighed, and said, "Very well, the Kagaya clan will follow your arrangements. But if you betray your promise, even if we fight to the last man, we will not rest." At that moment the members of the Kagaya clan huddled together, whispering among themselves.
Is the clan leader truly going to follow this Hyūga Natsu?
When has the Kagaya clan ever suffered such humiliation?
A young clansman spoke with indignation. But what other options do we have? Hyūga Natsu's strength is overwhelming, we are no match for him. Another clansman responded helplessly. Perhaps following him could truly change our current predicament.
The blood mist policy of the fourth Mizukage has made our lives too harsh.
An elder clansman muttered thoughtfully. But who can guarantee Hyūga Natsu won't turn against us after? Another clansman voiced his concern.
They spoke back and forth, their hearts filled with conflict and unease. They looked at their wounded leader, then at the formidable Hyūga Natsu, uncertain of the path ahead. Hyūga Natsu's gaze was icy yet resolute. He lifted his chin slightly and swept his eyes over the Kagaya leader and the clan members. "I heard your clan has a child who awakened the bloodline limit from a young age, is that true?"
Hyūga Natsu's voice broke the brief silence.
The Kagaya leader faltered for a moment, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. He paused before speaking slowly, "Indeed, that child is the hope of our clan, having shown extraordinary talent and potential since childhood."
Hyūga Natsu narrowed his eyes slightly and said thoughtfully, "If that child can be made to serve me, it would certainly add great strength." The Kaguya leader tensed and quickly said, Lord Hyūga Natsu, the child is still young and has not fully mastered the bloodline limit. He may be unable to bear such a heavy responsibility. Hyūga Natsu narrowed his eyes, his gaze revealing an irresistible authority. That is not your concern. Take me to see him. Helpless, the Kaguya leader led Hyūga Natsu toward the dark corner where Kimimaro was imprisoned. Throughout the journey, the leader's heart was heavy, uncertain of the consequences this decision would bring to the Kaguya clan. In the dim corner, the sturdy cage stood like a cold shackle, exuding a suffocating aura. Kimimaro curled up inside his small form as if forgotten by the world. His eyes were hollow and indifferent, a look of resignation and compromise with fate, as though he had grown accustomed to his imprisoned destiny. He had always believed he was merely a battle weapon for the Kaguya clan, existing for the clan's glory and survival. This sense of being needed and acknowledged was his only warmth in this cold world, fragile as it was yet the sole hope he clung to. Hyūga Natsu approached slowly, his steady footsteps exceptionally clear in the silence, each step seeming to tread upon the strings of fate. He stood quietly before the cage, his gaze falling upon Kimimaro, seeing the curled figure and hollow eyes, and felt a slight stir in his heart. Hyūga Natsu gazed at Kimimaro silently, his eyes devoid of contempt or pity, only deep understanding and insight. That gaze seemed to penetrate Kimimaro's soul, glimpsing the struggle and yearning within. He raised one hand gently and placed it on the bars of the cage, as if sensing Kimimaro's plight. Do you truly believe you are merely a battle weapon? Hyūga Natsu's voice was low and forceful, breaking the silence. The sound resonated like a great bell in the confined space, striking Kimimaro's soul. Kimimaro trembled slightly, his lips moving but no sound escaping. He slowly raised his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes as he looked at Hyūga Natsu's hand on the bars. Hyūga Natsu continued, you possess immense power not merely for battle but to change destiny and to create a new world. You are no one's tool, you are an independent individual with your own thoughts and will. As he spoke, he clenched his fist slightly, as if emphasizing the significance of Kimimaro's power. Kimimaro's eyes showed a trace of confusion. He had never considered that he could have any other identity. He had always believed his fate was to be driven by the clan and to fight for its interests. But now Hyūga Natsu's words made him begin to doubt whether his fate was truly so. He lowered his head, his hands clasped tightly together. Hyūga Natsu crouched down slightly to meet Kimimaro's eyes, his gaze filled with sincerity and expectation. He extended a hand and gently placed it on Kimimaro's shoulder. Your life holds infinite possibilities. Do not be shackled by your current predicament. The Kaguya clan may see you as a weapon, but you can choose to become the master of your own destiny. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled up in Kimimaro's heart, confusion, bewilderment, and a glimmer of hope. He began to ponder Hyūga Natsu's words and reflect on his own life. He had never thought he could have a choice or command his own fate. He lifted his head slightly and looked at the hand resting on his shoulder. Hyūga Natsu rose to his feet, his figure towering like a mountain, exuding a steadfast strength. He extended a hand toward Kimimaro. Come with me, Kimimaro. I will show you that your strength can be used for more meaningful purposes. Kimimaro hesitated for a moment, his heart torn. On one hand he feared the unknown world, on the other he yearned to break free from the chains of fate and become the master of his own destiny. Ultimately the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a resolute light. He slowly rose to his feet, reached out, grasped Hyūga Natsu's hand and stepped out of the cage as if stepping into a brand new world. That step was a challenge to fate and a hope for the future. Hyūga Natsu gazed at Kimimaro, his eyes brimming with anticipation and resolve. That profound stare seemed to penetrate all, granting Kimimaro boundless strength. Kimimaro, to help you swiftly master the power to control your own destiny, I have decided not only to infuse you with Hashirama's cells but also to use the infinite Tsukuyami, the dojutsu I awakened upon unlocking the 6-Tomo Rinnegan, to embark you on a unique journey of growth. Hyūga Natsu declared solemnly, each word striking Kimimaro's heart like a hammer. Kimimaro was momentarily stunned, a flicker of doubt in his eyes as he wondered what changes these Hashirama cells and mysterious dojutsu would bring. But soon that doubt was replaced by unwavering determination. He knew this might be the crucial step to alter his fate. No matter how many unknown risks lay ahead, he had to bravely take this step. Hyūga Natsu swiftly performed the technique, his hands dancing like an artist creating a masterpiece. Carefully he infused the Hashirama cells into Kimimaro's body. Kimimaro felt a surge of immense power instantly flood his entire being, a torrential tide that nearly stole his breath. Pain intertwined with power blazing like a fierce fire within him, forcing him to clench his teeth. Yet he did not retreat with indomitable will, he struggled to adapt to this new strength. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his body trembling slightly, but his gaze remained as steadfast as unyielding steel. Then Hyūga Natsu activated the infinite Tsukuyami. In an instant Kimimaro was drawn into a fantastical world, an endless cosmos brimming with mystery and the unknown. Kimimaro looked around, awe sparkling in his eyes. Everything here felt so real, as if he had truly stepped into an entirely new realm. Hyūga Natsu's voice resonated within this world. Kimimaro, here the flow of time differs from the outside. A mere moment out there could be countless years in here. You will face various challenges here, constantly elevating your abilities. A fierce fighting spirit surged within Kimimaro. He clenched his fists, his eyes revealing an iron resolve. I will grow stronger and take control of my own destiny, he murmured. In this dreamlike realm of the infinite Tsukuyomi, Kimimara's training commenced.
Hyūga Natsu, like a strict mentor, meticulously devised a training regimen for Kimimaro encompassing understanding the shinobi of the Naruto world and a series of intense exercises. He personally demonstrated powerful techniques, from fire release to water release, from wind release to earth release, each showcasing astonishing might. Kimimaro learned with total concentration, repeatedly practicing the hand seals and executions of these techniques. His hands moved faster and faster, the seal speed increasing and the power of his techniques gradually amplified. Taijutsu training was equally indispensable. Kimimaro engaged in fierce close-quarters combat with Hyūga Natsu. Their figures darted like lightning across this world. Kimimaro constantly absorbed Hyūga Natsu's attack techniques and defensive strategies, his body becoming more agile and his strength more formidable. Each collision made Kimimaro feel his own progress, his eyes burning with a thirst for power.
And in this world Kimimaro encountered various shinobi time and again.
Sometimes he would meet a shinobi skilled in genjutsu whose illusions were like a labyrinth trapping Kimimaro beyond escape. But Kimimaro, with his indomitable will and sharp perception, gradually unraveled the genjutsu and delivered a powerful counterattack. Sometimes he would face a shinobi of overwhelming strength whose attacks crashed down like boulders, placing immense pressure on Kimimaro.
Yet Kimimaro did not shy from the challenge.
He skillfully employed his ninjutsu and taijutsu, engaging in a breathtaking battle.
In one fight Kimimaro confronted a formidable shinobi.
His opponent's attacks came like a raging storm, but Kimimaro remained composed, deftly using his skills to counter. First he executed earth release, raising a sturdy earthen wall to block the assault. Then he swiftly formed seals and unleashed fire release, launching a ferocious offense. The opponent retaliated with water release, cancelling out Kimimaro's flames. The battle intensified. Kimimaro constantly varied his techniques and taijutsu, seeking his foe's weakness. Finally he spotted an opening and delivered a lethal strike, defeating the opponent.
This is truly incredible, Hyūga Natsu exclaimed in amazement.
This place is like a fusion of a hyperbolic time chamber and a single-player virtual universe.
What a waste of such a magnificent dojutsu by Kaguya Otsutsuki.
Within the mysterious realm of the infinite Tsukuyomi, Kimimaro devoted himself wholeheartedly to grueling training and fierce battles, constantly honing himself in pursuit of greater power. Suddenly a mysterious light flashed and a figure slowly materialized.
Kimimaro's heart tightened as he recognized the newcomer Uchiha Itachi with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated.
Uchiha Itachi's eyes were cold, radiating a formidable presence.
He gazed at Kimimaro silently as if appraising a worthy opponent.
Kimimaro showed no fear, his eyes blazed with fighting spirit.
He quickly adjusted his stance, ready for the arduous battle ahead.
Kimimaro knew that Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan possessed immense genjutsu and ninjutsu power. He had to stay vigilant at all times. The battle was about to erupt. Uchiha Itachi struck first. A flicker in his eyes and a powerful genjutsu instantly enveloped Kimimaro. Kimimaro felt a sudden blur, as if plunged into an endless dark world. But with sheer willpower he swiftly broke free from the genjutsu's grip. In the next instant Uchiha Itachi unleashed a barrage of formidable ninjutsu. Fire release surged like a ferocious dragon toward Kimimaro. Calmly he countered with wood release. Massive trees erupted from the ground, forming a sturdy barrier that blocked the flames.
A flicker of surprise crossed Uchiha Itachi's eyes. He hadn't expected Kimimaro's wood release to be so powerful. Yet he did not retreat, instead launching an even fiercer assault. Kimimaro was not to be outdone.
He fought with wood release while simultaneously unleashing his own bone-based taijutsu. Sharp bones sprouted from his body like lethal weapons, thrusting toward Uchiha Itachi.
Itachi evaded nimbly, constantly searching for an opening.
They exchanged blows, the battle reaching a fever pitch. Just as Kimimaro was locked in heated combat with Uchiha Itachi, another flash of light appeared. Kakashi materialized on the battlefield. Kakashi's eyes were sharp, a kunai gripped tightly in his hand, ready to join the fray. Kimimaro's heart tightened, but facing two powerful foes he did not flinch. He once again unleashed wood release. Colossal trees grew wildly, sweeping toward Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi.
Kakashi swiftly employed the Chidori, its lightning cutting through the trees.
Uchiha Itachi seized the moment, alternating between genjutsu and ninjutsu, pushing Kimimaro into an even more desperate situation.
Kimimaro gritted his teeth, constantly adjusting his tactics.
Using the agility of his bone taijutsu, he deftly evaded the attacks of both opponents while seeking a chance to counter. After a fierce battle, Kimimaro was exhausted, but his eyes still blazed with unyielding conviction. He knew that only by continuously challenging powerful opponents could he truly master the strength to control his own destiny. In that mysterious and ethereal world of infinite Tsukuyomi, Junmaru shone like a brilliant star, continuously challenging his own limits. In this world filled with fantasy and challenges, he bravely clashed with various ninjas. Each fierce battle was like a raging fire, forging his will and becoming a precious opportunity for his growth. With each baptism of battle, Junmaru's strength surged forward like bamboo shoots after the rain, and his mind matured and stabilized. Years passed like fleeting shadows, yet to the outside world it was merely a blink of an eye. The current Junmaru had undergone a complete transformation, his gaze revealing a determined brilliance akin to a sharp sword. Ready to face the numerous challenges of the real world courageously, he aimed to dominate his grand destiny. Junmaru, imposing and formidable, led the members of the Kagaya clan to the office of the fourth Mizuki Jigura with overwhelming momentum. The strong battle intent radiating from them was like a blazing flame, seemingly ready to incinerate the very space around them. Junmaru's youthful figure stood at the forefront like a fearless leader, his gaze steadfast and sharp, resembling a twinkling cold star that dared not be gazed upon directly. Junmaru shouted loudly, "Brothers of the Kagaya clan, today we fight for our dignity and glory. No longer will we be subservient, let the world see our strength." The warriors of the Kagaya clan roared in unison, "For the glory of the Kagaya clan." With a gentle wave of his hand, the warriors swiftly prepared for battle as if they were seasoned fighters. Despite the closed door of the office, nothing could hinder their determination to advance. Junmaru took a deep breath, powerful chakra surging within him like a volcano ready to erupt. He kicked the door violently, producing a deafening crash. The fourth Mizuki Jigura was startled by the sudden noise, slowly raising his head, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Yagura bellowed, "Kagaya clan, what are you trying to do?" Junmaru's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident and composed smile. "Lord Mizuki, the Kagaya clan will no longer willingly remain in the shadows. We will fight for our destiny and reclaim the glory that belongs to us." Yagura coldly replied, "Do you think you can succeed so easily? I am the Mizuki, would I let you act reckless?" With that, Junmaru launched an attack like lightning, his body swift as the wind, charging towards Yagura. Yagura did not show weakness either, immediately using water release techniques to counterattack. Junmaru shouted, "Brothers, fight alongside me." The warriors of the Kagaya clan joined the battle, engaging in a fierce clash with Yagura's guards. The office was instantly thrown into chaos, blades flashing and chakra surging. Junmaru, relying on the formidable strength honed in the infinite Tsukuyomi world, relentlessly attacked Yagura. Every move he executed was filled with unparalleled power and exquisite skill, forcing Yagura to concentrate fully in response. While blocking, Yagura remarked, "Junmaru, you are seeking your own demise." Junmaru responded, "Lord Mizuki, we have no other choice." However, Yagura, as the Mizuki, was not to be underestimated. He expertly utilized water release techniques like a skilled magician, deflecting Junmaru's attacks while constantly seeking opportunities to counter. In the fierce battle, Junmaru maintained calmness and decisiveness, his eyes betraying no hint of panic or fear. He shouted to his clansmen, "Do not retreat, we will surely win." The warriors of the Kagaya clan's morale surged. He understood that this battle was not only about the fate of the Kagaya clan but also about his own dignity and beliefs. He continuously adjusted his tactics, engaging Yagura in a thrilling showdown. As the battle progressed, both sides began to show signs of exhaustion. Yet the fighting spirit within Junmaru did not wane in the slightest, instead burning like a blazing fire, growing ever stronger. He firmly believed that as long as they persevered, victory would be theirs. Junmaru loudly encouraged his clansmen, "Hold on, victory is within reach." Ultimately, through Junmaru's tenacious efforts, the Kagaya clan gradually gained the upper hand. Yagura, sensing the unfavorable situation, felt a twinge of unease. Gritting his teeth, Yagura said, "Don't get cocky, I still have my trump card." He decided to unleash his trump card, Full-Tailed Beast Transformation. Instantly, Yagura's body underwent a tremendous transformation, becoming a gigantic Three Tails. The Three Tails roared ferociously, charging at Junmaru and the others, the immense chakra fluctuations causing the entire office to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Seeing this, Junmaru's eyes flashed with resolve. He quickly adjusted his stance like a fearless general, executing his strongest technique, Corpse Bone Pull stance of the Tenseigan. Junmaru shouted, "Kagaya clan, we will not retreat." In an instant, Junmaru's body transformed into countless sharp bones, raining down like a torrential storm upon the Three Tails. The bones collided violently with the body of the Three Tails, producing thunderous sounds like rolling thunder. Though formidable, the Three Tails began to reveal weaknesses under Junmaru's relentless assault. Seizing the opportunity, Junmaru concentrated his strength to strike at the Three Tails' vital points. After an intense battle, the Three Tails was finally slain by Junmaru. The fourth Mizuki Jigura also lost his life in the process. Junmaru stood amidst the wreckage of the office, surrounded by the remnants of battle. He stood tall like a pine, his gaze firm and proud, as if his eyes could penetrate all obstacles. Slowly he turned to face the members of the Kagaya clan, his voice steady and powerful as he proclaimed, "We have won. The future of the Kagaya clan will be ruled by us, and we will also create the future of Kirigakure." His words struck like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within each clansman's heart. At that moment, the members of the Umbu stood not far away, watching Junmaru and the Kagaya clan with complex expressions. Junmaru's gaze was piercing as he suddenly turned to the Umbu, declaring forcefully, "Only the strong are respected. I will be the fifth Mizuki who dares to oppose me." His voice echoed in the air, carrying an undeniable authority. The Umbu members exchanged glances, initially filled with shock and doubt. After all, this sudden change had caught them off guard. They had long been loyal to the Mizuki, and now with the situation shifting dramatically, their hearts were filled with conflict. However, Junmaru's powerful aura and the invincible strength he had just displayed forced them to re-evaluate the situation before. One of the Umbu members gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, "Junmaru, though you are powerful, becoming Mizuki is not solely dependent on strength. Kirigakure has its own rules and traditions. Jun Maris' lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. Rules. Traditions. In the face of absolute strength, these can all be changed. I, Jun Maru, have the ability to lead Kirigakure toward a stronger future. Another Umbu member chimed in. You are so aggressive. Are you not afraid of drawing the vigilance and attacks of other ninja villages? Jun Maris' eyes sharpened as he replied, if anyone dares to invade, I, Jun Maru, will lead the warriors of Kirigakure to ensure they return empty-handed. I will make Kirigakure a place that commands respect, not one that is bullied. As time passed, some Umbu members began to waver. They were well aware of Jun Maris' strength and understood that in this ninja world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, the powerful indeed hold greater sway. Gradually some Umbu members lowered their heads in tacit agreement. However, there remained a few obstinate individuals who were unwilling to accept, secretly plotting how to resist. Jun Maru noticed their thoughts and coldly stated, I give you time to consider, but do not attempt to challenge my authority. From now on, Kirigakure will usher in a new era. With that, he turned and led the Kagaya clan to begin restoring order in Kirigakure, laying the foundation for the new regime. Some of the Umbu members chose to comply while others plotted in the shadows. In Wuin village, the Shueiying building stands proudly in the center like an ancient fortress that has withstood the ravages of time, still majestic and solemn. Once it symbolized the supreme power of Wuin village, emanating an awe-inspiring aura that seemed capable of suppressing all unsettling factors. However, this place has just experienced a breathtaking battle with shocking ruins scattered everywhere, a scene of devastation. The shattered window glass sparkled with a faint and elusive light under the sun, as if silently recounting the brutality of the recent fierce battle, with each crack seemingly chronicling a breathtaking moment. As Jun Malu worked hard to subdue the Shueiying Umbu, his determined figure stood out in this chaotic scene. The once powerful body of the slain fourth Shueiying now lay quietly, the former majesty having completely vanished like a forgotten legend. The chakra of the three tails was slowly dissipating from that body, gradually fading like smoke, as if it would disappear into the void at any moment. At this critical moment, in an unknown corner, Hinata Natsu was fully focused on performing the eye technique starlight absorption. His gaze revealed an unusual calmness, as though all the chaos around him had nothing to do with him. He was madly absorbing the chakra of the three tails, feeling that powerful energy slowly flowing into his body. Hinata Natsu knew well that although the increase in this powerful chakra might be limited, it was still a considerable amount from a tailed beast, undoubtedly a great treasure for him, ensuring a greater chance of survival in this perilous world of ninjas. In a distant place, Obito, disguised as Uchiha Madara, stood quietly. His figure was solitary and mysterious, seemingly at odds with the whole world, like a lonely traveler forgotten by fate. Suddenly a strong sense of unease surged within him, as if something extremely important had happened. Obito frowned slightly, his single eye flashing with a mysterious and profound light, as if it could perceive all the secrets of the world. That place. Something has happened to the fourth Shueiying. Obito murmured to himself, his voice low and filled with worry. He closed his eyes, feeling that faint ripple with his thoughts spread out like an invisible net, reaching far away, trying to capture the source of that unease. Moments later, he swiftly used the space eye technique Kamui. A strange light flashed and Obito's figure instantly vanished from the spot, as if he had never existed, leaving only a silent void. When Obito arrived at Wuin village, a chaotic scene unfolded before him. Jun Malu was engaged in a heated argument with the Shueiying Umbu, their voices rising and falling, filled with tension and conflict. Jun Malu's gaze was firm and determined as he tried to convince the Shueiying Umbu to accept his leadership, aiming to create a new future for the Kagaya clan in Wuin village. Meanwhile, the members of the Shueiying Umbu each had their own thoughts. Some feared Jun Malu's power, while others were wary of his ambitions, as if each one was enveloped in an inextricable fog. At the same time, Hinata Natsu was completely immersed in the pleasure of absorbing chakra, oblivious to everything around him. He seemed to have entered a world that belonged only to him, where the powerful chakra flowed into his body like a rushing river. A satisfied expression appeared on his face, his eyes slightly closed, the corners of his mouth lifted, as if he had forgotten all the disturbances of the outside world. That focused expression was akin to an artist intoxicated in his own dreams, completely immersed in his creation. Obito hid in the shadows, quietly observing everything like a ghost. His figure merged with the surrounding darkness, unnoticed by anyone. His single eye flickered with profound light, constantly calculating how to exploit this chaotic situation for greater benefits for his plans. Obito understood well that this chaotic situation was both a tremendous challenge and a rare opportunity. Suddenly his figure flickered, akin to a phantom rushing toward Hinata Natsu. His movement was as swift as lightning, silent as a whisper, like an invisible wind that went unnoticed. However, Hinata Natsu was already alert. Just as Obito was about to get close, Hinata Natsu suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce light flashing within them. That light was like a sharp blade, seemingly capable of cutting through all darkness. Without hesitation, he unleashed the 8 trigrams palm, his palm carrying immense power as it struck toward Obito. Obito was startled and quickly sidestepped to avoid it. He hadn't anticipated Hinata Natsu's reaction to be so quick, causing him to be more cautious. Obito steadied himself, deciding to pose as Uchiha Madara, attempting to deceive Hinata Natsu. He straightened his body, his gaze revealing an air of superiority, his voice deep and powerful as he said, "Do you know who I am? I am Uchiha Madara. How dare you act recklessly under my very eyes?"
Hinata Natsu sneered unafraid and retorted, "Humph, don't think that just by pretending to be Uchiha Madara you can scare me. Do you think I don't know your true identity?
You're just a coward hiding in the shadows."
Obito, filled with indignation, launched another attack at Hinata Natsu.
He formed hand seals with both hands, a powerful chakra gathering in his palms.
That chakra surged like a raging wave ready to engulf everything. Hinata Natsu, not to be outdone, unleashed the 8 trigrams palm again.
The forces of both collided in the air, producing a tremendous sound as if the heavens and earth were shaking. However, Obito was already prepared. The moment Hinata Natsu attacked, he suddenly used Kamui, passing through the assault of the 8 trigrams palm. Then he took the opportunity to employ would-release cutting technique as countless wooden stakes rapidly sprouted from the ground, aiming at Hinata Natsu.
Those wooden stakes shot forth like sharp arrows carrying the scent of death. Upon seeing this, Hinata Natsu immediately executed the 20 God Strike. His hands moved rapidly, unleashing powerful gusts of air. The air currents collided with the wooden stakes, producing a series of explosive sounds as if a fierce storm was ravaging the area. One of the air currents directly struck Obito, sending him flying. He quickly ducked into the Kamui space, filled with rage and reluctance. From within the Kamui space, Obito, peering through the spatial gap, scornfully taunted, "Humph, do you think you can hurt me just like that? If you have the ability, come and hit me."
Hinata Natsu smirked slightly, his eyes filled with disdain, responding domineeringly, "I've never seen someone so eager for a beating."
"Alright, since you're so impatient for punishment, I shall grant your wish."
The aura erupting from Rishon-Sia suddenly exploded as the overwhelming and unstoppable chakra surged forth like a monstrous tsunami, immense and irresistible. That power was boundless and terrifying, its oppressive might ascending into the heavens as if it could tear the vast sky asunder in an instant. His eyes blazed with dazzling brilliance akin to resplendent stars suspended high above, their radiance so intense that none dared to gaze upon them directly. His hands formed seals with fluid swiftness, each motion as smooth and natural as flowing water, as though he were not engaged in combat but rather performing a breathtaking and magnificent dance.
He roared with dominance, Swanshinjian chakra mode activate. With that thunderous cry, 12 colossal Chodao coalesced into existence. These Chodao exuded an aura that was both mysterious and terrifyingly potent, each one seeming to harbor boundless and dreadful power like enigmatic and vast stars descending upon the mortal realm. 3 of the Chodao slowly fused together, their radiance becoming even more blinding, akin to a scorching sun being born with overwhelming intensity, its brilliance so fierce that one could not look directly at it. Then a flash of light too dazzling to behold streaked across, and the Jinluan Zhuanshangbao took form. It was a colossal golden blade of light exuding an aura capable of annihilating everything, like the wrath of an ancient deity descending. The Jinluan Zhuanshangbao hurtled toward Obito's location with the force of thunder, its speed rivaling that of lightning tearing across the sky, so swift and ferocious that no one could react in time. That immense power pierced straight through the Shunwei space, which crumbled before it like fragile paper, instantly and effortlessly penetrated. Although Obito's reaction was incredibly swift, he still appeared utterly powerless against this horrifying attack. The blade of light sliced into Obito in an instant. He could only let out a terrified cry before half his body was severed. Then in panic he retreated fully into the Shunwei space, daring not to show himself again. Within the Shunwei space, Baiju suddenly emerged in frantic haste, moving with lightning speed. He shouted in terror, "Oh dear, this is absolutely terrible. Lord Obito, your injuries are far too severe." He fumbled to staunch the bleeding, using his own body to replace the damaged part while muttering incessantly, "Who is this? Too freakishly strong to have wounded Lord Obito like this. We're in deep trouble, we must think of something quickly." Obito's face was full of shock, his eyes brimming with disbelief. His eyes wide, he stared blankly at his own injured body, his voice trembling. How is this possible? My Shunwei space, a spatial power that could easily evade even tailed beast attacks, was broken through so effortlessly. How did he do it? This power is too terrifying. As Obito remained frozen in shock, Rishon-Sia employed the Phylician technique, instantly teleporting to Obito's side. He stood there imposingly, his gaze cold as ice, exuding boundless authority. Obito shuddered at Rishon-Sia's sudden appearance, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Rishon-Sia heard Obito's muttering and curled his lips into a sardonic smile. "Haha, didn't expect that. You asked me to strike you and I have done so, and done it perfectly." His voice dripped with mockery and dominance like a razor-sharp blade stabbing into Obito's heart. Obito gritted his teeth, a glint of ferocity in his eyes. "Even if you have the upper hand now, don't get too cocky," he snarled viciously. But Rishon-Sia remained unmoved, his eyes filled with absolute confidence. "Your era is over, Obito." After speaking, he once again gathered a terrifyingly powerful chakra with authority, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Obito, refusing to back down despite his severe wounds, stubbornly readied himself to resist. But at that moment a cold smirk curled on Rishon-Sia's lips as he said, "You have amused me, but the game must end. I've decided to send you straight to meet your beloved Lin." Before Obito could even register his shock at how Rishon-Sia knew his deepest secret, a golden blade of light slashed toward him with lightning speed. The blade radiated dazzling light and fearsome power. Obito felt as if he were enveloped by an immense pressure, unable to block or dodge. In that critical moment between life and death, Obito's mind flashed through memories of his entire life like a revolving lantern.
He recalled his days at the Ninja Academy with Kakashi and Lin, days filled with youthful vigor, dreams and boundless hope for the future. He remembered the despair of that brutal battle when he was crushed by a boulder while trying to save Kakashi, convinced he would die, the helplessness and terror still vivid. He remembered witnessing Lin die at Kakashi's hands, the pain and rage burning like a fierce fire in indescribable sorrow and hatred. He remembered being seduced by Yuzhibo-ban, embarking on a path steeped in darkness and hatred, plunging into endless torment and struggle. Obito's heart was filled with regret and helplessness. He knew he had made too many mistakes and hurt too many people in his life. But now it was far too late. The golden blade of light drew closer and Obito slowly closed his eyes, awaiting death. Just then a figure clad in a white robe with a transcendent and ethereal bearing appeared silently. It was the Sage of Six Paths. His eyes shimmered with mysterious light as if he could perceive the fate of all things in the world. That light was deep and profound, inspiring involuntary reverence. The Sage of Six Paths raised his hand slightly and the golden blade that was about to strike Obito froze in midair. Rishangxia frowned slightly, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from the Sage of Six Paths, a strength beyond ordinary mortals. "Outsider, your existence threatens the peace of the ninja world," said the Sage of Six Paths, his voice icy and majestic. His gaze locked onto Rishangxia as if looking at a threat that must be eradicated. That gaze was filled with unwavering determination and resolve, sending a chill down one's spine. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths shimmered with a mysterious and powerful light, and the Ninetamo Rinnegan on his forehead emanated an aura that was chilling. He abruptly raised both hands and a tremendous chakra surged forth, unleashing the Six Paths Shinra Tensei. A terrifying repulsive force swept out like a raging storm, seemingly intent on pushing the entire world away, evidently aiming to kill Hinata Natsu in one blow. Where that repulsive force passed, the space was distorted, the earth cracked and dust and stones flew. Hinata Natsu showed no fear. His golden Byakugan shone brilliantly, resembling two golden suns, with the Sixtamo Rinnegan on his forehead, its mysterious patterns seemingly holding endless secrets. He swiftly activated 12 Seeker Orbs, which instantly fused together to form an indestructible defensive barrier. The light emitted by the Seeker Orbs collided with the repulsive force of the Sage of Six Paths, erupting into a brilliant flash and shockwave. Hinata Natsu shouted angrily, "Sage of Six Paths, do you think this can defeat me? You are utterly delusional." The Sage of Six Paths responded coldly, "Hinata Natsu, your power is too dangerous. If not restrained, it will bring disaster to the shinobi world." Hinata Natsu scoffed, "The fate of the shinobi world is not for you to decide. What I seek is true peace and Seeing his first attack fail, the Sage of Six Paths quickly changed tactics and unleashed the Six Paths Universal Pull. A powerful gravitational force instantly enveloped Hinata Natsu as if trying to forcefully pull him over. Hinata Natsu snorted coldly, clapped his hands and immediately launched the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. A powerful airflow roared out like a hurricane, striking towards the Sage of Six Paths with overwhelming force. The Sage of Six Paths focused his gaze and once again employed Six Paths Shinra Tensei. The powerful repulsive force collided with the strength of the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, producing a deafening sound that shook the surrounding air violently. However, the Sage of Six Paths did not cease his attack. He formed seals with his hands and unleashed Six Paths Planetary Devastation. A massive gravitational sphere appeared in the sky, seemingly aiming to seal Hinata Natsu within. Hinata Natsu, upon seeing this, felt his resolve strengthen. He integrated the 12 Seeker Orbs into the Golden Will Rebirth explosion, causing a gigantic golden sword to materialize in his hand. With a powerful swing, the sword cleaved through the Sage of Six Paths Planetary Devastation with world-destroying force. The immense power caused the entire space to tremble as if the apocalypse were upon them. The battle escalated as both sides exchanged blows, entering a phase of intense conflict where neither could easily gain the upper hand. In the midst of this chaotic battle, a colossal radiant Rinnegan on the distant moon suddenly erupted with an extremely brilliant light, as if it could pierce the heavens and boldly declare its supreme authority to the vast universe. A mysterious and powerful connection was instantly established between this gigantic Rinnegan and Hinata Natsu's own, like an indestructible divine bond, allowing Hinata Natsu to sense that he could absorb the vast chakra of this enormous Rinnegan at any moment. Without hesitation, Hinata Natsu performed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly traversing the vast cosmic space like lightning, landing firmly on the moon. Standing on the ancient and mysterious surface of this planet, Hinata Natsu's eyes were filled with determination and dominance. He coldly gazed at the enormous Rinnegan before him, a strong desire to conquer rising within. Then, driven by his invincible will, he forcefully inhaled, directly sucking the gigantic Rinnegan into his body. In that moment, the entire universe trembled violently. The colossal Rinnegan embedded itself within Hinata Natsu with a thunderous force, instantly unleashing a devastating power that erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. The power of the Rinnegan clashed fiercely with the power of the Sixtamo Rinnegan, and these two terrifying forces began to rapidly merge. The process was thrilling and filled with a stimulating sense of excitement. In the blink of an eye, the fused power transformed into a golden Sixtamo Rinnegan. Hinata Natsu's body transformed like a super scion, with golden energy waves sweeping outwards with overwhelming force. The wave of energy carried an invincible power that destroyed everything in its path. Hinata Natsu stood proudly like an undefeated war god, exuding an aura that made the entire world tremble beneath his feet. The Sage of Six Paths also followed with a space ninjutsu. When his figure appeared on the moon, he immediately saw Hinata Natsu's shocking state.
The powerful aura dazzling light and the golden energy waves surrounding him filled the Sage of Six Paths with an ominous feeling that surged over him like a tide. Although he had never witnessed a Super Saiyan transformation, seeing Hinata Natsu now made him realize he had become an incredibly terrifying and dangerous existence. The Sage of Six Paths' expression grew serious as he slowly circulated his chakra. The vast chakra surged within him like a raging ocean. His eyes revealed resolve and determination as he decided to unleash his strongest attack, superplanetary devastation. He quickly formed seals with his hands and powerful chakra gathered above in the sky. A gigantic gravitational sphere began to slowly form beside Hinata Natsu, its force so strong that it seemed capable of absorbing the entire universe. The Sage of Six Paths had a clear purpose: to seal Hinata Natsu before he could react. The planetary devastation began to coalesce around Hinata Natsu, the immense gravitational force pulling everything around him towards it. However, at the moment of completing the seal, Hinata Natsu suddenly activated his sixth Tomo Rinnegan. His eyes burst forth with dazzling golden light, shining as brilliantly as the sun. Hinata Natsu sensed the Sage of Six Paths' attack, feeling a surge of intense anger within him. He would not allow anyone to threaten his life. Hinata Natsu unleashed his bloodline limit, a high Overwrite technique, Rebirth Explosion. A terrifyingly massive golden sword instantly coalesced in his hand. The enormous sword radiated a chilling aura as if it could sever all in existence. Even something as large as the moon appeared small and fragile before it. With world-destroying power, the golden sword cleaved through the planetary devastation, striking towards the Sage of Six Paths. Its speed was so fast, like lightning, that one could hardly react. Where the golden sword passed, the space was torn apart, leaving behind a black fissure. The immense power caused the entire moon to tremble as if it could collapse at any moment. The Sage of Six Paths watched the golden sword slicing towards him, a hint of shock revealing in his eyes. He had not expected Hinata Natsu's power to be so immense, exceeding his imagination. But as the Sage of Six Paths, he would not be easily defeated. He quickly mobilized all his chakra, preparing to face Hinata Natsu's strike. In the vast and boundless universe atop the moon, an astonishing battle was unfolding with fervor. Hinata Natsu unleashed the strongest ocular technique of the sixth Tomo Rinnegan, Rebirth Obliteration. 12 enormous Tao-seeking pearls fused together, and in an instant a terrifyingly immense golden sword materialized in his hand. The giant sword emanated an unparalleled powerful aura, making all things in its presence appear as insignificant as ants. Even the massive moon seemed fragile in comparison. Hinata Natsu's heart burned with fierce determination, fully aware that this battle was of utmost significance and left no room for retreat. Gazing at the golden giant sword and feeling its surging power, he silently vowed to defeat the Sage of Six Paths. With lightning speed, the golden giant sword sliced through the air, tearing the space apart and leaving a shocking black fissure in its wake. The immense power caused the entire moon to tremble violently as if it could collapse at any moment. At this moment, facing the surging golden giant sword, the Sage of Six Paths revealed a hint of shock in his eyes. Sage of Six Paths, Hinata Natsu, your power is unexpectedly formidable. This attack of yours is both rapid and astonishingly powerful, but do not underestimate me. Hinata Natsu, Sage of Six Paths, your time is up. I will bring true justice to this universe. My ocular technique can perceive your every move, and your defenses will ultimately crumble before me. He never imagined that Hinata Natsu's power could be so great, far exceeding his expectations. However, as the Sage of Six Paths, having weathered countless storms, he possessed unmatched authority and glory, making him not easily defeated. Thus he swiftly mobilized all his chakra, preparing to face Hinata Natsu's earth-shattering blow. Though shocked, the Sage of Six Paths felt even more resolute. He could not afford to lose, as he bore a significant mission and responsibility to protect the peace and order of this universe. With swift motions of his hands, the 12 mysterious Tao-seeking pearls flew out, radiating an eerie glow as they rapidly fused together. Before long, an indestructible protective shield appeared in front of him. This shield, formed from the fusion of 12 Tao-seeking pearls, was adorned with mysterious and complex runes, exuding an overwhelming power that sent shivers down one's spine. At the same time, the Sage of Six Paths summoned the Susanoo once more. The colossal Susanoo stood like a towering mountain on the moon, its vast body radiating an aura of majesty, tightly guarding the Sage of Six Paths within. However, when the golden giant sword collided with the protective shield and Susanoo, the resulting shockwave threatened to shatter the entire moon. The protective shield was riddled with countless fine cracks, and Susanoo swayed slightly under the tremendous force. Yet even so, the Sage of Six Paths remained steadfast. The Sage of Six Paths gritted his teeth with only one thought in his mind: he could not let Hinata Natsu succeed. He continuously infused chakra into the protective shield and Susanoo, attempting to withstand this powerful attack. But at that moment, something unexpected occurred. After the fierce collision, Hinata Natsu burst forth from the earth-shattering star. Upon closer inspection, the scene before him was a wasteland shrouded in blood mist, with the moon seemingly transformed into ruins. Just then the Sage of Six Paths made an astonishing move: he chose to flee. Hinata Natsu looked towards the direction of the fleeing Sage of Six Paths, his gaze filled with surprise and confusion. Hinata Natsu, Sage of Six Paths, you actually choose to run. Sage of Six Paths, Hinata Natsu, it is unwise to engage in a heated confrontation at this moment. Your attack is fierce, but my speed is not slow either. I will return to challenge you again. Hinata Natsu never expected that the renowned Sage of Six Paths would flee during battle. However, his gaze soon became more resolute. Since the fight had begun, it had to be resolved. He pursued relentlessly, his aura surging fiercely, the golden giant sword shimmering in his hand, ready to launch another attack at any moment. Hinata Natsu had only one goal in mind: to completely defeat the Sage of Six Paths, ensuring he would not continue to obstruct his path forward. The Sage of Six Paths sped away in front, fully aware that engaging directly was not a wise choice. He needed to find an opportunity to turn the tide. The surface of the moon left deep marks from their high-speed movement, with dust swirling around. The Sage of Six Paths pondered his countermeasures as he fled. Various tactics flashed through his mind, but he dismissed them one by one. Hinata Natsu's strength was too overwhelming, and conventional methods would prove ineffective. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy approaching from behind. He turned to see Hinata Natsu had caught up the golden giant sword, radiating a terrifying glow, slicing toward him. The Sage of Six Paths felt a tightening in his chest. He knew he could no longer evade and had to confront this attack head-on. He halted once more, channeling all his chakra. The 12 Tao-seeking pearls swiftly returned to his side, merging to form a shield that glimmered brilliantly. The Susanoo also manifested again, its towering figure exuding an aura of authority. The Sage of Six Paths stood within the protection of the shield and Susanoo, his eyes filled with determination. The golden giant sword descended in an instant, violently clashing with the protective shield and Susanoo. The immense impact caused cracks to appear in the starry sky. Hinata Natsu exerted himself once more, driven solely by the belief in victory. He continuously infused power into the golden giant sword, attempting to break through the Sage of Six Paths' defenses in one decisive move. Hinata Natsu, Sage of Six Paths, today you will undoubtedly be defeated. My power is inexhaustible and your defenses will eventually crumble before me. Sage of Six Paths, I will not concede easily. I must protect this universe. My Susanoo can withstand most attacks, and my Tao-seeking pearl shield will continuously repair itself. Hinata Natsu's eyes burned with a resolute flame as he made the decision to go all in during this crucial moment of life and death. He took a deep breath and unleashed all of his chakra without reservation, the surging power swirling around him like a roaring tsunami. Then he poured all his ocular strength into the attack, that immense power seeming capable of piercing through endless voids. At this moment, Hinata Natsu unleashed his strongest strike, Rebirth Obliteration. A terrifyingly massive golden giant sword instantly took shape, radiating dazzling light like the judgment sword descending from the heavens. The giant sword, carrying a momentum capable of destroying the world, hurled forth, and wherever it passed, space seemed to warp. Seeing this, the Sage of Six Paths hurriedly summoned all his strength to raise the protective shield, simultaneously reinforcing Susanoo in an attempt to withstand this lethal strike. However, the power of Hinata Natsu's strike was simply too astonishing. The golden giant sword with an unstoppable force directly shattered the Sage of Six Paths' protective shield, which had seemed indestructible, shattering before the sword like fragile glass. Immediately after, Susanoo also crumbled under the impact of the golden giant sword. Finally, the golden giant sword ruthlessly pierced through the body of the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths widened his eyes in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment. He never expected that Hinata Natsu's strike could be this powerful. His body slowly fell, leaving behind an utterly desolate silhouette in the vast starry sky. Hinata Natsu looked at the fallen Sage of Six Paths, feeling no joy in his heart. For this astonishing battle he had exerted unimaginable effort. However, he understood that the fight had come to an end, and in the end he was the victor. Hinata Natsu stood quietly in the vast and boundless starry sky after successfully killing the Sage of Six Paths, exuding a powerful and majestic aura that seemed to make the very stars tremble. Tilting his head slightly, the distant moon came into view, stirring an inexplicable deep sentiment within him. After a brief pause, he resolutely spread his form, resembling a dazzling bolt of lightning traversing the starry sky at an astonishing speed, racing toward the moon. Finally, Hinata Natsu set foot on the surface of the moon. He stood there, feeling the moon's unique aura enveloped in a tranquil and mysterious atmosphere like a delicate veil. At this moment his mood relaxed slightly, and he couldn't help but hum. I gaze into the distance above the moon, how many dreams soar freely. The melodious song echoed in the silence of the moon as if narrating his legendary story, each note filled with grandeur and confidence. Then Hinata Natsu slowly opened his mysterious Rinnegan, beginning to carefully observe the descendants of Otsutsuki Kagaya on the. His gaze was like a blazing flame, piercing through layers of mist, trying to find those hidden figures. However, what met his eyes was only a damaged teleportation array. This teleportation array may have once carried countless hopes and missions, but now it was left with only a broken outline, as if recounting the vicissitudes of time and the cruelty of war. Hinata Natsu stared at the damaged teleportation array, feeling a slight stir within his heart. He contemplated the story behind this array and the potential impact it could bring. But soon he felt at ease. In this unpredictable world, anything could happen. He did not dwell on the teleportation array, but instead turned his gaze to the distance where a new journey awaited him. At this moment, a strong impulse suddenly surged within Hinata Natsu. He decided not to use spacetime ninjutsu, but to experience the thrill of flying back to the ninja world. He longed to feel the freedom of flight, to enjoy the exhilarating sensation of the wind howling by his ears. He believed that by doing so he could better sense his own power and growth. Thus Hinata Natsu once again spread his form like a mighty warplane rushing into the sky. He soared through space heading toward the ninja world. His figure traced a beautiful arc across the starry sky, leaving behind an unforgettable legend as if declaring his invincibility to the entire universe. Hinata Natsu, with a complex mood, embarked on the journey back to Konoha village. He rushed through the starry sky like a shooting star, his heart filled with longing for Konoha and anticipation for the future. Like a shooting star, his figure seemed to drag along a long train of thoughts, with longing for Konoha entwining in his heart like resilient vines, while expectations for the future shone like brilliant stars illuminating his path. In his mind, a grand vision of becoming the Hokage of Konoha continuously surfaced. Unifying the ninja world, a once unattainable dream, now seemed no longer a fantasy before his invincible strength. Recalling the time when he had just awakened his Rinnegan, although powerful, he was still not strong enough to dominate the ninja world, and he dared not act recklessly then. But now he was already invincible under heaven. What was there to fear? The third Hokage, a figure he once regarded with caution, was no longer an obstacle in his eyes. He secretly resolved that once he became Hokage, he would eliminate him. For those who defy him, he would show no mercy, directly annihilating their homes, leaving no trace, even scattering the very essence of their existence. As he drew closer to Konoha village, Hinata Natsu's heart grew increasingly excited. He knew that he was about to usher in a brand new era, an era belonging to him. Konoha village would shine under his leadership, and the ninja world would achieve unification under his iron-fisted rule. After a long flight, the familiar outline of Konoha village finally appeared before his eyes. A warm current surged within Hinata Natsu's heart. This was his home, the starting point of the brilliance he was about to create. As he approached Konoha village, he raised his eyes only to find that the familiar village was now shrouded in a tense atmosphere. At the village entrance, teams of ninjas stood like they were facing a great enemy, their expressions extremely serious, their determined and powerful strides patrolling as they scanned the surroundings for any suspicious signs. Dressed in neat ninja attire, they tightly gripped various weapons, their sharp edges glinting coldly under the sunlight as if they could instantly slay any enemy. Ready to respond to unexpected situations, they exuded a chilling aura. As he followed the path into the village, Hinata Natsu saw that the sides of the road were filled with solid defensive structures. Tall fences resembled an indestructible steel wall, deep moats seemed to hide endless dangers, instilling fear, while traps concealed in the shadows lay in wait like lurking beasts ready for their prey to fall into the net. The ninjas tasked with guarding these structures were utterly focused, not daring to slack off, their eyes filled with determination and loyalty. Further into the village, ninjas were on high alert in the streets and alleys. Some were on rooftops vigilant like watchful eagles, missing no corner. Some lurked in the shadows like leopards hidden in the dark, ready to launch a lethal strike. Others swiftly navigated the streets, delivering messages like busy bees, efficient and orderly. Every face was etched with seriousness and vigilance, as if a great battle was about to unfold, and they were the fearless warriors guarding Konoha. The area around the Hokage building was even more heavily guarded, surrounded by layers of ninjas. They took up battle formation, some wielding kunai, the sharp blades glittering coldly in the sunlight, others forming seals, mysterious powers surging in the air. Their gazes fixed on all directions, not daring to relax in the slightest, as if the slightest movement would trigger a thunderous attack. Hinata Natsu observed the scene, feeling a surge of emotion. What had happened to put Konoha village in such a tense state of alert? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Logically, there shouldn't be any significant events occurring at this time. However, he quickly realized that he had altered many things, and his heart began to settle. Hinata Natsu approached and began conversing with a busy ninja. From the ninja, he learned that the fourth Kazekage had come with several guards to discuss matters with Konoha. This was supposed to be a friendly meeting, but unexpectedly an unforeseen incident occurred in the Hokage building. The fourth Kazekage had ambushed the third Hokage while everyone was caught off guard. This news was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. A faint smile with ill intentions appeared on Hinata Natsu's lips. Xiangxia streaked through the air like a brilliant bolt of lightning, hurtling toward the Hokage building at a speed that left onlookers utterly astounded. His velocity was so immense that it resembled a blade slicing through the void, leaving only a blurred afterimage in the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at his destination like a shooting star. Looking up, he saw the 4 purple flame array erected by 4 sand-hidden village ninjas led by Baki. The scorching purple flames soared and blazed like a rampaging beast roaring skyward. The flames danced as if alive, tightly encasing the Hokage building. The 4 purple flame array emanated an overwhelmingly oppressive force, like an indestructible steel fortress that kept outsiders at bay, rendering them unable to approach by even a hair's breadth. Outside, the Leaf Village shinobi led by Yueguang Jifeng wore expressions as grim as a sky heavy with storm clouds. They clutched their weapons tightly as if those tools were their last hope. Their eyes brimmed with anxiety and helplessness like trapped beasts caged in despair. Yueguang Jifeng's brow was deeply furrowed, the wrinkles like profound ravines. His gaze swept over the 4 purple flame array, repeatedly seeking a way to break this powerful formation. Yet the formidable nature of the 4 purple flame array far exceeded their imagination, leaving them perpetually at a loss. They understood the terror of the 4 purple flame array well, daring not take rash action. They could only wait anxiously for a turn of fortune, their concerns weighing heavy as stones on their hearts. However, Xiangxia noticed that not a single ninja from the clans was in sight. This stirred a flicker of doubt within him, like a mist shrouding his mind. At such a critical moment, why had the clan ninjas not appeared?
Where were Kakashi Maite Kai and other powerful shinobi? Were they occupied by other matters or did they have other plans?
This question spiraled in his mind.
Ri Xiangxia turned his gaze to the Hokage building.
The scene inside was even more breathtaking and terrifying.
The fourth Kazekage Luosha unleashed his magnetic release gold dust. The powerful gold dust surged through the air with a buzzing sound like countless bees swarming. Metal objects were drawn toward him as if pulled by an invisible giant hand, transforming into lethal weapons that whistled through the air.
Meanwhile, a masked ninja with a spiral mask covering his face employed would release.
Enormous trees erupted from the ground, towering like colossal giants.
Thick trunks and lush branches grew wildly, attacking the enemy with ferocity as if determined to annihilate everything. The two joined forces to besiege Deshiwan, who relied on his bizarre jutsu and agile reflexes to dodge their assaults. His figure flickered like a ghost, now left, now right, utterly elusive. Yet under the combined assault, Deshiwan seemed somewhat strained, fine beads of sweat gradually forming on his brow. At the same time, astonishingly, the 3-year-old Wai Luo deployed his sand release. The swirling sandstorm raged like a violent tempest, brimming with boundless power and fury. The sand howled and spiraled, pressing the third Hokage relentlessly. Though the third Hokage was seasoned and had weathered countless battles, he found himself hard-pressed against Wai Luo's formidable sand release attacks. He continuously countered with various jutsu, his golden staff whirring fiercely. Yet Wai Luo's sand release seemed to possess infinite strength, always keeping him entangled and unable to escape. The third Hokage's eyes blazed with fury as if aflame. Determined to resolve the imminent crisis, he rapidly formed hand seals to execute the Reaper Death Seal, targeting both Wai Luo and Luo Sha. Powerful chakras surged like a torrential tide. The presence of the Death God permeated the air, sending chills down one's spine. However, Wai Luo reacted with lightning speed, like a nimble bird, evading the fatal strike with Luo Sha in an instant. The third Hokage frowned slightly, contemplating his next move. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the mysterious figure wearing the spiral mask. Despite the mask, the third Hokage instantly recognized his old comrade Tuanzang. Recalling that Tuanzang had colluded with the sand-hidden village to assassinate the Hokage, fury reignited in his heart like a volcano about to erupt. I have been too lenient with you, Tuanzang.
You dared to conspire with the sand-hidden village to murder the Hokage. For the seat of Hokage you stopped at nothing. This pains me deeply. Obsessed with the Hokage position, today I shall have you sealed alongside me. Know this: the souls of the sealed and the sealer will entwine in eternal hatred and battle forever. This is my punishment for you and the choice I must make to protect the Leaf Village. The third Hokage's voice carried boundless grief and resolve, echoing like thunder in the air. Every word seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, filled with power and majesty. The third Hokage's hands moved swiftly through hand seals, unleashing the forbidden technique, Reaper Death Seal. The terrifying figure of the Death God slowly materialized, reaching toward Tuanzang.
Just as Tuanzang prepared to flee with a jutsu, his body stiffened and he froze for an instant.
In that split second, his eyes were filled with shock and dread. Before he could react, the Death God seized him. The third Hokage, dragging his crippled body, coughed up blood repeatedly. His face was as pale as paper, yet his eyes still burned with determination. Turning to Deshiwan, he said, "Deshiwan, I, as the third Hokage, hereby revoke the Leaf Village's bounty on you. Your assistance to your teacher at this moment brings me great solace. I recall the days when the three ninjas were in their prime, how spirited you were. How I wish the three of you could reunite and lead the Leaf Village to a brighter future. The future of the Leaf Village rests in your hands." The third Hokage's words echoed like heavy bells across the chaotic battlefield. Each word brimmed with his deep attachment and hopes for the Leaf Village, stirring the hearts of all who heard. The Death God's terrifying and majestic figure held fast to the souls of Tuanzang and the third Hokage like two prey that could never escape. Tuanzang's face was twisted with terror and resentment, his eyes wide open as if unable to believe he had been captured by the Death God. The third Hokage's countenance bore a mix of relief and resolve. He gazed quietly at his surroundings as if bidding a final farewell. The Death God slowly opened its massive maw, seemingly capable of devouring all, and began to swallow the souls of Tuanzang and the third Hokage bit by bit. That dark mouth seemed to connect to an endless void. As the souls were drawn in, a powerful force tugged at them, irresistible. As the souls gradually vanished, the Death God's form began to fade. Its massive body turned transparent like smoke, as if it could dissipate into the air at any moment. Meanwhile, Wai Luo used sand release. The swirling sand, like living spirits, rapidly enveloped the fourth Kazekage Luo Sha and Baki's group of 4. The sand surged, carrying them slowly upward. Wai Luo's small frame radiated immense power, his gaze resolute and cold. Under the influence of sand release, they flew away swiftly like leaves swept by a gale. The sand left a long trail in the air, a mark of their escape. The wind howled past their ears. Their figures grew smaller and smaller, eventually disappearing into the distant horizon. Around the Hokage building, silence reigned, as if the fierce battle had been nothing but a nightmare. Yet the ravaged scene and the lingering bloodstains bore witness to the brutality of the conflict. The Leaf Village shinobi stared in the direction of their retreat, their hearts filled with helplessness and frustration. They could not fly.
Hyūga Natsu stood there in silence, his gaze closely following the direction where Gaara and the others had flown away. The swirling sand gradually faded into the distance, carrying the fourth Kazekage Raza and Baki and the other two out of sight beyond the horizon. A gentle breeze blew past, lifting Hyūga Natsu's hair. A flicker of complex emotion gleamed in his eyes. He mused inwardly, I haven't even lifted a finger yet and you've already taken care of it. I don't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. After Gaara and the others departed, the four-violet flame barrier gradually extinguished like a fire that had lost its power. The once blazing purple flames vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a desolate silence and scattered wreckage. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder after the battle. The area around the Hokage building was a scene of chaos, damaged structures, discarded weapons and pools of blood not yet dried all bore witness to the fierce struggle that had just transpired. At that moment Orochimaru remained standing in place as if lost in deep thought. His eyes were vacant and his face betrayed no emotion. After a brief moment a loud bang resounded. Orochimaru used the reverse summoning technique and vanished from the spot in an instant. The sound echoed through the still air like the final note of the battle. Hyūga Natsu gazed at the spot where Orochimaru had disappeared and let out a faint sigh. He turned around and began to set about cleaning up the mess and stabilizing the people's hearts. Hyūga Natsu strode with a determined gait through the chaotic battlefield. He directed the shinobi of Konoha to clear the site and tend to the wounded. Everyone, do not panic. The battle is over. We must restore order to Konoha as quickly as possible and aid our injured comrades, he said, his voice steady and powerful, instilling a sense of reassurance. Hyūga Natsu's words were like a warm spring breeze, soothing the hearts of every Konoha ninja. After handling the matters, he dragged his slightly weary body and slowly made his way toward the Hyūga clan compound. His steps were heavy yet resolute. As he stepped into the compound, a familiar tranquility washed over him. The clan members, seeing Hyūga Natsu's return, gathered around, their eyes full of concern and respect. Hyūga Natsu nodded slightly to indicate that he was unharmed. Yet inside he was filled with doubt. Why had not a single person from the ninja clans appeared at the Hokage building during such a critical moment? As he pondered, an elder of the clan stepped forward and spoke slowly. Clan leader, you are unaware. It was Danzo who forged the Hokage's orders and dispatched all the powerful shinobi and strong members of the ninja clans on missions. Hyūga Natsu's brows furrowed upon hearing this, and a flash of anger glinted in his eyes. He had never expected that Danzo, even under his control, would remain so cunning and treacherous, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. Danzo, you stooped to such despicable acts just for the title of Hokage. Thank goodness I sent you away as well, or who knows what major trouble you might have stirred up later, Hyūga Natsu muttered through gritted teeth. The clan members began to recount the events in detail. It turned out that Danzo had used his position and power in Konoha to fabricate the Hokage's orders. Under various pretexts he dispatched all the powerful shinobi and elite members of the ninja clans to distant missions, keeping them far from the Hokage building, thus creating favorable conditions for his conspiracy with the Sand Village to assassinate the Hokage. After Hyūga Natsu learned of Danzo's plot, time slipped away quietly and the air grew thick with tension and unease. Just then a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded in the distance, breaking the stillness. Everyone looked up to see Kakashi, Might Guy and Uchiha Fugaku, these powerful figures, returning one after another. Kakashi moved with agility, his silver hair gleaming under the sunlight. His eyes were resolute and sharp, as if they could see through everything. He strode swiftly toward the compound with steady steps, each step exuding a commanding presence that conveyed the strength and authority of a Konoha elite jonin. Might Guy, brimming with vitality, wore his green jumpsuit fluttering in the wind, highlighting his unique personality. A confident smile lit up his face, as if no difficulty could impede his advance. He sprinted at incredible speed like a flash of lightning and arrived before everyone in an instant. Uchiha Fugaku meanwhile exuded an even stronger aura, his deep eyes revealed a calm and wisdom. Dressed in a magnificent robe and bearing an elegant demeanor, he epitomized the dignity of the Uchiha clan's leader. He approached slowly, each step carrying an invisible pressure that commanded awe. The return of these formidable warriors instantly charged the atmosphere in the Hyūga compound with tension and excitement. The clan members gathered around, their eyes full of anticipation and hope. They knew that with the addition of these powerful allies, Konoha would face future challenges with greater confidence and strength. Kakashi surveyed the surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed. He sensed the brutality and intensity of the recent battle from the lingering scent of combat in the air. It seems we came back too late, Kakashi murmured. Might Guy, rubbing his hands together, was eager for action. No matter what happened, we're back now and we must do our part for Konoha, he declared, his voice brimming with fighting spirit. Uchiha Fugaku, cool and collected, observed the surroundings, his mind already contemplating the next course of action. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he was deeply aware of the immense responsibility resting on his shoulders. His mind was occupied with planning the next move. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he fully understood the weight of the duty he bore. On the night after the third Hokage's death, the entire Hidden Leaf village seemed shrouded in a suffocatingly heavy gloom. The cold moonlight spilled like water onto the silent streets, its silver glow appearing so bitterly cold, as if silently paying a deep tribute of mourning to this great Hokage. Every corner was filled with an aura of sorrow. The village, once brimming with life and vitality, was now immersed in endless grief.
All the jonin remaining in the village gathered with heavy hearts in the conference hall of Hidden Leaf. The atmosphere was solemn and oppressive, as if even the air had grown exceptionally heavy. Senior advisors Koharu Yutatane and Hamura Midokado sat upright in the main seats, their faces sullen, their eyes revealing profound grief. The wrinkles etched by time on their faces seemed even deeper now, each line seemingly telling of endless sorrow over the third Hokage's past. Their eyes also held worry for the future, as if pondering how Hidden Leaf could continue forward in this difficult time. Then Koharu Yutatane's face grew as solemn as a sky thick with dark clouds. She slowly swept her gaze across the room, her eyes full of gravity and dignity. She said in a deep voice, "Everyone, there is an extremely serious matter that must be made known to all. Danzo's conspiracy has been completely exposed. He brazenly forged the third Hokage's orders, deploying all the powerful ninjas in the village out under various pretexts. His purpose was clear: to greatly weaken Hidden Leaf's strength and then collude with the Suna ninja and Orochimaru to attempt the assassination of the third Hokage. However, to our relief, Orochimaru turned back from his wrong path at the critical moment, resolutely exposing the conspiracy of Danzo and Suna, and chose to join the third Hokage in fighting against them. Unfortunately, even though the third Hokage gave his all, he ultimately fell heroically. His bravery and sacrifice will forever be engraved in our hearts." Upon hearing this, shock and rage spread like surging tides through the conference hall. Anger flickered in people's eyes as they felt immense indignation at Danzo's actions. That fury seemed ready to set the entire hall ablaze. Everyone inwardly voiced strong condemnation of Danzo's evil deeds. Koharu Yutatane raised her head slightly and spoke slowly. "Everyone, the third Hokage has just fallen and our hearts are all immensely heavy at this moment. In this sorrowful time we should first hold a dignified and solemn memorial service for the third Hokage to honor the great contributions he made to Hidden Leaf. He defended our home with his life. We must commemorate him with the utmost sincere respect. As for the election of the fifth Hokage, I believe this is not the right time. We should wait until this mourning period passes, then with calm and careful consideration seriously think about the suitable candidate for the fifth Hokage." Her voice carried deep sorrow yet also a resolute strength, as if guiding the direction for Hidden Leaf's future. Hamura Midokado also nodded in agreement, his voice low and hoarse, echoing through the hall like an ancient bell. "Indeed, the third Hokage's departure is a tremendous blow to us. We need time to calm our minds, think carefully and make a prudent decision to choose a Hokage who can lead Hidden Leaf forward." However, their true intentions had already been perceived by some perceptive individuals. In fact, they had long sent someone to notify Jiraiya, hoping that this legendary Sannin would return to inherit the Hokage position. They were well aware of Jiraiya's strength and prestige, believing he could lead Hidden Leaf out of trouble. But they never expected that the person sent to notify Jiraiya had been taken care of by the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan had long coveted the Hokage position. In their view, the Uchiha possessed a powerful bloodline limit and extraordinary strength. The fifth Hokage rightfully belonged to them. When they learned of Koharu Yutatane's and Hamura Midokado's decision, they immediately erupted in revolt. Uchiha Yashiro stepped forward, his eyes full of determination and desire, and declared loudly, "The third Hokage is dead. Now is the time for a reshuffle. Our Uchiha clan has rendered countless merits to Hidden Leaf. With our great strength, the fifth Hokage position is ours by right." His voice was impassioned and forceful, as if announcing the Uchiha clan's resolve to all. Other Uchiha clan members chimed in, their eyes brimming with desire and fighting spirit, their fervent emotions seeming to set the entire conference hall ablaze. They firmly believed that the Uchiha clan had the ability to lead Hidden Leaf toward an even more glorious future. The conference hall instantly descended into chaos, with both sides holding their ground and refusing to yield. Some of Hidden Leaf's jonin supported Koharu and Hamura's decision, believing that a memorial should be held first before carefully considering the Hokage candidate. Others thought the Uchiha clan had sufficient strength and qualification to compete for the Hokage position. Shouts and arguments rose and fell, filling the conference hall with a tense atmosphere. The fierce debate, like waves in a storm, constantly battered people's eardrums, leaving them agitated. Everyone strove to argue for their own views, as if this debate determined the future of Hidden Leaf. Amidst all this chaos, Hyūga Natsu stood quietly to the side, remaining silent throughout. His eyes were deep and calm, silently observing everything. He had his own thoughts, but in this moment of turmoil he chose silence. Other ninja clans and jonin also remained silent, some lost in thought, others watching, leaving the entire conference hall in an eerie stillness. In the end, the meeting broke up amidst clamor, with neither side reaching consensus, leaving Hidden Leaf's future even more uncertain. On this dark night, Hidden Leaf seemed plunged into a great crisis. If mishandled, it could trigger further unrest at any moment. At this time, the village was like a dark cloud hanging over itself, making people feel immensely heavy and uneasy. Everyone silently prayed in their hearts, hoping that Hidden Leaf would soon emerge from its predicament and usher in a new era of glory. After the meeting, the clamor and chaos receded like a tide, yet the oppressive atmosphere still tightly enveloped the entire village. Ri Xiangxia stood silently in place, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, as if weighing various choices in his heart. Ultimately, he decided against returning to the Hyūga clan's compound, choosing instead to wait for the Uchiha clan to return to their territory before visiting Ujibwa Fuiue. Ri Xiangxia stood alone on the desolate street, moonlight cascading like liquid silver, casting a long resolute shadow upon his face. His posture stood as straight as a pine, exuding a calm and steadfast aura. His gaze remained fixed on the direction the Uchiha clan had departed, waiting with patience and focus. As time slowly slipped by, the night deepened, thickening like ink that refused to dissolve.
Yet Ri Xiangxia's eyes grew ever more resolute, shining like brilliant stars. He waited patiently for the opportune moment to step into the Uchiha clan's territory and initiate a conversation that could shape my village's future, intending to persuade Yūjibwa Fuyue to support his bid for Hokage, and if refused he would simply resort to force. After the Uchiha clan returned to their compound, Ri Xiangxia took a deep breath and walked toward the Uchiha residence. The guards escorted him into the reception hall, a space of simplicity and solemnity imbued with Uchiha aesthetics. Ri Xiangxia sat down quietly awaiting Yūjibwa Fuyue. Before long Yūjibwa Fuyue entered the hall with measured steps. His figure was tall and commanding, his eyes revealing profound wisdom and restrained power. Ri Xiangxia rose and gave a slight bow as a sign of respect. Then he spoke directly. Clan leader Fuyue, I have come unannounced today because my village now stands at a critical juncture. I hope you will support me in becoming the 5th Hokage. I will spare no effort to lead my village toward a more glorious future. Moreover, if I become Hokage, I promise to take Yūjibwa Fuyue as my disciple, mentor him diligently and help him become an outstanding ninja, bringing honor to the Uchiha clan. Yūjibwa Fuyue listened to Ri Xiangxia's words in silence, his face betraying little emotion, but a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. He paused for a moment, then said slowly, this is a weighty matter. I need a few minutes to consider. Ri Xiangxia nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Yūjibwa Fuyue turned and left the reception hall, entering a quiet room. In that room he stood still, his expression growing profoundly solemn. He slowly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, the mysterious and formidable power spreading instantly. Suddenly his left eye began to bleed, crimson blood trickling down his cheek in a chilling sight. Intense pain surged through Yūjibwa Fuyue's eye, but he knew this was the price of wielding such a powerful dojutsu. Yūjibwa Fuyue harbored a secret he had never disclosed to anyone. He had awakened the Uchiha clan's strongest eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, his left eye possessed a miraculous ability, simulated life. When the dojutsu was activated, he could input individuals and events to predict future developments. However, the longer the ability was used, the greater the drain on his ocular power. His right eye granted the power of foresight, enabling him to see events 10 years into the future when activated, but with a cooldown period of a decade. Yūjibwa Fuyue closed his eyes, concentrating his entire being. His left Mangekyo Sharingan quivered faintly, as if probing the threads of destiny. He attempted to use this unique ability to simulate the future. What would happen if he marshaled the full strength of the Uchiha to pressure my village and claim the position of 5th Hokage for himself? Scenes unfolded in his mind like a surging tide spreading before him. He saw the ninjas of the Uchiha clan answering the call, converging swiftly from all directions, their expressions sullen flames of fighting spirit burning in their eyes. Yet just as they gathered, the world around them suddenly darkened as if swallowed by shadow. Then a gigantic palm came crashing down from the lofty heavens, carrying a power that seemed capable of annihilating heaven and earth, stirring terror in all who witnessed it. Facing this despair-inducing might, every Uchiha member was instantly crushed to death without even a chance to resist, their life forces dissipating like flickering candle flames in the wind. Yūjibwa Fuyue jolted with shock, his eyes wide and filled with disbelief. What is this? It's over before it even began. His brows furrowed deeply, his heart seething with resentment and confusion. He resolved to use his left eye's ability once more for another simulation, this time to see what would happen if he refrained from leading the Uchiha rebellion and did not participate in the election for the 5th Hokage. The visions surged forth again like a flood. In this iteration, Yūjibwa Fuyue did not rally the Uchiha ninjas nor prepare to run for the 5th Hokage. Then he saw other Uchiha clansmen led by the hawkish representative Yūjibwa Bada assembling with fierce determination. Their faces were etched with anger and indignation, clearly preparing to storm my village to secure more power and status for the Uchiha clan. Yet just as they were about to act, a gigantic palm descended from the sky, once more its power undiminished. The entire Uchiha force was vanquished in an instant, their lives withering like fragile petals. Yūjibwa Fuyue stood bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening. However, the stubbornness ingrained in Fugaku's bones was as unyielding as indestructible steel, making him unwilling to give up easily no matter what. He gritted his teeth tightly, flames of defiance burning in his eyes, once again concentrating his focus as a nearly crazed obsession surged within him. This time the Uchiha could be annihilated, the 8th Hokage must fall first. The scene unfolded like an ancient scroll, each frame filled with tension and mystery. Fugaku secretly lay in ambush on the path of the Uchiha 8th Hokage, like a leopard lurking in the shadows waiting for the perfect moment. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and the powerful eye technique instantly surged forth like a raging tide, enveloping the entire space in this mysterious and potent force. His strength had been greatly enhanced at this moment. He resembled a war god emerging from mythology, exuding a chilling aura. Then like a wraith he launched a surprise attack while the Uchiha 8th Hokage was completely unprepared. In the scene, Fugaku's figure moved as swiftly as lightning, nearly impossible to track. The kunai in his hand glimmered with a cold light resembling the scythe of death, driving straight towards the Uchiha 8th Hokage. The fierce momentum made the surrounding air seem to solidify. The scene continued to evolve. After successfully ambushing and taking down the Uchiha 8th Hokage, Fugaku chose not to run for Hokage. Hinata Natsu successfully became the 5th Hokage. Upon learning this outcome, all Uchiha members were indignant.
They stood tall, flames of anger burning in their eyes, believing the Uchiha clan had a long history and formidable strength not inferior to the Hinata clan.
In their hearts the Uchiha clan should hold a higher status. Why should Hinata Natsu become Hokage?
Thus they refused to comply with the orders regarding Hinata Natsu's ascension. At that moment a gigantic hand descended from the sky as if it were punishment from the gods.
The entire Uchiha clan suffered another heavy blow under this overwhelming force.
They staggered, spitting blood, their eyes filled with shock and resentment.
Even Fugaku realized the situation despite any foolishness.
Indeed, it's all due to Hinata Natsu. I never expected such an exceptional individual to emerge from the Hinata clan.
Fugaku mused inwardly, his voice filled with helplessness and admiration.
At the same time he had already made a decision in his heart. However, Fugaku still decided to use his left eye to foresee the future and fully support Hinata Natsu in becoming the 5th Hokage, wondering what would become of the Uchiha clan.
The scenes unfolded one by one as Fugaku first agreed to fully support Hinata Natsu in becoming the 5th Hokage. At the Uchiha clan meeting, Fugaku stood like a towering mountain, exuding a powerful aura.
He forcefully defeated the hawkish members led by the Uchiha 8th Hokage, intimidating the dovish members, making them dare not voice any dissent. He consolidated all the Uchiha's power to fully support Hinata Natsu in becoming the 5th Hokage. After Hinata Natsu assumed office as the 5th Hokage, he decided to reorganize the Umbu, recruiting members from the Uchiha clan, Hinata clan and other ninja clans like Inuzuka and Nara, leading to a flourishing era in Konoha. Fugaku nodded secretly. This time the sky did not strike again. Then a strong curiosity surged within him as he wanted to see the situation 10 years later, especially regarding Uchiha Sasuke. After all, Hinata Natsu had said that if the Uchiha clan supported him in becoming the 5th Hokage, he would accept Sasuke as his disciple. Thus he activated the ability of his right eye to begin foreseeing the scenes of 10 years later. 10 years later. In Fugaku's eyes a blurry figure of a 13 or 14-year-old boy began to materialize, freely traversing the vast starry sky, the scene resembling a dream. This person's eyes sparkled with the mysterious Rinnegan, seemingly containing endless secrets. He exuded a chakra cloak of sage art that surpassed even the Nine-Tails, glowing like dazzling stars. His form was light and agile, as if merging with the starry sky, each movement filled with grace and power. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to sense something, uttering a soft murmur. That voice was like a gentle breeze brushing by, yet carried a hint of confusion and vigilance. Meanwhile, Fugaku suddenly spat blood from his right eye, a wave of immense pain crashing over him, causing him to groan involuntarily. The pain felt as if it would tear apart his very soul, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He struggled to stabilize his mind, but the pain was too intense for him to bear.
Fugaku transformed into a figure of wild laughter filled with joy and pride.
He thought to himself that the position of 6th Hokage was secured. Although the scene he saw was somewhat blurry, Fugaku could still tell at a glance that it was his own little cub.
My son Sasuke possesses the grace of a sage, Fugaku exclaimed again with laughter.
He reflected that Sasuke had always been inferior to his brother Itachi, but he never expected his strength to be so formidable in the future. It seemed he needed to pay more attention to his little son. The 3-year-old Sasuke shivered in his sleep, wiped drool from his mouth and fell back asleep, unaware of how tragic his future days would be. In the starry sky 10 years later, beside 13 or 14-year-old Sasuke stood a boy of similar age with pure eyes and exuding chakra surpassing the Nine-Tails. This was Naruto, who asked with concern, "Sasuke, what's wrong?"
Sasuke replied, "It's nothing," though his heart pondered, this person's aura is so familiar. Is it my father from the past era?
Uchiha Fugaku felt an excruciating pain erupt in his right eye, as if countless steel needles had pierced deep into its core, forcing him to draw a sharp involuntary breath. Gritting his teeth against the searing agony, he slowly raised his trembling hand and gently wiped away the blood steadily welling from his eye socket. He closed his eyes, fatally focusing intently on regulating his breath, striving to steady the torrential waves of pain surging through his consciousness. Each second stretched into an eternity of torment. After what felt like an age, yet was but a moment, he sensed a slight easing in his eye, suffering though discomfort lingered, and a dull insistent throb still pulsed along his nerve endings. His vision had just barely stabilized enough to perceive the world once more.
Fugaku drew a deep deliberate breath, as if drawing resolve itself into his lungs. He straightened his spine, its former slight curvature now vanishing, replaced by the unyielding rigidity of forged steel.
A decision had crystallized within him, one that would shape the destiny of the Uchiha clan and indeed the very fate of Konoha village.
He strode forward with unwavering certainty, each step measured, grounded and heavy with sullen responsibility.
As he stepped out of the room, the door slid shut behind him, sealing away hesitation, doubt and all the shadows of the past. On his way to meet Hyūga Natsu, visions from his recent premonition flickered unbidden across his mind. Sasuke, a boy soaring freely through the star-strewn heavens, radiating overwhelming power, his figure blazing like a celestial star, kindling within Fugaku both profound hope and quiet anticipation. In that luminous image, Fugaku beheld the Uchiha clan's future, brilliant, radiant and reborn through Sasuke's brilliance. The moment he laid eyes upon Hyūga Natsu, two fierce unblinking flames ignited in Fugaku's gaze, burning with ironclad resolve and unwavering determination, pulsing like eternal beacons. He fixed his gaze upon Natsuka with grave solemnity, every nuance of his expression layered with meaning. Then, voice resonant and unwavering, he declared, "Hyūga Natsuka, on behalf of the Uchiha clan, we solemnly pledge our full strength and support of your ascension to the 5th Hokage. I have absolute faith that under your exceptional leadership Konoha will enter an era of unparalleled glory.
The Uchiha clan stands ready to walk beside you, to contribute our strength, wisdom and loyalty to Konoha's prosperity and enduring peace. His words rang forth with the weight of bronze bells echoing across still air, each syllable imbued with sincerity, each vow rising not from tongue alone but from the deepest chamber of his soul. Natsuka paused, startled. For a fleeting instant his mind flooded with a cascade of thoughts. He had anticipated resistance, perhaps even outright refusal, from Uchiha Fugaku. He had even braced himself for the grim necessity of subduing opposition by sheer force. Yet this unexpected turn, the unwavering gaze, the solemn vow, washed over him like a gentle spring breeze, instantly dissolving every trace of doubt. A warm radiant smile bloomed across his face, bright as morning sun, tender as thawing light, capable of melting even the deepest frost of skepticism. Very well. This choice shall prove the wisest you have ever made. Upon my ascension as Hokage, I shall take Sasuke as my personal disciple. Natsuka met Fugaku's gaze with unshakable conviction, his voice resonant with quiet authority and indomitable strength. He knew with quiet certainty that the Uchiha clan's endorsement would be pivotal to his path toward the Hokage title. Though his power was more than sufficient to compel obedience, even crushed dissent, he sought no coerced allegiance. What he envisioned was a unified Konoha, harmonious, purposeful and united in forging a shared future. Having received Fugaku's resounding affirmation, Natsuka allowed a calm, self-assured smile to grace his lips, serene as ripples spreading across still water, brimming with quiet confidence and unwavering poise. He drew himself upright, his bearing immovable as a mountain peak. Then with solemn dignity he offered Fugaku a formal bow, an act of farewell. That bow carried reverence and gratitude, and beneath it a silent shared hope for what lay ahead. Fugaku returned the gesture with a subtle nod, his eyes alight with a quiet ember-like expectation, small yet fiercely luminous with promise. Having parted ways with Fugaku, Natsuka did not pause, not for breath nor reflection, but pressed onward without delay, journeying to the ancestral lands of other shinobi clans. His singular aim burned bright, to secure broader support, to pave the path to the Hokage seat. His first destination was the shared territory of the Inoshikacho tri-clan. As he appeared before them, curious and appraising glances fell upon him, eyes filled with equal parts uncertainty and quiet anticipation. Unflinching, Natsuka anchored the space with his formidable presence, an invisible tempest sweeping across the gathering, then deliberately unveiled the staggering depth of his power. A colossal wave of chakras surged outward, rolling in relentless thunderous pulses, striking every witness like a tide of raw elemental force. Before such overwhelming might they stood awestruck, gazing upon a summit so towering it seemed beyond mortal reach. When he finally met the tri-clan elders, Natsuka pledged solemnly to accept their sons and daughters as his direct disciples, guiding them not only in the arts of ninjutsu but in the deeper wisdom of life itself. The three elders exchanged glances in thoughtful silence. Gradually their lingering doubts receded, replaced by dawning recognition. Natsuka's strength and promise represented an unparalleled opportunity for their heirs. One by one they affirmed their support, vowing to lend their influence, resources and unwavering loyalty to Natsuka's journey toward the Hokage mantle. Gazing upon them, Natsuka felt a surge of exhilaration, fierce, bright and incandescent, fueling his spirit with renewed purpose. He knew with quiet certainty that the Hokage's mantle now hung closer than ever before, its golden light shimmering just beyond the horizon. The Uchiha clan convened the second meeting of all jonin in Konoha under the names of the clan leader and the head of security, causing a tremendous uproar in the village as soon as the news spread. Despite their dissatisfaction, the two senior advisors Naruto Shukaku and Mito Menyon were compelled to attend the meeting under this overwhelming pressure. Inside the meeting hall the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Uchiha Fugaku walked into the venue with a steady pace, sitting confidently in the vice position. His gaze was firm and sharp as if it could penetrate all obstacles. His attire exuding an aura of power further underscored his authority and confidence. Naruto Shukaku and Mito Menyon looked at him seated in the vice position, their faces showing discontent. Shukaku took the lead and raised his chin slightly, questioning Hyūga Natsu, why did you call this meeting? What qualifications do you have to convene such a meeting? Major decisions in Konoha have always been discussed and decided collectively by the higher-ups. As the Uchiha clan leader you are overstepping your authority. Mito Menyon nodded in agreement, from the side his eyes filled with skepticism. Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within. Advisors, I convened this meeting not for my own benefit but for the future of Konoha. Konoha is currently facing numerous challenges and crises. We can no longer adhere to old ways and wait idly by. I called this meeting in the name of the Uchiha clan leader because I see the difficulties Konoha is facing and the urgency for us to change. I have the right to call this meeting because I care for Konoha and I am willing to contribute my strength for the prosperity and power of the village. Naruto Shukaku said, even if we are to elect the fifth Hokage it must be done according to the rules. You cannot unilaterally convene a meeting of all jonin based solely on the wishes of the Uchiha clan. Konoha has its established processes for the Hokage election. How can it be arbitrarily disrupted? Rules are indeed important, but given the current critical situation in Konoha we cannot afford to be bound by outdated regulations and do nothing. Other ninja villages are continuously developing and growing. If we do not take action promptly we will be left far behind. I convened this meeting precisely to expedite the election of the fifth Hokage so that we can jointly discuss the future path of Konoha. Mito Menyon frowned, rebutting, even so you should first consult with us senior advisors instead of directly gathering all jonin. Your actions have already caused unnecessary chaos and controversy. Moreover, the Hokage election is a significant matter. How can it be rushed? Uchiha Fugaku straightened his back, speaking with firmness. Consult. We have discussed for too long without any substantial progress. I can no longer stand by and watch Konoha fall into crisis. This meeting is to accelerate decision-making to quickly elect the 5th Hokage for Konoha and to save time. Naruto Shukaku pondered for a moment and said, but you cannot guarantee that the hastily elected Hokage will be the right choice. We need to consider each decision more carefully to avoid irreparable losses for Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with determination. I cannot guarantee that the newly elected Hokage will be flawless, but I believe that as long as we work together and strive for the future of Konoha, we will surely find the most suitable leader. Now we can no longer hesitate. We must take decisive action and quickly elect the 5th Hokage. The meeting hall fell into a brief silence, with the Jonin exchanging glances, each with their own considerations. Uchiha Fugaku was closely watching the two senior advisors, waiting for their response. Naruto Shukaku frowned slightly, his face showing a troubled expression. He slowly spoke. Fugaku, do you know how crucial the position of Hokage is? This is not something that can be decided lightly. Then why do you think Hyūga Natsu is suitable for the position of 5th Hokage? Do you have specific reasons to persuade us? Uchiha Fugaku's expression was serious as he straightened his back and said steadily, Advisor Shukaku, Hyūga Natsu possesses many qualities and abilities to become Hokage. Firstly, Hyūga Natsu is exceptionally strong. His skills in ninjutsu are profound, achieving high standards in physical techniques, genjutsu and ninjutsu alike. In numerous missions and battles he has demonstrated extraordinary leadership and decisiveness. Against formidable enemies he remains calm and formulates the most reasonable strategies, leading his comrades to victory. Secondly, Hyūga Natsu has a strong sense of righteousness. He always places the interests of Konoha first. He understands the power of unity and is committed to promoting harmony and cooperation among the various clans. He will not neglect the development of the entire Konoha for the benefit of his clan, but will strive to balance relationships for the prosperity of Konoha. Furthermore, Hyūga Natsu possesses a broad vision and forward-thinking mentality. He can keenly perceive the challenges and opportunities facing Konoha and actively seek solutions. In this turbulent era we need a leader who has courage, wisdom and a sense of responsibility, and Hyūga Natsu is that person. Mito Menyan was silent for a moment before speaking. Fugaku, while your words have some merit, Hyūga Natsu is still young. Whether he can bear the heavy responsibility of Hokage needs further consideration. Moreover, whether the other clans will support him is also an unknown. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the two advisors with firm determination and said, Advisor Menyan, youth does not mean one cannot bear heavy responsibilities. Although Hyūga Natsu is young, he possesses maturity and steadiness beyond his years. As for the support of other clans, I believe that as long as everyone sees Hyūga Natsu's abilities and sincerity, they will certainly recognize his leadership. The Uchiha clan is willing to fully support Hyūga Natsu in becoming the 5th Hokage and will work alongside him for the future of Konoha. The conference hall fell into silence once more as the Jonin began to murmur in low voices. The buzzing whispers filled the entire space like the fluttering of bees' wings. They truly had not anticipated that the Uchiha clan, long regarded as arrogant and proud, would actually recommend the head of the Hyūga clan, another noble family of Konoha, as the 5th Hokage. This unexpected move filled their hearts with perplexity and astonishment as they pondered Yuzabofuyu's proposal, carefully weighing the merits and drawbacks of Rishang becoming Hokage. Every Jonin's face bore an expression of gravity, for they knew that this decision would profoundly impact the future of my village. Meanwhile, Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shu Humanyan also deliberated over the matter repeatedly, in their minds fully aware of the immense significance of the Hokage position and that it could not be decided lightly. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shu Humanyan exchanged a profound glance, and in that instant countless words seemed to pass between them through the exchange of looks. It seemed as though Shu Humanyan was saying, Jiraiya hasn't returned yet, he probably won't make it in time. Should we let Rishang Xia become the 5th Hokage? Zhuanqin Xiaochun narrowed her eyes slightly and responded, as long as it's not the Uchiha clan rising to power, it's acceptable. In their hearts the Uchiha clan's power was too great, and their prideful nature made them fear the instability that might arise if an Uchiha became Hokage. Then Zhuanqin Xiaochun cleared her throat, her voice resounding through the quiet hall. Very well, since Fuyue has nominated Rishang Xia for the 5th Hokage, all Jonin will now vote. If more than 2/3 are in favor, then Rishang Xia shall become the 5th Hokage of my village. This is a momentous decision. I hope every Jonin will cast their vote with the future of my village in mind with great deliberation. We must consider not only personal preferences but also the candidate's capabilities, moral character and loyalty to my village. As the head of the Hyūga clan, Rishang Xia's strength and leadership are evident to all. Yet we must not overlook other possible factors. At this critical juncture we must make the wisest choice to lay a solid foundation for my village's prosperity and stability. Having said that, Zhuanqin Xiaochun slowly swept her gaze over every Jonin present, awaiting their decision. However, from beginning to end the mentioned Rishang Xia remained completely silent. He sat quietly, his expression calm and detached, as though the fervent debate over whether he would become Hokage had nothing to do with him. His gaze was as placid as still water, yet seemed to contain boundless profundity. It appeared he was waiting for something, or perhaps observing the reactions of the crowd. His silence was like an enigma, making it impossible to fathom his thoughts.
Yet the steady aura he exuded made his presence impossible to ignore. Perhaps he was testing the others' recognition and trust in him through this silence. Or maybe he was already confident in his own abilities and worth believing he could win support without uttering a single word. Yuzhibo Fuyue stood up first, his eyes filled with unwavering determination, and without hesitation took the lead in casting an affirmative vote. Subsequently all the jonin of the Uchiha clan followed suit, their movements uniform and synchronized as if honed through countless rehearsals. Yet perhaps due to excessive excitement upon closer inspection one could faintly see that some of those jonin had bruised and swollen faces, presumably minor incidents that occurred on their way here, unable to contain their inner elation upon hearing the news. Next all the jonin of the Hyūga clan were also stirred with emotion, their eyes gleaming with pride as they cast their votes in favor of their clan head. Although the Hyūga clan might not match the Uchiha in overall power when it came to the number of jonin, the Hyūga clan even surpassed them. Through their actions they expressed their support and trust in their clan head. Then the clans of Inoshikacho, Narayamanaka, Akimichi, the Inazuka clan, the Aburame clan, the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, the Hataki clan, the Haruno clan, and all the other noble clan jonin also made their choices. They solemnly cast affirmative votes, for they saw in Rishiang-xia the leadership qualities and the potential to bring new hope to my village. Of course there was also a slight factor. After becoming Hokage, Rishiang-xia would vigorously support the development of the clans and would select promising youths from among their descendants to take as disciples and train. These clans had all held pivotal positions in the history of my village, and their decision undoubtedly added immense weight to Rishiang-xia's candidacy. At that moment the number of jonin who had cast affirmative votes already exceeded 2/3. Although the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had during his tenure suppressed the clan ninjas and vigorously cultivated civilian ninjas in an attempt to balance the power of all factions. Civilian ninjas after all lacked resources and the inheritance of techniques, and most of them did not achieve high levels of skill. The remaining 1/3 of civilian jonin, seeing that all the clan jonin had voted in favor, felt ripples of agitation in their hearts. They knew deeply that at this critical moment they could not go against the tide for fear of being singled out later. Thus after a brief hesitation they too cast their votes in favor. In the end Rishiang-xia was unanimously approved, making him the undisputed candidate for the 5th Hokage of my village. The entire conference hall was steeped in an atmosphere of tension and anticipation, with everyone expecting Rishiang-xia to lead my village toward an even more brilliant future. Rishiang-xia slowly rose to his feet, his gaze steady and composed, and stepped forward toward the main seat. When he stood at that position symbolizing supreme authority and responsibility, all eyes in the hall focused on him with even greater intensity. He swept his gaze lightly across the room and his voice rang out firm and powerful. Fellow villagers of Konoha, standing here today, I am deeply aware of the weight of this responsibility. The unanimous approval is not only your trust in me but also your hope for the future of my village. I, Rishiang-xia, hereby solemnly pledge that I will not let you down. He paused briefly before continuing. My village now faces numerous challenges, yet it is also filled with boundless opportunities. We will unite as one, break down the barriers between clans, and ensure that every citizen of my feels the warmth and strength of home. We will strengthen the training of ninjas so that the new generation of Konoha shinobi not only possesses formidable power but also unwavering conviction and noble character. In foreign relations we will adhere to the principle of peace and friendship and develop together with other shinobi villages. Yet we will not flinch from any challenge. Should any enemy dare to invade Konoha, we'll respond with an iron will and deliver a resolute counterstrike. I believe that if we work together with one heart, my village will surely usher in an even more brilliant tomorrow. Let us join hands and strive for the glory of Konoha. Rishiang-xia's words echoed through the conference hall, igniting the fervor and fighting spirit in every heart. It seemed as though a beautiful scroll of my village's future was slowly unfurling before their eyes. On a sun-drenched day, Konoha village celebrated the grand inauguration ceremony of the 5th Hokage Hyūga Natsu. The entire village was immersed in an atmosphere of solemnity and festivity. The ceremony venue was adorned with both grandeur and elegance. The vast plaza was carpeted with vibrant red fabric, its flame-like hue symbolizing supreme honor and profound responsibility. Around the square colorful banners fluttered emblazoned with the iconic emblem of Konoha and various inspiring slogans. Those words ignited hope and passion in every villager's heart like dancing flames. Villagers gathered from every corner dressed in festive attire, their faces brimming with excitement and anticipation. Men wore neat robes cinched with broad sashes, appearing dignified, and upright women donned brilliantly colored kimonos, their hair adorned with delicate flowers as charming as blossoms blooming in spring. Children darted through the crowds, their laughter ringing clear and melodious like silver bells, adding a touch of vitality and liveliness to the ceremony. At the center of the plaza a towering dais had been constructed. On it rested the hat and cloak symbolizing the Hokage's authority. The hat stood like a majestic peak representing the Hokage's dignity and solemnity, the cloak resembled a flowing cloud signifying the Hokage's agility and wisdom. Flanking the dais stood the jonin and key figures of Konoha neatly arrayed. Their expressions were grave, their eyes filled with reverence and expectation for the new Hokage. The jonin were clad in black ninja attire with sharp ninja swords at their hips. Their postures were erect as pines, as if they were the iron bastion guarding Konoha. The key figures wore splendid garments, their faces bearing solemn expressions, their gazes revealing both concern and hope for Konoha's future. As stirring music arose, Hyūga Natsu slowly ascended the dais, flanked by a crowd of attendants.
He was clad in a brand new Hokage uniform primarily in red and white, red symbolizing the passion and power of flames, white representing purity and justice. His figure stood tall like a towering tree, exuding a sense of steadiness and reliability. His eyes were resolute like twin blades capable of piercing all difficulties and challenges. Every step he took seemed laden with heavy responsibility, every gesture brimming with authority and confidence. His gait was steady and powerful, as if declaring to the world that he would lead Konoha toward a new era of glory. When Hyūga Natsu reached the center of the dais, the entire venue fell silent. All eyes were fixed upon him, awaiting his address. Hyūga Natsu swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes warm as sunlight touching each person present. Then he slowly began. Villagers of Konoha standing here today, I feel both honored and deeply responsible. As the 5th Hokage, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the prosperity and strength of Konoha. Upholding the spirit of justice, courage and unity, I will lead you all to face the challenges ahead. His voice, steady and powerful, echoed across the plaza. Every word was imbued with determination and conviction, moving everyone present. His words were like fervent war drums, inspiring every child of Konoha. Then Hyūga Natsu raised his right hand and solemnly swore, I, Hyūga Natsu, hereby pledge to protect Konoha with my life, sparing no effort for the happiness and peace of its people. After the oath, a venerable elder stepped forward, gently placed the Hokage hat upon Hyūga Natsu's head and draped the cloak over his shoulder. The hat was like a crown symbolizing Hyūga Natsu's supreme authority. The cloak resembled a banner representing his leadership. Then Hyūga Natsu quoted the words that the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen often used to inspire others: in the place where leaves dance, fire burns ever brighter. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. At that moment, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue. Hyūga Natsu had officially become the 5th Hokage of Konoha, destined to lead the village toward new glory. Koharu Utatane and Hashirama Mitokata watched with unease, never expecting Hyūga Natsu to garner such popular support upon becoming Hokage. With neither Hiruzen nor Danzo to check him, the future situation might become difficult to control. A ripple of anxiety stirred within their hearts, their gazes fixed intently on Hyūga Natsu on the dais, as if trying to discern the direction of things to come from his demeanor. Koharu frowned slightly and whispered to Hashirama, this Hyūga Natsu has won such popular support. If his power grows too great, how will we stand? Now that Hiruzen and Danzo are gone, our grip on the situation has weakened considerably. Hashirama's expression darkened. He shook his head gently. For now we must take things one step at a time. I will try to take control of the Umbu and Root operatives, then we won't have to fear him. Though Hyūga Natsu stood on the dais with his current abilities, their conversation was as clear as a whisper in his ear. A flicker of coldness passed through Hyūga Natsu's eyes and a trace of displeasure arose in his heart. He fully understood that Koharu Utatane and Hashirama Mitokata, as senior advisors, had always tried to steer Konoha's course. Now that he was Hokage, they were bound to feel resentment. However, he would not be swayed by their petty maneuvers. Hyūga Natsu continued the ceremony impassively, his face maintaining a solemn expression, though a cold gleam flashed through his mind. In his heart he began calculating when to send them to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Oh no, they were already in the Shinigami's stomach, so sending them there would be too troublesome. It seemed he would have to send them to meet their teacher instead. It was truly a sin that the Konoha F4 could not be reunited. Hyūga Natsu, who had never been a believer in Buddhism, broke his usual habit and called out the Buddha's name. At the entrance of the Hidden Leaf village, Jiraiya stood quietly, weary from his travels. His robes were slightly disheveled, strands of hair drifting gently in the breeze, and his face bore the fatigue of a long journey. When he first received news of the 3rd Hokage's sacrifice, his heart sank. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily embarked on the journey home. As he stepped into the familiar village once more, the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. The village was bustling with life, people gathered together, their faces glowing with joyful smiles. It turned out that Hinata Natsu had succeeded as the 5th Hokage. All the ninja clans and villagers were immersed in jubilation, as if a new hope had descended upon them. Watching this scene, Jiraiya's heart swelled with a myriad of emotions. Once the 3rd Hokage stood as the unwavering pillar of Konoha, guarding its land and people. Now, though the old man had passed, the village flourished still. Those joyful smiles seemed to tell him that Konoha did not require his excessive concern. He slowly turned and made his way toward the 3rd Hokage's grave. Along the path his heart was heavy and complex. Upon arriving at the gravesite, he gazed silently at the headstone, his eyes filled with reverence and remembrance. He drew a flower from his robe, one he had borrowed from Hinata Natsu's inauguration ceremony. Gently placing it before the grave, he murmured, "Old man, do you see? Konoha is still brimming with vitality. Rest assured, I will continue my search for the child of prophecy, striving for the future of Konoha and the ninja world." With that, Jiraiya cast one last profound look at the solemn headstone. Moonlight bathed the grave in a silvery glow, as if recounting the tale of the departed. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with a tapestry of emotions, nostalgia, sentiment, and unwavering resolve for the future. He slowly straightened, his tall silhouette appearing even more imposing under the moonlight. A gentle breeze rustled his robes as if urging him onward. Drawing in a deep breath, Jiraiya turned and walked away without looking back. His steps were firm and resolute, each stride carrying a sense of finality. His figure gradually faded into the night, leaving behind only a solitary steadfast silhouette. Carrying his unyielding faith and mission, he once again embarked on the journey to find the child of prophecy. For the future of Konoha and the peace of the world, he pressed forward without hesitation. That night the ninja and civilians of Konoha continued to rejoice over the succession of the fifth Hokage. The entire village was enveloped in an atmosphere of delight. Inside the Hokage's office, lights blazed brightly. Hinata Natsu, donning the Hokage's ceremonial robe, exuded an air of dignity and composure. Seated at his desk, he faced a mountain of documents awaiting his review. Hinata Natsu's expression was focused, his eyes swiftly scanning the papers as his pen traced across them, leaving behind a series of powerful strokes. Suddenly he paused, a flash of decisiveness glinting in his eyes. With a swift motion he performed the shadow clone technique, instantly creating a doppelganger. While the clone took over the paperwork, Hinata Natsu's original body used the spacetime technique Flying Thunder God. A shimmer of light and he vanished from the office. A faint ripple of spatial distortion lingered in the air, telling of his departure. Following that distortion, Hinata Natsu materialized silently in the office of the Zhuanshin clan's leader. When the scene before him registered, a wave of revulsion surged in his heart. Zhuanshin Xiaochun and Shuohomanyan were engaged in. The disgraceful sight made Hinata Natsu's brow furrow deeply. Without a moment's hesitation he executed a long-range pressure point strike, flicking his finger to send an invisible force that struck them precisely. Zhuanshin Xiaochun and Shuohomanyan shuddered violently, their eyes wide with shock and terror. But before they could react, they fell lifeless. There was no pity in Hinata Natsu's gaze, their deeds had long been unforgivable. Having dealt with them, he used Flying Thunder God once more and instantly returned to the Hokage's office. In the office the clone sat silently, fully absorbed in processing the documents. Lamplight fell upon the clone, casting his focused expression into relief. His slightly lowered eyes were fixed intently on the papers, as if the only things in the world were these pending matters. The clone's fingers turned the pages with a soft rustling sound distinct in the quiet of the office. He seemed to be waiting for Hinata Natsu to return and share the workload, yet he also bore the burden alone without flinching. Hinata Natsu looked at the clone, a glint of approval in his eyes. He gave a slight nod as if offering encouragement and affirmation. Then without hesitation he turned and walked away, his resolute back conveying his trust in the clone. With decisive resolve Hinata Natsu fled, leaving the battlefield of paperwork to his clone. He knew the clone would faithfully fulfill its duty, continuing to review and approve the documents. He understood deeply that as a clone of the Hokage it bore immense responsibility. This was not merely a task but a commitment to Konoha and a vow to protect every villager. The clone could not afford any negligence. Every decision, every annotation could influence the future of the village. In this critical moment the clone must maintain utmost focus and precision, overlooking no detail. As for the original, Hinata Natsu knew that enhancing his own strength was paramount. In this world of shinobi fraught with challenges and crises, power was the foundation of survival and the key to safeguarding Konoha. Only by continuously elevating his abilities could he possess the confidence and capacity to protect his home when facing formidable enemies. The original must ceaselessly train, explore new jutsu and break through his own limits. He had to forge an indestructible shield for Konoha, allowing the villagers to live in peace. With unwavering conviction Hinata Natsu embarked on the journey to strengthen himself for the future of the Hidden Leaf village. He pressed on without hesitation. As night fell silently, the entire Mai village was wrapped in a tranquil atmosphere. In this quiet night Ri Xiangxia resolutely decided to temporarily set aside the burden of enhancing his strength and headed to the hot spring to let his weary body and mind fully relax. Ri Xiangxia slowly strolled toward the hot spring. Along the way a gentle breeze brushed against his face, bringing a hint of coolness. The moonlight like water spilled onto the ground as if paving a silver broad road for him. His mood gradually lightened and the heavy pressure and tension of ordinary days slowly dissipated. Arriving at the hot spring, Ri Xiangxia gently removed his clothes and slowly stepped into the warm water. The comfortable water temperature tenderly enveloped his body, causing him to let out a satisfied sigh involuntarily. He gently closed his eyes, feeling the caress of the spring water as if all his fatigue was utterly washed away at this moment. Ri Xiangxia deeply felt that the process of enhancing his strength was far too tedious. Every day consisted of arduous training and relentless challenges, with his nerves perpetually on edge, never a moment of true relaxation. In this world of ninjas filled with competition and danger, strength was certainly important, but if one remained in a constant state of tension they would inevitably collapse sooner or later. Occasional relaxation was the key to adjusting one's state better and preparing fully for future strength enhancement. Immersed in the hot spring, Ri Xiangxia's thoughts gradually drifted away. He recalled the hardships he had endured along his journey, the countless battles and challenges. He also remembered his responsibility as the Hokage. He must continuously improve his strength to protect this village and its people. But he knew he could not pursue strength single-mindedly. He also needed to leave some time for relaxation and adjustment. Soaking in the hot spring, Ri Xiangxia fully savored the tranquility and beauty of nature. The surrounding trees swayed gently in the breeze, producing a rustling melodious sound as if playing a soothing and beautiful melody for him. The steam from the spring water rose and mingled with the moonlight, creating a dreamlike and enchanting atmosphere. At this moment Ri Xiangxia forgot all his worries and pressures, indulging in this rare moment of tranquility. When he emerged from the hot spring he felt completely refreshed. The fatigue in his body had vanished, replaced by a sense of lightness and joy. He understood that this relaxation was meant to better face future challenges and to go further on the path of enhancing his strength. Ri Xiangxia straightened his clothes and his gaze once again filled with determination and resolve. He would devote himself to the journey of strength enhancement with a more vigorous state, striving for the future of my village. After soaking in the hot spring, Ri Xiangxia felt thoroughly refreshed, as if every pore was breathing happily. At this moment his stomach growled inappropriately. He smiled faintly and decided to find some late-night snacks to satisfy his palate. Strolling along the streets of my village, the evening breeze gently brushed past, bringing a hint of coolness. The streetlights flickered, adding a touch of warmth to this quiet night. Ri Xiangxia arrived at a familiar food stall where the stall owner greeted him warmly. "Lord Hokage, what would you like to eat?" the stall owner asked with a beaming smile. Ri Xiangxia thought for a moment and said, "Some barbecue please, I haven't tasted this flavor in a long time." The stall owner immediately busied himself skillfully arranging various ingredients on the grill. The charcoal burned fiercely, producing crisp crackling sounds. Grease dripped onto the coals, stirring up wisps of smoke. Soon the air was filled with an enticing aroma. Ri Xiangxia quietly watched the stall owner's busy figure, a warmth surging in his heart. In this ninja world full of competition and danger, such ordinary yet heartwarming moments were especially precious. Soon a plate of fragrant barbecue was placed before Ri Xiangxia. The lamb skewers were golden brown, crispy on the outside and tender inside, exuding a rich meaty fragrance. The chicken wings were grilled to perfection with crispy skin and juicy meat, and the skewers of vegetables emitted a fresh, clean aroma. Ri Xiangxia picked up a lamb skewer and took a gentle bite. The tender lamb melted in his mouth, its rich flavor intoxicating him. He closed his eyes, savoring the delicious barbecue and experiencing the beauty of life. While eating the barbecue, Ri Xiangxia also pondered his own life. He felt that on the path of pursuing strength, occasional relaxation was so important. These ordinary moments allowed him to appreciate the beauty of life and further strengthened his resolve to protect my village. After finishing the late-night snack, Ri Xiangxia slowly stood up, paid and thanked the stall owner. He strolled along the street, his heart filled with emotions. These simple reasons made him cherish his current life even more. He knew that only by finding balance in ordinary life could he better face future challenges. Ri Xiangxia understood that enhancing his strength was to protect everything he treasured, but he must not forget to enjoy the beauty of life. He decided that while striving to improve his strength in the future, he would also set aside time to experience these ordinary yet precious moments. Because these moments were his driving force, the wellspring of his conviction to protect my village. Hinata Natsu, after thoroughly enjoying the comfort of the hot spring and the deliciousness of the late-night snack, once again plunged into the tense and busy world of work. He returned to the Hokage building, sitting at his desk piled high with documents, fully focused on handling various affairs. However, the good times were short-lived, as a member of the Umbu rushed in with a serious expression, reporting, "Hokage-sama, 2 senior advisors have encountered trouble." Hearing this, Hinata Natsu furrowed his brows slightly and immediately got up to follow the Umbu member to the office of the head of the Uzumaki clan. When they arrived at the scene, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Hinata Natsu looked at the 2 senior advisors who had already lost all signs of life, his expression solemn as he asked, "What happened?" The Umbu member respectfully replied, "Hokage-sama, the 2 advisors passed away due to a cerebral hemorrhage caused by extreme emotional agitation." After hearing this, Hinata Natsu fell silent for a moment, then seriously remarked, "Danzo betrayed the village and the 3rd Hokage sacrificed himself heroically for the village. Now they too have departed. While they may have had their misdeeds in the past, it is undeniable that they once contributed to the efforts of Konohagakure. When they were alive they were often controversial, but now that they are gone, what will become of the future of Konohagakure? They were like parasites in the village, flawed yet crucial during pivotal moments. Let's give them a proper burial so they can rest in peace." The Umbu ninja listening nearby couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. In that moment he even thought he might have been hallucinating due to working too long. How could the 5th Hokage possibly say that the 3rd Hokage and the 2 advisors were parasites? He must have misheard. They were clearly the pillars of the village. Thus he shook his head vigorously to clear his mind and then firmly responded, "Yes, Hokage-sama. I will ensure that the 2 advisors and the 3rd Hokage receive the respect and burial they deserve." At that moment a solemn atmosphere filled the room as everyone worried about the future of Konohagakure while also reminiscing about the predecessors who dedicated their lives to the village. Hinata Natsu took advantage of the fact that the Konoha F4 were completely eliminated and began to reorganize the subordinates and resources they left behind. He personally oversaw the restructuring of the Umbu left by the 3rd Hokage. He gathered the Umbu members, delivering an inspiring speech. "Warriors of the Umbu, under the leadership of the 3rd Hokage, you have silently contributed to the peace of Konohagakure. Now a new era has arrived and I, Hinata Natsu, will stand shoulder to shoulder with you to continue protecting Konohagakure. We must be more loyal and courageous, willing to do whatever it takes for the peace and prosperity of the village." Subsequently, Hinata Natsu optimized the organizational structure of the Umbu, clarified duties and strengthened training and management, transforming the Umbu into a more efficient and elite force. Next, the medical ninja department also welcomed a new transformation.
Hinata Natsu placed great emphasis on the training and development of medical ninjas, investing more resources into the updating and improvement of medical facilities. He encouraged medical ninjas to continue studying medical techniques and improve treatment levels, providing higher quality medical support for injured ninjas and villagers.
Medical ninjas, you are the guardians of life in Konoha. Your presence is crucial in battle. I will fully support your work, and together we will strive for the future of Konoha. As for the route left behind by Danzo, Hinata Natsu maintained a cautious attitude. He understood that the route had been under Danzo's control, subjected to many disgraceful methods, with the tongue curse technique severely restricting the thoughts and actions of these ninjas. Hinata Natsu resolutely decided to lift the tongue curse technique from the route members, allowing them to regain their freedom. He personally led experts skilled in sealing techniques and illusion removal into the secret base of the route. In the dim light, Hinata Natsu faced a group of route ninjas with complex expressions and solemnly said, "Everyone from the route, the era of Danzo has completely ended. From now on I will lift the tongue curse technique from you, granting you the opportunity to choose again. You can choose to join the Anbu and contribute your strength to the peace and prosperity of Konoha." As he performed a series of complex hand seals, powerful chakra waves spread out, gradually lifting the tongue curse technique that had bound the root ninjas for years. The root ninjas felt a long-lost sense of freedom, their eyes shimmering with complex emotions, gratitude, confusion, and a longing for the future. After lifting the tongue curse technique from the root, Hinata Natsu began planning to form a brand new guard force dedicated to the 5th Hokage. He summoned the clan leaders of various ninja clans in Konoha, and in the solemn Hokage conference room, Hinata Natsu firmly gazed at everyone, stating, "Leaders, Konoha is currently facing numerous challenges, and to better protect the village and its villagers, I have decided to form a new guard unit called the Dragon Group. The Dragon Group will bear the responsibility of protecting the Hokage and Konoha, able to step forward in times of crisis to safeguard all that we cherish." The clan leaders exchanged glances, deeply sensing Hinata Natsu's determination and courage. An elder leader stood up and respectfully said, "Hokage-sama, your decision is filled with foresight and extraordinary bravery. All of our clans will fully support the establishment of the Dragon Group and contribute our strength to the future of Konoha." Hinata Natsu nodded slightly, fully aware that forming the Dragon Group would not be an easy task, but he firmly believed that as long as everyone worked together they could create an indomitable guard force. In the days that followed, Hinata Natsu personally participated in the selection and training of the Dragon Group. He set strict selection standards, requiring members not only to possess strong abilities but also to emphasize their loyalty, wisdom, and spirit of teamwork. Elites from various ninja clans eagerly signed up for selection, eager to become members of the Dragon Group and fight for the glory of Konoha. For a long time, Hyūga Natsu had been deeply immersed in the myriad affairs of Konoha, feeling utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. At last he had found a rare opportunity to catch his breath. Those trivial matters were entrusted to the wise Hokage advisor Naruto Shukaku to handle with confidence. At this moment, all of Hyūga Natsu's energy was focused intently on the crucial issue of enhancing the strength of the Dragon Team. According to the original Grand Vision, the minimum requirement for the Dragon Team members was to attain the extraordinary standard of shadow-level power. Hyūga Natsu was acutely aware that only by possessing a strength that was shockingly powerful could the magnificent goal of unifying the ninja world be realized. As the saying goes, a good man has 3 helpers. Although Hyūga Natsu had the astonishing ability to push through the entire ninja world by himself, the complexities of the world were as numerous as the stars, so how could he manage everything by himself? Without capable subordinates to share his burdens and solve problems, what meaning would all this hold? In Hyūga Natsu's view, the most effective way to enhance strength at the fastest speed was undoubtedly through the implantation of Hashirama's cells. Once successfully implanted with Hashirama's cells, the chakra would instantly soar to an astonishing level. By then, if he devoted himself to studying ninjutsu and taijutsu, his strength could rocket to shadow-level status. If on this solid foundation he activated Sage Mode, his power would inevitably surge to an extraordinary level beyond that of shadows. Moreover, if he could implant the Ten-Tails God Tree cells, he might directly attain a level of strength beyond shadows. If he then activated Sage Mode, he could possibly reach the coveted 6 Paths realm. Simply entertaining such bold fantasies made one so excited that it was hard to contain, with emotions surging like tumultuous waves. Imagine if the Otsutsuki clan invaded the ninja world with great force, only to find that the ninja army of the ninja world was composed of individuals at the 6 Paths level. How shocked and terrified they would be. They would likely be left dumbfounded and frozen in shock. Such a heart-stirring image constantly appeared in Hyūga Natsu's mind, further solidifying his ironclad resolve to enhance the strength of the Dragon Team members. He yearned to create an invincible force, allowing the ninja world to stand tall and fearless in the face of any threat, as unyielding as an impregnable steel fortress. However, while the idea was beautiful, putting it into practice was by no means an easy task. Although Hyūga Natsu could forcibly fuse Hashirama's cells into others using his terrifyingly powerful Sharingan, he was powerless when it came to fusing God Tree cells, left only to sigh in frustration. Moreover, the number of ninjas in the ninja world was vast, like a sea of stars. Even if Hyūga Natsu possessed heavenly abilities, it was impossible for him to accomplish such an epic task solely by himself. Even if it exhausted him, he could never manage it all. In such a difficult situation, Hyūga Natsu knew that expertise had to be handled by professionals. After much thought, he felt that Orochimaru was the most suitable candidate. Orochimaru was renowned in the ninja world for his in-depth research on various forbidden techniques and his exceptional talents in biological experimentation. His imagination-filled mind and courage to break conventions allowed him to explore the mysteries of life and enhance strength further than many others, much like a solitary pioneer. Hyūga Natsu believed that with Orochimaru's expertise and rich experience, significant breakthroughs could be made in fusing Hashirama's cells and exploring methods to enhance strength like lighting a lamp in the darkness. With Orochimaru's involvement, Hyūga Natsu felt more confident about realizing his grand vision, as if he had glimpsed a ray of light on the challenging path like the first sunlight before dawn. As Hyūga Natsu thought of this, another figure suddenly surfaced in his mind: Kaguya. Kaguya and the forbidden technique he researched, the Ghost Bud technique, also held potential for enhancing strength like treasures hidden in the darkness. Thinking of this, Hyūga Natsu couldn't help but feel emotional. Konoha truly was a place rich in talent. If it weren't for the frequent disruptions caused by the Konoha F4, with the talents available in Konoha, their overall strength would be sufficient to dominate the ninja world and become its overlord. Then Hyūga Natsu instructed the Umbu to locate Kaguya. The Umbu members respectfully replied to the far west of the Wind Country at Mount Sumeru. Some Konoha ninjas had seen Kaguya there before. Hyūga Natsu nodded slightly, a hint of contemplation flashing in his deep-set eyes like stars twinkling in a profound night sky. He slowly said, "You may go." After the Umbu members exited, Hyūga Natsu stood silently in place like a statue, pondering for a moment before deciding to leave a shadow clone to handle subsequent matters. This clone would take on the heavy responsibility of coordinating various affairs in Konoha, ensuring the stable operation of the village like a pillar in the middle of a stream. Then Hyūga Natsu resolutely activated the space-time ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot like a meteor streaking across the night sky. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Wind-Hidden Village. The Wind-Hidden Village was located in a vast and boundless desert filled with swirling sand, yet possessing a unique desolate beauty like an ancient painting. Hyūga Natsu walked straight to the Wind Shadow Building, where the fourth Kazekage Raza conducted his affairs. Upon meeting Raza, Hyūga Natsu got straight to the point. "Raza, the current situation is unpredictable, like a sea of turbulent winds and clouds. As the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha has tremendous power and deep roots like a towering mountain. To better face future challenges, I hope the Sand-Hidden Village can gradually integrate into Konoha. In this way we can integrate resources, develop together, and bring a more stable and prosperous life to the people of the Wind Country, like a brilliant pearl illuminating the darkness." Raza frowned, slightly lost in thought, as if caught in a deep quagmire. He understood Hyūga Natsu's strength and Konoha's might, and after weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately nodded in agreement, as if making a significant decision. After leaving the Wind-Hidden Village, Hyūga Natsu once again utilized Flying Thunder God, this time arriving at the Mist-Hidden Village. The Mist-Hidden Village was shrouded in mist year-round, mysterious and tranquil like a dreamlike fairyland. Hyūga Natsu quickly found Kimimaro, and looking at the powerful ninja before him said solemnly, "Kimimaro, the Mist-Hidden Village is also facing many challenges like a solitary boat in a storm. I hope you can lead the Mist-Hidden Village to integrate into Konoha, and together we can make the Mist-Hidden Village embrace a new brilliance like the dawn's first light." Kimimaro remained silent for a moment, sensing Hyūga Natsu's determination and sincerity, and agreed to the proposal like finding a direction in the dark. Afterward, Hyūga Natsu hurriedly used Flying Thunder God to visit the capitals of the Fire Country, Wind Country, and Water Country. In each capital, Hyūga Natsu, leveraging his powerful Sharingan, quietly controlled each country's daimyo. He spoke to the daimyo in a firm tone: "The integration and development of Konoha, the Sand-Hidden Village, and the Mist-Hidden Village will bring peace and prosperity to this continent like warm sunlight spreading across the land. You must support the development of the 3 villages unconditionally and provide all favorable conditions. This is the trend of the times, and also for the sake of your country's citizens, like an unstoppable torrent." Under Hyūga Natsu's powerful ocular influence, the daimyo nodded in agreement like docile sheep. Hyūga Natsu understood that his actions would change the landscape of this continent like unleashing a massive storm. But he firmly believed that only through this approach could true peace and prosperity be brought to this land, like opening a new era. Hinata Natsu stood at the entrance of the Sound Ninja Village, exuding an aura of grandeur as he loudly called for Orochimaru to come out. His voice echoed like a bell across the skies of the Sound Ninja Village. However, upon hearing this call, the ninjas of Sound Ninja Village instantly became alert. They quickly gathered and rushed towards Hinata Natsu, attempting to stop this uninvited guest. Seeing this, a trace of coldness flashed in Hinata Natsu's eyes. He slightly raised his chin, his gaze like a torch sweeping over the Sound Ninjas before him. With a gentle wave of his hand, a powerful Shinra Tensei was unleashed. In an instant, a terrifying repulsive force swept forth like a raging tide of power that seemed capable of destroying everything. All the Sound Ninjas were helpless against this overwhelming force, being thrown to the ground, uttering painful groans. At that moment, a Sound Ninja slowly emerged from a hidden room. His steps were steady and his expression was respectful. Upon reaching Hinata Natsu, he slightly lowered his head and said, "Lord Orochimaru requests that the 5th Hokage come inside." Then this Sound Ninja turned and led the way, guiding Hinata Natsu into the dimly lit secret chamber. The atmosphere was so tense that it felt almost suffocating. Hinata Natsu was also contemplating the upcoming conversation with Orochimaru. He understood that this meeting was crucial for the realization of his plans. Every detail and every word could influence the future direction of the entire ninja world. He had to handle it with caution, ensuring that Orochimaru would be of use to him while keeping him under control. After entering the secret chamber, Hinata Natsu stood quietly waiting for Orochimaru's appearance. Moments later, Orochimaru's unique figure slowly emerged from the darkness. His eyes were filled with cunning and curiosity as he looked at Hinata Natsu, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hinata Natsu broke the silence first, his voice steady and powerful. Orochimaru, the situation in the ninja world is unpredictable. I wish to enhance Konoha's strength. Are you interested in participating? Orochimaru squinted slightly, a hint of a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The fifth Hokage personally coming here must mean there is something significant at hand. Enhancing strength. What insights does the Hokage have? Hinata Natsu gazed directly into Orochimaru's eyes, slowly saying, I wish to fuse the cells of Hashirama with the members of the dragon group to rapidly enhance their strength. With your research you must have some insights on this. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with interest. Hashirama's cells. Those are dangerous things. A slight mistake could lead to backlash. However, if the fusion is successful, the strength would indeed be greatly enhanced. Hinata Natsu nodded slightly. I am aware of the risks, but for Konoha and the future of the ninja world it is worth a try. Are you willing to assist me? Orochimaru was silent for a moment before saying, assist you. What benefits will I receive? Hinata Natsu's gaze was firm. You will gain Konoha's support to continue your research. At the same time, if we successfully enhance Konoha's strength, you will also hold a higher position in the ninja world. Orochimaru revealed a sly smile that sounds quite tempting. But I have one condition. Hinata Natsu raised an eyebrow. What condition? Orochimaru said slowly, I want the freedom to conduct my research without any constraints. Hinata Natsu pondered for a moment and said, agreed, but your research cannot harm Konoha or the ninja world. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. It's a deal. So where do we start? Hinata Natsu responded, we will begin by analyzing the characteristics of Hashirama's cells and developing the safest and most effective fusion method. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Alright, I will get started on this as soon as possible. However, Hokage, fusing Hashirama's cells is not an easy task. It requires time and patience. Hinata Natsu nodded in understanding. I understand this cannot be rushed. But we must act quickly to prepare for the impending challenges. After discussing some details, Hinata Natsu left Sound Ninja Village, preparing to proceed with the next plan. His gaze revealed determination and wisdom, as if he could already see a hopeful future ahead. Orochimaru nodded slightly, his narrow eyes sparkling with thoughtful light. Alright, I will get started on this as soon as possible. However, Hokage, fusing Hashirama's cells is not an easy task and requires time and patience. Hashirama's cells contain extremely powerful life force and mysterious powers. A slight mistake could lead to uncontrollable consequences. We must treat this with caution, conducting in-depth and meticulous research and repeated experiments to ensure the safety and effectiveness of the fusion. Hinata Natsu nodded in understanding. I understand this cannot be rushed. But we must act quickly to prepare for the upcoming challenges. The situation in the ninja world is unpredictable and fraught with crisis. We cannot afford any slack. Only by continuously enhancing our strength can we protect Konoha and ensure the peace of the ninja world during crises. After discussing some details, Hinata Natsu left Sound Ninja Village, preparing to proceed with the next plan. His figure stood tall and resolute, like a general about to go into battle, filled with a sense of mission and determination. After leaving Sound Ninja Village, Hinata Natsu did not hesitate at all and directly flew towards Mount Sumeru in the far west of the Wind Country. Mount Sumeru towered into the clouds, surrounded by swirling mists exuding an aura of mystery. Utilizing his powerful perception abilities, Hinata Natsu swiftly moved through Mount Sumeru, searching for the traces of Bailuhu. Finally, in a secluded valley, Hinata Natsu discovered Bailuhu. Upon seeing Hinata Natsu's arrival, Bailuhu's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance and hostility. Bailuhu, I come on behalf of Konoha Village, hoping you can rejoin Konoha and work together for the peace of the ninja world, Hinata Natsu said straightforwardly. Bailuhu snorted coldly. Humph, Konoha Village. Why should I join? I am currently free and unrestrained. Hinata Natsu frowned slightly. Bailuhu, the current situation in the ninja world is turbulent. Only by uniting can we face the upcoming challenges. By joining Konoha you can utilize your talents and contribute to the peace of the ninja world. However, Bailuhu remained unmoved. I do not trust Konoha Village, nor do I trust anyone. I only believe in my own strength. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Hinata Natsu's gaze sharpened. In that case, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, Hinata Natsu instantly released a powerful chakra and launched an attack on Bailuhu. Bailuhu was not to be outdone and immediately executed a forbidden technique in retaliation. The two engaged in a fierce battle in the valley. During the fight, Hinata Natsu displayed formidable strength and exquisite combat skills. His attacks were like a raging storm, making it difficult for Bailuhu to defend. Although Bailuhu possessed powerful forbidden techniques, he gradually fell into a predicament under Hinata Natsu's assaults. In the end, Bailuhu was defeated by Hinata Natsu. He lay on the ground panting heavily, his eyes filled with reluctance and helplessness. Hinata Natsu looked at Bailuhu and slowly said, Bailuhu, you still have a chance to choose. Join Konoha village or continue to be my enemy. Bailuhu remained silent for a moment before helplessly sighing, alright, I will join Konoha village. I know that there is no good ending to opposing you. Hinata Natsu revealed a satisfied smile. Very well, I hope you will keep your promise and contribute to Konoha village's development and the peace of the ninja world. Thus Bailuhu had no choice but to submit in the face of Hinata Natsu's overwhelming strength, pleading to join Konoha village. Hinata Natsu brought Bailuhu back to Konoha village, adding a strong force to Konoha's future. Upon a desolate and silent wilderness, two youths of 13 or 14 stood facing each other like sculpted statues, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. One of them stood tall and straight as a pine, clad in a black form-fitting outfit that fluttered gently in the breeze. His frame was slightly lean yet brimming with boundless strength. His jet-black short hair was neatly trimmed and swayed softly with the wind. His face was sharply defined with slanted sword-like brows and eyes as deep as the night. Those very eyes were the Rinnegan with 9 tomo. Within the depths of those Rinnegan with 9 tomo seemed to harbor endless cosmic mysteries. The 9 tomo rotated slowly, each turn appearing to influence the forces of heaven and earth. His complexion was slightly pale yet exuded a sense of calm composure. Beneath a high-bridged nose his thin lips were tightly pressed, revealing unwavering determination and resoluteness. The youth's hands hung naturally at his sides, fingers long and powerful, seemingly ready to unleash formidable ninjutsu at any moment. The other youth was equally striking. His build was more robust, radiating explosive power. He wore a blue ninja outfit adorned with intricate patterns. His hair was brown and slightly curled, giving him a lively and endearing appearance. His face was round with large bright eyes, the irises a pale blue and the scara black. Those were the mysterious and powerful Jogan from Boruto. The Jogan emitted a gentle yet enigmatic glow, as if capable of perceiving the essence of all things. A faint blush adorned his cheeks, imbuing him with a vibrant youthful aura. His hands firmly gripped a uniquely shaped ninja sword, the blade gleaming with a cold light as if declaring his resolve to his opponent. A gentle breeze swept across the wilderness, lifting the hair and hem of both youths. They locked gazes, their eyes filled with vigilance and challenge. At that moment time seemed to stand still. Everything around turned indistinct, leaving only their two figures sharply defined. The powerful auras radiating from them collided, rippling through the air. Suddenly the youth with the Rinnegan with 6 tomo made the first move. His form flickered, vanishing like a phantom from his spot, reappearing behind the other youth in the next instant. A dense orb of chakra coalesced in his palm, which he hurled fiercely at his opponent. However, the youth with the Jogan reacted with remarkable speed. He sidestepped instantly while swinging his ninja sword, sending a sharp blade of energy toward his adversary. Seeing this, the Rinnegan youth immediately employed spacetime ninjutsu, evading the sword strike in an instant. He vanished again and reappeared high in the sky. Forming hand seals and muttering incantations, he conjured a massive chakra storm that swept toward the youth below. Sensing the immense power, the Jogan youth channeled chakra to his feet and leaped into the air, dodging the chakra storm. The battle grew fiercer. The two youths exchanged blows without yielding. Their figures darted across the wilderness, leaving trails of afterimages. Their attacks became increasingly deadly. Each collision produced a deafening roar, as if shattering the very world. Their chakra clashed and interwove, forming a brilliant tapestry of colors in the sky. The earth beneath them trembled, dust swirling as if bearing witness to this breathtaking youth's duel. On that same empty, silent wilderness, Naruto and Sasuke had just concluded an intense spar. Both breathed heavily, sweat tracing down their cheeks. Naruto flashed a bright grin and said to Sasuke, "Man, that was an awesome spar. I feel like I've improved a lot." Sasuke's expression softened slightly as the light of his Rinnegan with 6 tomo gradually faded. "You really are stronger than before, but it's still far from enough." Naruto scratched his head and chuckled, "Haha, I'll keep working hard." "But you're amazing too, Sasuke. I learn so much every time we spar." Sasuke lifted his chin slightly and said, "Our journey is still long. This world holds many unknown challenges. Only by becoming stronger can we protect everything we care about." Naruto nodded with firm resolve. "You're right. Together we'll make this world a better place. We should spar often so we can both grow." Sasuke was silent for a moment, then replied softly, A gentle breeze swept across the wilderness, stirring their hair and clothes. They stood there like two guardian deities, their hearts filled with hope and determination for the future. Naruto then spoke slowly, "Sasuke, do you think transplanting those god tree cells will bring unexpected changes? Orochimaru's skills are impressive, but those cells always feel unsettling." Sasuke frowned slightly and said gravely, "Whatever changes come, we must be ready to face them. Since we chose this path, there's no turning back." Naruto sighed. "True. But these eyes of mine, Orochimaru cloned thousands of Byakugan to fuse into them. Sometimes I wonder if the power is too immense for me to fully control." Sasuke glanced at Naruto and replied, "Your power is indeed astonishing, but don't grow complacent. My Rinnegan with 9 tomo was forged from thousands of cloned Mangekyo. It's equally fraught with uncertainty." Naruto clenched his fists and said, "No matter what, we must wield this power wisely, to protect Konoha and safeguard this world." Sasuke nodded slightly. "Exactly.
We cannot let this power spiral out of control nor let it become the root of the world's destruction. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding the immense responsibility they bore. The road ahead was fraught with challenges, but they had faith in their strength and conviction to overcome all obstacles. Under the leadership of Hyūga Natsu, the allied forces of Konoha Year, Tenseigan and Hyūga stood like an impregnable colossus exuding a chilling and formidable aura. This united power resembled a surging torrent, unstoppable once it burst forth. When this suffocatingly mighty force turned its spearhead toward Hyūga Year and Hyūga Year, its momentum was like Mount Tai pressing down, causing the entire shinobi world to tremble. The heavens themselves seemed to sense the impending storm, growing gloomy and oppressive as dark clouds gathered, foreshadowing a brutal battle. The shinobi of the three villages, each possessing strength at the Kage level, stood tall with unwavering eyes like arrows poised on the bowstring ready to be unleashed. They advanced with resolute strides, each step seemingly striking the enemy's heartstrings, charging fiercely toward Hyūga Year and Hyūga Year. The rhythmic footsteps thundered across the land like war drums, striking terror into all who heard them. Though Hyūga Year and Hyūga Year possessed considerable strength, they appeared utterly fragile before the terrifying array of the three allied villages. Their shinobi gazed at the approaching enemy forces in the distance, their hearts filled with fear and unease. They knew this battle would be an unprecedented and arduous trial, yet there was no retreat, only the courage to steel themselves for this life-or-death struggle. On the battlefield, the shinobi of the three villages launched their assault with the ferocity of a raging tornado, sweeping across the entire field in an instant. Konoha Year's shinobi unleashed a barrage of powerful jutsu, flames roaring skyward like dragons, their searing heat capable of consuming all in their path. Water cascaded like a thundering waterfall, surging with unstoppable force. Lightning darted through the battlefield like silver serpents, each flash delivering a lethal threat. These formidable techniques shattered Hyūga Year's defenses, plunging their shinobi into utter panic. Tenseigan shinobi commanded violent sandstorms, forming colossal clouds of sand that lunged at Hyūga Year's forces like a monstrous beast, claws bared. Enveloped by the sandstorm, Hyūga Year's shinobi lost all sense of direction and fell into endless terror. They struggled desperately within the storm but could not break free from its crushing grip. Hyūga Year's shinobi moved like phantoms across the battlefield, their figures flickering in and out of sight, elusive and unpredictable. They approached their enemies silently, striking with lethal precision when least expected. Their actions were like assassins in the dead of night, impossible to defend against. Facing the overwhelming assault of the three allied villages, the Tenseigan of Hyūga Year fought back with all his might. He unleashed his most powerful jutsu, attempting to halt the enemy's advance. Yet his strength seemed insignificant before this mighty torrent. The shinobi of the three allied villages breached Hyūga Year's defenses with ease, encircling the Tenseigan. He stared at his surroundings in despair, his eyes burning with reluctance. He knew there was no turning the tide, but he refused to surrender. He fought on fiercely, hoping to buy Hyūga Year a sliver of hope. Yet under the combined assault of the three villages shinobi, the Tenseigan was quickly overwhelmed and slain without mercy. Immediately afterward, the allied army turned its attention to Hyūga Year. The Raikage of Hyūga Year, witnessing Hyūga Year's devastation, was consumed by rage and fear. He knew he must mount an effective resistance or Hyūga Year would suffer the same fate. The Raikage swiftly mustered Hyūga Year's shinobi, preparing for this life-or-death battle. The allied forces shattered Hyūga Year's defenses with an irresistible, overwhelming momentum. Their attacks came like a tempest, leaving Hyūga Year's shinobi helpless. In desperation, the Raikage fought with all his strength, unleashing his most powerful lightning release technique in a bid to turn the tide. But his efforts were futile. The shinobi of the three villages were too powerful, they easily neutralized his attack and closed in on him step by step. In his despair, the Raikage watched the approaching enemies filled with helplessness and remorse. He knew he could no longer protect Hyūga Year nor change the battle's outcome. In the end, the Raikage too met his demise. This battle had been won almost effortlessly by the allied three villages, who defeated Hyūga Year and Hyūga Year and slew both the Tenseigan and the Raikage. Their victory marked another great stride forward in Hyūga Natsu's quest to unify the shinobi world. The entire ninja realm trembled before the might of the three allied villages, and people began to realize that a new era was dawning. This era would be dominated by Hyūga Natsu and the power of the three allied villages, the future of the shinobi world filled with uncertainty and challenge. After Hyūga Natsu successfully unified the ninja world, the entire realm was immersed in an unprecedented order and peace. Sunlight spilled onto the streets of every village, the laughter of children echoing in the air, and smiles of happiness bloomed on people's faces. Yet Hyūga Natsu knew in his heart that the true challenge might have just begun. After consolidating resources from all villages, he began actively preparing for the confrontation with the Otsutsuki clan. He understood deeply the strength and mystery of the Otsutsuki clan, a threat from a distant cosmos. If not addressed in time, the peace of the ninja world would be as fleeting as an ephemeral flower. Standing alone on a high vantage point, Hyūga Natsu gazed upon the land. He protected his eyes, revealing determination and resolve. He knew this battle was not only for the present of the ninja world but also for its future. Hyūga Natsu summoned the most elite shinobi of the ninja world to jointly discuss strategies against the Otsutsuki clan. These shinobi came from different villages. Once they might have been rivals, but now under Hyūga Natsu's leadership they stood united, striving for a common goal.
In the meeting room the atmosphere was solemn and grave. Hyūga Natsu stood before them, his gaze firm and deep.
Everyone, though we have unified the ninja world, the threat of the Otsutsuki clan always hangs over us. They possess power beyond our imagination.
Yet we cannot retreat.
For the future of the ninja world we must face them courageously.
The shinobi nodded in unison, their eyes filled with determination.
They understood the importance of this battle and the responsibility upon their shoulders. Subsequently the shinobi began intensive training to enhance their strength. On the training grounds war cries shook the heavens and the earth.
The shinobi sweated profusely, constantly pushing their limits. Meanwhile Hyūga Natsu used this time to gather intelligence on the Otsutsuki clan, seeking their weaknesses. He dispatched the finest intelligence operatives to delve into every corner, leaving no clue unturned.
Finally, after a long period of preparation, Hyūga Natsu received news that the Otsutsuki clan was about to descend upon the ninja world. He immediately led the elite of the ninja world, standing ready. Tension permeated the entire realm. People's hearts were filled with worry, yet also with unwavering faith. When the figures of the Otsutsuki clan appeared in the sky above the ninja world, it felt as if the whole world had fallen into silence. They exuded an overwhelming aura that struck terror into the heart. That mysterious and fearsome power seemed capable of annihilating the entire ninja world in an instant.
Hyūga Natsu stood fearless, stepping forward with the flames of battle blazing in his eyes. Otsutsuki clan, today is your doom.
The peace of the ninja world shall be protected by us. His voice rang out like a great bell, echoing across the heavens and earth. A breathtaking grand battle thus commenced. The shinobi of the ninja world clashed fiercely with the Otsutsuki clan, their powers colliding, unleashing tremendous shockwaves. In the sky, dazzling ninjutsu lights flashed on the ground. Intense combat was a blur of motion. With indomitable will and exquisite skills, the shinobi engaged the Otsutsuki clan in a life-and-death struggle. With his outstanding leadership and formidable strength, Hyūga Natsu led the shinobi in a tenacious resistance. Amidst the battle, he continuously sought the weaknesses of the Otsutsuki clan, aiming to deliver a fatal strike. His figure moved like lightning across the battlefield, each strike carrying immense power. Inspired by him, the shinobi's morale soared as they fought valiantly against the enemy. The battle raged for days, leaving the land of the ninja world scarred and ravaged by their clashing forces. Mountains crumbled, rivers changed course, and forests were reduced to ash. Yet the shinobi never gave up. They firmly believed that as long as they stood united they could defeat the Otsutsuki clan. At a critical moment in the battle, Hyūga Natsu discovered the fatal weakness of the Otsutsuki clan. He led the shinobi to concentrate their power and launch a fierce assault on that weakness. After a grueling battle, the shinobi finally succeeded in defeating the Otsutsuki clan. Peace returned to the ninja world once more, sunlight again spilling upon this land. People cheered and celebrated this great victory. And the name Hyūga Natsu would forever be etched in the annals of the ninja world's history, becoming a hero and legend in people's heart. Even after Hyūga Natsu unified the starry sky with seemingly all of the infinite cosmos under his command, deep down he still felt this was only the beginning. Standing at the pinnacle of the resplendent starry sky, his silhouette was like a towering mountain, exuding boundless majesty and mystery. A gentle breeze brushed past, lifting the hem of his robe, his gaze deep and far-reaching, as if piercing through infinite time and space. Hyūga Natsu recalled the journey he had undertaken. From the moment he awakened the Tenseigan, he knew he bore a great mission. And at that moment of awakening the Tenseigan, he acquired the most mysterious dojutsu, realm-breaking teleportation. This dojutsu was like a mystical key, unlocking countless unknown doors. Hyūga Natsu understood that the power of this dojutsu far exceeded what he had yet displayed. It seemed to be a bridge connecting different worlds and dimensions, holding infinite mysteries and possibilities. He began to study this dojutsu in depth, trying to unearth its deeper powers. In a silent space, Hyūga Natsu meditated alone, sensing the mysterious fluctuations emitted by the realm-breaking teleportation. His consciousness seemed to traverse endless time and space, exploring one unknown realm after another. In this process, Hyūga Natsu discovered that the realm-breaking teleportation could not only cross spatial boundaries but might also hold the ability to alter time and influence fate. This discovery both excited and worried him, exhilarated at the prospect of mastering a power beyond imagination, yet concerned that if misused it could lead to irreparable consequences. Hyūga Natsu decided to use this dojutsu with caution. He formulated detailed plans, preparing to embark on another journey of realm-breaking at the opportune moment. He knew that countless challenges and unknowns lay ahead, but he was fearless, driven by unwavering faith and a sense of mission. He gathered his most trusted companions and shared his discoveries and plans with them. Upon hearing, the companions were filled with shock and admiration. They understood that Hyūga Natsu's decision would once again change the fate of the entire cosmos. After thorough preparation, Hyūga Natsu led his companions and reactivated the realm-breaking teleportation. A mysterious light flashed and their figures vanished into the starry sky, embarking on a new journey. And this time they would face even more mysterious and perilous challenges. Yet they firmly believed that united with Hyūga Natsu's wisdom and strength they could overcome all difficulties and forge an even more brilliant future.